In the beginning. A circle never ends. It is infinite in its cycle. It is also such with a sphere. To understand the sphere is to understand the universe and beyond. Dacheldor II. The Grand Sphere. To what do we refer when we speak of all that is? Many believe the answer to the question is the universe, but the truth is there is more to the infinite cosmos beyond one's universe of origin. To the traveler, it becomes apparent that the universe is just one of many spheres that make up a much grander sphere. Some even postulate that every individual has a universe, or many universes, within them, creating an infinite number of spheres inward and outward from every conceivable object. When traveling outward, it is possible to use unconventional technology to exit one's own universe and enter another. It is as if many tight bubbles of reality exist, and moving between them takes one to a whole new set of planets, stars, and galaxies. Moving farther outward, an advanced traveler will discover there is a collection of universes encompassed within a larger sphere, called a plane. Moving beyond this provides access to other parallel planes of reality existing within what appear to be the same space. Farther beyond this, one finds that the collection of all these planes make up what is called a realm. Traveling even beyond this to a new realm is to leave the science and physics of your reality for a whole new set of rules. The collection of all conceivable realms is often referred to as the Grand Sphere, only because no known proof of further spheres exists at this time. Logically, the pattern may continue infinitely, leading some to refer to the unknown fullness of reality as the Grand Infinity. When traveling inward, it is possible to find worlds within worlds, multiple versions of the same universe existing in parallel. It is also possible to find entire realities existing across realms, but hidden to the eyes of most beings. Some even postulate that the imaginations of the living come to produce their own realities into which the inward traveler can journey. What follows is a traveler's guide to the Grand Sphere. Outward. Object. A single person or thing that takes up space and is visible to the naked eye. Territory. An area of land on a world. World. Planets or floating land masses in space. System. A collection of worlds either spinning around a star or held together by some other means. Galaxy. A collection of multiple systems. Universe. A collection of multiple galaxies. Plane. A collection of multiple universes in which shared rules of physics apply. Realm. A collection of multiple planes in which similar rules of physics apply. The Grand Sphere. A collection of all realms, sometimes called the Grand Infinity, the Cosmos, or Existence. Inward. The lesser realms. Altered states of reality existing across all realms that can only be experienced by learning to alter one's consciousness. Parallel realities. Alternate versions of the realms, planes, universes, galaxies, systems, worlds, territories, and objects that can be shifted to through concentration of will. Astral realities. Imagined realities that come to exist within their own paradigm of space and time. The inner worlds. Microcosms existing within the body on a microscopic or small level. The Ancients. The key to life is to experience existence, as it is existence which brings us life. Dacheldor II. The oldest religion in all of the cosmos is believed by some to be based on fact. It states that before the dawn of time, during the first creation of the realms, existence, i.e., all that exists, had within itself a desire to grow and learn. Out of this desire, the first souls were created, and these souls later became known as the Ancients. Each Ancient was created with a unique set of personality traits that, when combined, formed the overall personality of existence. Their original purpose was to better define the different elements that made up existence's personality, but an unforeseen evolution granted them minds of their own and a sense of individuality. At first, the Ancients were separated from one another, and their time was spent contemplating their own realities. Then, the Ancients began to interact, and their first recorded emotions were formed. This led to the creation of time as a means of comparing events and tracking progress, allowing for the invention of death, which had no power over the Ancients. Unlike physical beings, including the humanoids they were soon to create, the Ancients were designed before concepts like death existed. This made them immortal and provided them with a limitless capacity for power and advancement. They were true extensions of existence's being, and an unstoppable force. Once their individuality was fully realized, the Ancients began to create beings of their own. They decided to give these beings physical bodies and supplied each with a soul, through which they could share life experiences. It was the Ancients' goal to allow these beings to exist with a large number of limits and challenges. The Ancients soon found this difficult, however, and the temptation to interfere in the lives of their creations overpowered their original plans. Before long, the Ancients began purposely influencing the evolutionary process. They forced their created beings to worship them as gods, and used them as a way to wage war on one another. They then created stronger beings through which they could speak directly to the people. These beings eventually became the angels, and forced the will of the Ancients upon those who would question them. This domination lasted for some time, until existence grew tired of their inability to work together. Out of a desire to redirect their methods for growth, existence granted each of the Ancients a realm of their own, and completely cut them off from one another. Within their realms, the Ancients fully controlled the ability to create life and construct reality. In a sense, they became realms themselves, a concept once believed to explain the reason that all realms were different. Many of the Ancients felt no desire to leave their realms, but a select few were too individualistic to give up their sense of self. These Ancients, unlike the others, remained conscious of their own minds and were able to maintain full control over their realm while existing outside of it. This new advancement gave them great power, as they were now able to exist in many places at once, but the powers they possessed outside of their own realm were greatly limited. This was because, in order to leave their own realm, they had to inhabit the bodies of beings they created. It was around this time that existence began to create new life forms to populate the realms. These life forms were more limited than the Ancients, but these limitations were designed to provide greater advancement as a species. They developed the first known civilizations and paved the way for life as we know it today. They also created the first recorded history and the first religion that told the story of the Ancients. The Black Angels Rise and Fall. And I beheld an angel whose wings were black as midnight, and whose aura was both terrifying and glorious to behold. Dacheldor II. The angels and other beings created by the Ancients remained in the realms long after the Ancients were gone. Without the Ancients to guide them, they felt threatened by the new beings existence had created. Great wars broke out between the old beings and the new, but neither side seemed to gain an advantage. Then one day the Lord of the Angels stepped forward to unite the old beings into a single fighting force. This angelic lord, who called himself the Black Angel, had grown angry with existence and the way things were developing. He saw the new life forms as an insult to his people, and believed existence had turned his back on them. He also believed he could transform existence by convincing every living being that his way was right. After uniting the old beings into one force, the Black Angel convinced the majority of the angels to join him. He also gained the alliance of several of the Ancients who had learned to inhabit the bodies of mortals. Together, these forces formed a powerful army that would later be called the Legion of the Black Angel, and they slaughtered the new life forms with such speed that the war was half over before anyone knew it had begun. With the Ancients and angels leading the old beings to victory, the new life forms had little chance of surviving. They were forced to align themselves with the few remaining angels that favored existence and stood against the Black Angel. They also attempted to gain the allegiance of the Ancients who had chosen to remain silent thus far. Most of the Ancients, however, wanted nothing to do with the new life forms and secretly agreed with the Black Angel's motives. A few of the Ancients, who were loyal to existence, sided with the new life forms for reasons of their own. One of these was Eldor, whose name stood for power in the language of the Ancients. Eldor felt personally responsible for the war because he was the Ancient who created the Black Angel. He believed it was his responsibility to undo the damage the Black Angel had caused. Surprisingly, Eldor's biggest ally in the war was the Ancient who had been his biggest rival before it. Shock, whose name meant Spirit of Darkness in the Ancient language, decided to defend the new life forms and help Eldor find justice. Shock believed that the cosmos was created to allow the Ancients to learn from other beings, and that the death of these new life forms would halt the evolution of the Ancients as a whole. His decision surprised the Ancients and angels who knew him, because he was perceived as dark, untrusting, and cruel. His strongest creation, a being named the Shockerock, seemed even more surprised by his actions than most, as he was called into service to lead all of Shock's other creations in battle against the Black Angel. Together, Shock and Eldor fought their own brothers and sisters and managed to force the Ancients out of the war. Shock's followers, led by the Shockerock, also offset the larger number of angels working for the Black Angel, granting the new life forms the opportunity they needed to attack the Legion of the Black Angel on equal footing. It also gave them the opportunity to raise their morale through combat successes. One success was followed by another, and soon the Black Angel found he was on the losing side. turning to an ancient named Darel, death in the language of the ancients, the Black Angel relinquished control of his legion in exchange for unparalleled power over life. Despite this, he remained unaware that Darel was a worse monster than he could ever be, for it was Darel's wish to see the entire cosmos wiped from reality. In the end, the combined efforts of Shock and Eldor brought about the downfall of the Legion of the Black Angel. He was not defeated, however, before Darel made an attempt to destroy the cosmos. Eldor managed to convince the Black Angel that Darel's way meant the end even for him, and the Black Angel sacrificed his new powers to deflect Darel's destruction attempt. For his betrayal, Darel sentenced the Black Angel and all of the beings that followed him to eternal imprisonment in a special realm, cut off from all the others. There, the followers of the Black Angel were transformed into twisted versions of themselves and given new names that symbolized their horrifying new forms. The angels became demons, horned creatures with black wings, and those that followed them became hellish beasts called demonoids. The demonoids were forced to recognize the demons as their masters, and also to do the bidding of any beings powerful enough to summon them. Thus, a hell realm was formed, with only one escape: enslavement to whatever being had the power to summon demons. This realm was created so proficiently that it became obvious that Darel had planned it all along. In a single act, he removed the Black Angel and all of his followers from the field of battle. This left Shock and Eldor as the only beings opposing Darel's plans, and gave Darel a second chance to bring about the destruction he sought. Unable to stand up to Darel individually, and unable to harm him due to his ancient form, Eldor and Shock called upon their fellow ancients to will Darel out of existence. As a result, the collective power of every ancient was focused through Eldor and Shock in an instant, creating a wave of energy that transformed the two into a single being. This being, known only in the records as the Nameless One, then used the wave to create an enormous rift in space that pulled Darel in. This rift, which began to pull all beings consisting of spiritual energy into it, then became a cosmic anomaly similar in concept to a black hole. To escape its pull, the ancients were forced to return to and fully merge with their realms. They gave up the ability to freely travel the cosmos and dropped out of the pages of history. The Nameless One combined the pre-existing realms of Shock and Eldor to create a new realm, merging with it in the same way the others merged with theirs. Thus, the creation of the rift brought about the event known as the Fall of the Ancients, and ended the days when ancients were able to walk openly among mortals. A chosen few ancients find a means to return. If I had known all those years ago what I really was, I would have never felt alone. Dacheldor II. With the ancients gone, the realms were free to develop at their own pace, and the new life forms, along with those old life forms that had worked for Shock, began to take charge. The ancients faded away into legend, the stories of their true identities lost. This led the cosmos in a new direction, identical to what we experience today. Though the ancients stopped living as individuals as a result of the fall of the ancients, they became living realms that were able to take in the knowledge of their inhabitants. As such, they created new life forms in various civilizations. Some, however, still longed to experience the cosmos from a less omnipotent viewpoint. The Nameless One was an example of an ancient who could not let go of the chance to explore the other realms. He was the first to discover a new way to exist outside of his own realm, while still existing within it as the ancients had in the past. Unlike the method they previously used when creating mortal bodies, the Nameless One did not create a body of his own, and did not separate himself from his realm. Instead, he opened a mental connection to an already existing being in another realm, and thus remained completely in his own realm, while symbiotically sharing the experiences of another. This relationship granted the other being a number of special powers, including a flawless memory, the ability to control aging, and unlimited endurance. But in exchange, upon the being's death, its soul would become one with the soul of the ancient, joining them forever and precluding any chance of an afterlife experience. Additionally, this being, called the host, would take on the memories of any previous hosts, gaining all the abilities of the beings that had previously joined with the ancient. This, however, caused the personalities of the previous hosts to merge with the personality of the new one, transforming the host's personality into something completely different. Those ancients who duplicated this new way to live outside of their realm chose one host after another, combining the lives of each host. The hosts did not recall any memories of the ancient itself, only those of the previous hosts, but most were able to piece together what they truly were after enough lifetimes had passed. The Nameless One, however, lived a particularly troubling first life that barred him from experiencing the natural host progression of the other ancients. It is this first host of the Nameless One upon which the bulk of this work is focused, the being named Dacheldor. Book 1. Dacheldor.
To live without dying, when you are one who should live several lives, is the ultimate punishment.
Grand Imperator Malice. The history of the Stryder Empire. Originating in the early ages of the cosmos, the Stryders were among the first races of mortals to exist. With slender bodies and pointed ears, some could confuse them for elves, but the horns sprouting from their skull and deep red orbs filling the entirety of their eye sockets suggested otherwise. Their gray skin and black blood provided further proof of a far different evolution of being, and their sharp teeth indicated a cannibalistic species. This was no race born of love or mysticism. The Stryders were born of the darkness. Their homeworld was a volcanic wasteland. The air was filled with ash so thick that it blocked the sun, and the black rocks of the planet were formed and reformed by hardened magma. The sulfur in the air forced all inhabitants to wear large black scarves embedded into their outfits, and the only animals that inhabited the planet beyond the Stryders themselves were the volcano-dwelling worms that spun black silk for Stryder clothing. This world was considered uninhabitable to most beings, but the Stryders had evolved to flourish there. Since moss was the only plant life that grew, and the Stryders dared not kill the worms that provided silk, meat was a delicacy, and no dead Stryder went to waste. Metal was extremely rare and was used only to create buckles and insignias, while weapons were made out of hardened stone. Clothing was sewn from black silk, and good boots were woven from the skin of fallen enemies. Despite having nothing around to provide life, the Stryders found a way, even if it required slaughtering one another for survival. Evolution also aided the Stryders' survival mostly in the form of advanced eyes. Though they had the ability to see into the color spectrum much like humans, life on the dark planet caused a rare mutation that allowed them to see into something they called the spectral spectrum. Stryders could see energy signatures and power fluctuations, granting them a night vision beyond that of other species. Their eyes were also completely open, their pupil covering the entire eye. It was said they looked as though they had gaping holes where their eyes should be, with dark red light pouring from the openings. In addition to their already frightful appearance, Stryders commanded great power over matter. Deep inside their subconscious, they understood the weaving of the universe. Though they could not access this information consciously, they were able to use it to bind mathematics and theory to physical alteration. By understanding the equations ruling an object's movement, they were able to alter it. By understanding the atomic makeup of an object, they were able to transform it. And by memorizing complex equations in relation to various concepts and possibilities, they were able to create and control energy. They referred to this ability as magic, but it was more of a science than a mystical art. Through the use of magic, Stryders could manipulate their planet's rocks to form shelters and buildings. They could alter the flow of magma and energy to heat or cool their habitat. They could embed runes upon stone weapons to make them harder than steel. They could even conjure flame or electricity to strike down anything in their way. Thus, the Stryders were well known as a warlike race that harnessed a strong control over both magic and death. Races from other planets left them alone, and Stryder society evolved without outside interference for thousands of years. At first, they were split into clans that constantly fought for power, but over time, these were replaced by schools, specializing in the advancement of magic and concept. These schools continued to fight as the clans had, but were more organized and communal within their own walls. Eventually, members of a given school lived inside a single building spanning miles, and no Stryder possessed his or her own habitat or property. Their homeworld was covered with large schools housing thousands of Stryder devotees in each, all battling to be the best. This was the way of the Stryders until one day an alien vessel crash-landed on their world. History does not record what happened to the vessel's owners, but it is known that the school called House of the Worm confiscated the vessel. Members of the House of the Worm used it to travel to a nearby planet where they discovered other life forms and technology that could grant them greater access to space. They attempted to trade with the life forms, but when this failed, they attacked and stole their technology. This sparked a full-scale retaliatory attack against the Stryder homeworld by the other race and several of their allies. With little chance of survival on their own, the schools of the Stryder homeworld banded to form the Grand Council, comprised of one member from each school and one chosen Lord Clanmaster to preside over them. The Grand Council was given the power to command all schools in unison during times of war. They were also granted the ability to declare law that dictated internal war between schools during times of peace. Through an act of retribution against the House of the Worm, an unwitting alien species had united the most feared race in the galaxy, and soon fell by its hands. After a few centuries, the entire Stryder race replaced its need to battle one another with a desire to conquer others. Under the rule of the Grand Council, the Stryders conquered 37 planets, crushing all their adversaries. With access to greater resources, they became a superpower within the universe, able to threaten any species or planet of their choosing. Additionally, physical magic used on their eyes forced an evolutionary change, allowing them to see in even the brightest sunlight. There was nothing to stop the Stryder Empire from taking whatever they wanted, or so it seemed. The Stryder Messiah. The union of the schools ushered in a time known as the Era of the Stryders. This is when the Nameless One took on his first host, a young Stryder named Dacheldor. Although born with the soul of an ancient, he had no knowledge of his origins and thus had no idea he was anything more than a mere Stryder. In the early days, he only ever wanted what all Stryders wanted: power. Like most Stryders, he never knew his parents. He was born into the House of the Reaper, a school on the Stryder homeworld which trained the primary Stryder military defenses, and was raised as a combat mage. From the House of the Reaper, he was trained in military tactics, explosive spellcasting, and all forms of combat. He was given a stone Vesabenis, longsword, enchanted with the blood of Stryders to make it stronger than any metal, and was garbed in the traditional Stryder combat mage uniform, a black bodysuit worn under long black pants and a thick black coat resembling an old English riding jacket, closed in the front with metal buckles and house insignias. Unlike others of his race, Dacheldor's horns were only 1.5 inches long, and he had only 6. The first pair was located 2 inches above the eyebrows at the far ends of his forehead. The second was 1 inch behind the first. The final pair was 1 inch behind the second. They called this layout of horns the crown, but most Stryders born with it had horns at least twice the length of Dacheldor's and had about twice as many. He also had unique physical features which set him apart from the rest of his race. Stryders were usually born with either white or black hair, but his was a sprinkled mix of the two. His skin was considered light, as it was almost pale with a grayish hue, and when he grew to adulthood he stood 7 feet tall by Earth measurement, which was considered tall even for Stryders. Other aspects of his appearance were normal by Stryder standards. He had the same pointed ears and physical build as other Stryders, and his eyes were the same glowing blood red as others of his race. He was in his own way both extraordinary and average in appearance, but his intellect was what set him above all other Stryders. By the time he reached the Stryder equivalent of his teenaged years, Dacheldor had already become the strongest member of his house. Not only had he mastered all the teachings of the House of the Reaper, a feat most Stryders could not achieve in their lifetime, he had also managed to use the school's governmental status to access the teachings of other schools. He spent his free time creating new spells and equations based on combinations of his training, and before even seeing his first war, he was deemed a prodigy and the youngest Stryder to ever master all that a school had to teach. Shortly after the completion of his training, he was ready for his first military assignment. Most combat mages were kept close to the school until their adolescent years were over, but Dacheldor had already surpassed the level of training most Stryders were able to achieve in a lifetime. Because he was such a unique case, the headmasters of his school took his desires into consideration when selecting his placement. What he asked for, however, was not something handed to just anyone. He wanted to leave the planet. He dreamed of visiting alien worlds out of a desire to learn the tactics and combat of others. Such assignments were readily available to ambassadors and people of high rank, but rarely to those as young as Dacheldor. The headmasters had witnessed his genius and felt that he may be able to do the House of the Reaper some good on such an assignment, but they also considered it a risky decision that could negatively affect their future political careers. So, in order to avoid possible public humiliation, they decided to send Dacheldor to the Oracle, a priestess of the House of the Reaper believed to have divine knowledge of the future, in order to discern if such an assignment was wise. All Stryders feared the Oracle's judgment, because the title and position chosen by her stuck with a Stryder forever. If the Oracle said you were a garbage collector, you did that for life. If she said you were a council member, you were elected the next year. Her word could sway the entire life of any member of Stryder society. It was Dacheldor's desire to see the universe, and to one day become a part of the Grand Council. Seeing the Oracle so early in life was a risk, but one that would eventually come anyway. When he stood before the Oracle, he felt confident that he could handle whatever title she bestowed upon him. He was wrong, however, never imagining the title she would place upon his young shoulders. Messiah. Even to a Stryder as ambitious as Dacheldor, the title of Messiah was too heavy. Religious prophecy has stated that in the end of days a Messiah would come, born a Stryder, but with the spirit of the Stryder god. It was believed that he would unite the schools completely and produce a singular purpose in the minds of all Stryders, a purpose that would elevate them to godhood. Dacheldor had never believed in the ancient prophecies or in the Stryder god. He had always believed that the Stryders' worship of an ancient named Shock was foolish and based on fractured mythology. Now he was proclaimed to be the reincarnation of Shock, a being he did not believe had ever existed. It was too much for him to fathom at such a young age, and too much pressure for him to bear alone. Regardless of his lack of faith, the others around him believed what the oracle said, and he was granted priest-like status amongst his people. To them, he was the Messiah who would one day lead them to godliness. He was the reincarnation of their ancient god. Little did he realize that deep within him dwelled the soul of an ancient, the one who had first created the Stryder homeworld. The prophecies were true, and his title was not a lie, no matter how badly he wished it would all go away. Using his new title to manipulate the leaders of his house, he managed to procure an assignment off-world. He did not travel as a combat mage to a military outpost, though. He traveled as an ambassador for the Stryder race. He would be the first Stryder to join the Galactic Federation, a council of races that fought to maintain a balance of power between the galaxies. It was his job to assess the possibility of universal conquest for his people. He was to determine if the Federation could be easily destroyed. During his time in the Federation, Dacheldor saw worlds in colors he could never have imagined. Brilliant scenery, the likes of which his homeworld could never achieve, changed the heart of the young Stryder, filling him with a desire to know more about the universe. In his reports, he urged the Council to ally with the races of the universe rather than enslave them, but he knew they never took his reports seriously. Secretly, he did not care what they thought. He felt closer to the beings he met off-world than to his own people. When he was forced to return home, he brought technology and medicines from alien races. Most of the Stryders viewed these as useless, and, in the end, only one artifact was seen as valuable, a weapon called the Bolt Slinger. Similar to the pistols of Earth, the Bolt Slinger hurled a deadly projectile at high speed using only a mixture of powders and a spark. Unlike the spells of the Stryders, bolts or bullets fired from the Bolt Slingers could not be detected by Stryder eyes. They were seen as a new way to fight from a distance when an opponent was too wary of magic. In spite of Dacheldor's desire for coexistence, the Council continued to prepare for war with the Galactic Federation. The new Lord Clan Master, Malice, did not see any value in what the species of the other worlds had to offer. He desired only their mineral resources and their manpower as slaves. Viewing it as his duty to enforce his views of peace, Dacheldor ran for the position of Grand Council member for the House of the Reaper, and was elected by a landslide. He was the youngest Stryder to ever become a member of the Grand Council, but he also became the biggest target for assassination attempts in Stryder history. Life on the Council changed him, and in his efforts to thwart his own assassinations, Dacheldor was forced to assassinate several other Council members. Though his skill as a combat mage had never been used on the battlefield, it is a known fact that he slaughtered countless would-be assassins while a member of the Grand Council. He even publicly executed those he caught alive, burning them to death after nailing them to giant stone slabs placed in the shape of an X. This earned him the respect and love of many Stryders, but also the hatred of many more. By the Stryder equivalent of his mid-20s, he had become the most controversial Stryder counselor of all time. Within the halls of the council, he was viewed as an outsider, yet he commanded a cult following of Stryders from outside the political office. A thorn in the side of universal conquest, he became Malice's primary adversary, and Malice soon decided he would have to be dealt with. Permanently. The worst war of the world of war. Malice was the first Stryder to become a Lord Clan Master without first achieving vast military merit. His ambition and charisma were so impressive that he rarely needed any other way to prove himself. Promising a campaign that would lead to universal domination, he was viewed as a bold new leader who would guide the Stryder people to their rightful place. To most, he was the picturesque Stryder champion, but to Dacheldor, he was everything the Stryder culture despised. Malice's past was shrouded in shadow. No one knew where he had come from. He kept strange allies whose names were not listed in the great record books and created stories of his past that were clearly fabricated. Often he withheld the truth, concealing his ambition behind a righteous facade. These were, by Stryder teachings, all indications of a wicked man, and not indications of a great Stryder leader. Dacheldor worked tirelessly to expose Malice's faults, but the harder he tried, the more assassins showed up at his doorstep. Continuing his gruesome public executions, Dacheldor's fame increased among his people, and his stance on outside cultures gained more attention. This led only to more strife between Dacheldor and Malice, since his influence was seen as the biggest obstacle in Malic's path to universal conquest. Without a majority ruling from the Grand Council, Malice could not wage war with alien races, and Dacheldor's sway over the Stryder population could affect the positions of those counselors, stopping Malice's plans forever. As a means to an end, Malice began assassinating any counselors who had grown sympathetic to Dacheldor's cause. Their replacements were thoroughly tested for loyalties and assassinated if found lacking. Malice forced a vote once Dacheldor was the only remaining sympathetic counselor, but lost in a unanimous vote against the war. With all the assassinations inside the government, the counselors believed problems at home required more immediate attention and the war would have to wait. Frustrated, Malice appeared before the Stryder people and cryptically prognosticated the end of their race. 2 days later, he disappeared, leaving the Stryder government full of newly appointed counselors and no Lord Clanmaster. Without enough experienced counselors to handle the loss of the Lord Clanmaster, the government fell apart and old feuds resurfaced. Before long, the houses were each at each other's throat, and the entire Stryder Empire was in a state of civil war. Forced to return to the House of the Reaper, Dacheldor led his people in many skirmishes. His courage on the battlefield and the numerous victories of his house gained him the title Lord, and the respect of several neighboring houses. This was not enough to keep the House of the Reaper from being torn to the ground, however, and soon Lord Dacheldor needed to look for help in the unlikeliest of places. Having been an ambassador with the Galactic Federation, he had obtained connections with several key people in the Federation's High Council. Seeing no choice but to ask for aid, he met with the High Council and pleaded for its support in the Stryder Civil War. The Council did not answer immediately, and he worried that Malice's old plans to attack the Federation could have eliminated his chances for a sympathetic view. Surprisingly, Malice's plans had the opposite effect, and the Council awarded Dacheldor full cooperation, seeing him as the only Stryder who had fought on their side from the beginning. United with the Federation, Dacheldor and his people beat back the other Stryders and reconstructed the House of the Reaper. After several large victories, Stryders from around the worlds began to ally themselves with the combined forces of Dacheldor and the Federation. They knew now what he had been trying to tell them all along. The Federation was strong, and uniting the races would further strengthen them all. Stryders did not have to dominate to maintain power, and partnerships were more beneficial than war. Not all the Stryders chose to side with Dacheldor. Many allied with one another out of a desire to survive against the combined forces of the Federation and the sympathetic Stryders. They pooled their resources and became a single house called the Clan, which was run by a single leader named Samato. He was considered a Varshi, a Stryder who had broken taboo and given into the taint of casting black magic. Varshi were usually viewed as dishonorable and untrustworthy, but in this time of need, Samato's vast power made him the ideal leader. The concept of black magic in Stryder culture referred to unnatural magic that warped reality at the expense of the caster's sanity. Samato's biggest sin was the casting of the forbidden Black Tentacles of Shock. In the days when ancients had roamed the cosmos, the Black Tentacles of Shock had been a healing spell. It called forth a portion of Shock's spiritual power and symbiotically grafted it to the back of the caster in the form of translucent black tentacles. These tentacles could draw energy from the environment or from others to heal the user. After the great battle between Shock and Darimaul, Shock's spirit transformed and all the spells dependent on his energies were altered. Many became more powerful and far too dangerous to use. The tentacles became so powerful that they pulled the very souls from their victims and could no longer be removed once enchanted. Owners of the tentacles became soul-hungry monsters who took in the personalities and memories of those they killed along with their souls. This ultimately resulted in insanity and dementia. Samato somehow managed to handle his condition and led the clan with great efficiency. His tentacles allowed him to rip the life out of half his enemies before they could even get within range to fight back. His people became corrupted by some unseen power, but also became far more ferocious than those they battled. Samato developed a dominating force over their souls, but together they became an even match for the Federation Alliance army. Even so, matching the force of their enemies was not enough, and the clan decided to do something drastic. Turning to black magic en masse, they opened a gateway between the known realms and the realm of hell. Brokering a deal with the demonic forces, the Stryders unleashed hordes of demonoids, those denizens of hell not originating from angels, on their universe. This, as it turned out, had been Malice's plan all along, and Samato was one of the many allies he had strategically omitted from his record books. Once the demonoids were released, there was no longer any need for the clan. Samato left, taking his dark power with him, and the demonoids overran the Stryders. Before long, the clan was no more, and only the Stryders previously allied to Dacheldor remained. Forced to flee their worlds for survival, Dacheldor's forces sought asylum within the Galactic Federation, and became permanent members. A few short days after the release of the Demonoids, the once mighty Stryder Empire had fallen. Soon the Demonoids began spreading throughout the rest of the universe like a cancer, devouring whole worlds and destroying all that did not agree to follow them. The Federation was no match for the Demonoid threat, and it became apparent that if something was not done soon, the entire universe would become a new layer of hell. Dacheldor and his people attempted to battle the Demonoids, but every time a Demonoid was killed, it was resurrected and sent back into the universe through the open gateway to hell on the Stryder homeworld. As long as the opening remained, there was no chance of defeating the Demonoid hordes. It was then that Malice returned with one final proposition to the inhabitants of the universe: join the forces of hell or be destroyed. The defeat of the Galactic Federation soon followed, and the beings of the universe saw no other choice but to join Malice and the Demonoids. Dacheldor and a small band of resistance fighters refused, but Malice captured and brought them to the Stryder homeworld for a public execution. Beaten and bleeding, Dacheldor was bound to a giant stone X, the likes of which he had used to execute assassins in his days on the Stryder Council. The possessed servants of Malice spread his arms and legs apart, strung him up, and tore his house insignias from his jacket. They stripped him of all medals and status indications, then ripped his clothes off. They stabbed him with pokers heated in the volcanic furnaces of his homeworld, while grabbing at him and tearing at his flesh. Barbed twine around his wrists cut into his skin, and he bled openly while Malice drank the blood. Once all that was over, Malice stepped to him and had his way with Dacheldor's flesh. The pain was unbearable, but it was the sheer helplessness that wounded Dacheldor most. It mentally crushed him. Malice forced him to watch as he burned all his companions on similar stone X's and tossed their remains to his Demonoids.
You will not suffer the same fate, Lord Dacheldor. I know what you truly are, even if you do not. Killing you would only allow you to return in another host and destroy me. I have something far worse in mind for you.
Turning to face the open gateway to hell, Malice summoned all of the power he could from the hell's fallen angels, revealing that he was himself a Demonoid. Twisting the power into a horrible curse, he struck Dacheldor and bound into him a darkness that could never be removed, a curse that halted his aging and forced painful regeneration upon instances of physical damage. He was cursed with immortality and increased pain from every wound he sustained. He was then prepared to be sent through the gateway to hell, where he would live in eternal agony. Without warning, the part of Dacheldor that was the Nameless One awoke and sent surges of energy through his very being. His voice became enchanted with the mystifying tongue of the ancients, and the sound was so distinct that all the remaining Stryders in the area recognized it. Dacheldor really was the Stryder Messiah, and it was clear to his people that his life was worth dying for. Chaos broke out around the execution grounds, and Malice turned his attention to the now rallying Stryders. With his back to Dacheldor, Malice did not see him tear himself down from the stone X and land behind him. Grabbing Malice's sword from his belt, Dacheldor performed a maneuver that had only been theorized in Stryder teachings. He swung the massive blade down on Malice and simultaneously cast explosive magic through the hit, combining spell and strike in a weapon magic weave. The force of the blast split Malice in two, sending both halves spiraling through the gateway and into hell. Dacheldor turned his attention to the gateway next. Repeating the maneuver, he fired a magnified blast of spiritual energy through his sword and into the gateway. The gateway cracked and shattered from the force, finally making the Demonoids vulnerable. Rising up to destroy them, the Stryders cleared the surrounding area and pledged allegiance to their new lord, Dacheldor. Samato returned to avenge Malice's death, but was met head-on by Dacheldor, whose immortality now made him immune to Samato's attacks. In a brilliant battle of magic and swordsmanship, he defeated Samato and cut the life out of him. He then led the Stryders on a cleansing of their homeworld. The victories produced by the cleansing proved to the inhabitants of the universe that the Demonoids could now be defeated. With Samato destroyed, Malice banished, and the gateway closed, it was only a matter of time before the universe could beat back the Demonoid forces and return to the way things once were. Dacheldor, however, would never be the same. His torture would stay with him. Always. The Endless Hunt. After the fall of Malice and his hordes, Dacheldor was named the new Lord Clan Master of the Stryder people. Under his rule, they became a hunting force that traveled the universe, obliterating all remaining Demonoid infestations. In his spare time, Dacheldor practiced magic to manipulate the elements, granting him greater power over electricity, which could be weaved into his attacks to produce devastating battle effects. He also studied as many alien cultures as he could, in search of secrets that would aid in the destruction of the demonoid menace. Such secrets, it turned out, actually did exist. By luck, he discovered the logs of a long-departed race that existed during the first wars of the Angels. Part of the logs contained lost histories and teachings of an early demon-hunting cult that had been created before the fall of the Ancients. The demon hunters were mortals who believed the Ancients were not strong enough to protect them from what they called demons, angels and the old species. To better defend themselves, they learned to harness the powers of the demons they killed, in a sense, absorbing their souls. Using this technique, they were able to permanently destroy demonoids and angels and effectively stop the influx of demons through gateways. Also, the energy they absorbed granted them increased spiritual power and demonic strength, making them almost like demons themselves. Though unsettled by the idea of absorbing demonic power into himself, Dacheldor took up the task of learning the ways of the demon hunter. Once he mastered the arts of absorbing demonic energy, he taught it to his loyal Stryders, and they used it to battle against the demonoid hordes. The results were astounding. The Stryders grew so strong that the demonoids became like insects to them. Soon, there were only a few scattered sects of demonoids hiding throughout the universe. The majority of the allied forces of the universe returned to life as it once was, but the Stryders made it their personal mission to seek out all remaining demonoids and dispose of them. This was no easy task, for Dacheldor would stop at nothing short of genocide of the entire demonoid race. Those that followed him would fight a lifetime of war against demonic foes, and often those whose ancestors had fought alongside Dacheldor spoke of how their descendants were now doing the same. Still, he found no pleasure in the aid he gave others, or the betterment of his people. He found solace only in the knowledge that more of the enemy's numbers had been destroyed. The physical scars of his past were long healed, but the mental wounds were still open and plaguing him. His reasons for hunting the demonoids were far from just. He wanted them to pay for his losses. Immortality had twisted his views on life, leaving him cold. Attempts at having a family always ended in tragedy, and friendships became lost in the sands of time. To hide his loneliness, he buried himself in his work. But this only made him more detached and uncertain of reality. With every battle he grew stronger, and as time passed, his emotional pain began to twist into a sort of morbid pleasure. Combat became his love, and he used it to release all his anger and sadness. Over the course of countless generations, the Stryders battled the demonoid hordes until only a few dozen remained. In an attempt to escape slaughter, these demonoids hid within the folds and cracks of alternate dimensions where they believed they would be safe. They were wrong, however. It was not long before the Stryders developed a means of travel between dimensions themselves. Having collected vast amounts of equipment from the beings they saved on their crusades, the Stryders had access to technology years beyond that of other races. They gave most of this technology to the newly reformed Galactic Federation, who fashioned it into even more advanced technologies before returning it to the Stryders. When the demonoids escaped to the far unseen dimensions, it was not long before the Galactic Federation was able to develop a means of viewing and moving between these and other dimensions. This development changed the face of exploration for all the races of the universe, making complete universal exploration possible. The Stryders poured into alternate dimensions and eradicated the last of the demonoids. This granted the Stryders great spiritual and demonic power, elevating them to near godlike status. Being generations older than the rest of his kind, Dacheldor was easily the most powerful in his universe, and became known across all the worlds as the universe's savior. His part in the establishment of the Stryders' greatest victory fulfilled his role as their messiah. The demonic energies Dacheldor had absorbed during his campaigns granted him unparalleled spiritual power, but his power was far from absolute. In his search to understand exactly what he had gained, Dacheldor discovered an ancient theory called the Theory of the Three Primes. It explained why his spiritual power held such limitations, yet allowed godlike appearances. This theory claimed that there were three great powers in the cosmos, under which all energies were divided: the physical, the spiritual, and the temporal. These powers were called the primes and symbolized the unison of the body, the soul, and the mind. The physical prime encompassed all that was tangible, the spiritual prime encompassed all that was intangible, and the temporal prime encompassed all that was based on time. Spells and manipulations that altered the world were physical in nature, as were the improvements and movements of the body. Spectral energy and harmonic forces generated from all things were considered spiritual in nature, and memory or alteration of history and fate were considered temporal. Dacheldor's spiritual powers were expansive, but only aided in the increase of his own life essence. He was now stronger and more resilient than any other being in his universe, but was no more capable of altering reality than he was as a young Stryder. His spiritual energies could be used to increase the potential of his spells and attacks, but were not a means of affecting others. He decided that his next path to power would be to gain control over the physical prime. With the demonoid forces completely defeated, the Stryders gave up the demon hunting profession and settled down with other races across the universe. In time, they began to disappear as they mated with other species and merged with their cultures. A few generations after their victory, Dacheldor was the only full-blooded Stryder left in the universe, and the loss of his species affected him greatly. Seeing no remaining ties to his universe, he searched for a way to travel beyond it in hopes of finding the keys to unlocking the physical prime. Traveling beyond a universe's limits was no easy task. The edge of any given universe consisted of an unstable fusion of its boundaries with those of the universes around it. Traveling through these boundaries into a new universe required the ability to locate the edge, cross through a void of nothingness, and survive entry into a place of the complete unknown. It was suicide for most races to even attempt to travel beyond their universe, but as an immortal, Dacheldor had no problem with the possibility of failure. Using the technology amassed by the Stryders during their years of hunting demonoids, Dacheldor constructed a one-man craft that he believed could survive a trip between universes. He was partly correct, because the craft did manage to successfully take him from his universe to another. The craft shattered upon entry, however, and he was jettisoned into the chaotic boundaries of the new universe. Eventually, he was tossed into open space, and the harsh effects of the surrounding repeatedly tore his body apart. The absence of pressure caused his body to pull itself in all directions, while 0-degree temperature simultaneously burned and froze his flesh. His curse painfully healed all the damage, but did not stop the process from reoccurring. He spent countless hours drifting through space, his body continuously exploding and reforming. Luckily, a powerful race of beings that existed near the edge of the universe discovered him and decided to rescue him. They were explorers who had long ago gained the ability to travel through space without the need for ships or technology. Recently, they had become interested in the possibility of traveling between universes, and during a study of the boundaries of their universe, had discovered Dacheldor in his current state. After saving him from the vacuum of space, the beings offered to teach him their space-traveling techniques in exchange for his knowledge of traveling from one universe to another. These techniques would grant him the ability to communicate effectively with all life forms, survive in space without technology, and travel through space without a ship. All he had to do in return was explain the accomplishments and mistakes of his voyage. He could not pass up such an offer, so he accepted and began training immediately. Communication was essential to the training, so the ability to communicate effectively with all life forms was the first topic of Dacheldor's training. This training was divided into 2 parts, both of which required him to learn the basics of psychic projection and mind visualization. First, the beings taught him to translate the language of others as they were spoken. By reading the surface thoughts of those speaking, he could hear what the words meant instead of the words themselves. Once he had mastered this technique, the beings taught him to communicate using a form of thought transfer. While speaking in his native tongue, he could project a translated version of what he was saying directly into the minds of others, so that it would seem as if he were speaking their native language. Combining these 2 abilities, he could communicate with every living being that had some form of language. Dacheldor's rescuers next trained him to survive in space. They taught him to construct a pressurized bubble around his body, which held its own environment inside, producing its own heat, pressure, and atmosphere in order to protect its creator. This could also encompass multiple users at a time, even extending to protect entire armies. As a result, Dacheldor could exist and flow through space unharmed, and was able to maneuver as if he were on a planet. Finally, the beings taught him to use his own energy to propel himself forward at speeds similar to those of a massive starship. Using his own spiritual energy as a power source, he could produce energy waves that would act like the exhaust from a rocket, pushing his pressurized bubble in the opposing direction to its release. His speed was determined by the amount of energy he could create, and he found the ability to maneuver himself while traveling simple and painless. With his training completed, he gave the beings the information they requested, and helped them to develop a method of universe-to-universe travel using the powers they had shown him. Now, both the beings and Dacheldor could travel between universes without risk, and he would never again have to worry about the agony of the vacuum of space. When the time came for the beings to leave their universe, Dacheldor went out on his own to explore his new surroundings. The entire Megaverse, a collection of multiple universes, was now at his fingertips, and he believed he could spend eternity exploring. Eternity turned out to be longer than he expected, however, and he eventually grew to understand how endless an eternal life was. Thoroughly exploring a single universe took thousands of generations for one man to accomplish, but Dacheldor had more than enough time to explore them all. Though he did not get through every one, he considered himself an expert of the Megaverse after only a few thousand years. He found that most beings were essentially the same across all worlds, and believed he had seen all there was to see in a very short time. Bored by even the most exciting phenomena, he began to think there was nothing left for him to do in life and longed for an eventual release. He had seen as much as he cared to see, yet he had only scratched the surface of his immortal life. He spent the next few years grieving, but that ended when he heard rumors of a demonoid army appearing within the Megaverse. Upon investigating these claims, he discovered hordes of demonoids infesting universes throughout the Megaverse, in the same manner they had infested the Stryder universe so many years ago. Though he had destroyed all the demonoids in his universe, he had never thought to hunt them once he traveled beyond it. Now it appeared that they were amassing to attack the entire Megaverse, and only he knew how to stop them. This turn of events led him to begin what he called the Endless Hunt. It signified a desire to devote his life to hunting and dispatching demonoids throughout the endless boundaries of the Megaverse. Though it was still derived from the hatred that had driven him before, the Endless Hunt gave him a fresh purpose and desire to live. He found the slaying of demons fulfilling in every way. Blight of Angels. Throughout the ages, demonoids like Malice have attacked the cosmos one planet at a time in an attempt to infest entire realms and make them part of Hell's cosmic empire. Originally consisting of only a single realm, Hell's empire started as a prison realm the ancient Darimaul had created to lock away demonoids and fallen angels. Eventually, these demons and demonoids escaped to the outside realms, where they destroyed all living beings and took control of their worlds. Once an entire realm was conquered, it was added to Hell's empire and considered one of the demonoids' new territory. No realm was safe from the possibility of conquest, and only beings as powerful as the angels dared to stand in the way of Hell's might. Though not an angel himself, Dacheldor fought against the demonoid forces in his own realm without ever realizing the scale of what he was getting involved in. After 10,000 Earth years of battle, he abolished the demonoids in his native plane and freed the Megaverse from their grasp. Once he was certain that the Megaverse was safe, he set up a service to protect the universes from possible demonoid survivors and went to work hunting for the last of their kind. This effort caught the attention of the angels, and they began to debate the possibility of using his services for their own goals. When they finally decided to meet Dacheldor, the message they delivered was almost impossible to accept. They told him his concept of the cosmos was infinitesimally small compared to its true size, and explained that what he referred to as a megaverse was only one of countless planes making up a single realm. They also explained that within his current realm there was an entire plane overrun by demonoids. If that plane was not taken back, the demonoids would use it as a staging ground to infest the realm, bringing about the end of all non-demonoid life and the dawning of a new hell. Dacheldor hated the sound of what he heard, but what the angels explained next affected him even more profoundly. The demonoids were all organized under the command of a single demonoid lord named Tiberium Zoltar. Zoltar had been a disciple of a being named Asmodekai, and teacher of a being named Malice. It had been under Zoltar's orders that Malice invaded the Stryder homeworld and created a portal into the Hell's Empire to bring forth more troops. If not for Zoltar's conquest of the plane he invaded, Malice would never have ventured to the Stryder homeworld, and Dacheldor's fate would not have been as it was. The angels followed this explanation with a description of the Hell's Empire, and the current count of the realms owned by the demonoids. 9. They then offered Dacheldor a chance to face the boundless demonoid hordes by their side. He accepted and quickly prepared himself for the trip across the plains, fully intending to face the being that had sent Malice his way to destroy every shred of his existence. Once he was ready, the angels placed their hands on Dacheldor's shoulders, and he felt his body vibrate and spasm. The reality he knew faded, and new surroundings appeared before him. The vibrating seemed to stop once the new surroundings solidified, but something told him that his body and soul had simply adjusted to the new vibration levels of this plane. His body had always vibrated. He had just never noticed it before. His new surroundings were rife with chaos and malice. Every world in every universe was experiencing a constant state of war, complete with millions of dying species fighting for their lives. Poisonous vapor poured from the bodies of the dead, and the skies were filled with thick green mist. Even in space the mist existed, and it seemed as if the demonic power of the Hell's Empire had grabbed hold of the entire plane and refused to let it go. The angels headed the only organized resistance against the demonoid hordes, but were ultimately lacking the numbers needed to win. Beings like Dacheldor were continually brought into the plane in an attempt to fill the empty ranks, but it was far from enough. The attempts to rescue the plane from devastation were failing miserably, and Dacheldor had arrived at the 11th hour. Devastation and sadness followed. In every battle, Dacheldor watched new comrades butchered at the hands of the Horde, and became witness to atrocities beyond any previous war he had experienced. His powers were no greater than those of his fellow soldiers, but his immortality kept him alive, and he soon learned that he would have to sacrifice parts of his own sanity in order to cope. For the first time, he learned to accept what he had become. His immortality was the only thing that kept his body in the condition necessary to fight. Throughout the entire plane, beings were losing their mind from terror. Dacheldor tried to go to the angels for help, but they were more interested in using his immortality as a weapon than in helping the crazed masses. They could not care less about the lives of the warriors involved in the battles. To them, this was a single sortie in the grand scheme. The angels viewed Dacheldor differently from the others, however, because he was their secret weapon. Since he could not be killed, his uses extended beyond a single battle. His immortality was seen as a way to use the demonoid's own power against them, so he was given far more attention than any other soldier. The angels never addressed his concerns, but they trained him to the best of their abilities. With their help, he managed to perfect his demon hunting techniques and learned to create a weapon called the Demon Edge. Comprised mostly of lead, this 7-foot sword weighed too much to be carried, even by Dacheldor, and he was forced to use spells to alter gravity and mass around the weapon when wielding it. The real power of the sword came from its ability to focus the wielder's spiritual energy through it, allowing Dacheldor to attack with the fury of every demonoid he had previously vanquished. It made him the most destructive force on the battlefield, allowing him to beat back the helplessness the Horde had instilled in him. He dominated his opponents with this new weapon, and took the demonic energies of those he destroyed. He became more powerful than any single angel or demonoid in the war, and was granted a form of respect from both allies and enemies. Strangely, his victories were all that the troops needed to regain their morale and shift the entire war for the better. His methods of taking the essence of his enemies also inspired the angels to create a new strategy that would ultimately end the war forever. The plan was sinister. They wanted to use the black magic of the old Stryder Empire to take the souls of the demonoids they fought in one massive swoop. They believed that Dacheldor's knowledge of demonic energies combined with the teachings of Stryder black magic could give him the power to absorb entire armies in seconds and cut the demonoid forces in half overnight. The consequences of this would fall only on Dacheldor, who would be forced to live with the memories and pain of every soul he ingested. Ultimately, though, his sacrifice would save an entire realm, a trade the angels were willing to make. Desperate to destroy the Horde, Dacheldor accepted the angels' offer and took up the task of learning the Stryder's black magic. With the resources the angels provided, Dacheldor quickly understood all that had ever been recorded on the subject, and soon went about creating the necessary spell to absorb the demonoids en masse. This would forever brand Dacheldor as a Varshi, but he did not care. He needed to prove he would never be helpless before the demonoid horde again. He needed to destroy them all. Using his newfound abilities, he began to steal the souls of his enemies, absorbing both their powers and their memories. At first, he did this moderately by crippling the enemy forces, but as he proceeded, the taint of the Varshi took hold, and he hungered for greater power. He began absorbing entire armies of demonoids, followed by worlds, and finally universes. Soon he built up enough power to cast the spell that he had forged, and he absorbed half the demonoid forces en masse. But he was far from finished. He gained enough power from the mass absorption to do it again, so he absorbed all the demonoids in the plane, leaving no one alive but the resistance fighters. This feat had been exactly what the angels had wanted, but even they had not predicted the consequences of their actions. The memories that had once belonged to the demonoids became Dacheldor's, and he began to understand and sympathize with their viewpoints. He turned on the angels and used his abilities to absorb their souls. Their view of the soldiers as insignificant turned Dacheldor's view of them into food, and he turned on his fellow warriors and devoured them as well. The entire plane was emptied of life and pulled into Dacheldor as fuel for his new lust for power. In retaliation, high-ranking angels of Heaven's empire arrived to battle him. These beings were too powerful for him to absorb through the use of magic, so he accepted the ultimate Stryder sacrilege on himself. The Black Tentacles of Shock. Designed as a permanent modification to the soul, the Black Tentacles of Shock could never be removed once accepted. They were said to grant the power to rip the souls out of anything they touched, but in Dacheldor's case, this was much worse. His soul and that of Shock was the same, so the tentacles he called were several magnitudes faster and stronger than expected. They were also much more voracious and almost never appeased. Having only obtained the memories of past hosts, and not the memories of the Nameless One itself, Dacheldor was unaware that the soul of Shock was his own soul. This left him unprepared for the pain and power the black tentacles would bring as they burst forth and affix themselves to his back. These translucent black tentacles writhed with hunger and attacked the high-ranking angels before Dacheldor could even recover from their creation. One touch from the lightning-fast tentacles tore the souls from the bodies of their victims and merged the victims' memories with their masters. It was instantaneous and everlasting, far more powerful than even the strongest soul steel. The tentacles made short work of the high-ranking angels, and their knowledge and power became Dacheldor's. He used this power to open a gateway into the Hell's Empire, through which he began to absorb the souls of the demonoids living there. He eventually opened a gateway into the Heaven's Empire to absorb the souls of the angels from there as well. It became apparent that the will of the tentacles had taken control, fueled by the clashing memories of the angels and demons. His actions were the result of an endless appetite for power, combined with an eternity of unbridled hatred. He could have remained that way forever, feeding on the heavens and hells, but just when it seemed like nothing would break his cycle of soul claiming, the being known as Tybrim Zoltar appeared. Having traveled beyond the plane for supplies, the leader of the demonoid forces had been absent during Dacheldor's culling of the demonoid souls. When he saw what Dacheldor was doing, he was shocked and disillusioned. "How?" he asked. "How could you be so powerful?" "Power?" Dacheldor said. "I have no power. I live in fear, and it has enslaved me." He turned his attention on Zoltar, and, as the tentacles reached for him, Dacheldor was given a moment of free will. Recognizing the opportunity, he forced his own soul's energy out of his body in an expanding orb that filled the entire plane. By the time the tentacles realized what he was doing, it was too late. He absorbed the energy again, infused with the matter of the plane itself, pulling everything that existed into a single point in space. Its mass became so immense that the entire plane transformed into a giant black hole, inside of which no force could escape or enter. Dacheldor effectively trapped himself and his monstrous tentacles inside the black hole forever, or so he thought. Once trapped within the black hole, he absorbed Tybrim Zoltar as his last spiritual meal. He vowed never to take the souls of others again, and to remain imprisoned until he had learned to control his tentacles. He also used all of his newfound powers to block the thoughts of the minds he had taken into himself, effectively erasing their memories at the cost of their powers. The knowledge he could keep, however, showed him that he had nothing more to fear from demonoids or angels. The only thing he really had to fear was himself. Descent into Darkness. Several theories surround Dacheldor's escape from the black hole of his own creation. Some believe he erected a barrier around himself that allowed him free movement inside the black hole, and eventually he escaped through use of his own powers. Others believe he was lost in the black hole, constantly being ripped apart until a powerful warlock happened upon the black hole and accidentally freed Dacheldor while attempting to cast a potential spell. Still others believe that the black hole is a metaphor for a time in his life when he felt like an empty, all-consuming entity with no purpose. Regardless of which theory you believe, it is important only to realize what happened as a result of his imprisonment and what happened once he got out. According to his memoirs, the black tentacles consumed his spiritual energy as he lay drifting in the black hole. As long as he refused to allow them to devour the souls of other beings, the tentacles continued to feast on him. Since he was an ancient, they were able to pull energy from him long past the point where other beings would expire. Additionally, his immortality prevented the tentacles from killing him, and he soon understood that they would not stop until he found them new souls. He claims he regained control of his mind while inside the black hole, but he was never able to shake the newfound darkness gripping him as a result of experiencing the lives of his victims. He knew what it was to rape the souls of others, to take their very existence without mercy. He also knew what it was to feel everlasting pain as the tentacles tore the spirit energy from his soul to empower themselves. He began to realize his original desire to strike at his demon adversaries was little more than an attempt to feel powerful in a world where he once was powerless, and he began to despise the powerlessness the tentacles were now forcing him to endure. Soon it became apparent that surviving without stealing souls would mean living nothing more than a shell of a life, burning forever in constant pain. Dacheldor believed he had reached a crossroads where he had to decide whether to follow through with that plan or yield to the tentacles' demands. Ultimately, he did give in to the tentacles, though not fully. He tried his best to control them and attempted to make a new life for himself as a soul-eating monster. He decided that was better than becoming an empty husk. Thus, after countless centuries trapped in the black hole of his own creation, he set about freeing himself, even at the expense of the other beings living in the cosmos. He noted this in one of the more intellectual passages of his memoirs. "I had to decide if I was a demon slayer or a demon. I had slain so many demons and had always thought it was for a good cause. But slaying any being for any reason can never be viewed as inherently good. On that note, the difference between slaying a demon and slaying an angel seemed little more than semantics to me, and, for that matter, slaying any being regardless of alignment seemed completely acceptable. It seemed the act of slaying was all I had ever really lived for. My struggle to fight the tentacles was my final attempt to keep up the lie that I was a demon slayer all along. In truth, I had always been just like the demons I fought so hard against. There, in that black hole, I finally accepted what I was." The sanity fled Dacheldor's mind, and in its place, his primitive Stryder survival skills took control. He began to frantically search his mind and soul for an escape from the black hole, but could find nothing. Desperate, he focused on the tentacles for help, attempting to use the divine powers of shock to guide him, but instead an interesting side effect gripped his consciousness. Because he was linked to, and technically was, the ancient one called shock, his attempts to focus on the tentacles opened a pathway to his own mind that allowed some of the truths of the ancient self to leak in. Unfortunately, this also allowed the darker views of the Varshi to more deeply infest his brain, and his views of existence twisted to match that of Shock's. Seeing all other beings as inferior life forms, Dacheldor found a way to justify the devouring of mortal souls, and even found a means of suppressing their influence after absorption. He effectively recanted his vow to refrain from taking the souls of others, and replaced it with a vow to take the souls of only those whose minds he could suppress. He also gained the power to use the memories he absorbed and those of his own soul more effectively, allowing him to revisit past experiences and examine them as if he were living them again. With this new power and his new view of inferior life forms, the only thing holding back his escape was the knowledge of how to do so. Thinking back to his past, he used his updated understanding of existence to search for answers he had not previously discovered. He knew that by some means the angels had shifted him into a different plane by altering the wavelengths and movement speeds of his soul and body. In a sense, they changed the natural vibration of the person they wished to move from one plane to another, but he could not understand how this was possible. He knew that if he could do the same, he could move from his current plane into one where the black hole did not exist, thus escaping. What he did not understand was where one could discover the means to alter such natural forces. The answer to this question remained locked away in his past, in the teachings of the House of the Reaper. As a young Stryder student, Dacheldor had been taught to wield magic through a series of complex equations and truths. The reason for the success of these spells rested in the subconscious of the Stryders, but its true meaning was beyond their capacity. With a portion of his ancient powers unlocked, he was now ready for such true meanings and found he was able to see into his own subconscious and into the fabric of what allowed magic to work. Sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell grant only a crude view of the final results of a masterwork of mathematical harmony that exists all around us. The worlds, universes, planes, and everything within them are all nothing more than a collection of complex equations and numerical concepts. Broken down into its simplest pieces, any object becomes a mere concept, a mathematical idea. Concepts are most easily represented by numbers or strings of numbers, and when more than one concept is combined, it becomes a construct. These constructs, or mathematical patterns, combine with other constructs to form more tangible substances such as energy, spirit, matter, and thought. From these tangibles, anything can be built. A perfect example is reflected in the human notion of atoms. All physical life is made up of various molecules which are no more than a collection of atoms. The only major difference between atoms is the number of protons, electrons, and neutrons that make up their design. Changing any of these changes the atom, which, in turn, changes the molecule and everything up the line. Atoms are not an example of tangibles, but of what tangibles can be combined to form. Other examples of combined tangibles or visual structures include waves, impulses, and exertions of consciousness. If properly manipulated, these visual structures can create anything, from an illusion to an entire universe. Even the cosmos is nothing more than a collection of visual structures, making it a visual structure itself. Thus, all that exists can be traced back to and explained by math, and the ability to see and manipulate the mathematical values of visual structures is called magic. Casting a spell is the process of using one's own spiritual energy as a catalyst to inflict a mathematical transformation on an already existing visual structure, tangible, construct, or concept. Each spell represents the precise mathematical equations needed to transform a given visual structure from one form to another. All Stryders were hardwired to understand exactly how this magic worked. The process of transforming the math binding the cosmos together is actually as simple as seeing and changing a set of equations within one's own mind. Now fully awake to this, Dacheldor found that all he needed to control the very fabric of reality was to understand it. He could manipulate and wield all powers, abilities, substances, and forces if he simply understood their properties. So he quit searching for physical sources of power and instead searched only for understanding. Understanding was power, and the key to unlocking the physical prime. Again recalling the shift from his original plane to the current one, Dacheldor tried to pick up on the mathematical transformations used by the angels to change his body's vibrations. Finding what he needed, he attempted to repeat what the angels had done by forcing his entire being to vibrate and phase. That which had surrounded him disappeared, as its vibration began to differ from his, and new surroundings vibrated into sight, solidifying. He had successfully moved into a new plane, freeing himself from the black hole. As a result, he would forever be known as a planeswalker. The Lord of the Shadows. Dacheldor headed to the closest life-infested planet and landed on its surface like a comet. He had hoped to find this location teeming with lesser animals to feed his hungry tentacles, but it turned out to be populated primarily by humanoid beings. Wondering how a man could fall from the sky, impact with enough force to destroy several structures, then raise to his feet unharmed, one curiously staggered toward Dacheldor. This being would become Dacheldor's first unintentional meal. He tried to warn the being not to come too close, but before he could open his mouth, the tentacles had already wrapped around the being's neck and torn the soul from his body. The memories and thoughts of the being's life shot through Dacheldor's mind and became part of his memories. Thanks to the knowledge he had gained from shock, Dacheldor was able to suppress the personality of the soul ingested, but incredible sadness accompanied the feeding, as well as mild insanity. Regardless of how well he could block out the thoughts of those he fed upon, his victims' final memories would always be the same. Dacheldor bearing down on them, taking their souls. Regardless, Dacheldor was stronger. He knew that feeding the tentacles sedated them for a period, allowing him to think and act on his own. In addition, the memories he gained granted him the knowledge of those he fed on. Thus, an obvious answer to his dilemma was to feed until he learned what he needed to obliterate the tentacles for good. In addition to the memories of those he devoured, Dacheldor gained their abilities. Primarily due to his recent experiences in the black hole, he could use those abilities by understanding them mathematically. He decided this was the way he would eventually defeat the tentacles, so he set out to feed on as many souls as possible. Starting with the inhabitants of the world where he had just landed, he consumed whole families, destroyed entire cities, and absorbed all of the sentient beings he came in contact with. His desire to be rid of the pain caused by the tentacles was so great that it turned him into an even greater evil than they. The elderly, middle-aged, young, and children were all fuel for his intellectual forge. Any scrap of knowledge they had became his while they were wiped from existence. He became an intellectual powerhouse, and everyone else fell before him. After all, his victims were only mortals. Their lives were meaningless compared to his. When he finished absorbing all the souls on one planet, he moved to the next. He would stay until nothing remained. Then he would move on again. He was like a living blight, destroying all he met in a fool's attempt to save himself from destruction. Never truly living for anything but power, he became twisted and cruel. Soon there was nothing left to who he once was. Only a calculating being of pure darkness. His fear was gone, but replaced with rage and endless sadness. He had no more reason to fear, since nothing was worse than he, but he had no more reason to care, since he now viewed all beings as inferior. He had to believe they were inferior. If he did not, even for a second, his self-control would fade. It was not long before Dacheldor was seen as a force of absolute evil throughout the planes. Beings of great power attempted to destroy him, but all fell at his feet. Entire universes formed alliances to fight him, but they also fell. It seemed nothing could stop his endless fury, and trying only made matters worse. He became so infamous that he was given titles to emphasize how dangerous he was. Those who knew of his power's origins called him the Scourge of the Nine Hells, or the Scourge of the Hells Empire, and those who feared what he could do called him the Essence of Darkness, or the Living Plague. No name stuck with him, however, longer than the one given by those who would one day serve him, the Lord of the Shadows. This is not to say that Dacheldor avidly sought those who would serve him. Most of his servants came to him looking for power, but he was never one to turn down a worker as long as they remained loyal and followed orders. For 300,000 years, he took the lives of beings on countless worlds and built his massive dark empire, all with a singular goal: to rid himself of the black tentacles. The knowledge he amassed was more than most beings believed possible, and his power became unspeakable. Most of what he learned was magical in nature, but the abilities he gained from those he absorbed made him highly skilled in all fields of research. He was able to create artifacts of great power and seek truths about his conditions. Eventually, he even created an arcane armor that could take into itself and release into its surroundings the damage dealt to its user as well as its user's pain. This armor effectively rid Dacheldor of the negative effects of his immortality curse. It was called the Spellfire Armor, and was created through magical conjuration as an extension of his soul. Its construction through conjuration allowed it to assume any form he desired, but he never chose to alter it after creating its first form. Dacheldor's Spellfire Armor seemed almost mechanical in nature. His head was covered in a dark helmet with a short brim that supported two large structures pointing straight up on either side, like two long antennae fashioned to look like the ears of Anubis. An elongated breathing mask made his jaw appear gaunt and angular, while his eyes were covered by a deep red visor. His neck and jaw were protected by a leathery substance leading down into the frame of the body. Two large shoulder guards shot out from the frame and were connected to a black cape that could be pulled in the front to cover the body completely. The armored portions resembled a sculpted human body frame. It was obviously designed for space travel, but also allowed freedom of movement on any planet's surface. Silver skulls were located on the shoulders, guards, belt buckles, and knees. The armor suited Dacheldor's new lifestyle, as well as his new title. Unfortunately, his fierce appearance and quickly growing dark empire caused the inhabitants of the plains to band together against him. Even the mighty Lord of the Shadows was no match for the combined forces of an entire realm, and at the end of his 300,000-year reign of terror, Dacheldor's empire fell. The battle involved the strongest beings from across the plains, and an army so large that it spanned multiple universes. Many of the realm's greatest warriors became food for Dacheldor's tentacles, but ultimately, it was he who was defeated. Hurled into the flaming fury of a group of stars, his body was incinerated and left for dead. His empire and all that he had ever created was destroyed, and his research was taken and divided amongst the various governments of the realm. Large shrines were built to commemorate his death, and even larger shrines were built to honor those who had lost their lives fighting him. The entire realm considered the Lord of the Shadows gone forever, and even though Dacheldor would eventually regenerate and emerge from his fiery tomb, he would not take up the title again in this realm. Respawning a body after being thrown into a star was no easy task. It involved slow movement away from the star through numerous regenerations until finally the body could reform elsewhere. It took Dacheldor years to return, after which all he had previously built was long gone. Though he lost everything in the battle, he managed to drain the souls of several key individuals whose knowledge proved more valuable than anything he could have achieved on his own. From their memories, he learned of a ritual used to transform physical beings into beings of pure spiritual energy called the Ritual of Pure Soul Transformation. In theory, this ritual would destroy Dacheldor's worldly body, along with the black tentacles, and allow him to emerge as a being of pure living energy. He would be able to inhabit and control the bodies of others, but would never actually have a body of his own again. He saw this as a small price to pay for his freedom from the tentacles, and wasted no time obtaining the ingredients and artifacts needed to perform the ritual. Unfortunately, it had no chance of working because of Dacheldor's yet unrealized ancient soul. As an ancient, he was already considered a being of pure living energy that happened to possess the body of a Stryder. Transformation into another being of pure living energy was not possible through the ritual, and, thus, the ritual was destined to fail before he had even begun. Oblivious, though, he collected all the necessary ingredients and underwent the ceremony anyway. But instead of experiencing a transformation, he learned a harsh lesson about the dangers of incorrect incantation and in dabbling with the lesser realms. The ritual of pure soul transformation relied heavily on the power of the lesser realm of undeniable truth, a separate reality parallel to our own, where all things exist in their truest form. In order to achieve the level of spiritual understanding needed to become a pure soul, the being performing the ritual had to first open a path to this lesser realm and allow himself to be completely swallowed by it. Completing the ritual made escape from the lesser realm possible, but in Dacheldor's case the ritual did not work correctly. Instead of being transformed, he was pulled into the lesser realm of undeniable truth, with no knowledge of how to return from it. Throughout the plains, he was already considered dead, so no one even noticed when he vanished. According to written history, he died in the Great Battle, as everyone had thought, and he would never return in time to prevent his true place in history from being lost and replaced by near-forgotten myths and legends. The Lord of the Shadows would vanish from common memory long before Dacheldor's return, which enabled him to make a fresh start. The Avatars. Dacheldor dwelled in the lesser realm of undeniable truth for almost as long as he had been trapped in the black hole. It has never been specified how, but it is known that at some point during his stay, He managed to find a way to remove the black tentacles. According to his own account of what happened, existing in the lesser realm of undeniable truth gave him great insight into what he truly was. He gained a deep appreciation for the nature of an ancient and, in realizing the tentacles were a part of his own soul, was able to pull them deep into his being and absorb them in the same way they had absorbed souls. Free of the tentacles and forced to view the cosmos in its truest form, he spent most of his stay deeply analyzing the truth of all things. It is believed by many that his advanced understanding of ancients is directly related to the analytical study of himself while in this lesser realm. It has even been speculated that here he became the first host to actually share memories from his ancient self, not just from his previous hosts. In addition to learning what and who he really was, Dacheldor learned all about the realm itself. He found the truths behind the flow of energy most interesting and began to practice energy manipulation above and beyond the rest of his powers. Years later, after he was free of the lesser realm of undeniable truth, he would continue to train in energy manipulation. It would eventually become his most potent of abilities. It would be some time, however, before he discovered a way to escape the lesser realm of undeniable truth. Without the tentacles, he had to learn to interact with other beings again, unable to simply take their memories, and it took a long time to find anyone remotely aware of how to escape. It was not until he happened upon a race of beings known as the Avatars that he found even a glimmer of hope of returning to his own reality. Many kinds of avatars existed throughout the cosmos, but those found within the lesser realm of undeniable truth were of a specific breed. Typically, an avatar is simply an individual with a tie to a powerful being or force that grants them power. They are considered the voice and body of that being and are, thus, forced to do its bidding. In this way, they are not unlike ancients, except that avatars do not share souls with their masters and do not share powers across incarnations. Those inside the lesser realm of undeniable truth, however, were immortal avatars who were tied to the essence of an emotion or concept. There was an avatar of peace and an avatar of war, an avatar of happiness and an avatar of sadness, an avatar of chaos and an avatar of order, and so on indefinitely. These avatars were living incarnations of whatever concept they represented. They were meant to exist only in the lesser realm of undeniable truth, so they could be studied by those people powerful enough to see them. They were also considered extremely dangerous due to their zealot-like nature. One of these, a being who referred to himself as Gas, revealed himself to Dacheldor for the sake of tormenting him during his stay. He was the avatar of humor, an avatar far more twisted and evil than one may think. His idea of something funny was usually cruel. He was made up of the energy that flows through you when a twisted event makes you laugh nervously. Unlike most of the other beings in the lesser realm of undeniable truth, Gas watched the outside lesser realms closely for opportunity and happened to notice several beings preparing a ritual to conjure Dacheldor. They believed the Lord of the Shadows had been killed years ago and were attempting to cast a spell to resurrect Dacheldor. Gas knew that this spell, though not cast in the right context, would likely pull Dacheldor out of the lesser realm of undeniable truth and return him to his own reality. So, Gas took the opportunity to trick Dacheldor, hiding this information from him, and stating that he had the power to make the resurrection spell work. Dacheldor made a pact with him that included a spirit binding, joining of a small amount of spirit energy. This ultimately granted Gas the ability to teleport to Dacheldor's location at will. In exchange, Gas promised that Dacheldor would return to his own reality, and he did, though not as a result of anything Gas did. Upon Dacheldor's return, Gas teleported to his side and entered his reality as well. He then teleported all of the other avatars there, freeing them from the lesser realm of undeniable truth. They were released upon the cosmos and, to this day, continue to cause havoc. Many view Dacheldor as solely responsible for the release of the avatars. Also, Gas visits him yearly, loving to remind him of the bad deal he made. Rebirth. Dacheldor awoke on the same planet where he had attempted the ritual of pure soul transformation. He was surrounded by a field of bodies, human sacrifices used to bring him back to his reality. A race of demonoid-like beings called the Trenum surrounded him, expecting him to join them in a campaign against their enemies. Seeing no reason to turn away those who had just freed him, Dacheldor readily joined their forces and set about making the Trenum as powerful as possible. Shortly after meeting with the first of them, he was brought before the Trenum's Council, which was basically a house of leaders not unlike the Grand Council of the Stryder homeworld. Dacheldor was introduced to each council member, but became most intrigued by the one who claimed responsibility for setting up Dacheldor's revival, Chancellor Man. He was viewed by many as the spiritual leader of the Trenum. He explained to Dacheldor the dire situation the Trenum were now facing. Their primary enemy, a human-like species named the Damen, had once treated the Trenum as slaves. Eventually, a revolution ensued, and the Trenum were able to break free of the Damen's oppression. They fled to the other planets, where they tried to live their lives in peace, but the Damen hunted them, pushing for full-scale war. With much less sophisticated technology, the Trenum turned to dark magic to defend themselves, pulling powerful, once-dead warriors back into existence to fight for them. The Lord of the Shadows, they believed, could be their savior. Dacheldor accepted this story without reservation. After all, the Trenum had returned him to his own reality. With his help, they built mighty warships and waged war on a scale never before possible for them. Eventually, the Trenum fended off the Daemon and followed them back to their worlds, trying to destroy them there. Dacheldor's frightful skills on the battlefield held everyone's attention, distracting them from Chancellor Man. Man used this diversion to enlist the help of several other species, who seemed interested in a Trenum victory. Soon, the Trenum army had grown to a size beyond reckoning. In response, the Daemon also enlisted the help of several alien allies, and the war expanded so much that it encompassed the entire galaxy. With Dacheldor's help, Man attempted to contact beings from other galaxies, and even other universes, but the Daemon seemed to do the same. The war continued to expand and, for reasons unknown, neither side was winning. In time, Dacheldor grew suspicious of Man and investigated his past. He found records that indicated Man was not actually a Trenum, and even found proof that he was not originally from the same plane. This led Dacheldor down a path of questions that compelled him to sneak over to the Daemon's base of operations, where he pretended to switch sides and gain information about Man. Eventually he discovered a secret that would bring the Trenum and Daemon to their knees. Man was not only the Chancellor of the Trenum, he was also the President of the Daemon Alliance, under a different name and showing a different face. He had been playing both sides all along, forcing an endless and ever-growing war. Following another hunch, Dacheldor gleaned some information from a race of beings that had taken up demon hunting. They were able to confirm for him, via blood samples he snuck out of Man's records, that Man was actually a demonoid. Worse still, they managed to identify which demonoid Man was. Malice, the same demonoid who had caused the destruction of the Stryder homeworld years ago. When Dacheldor was first cursed with immortality, he struck out at Malice, cleaving his body in two. He then tossed the halves through the open portals to the Hell's Empire. There, Malice apparently reformed and eventually returned to the realm. He was now determined to reinitiate his plans originally set for the Stryders, this time using the Trenum to open his gateway to Hell. Once Dacheldor learned the truth, he rushed to Man's location and confronted him, intent on destroying him once and for all. Man was expecting him to figure out the truth, however, and had prepared a powerful incantation. Man smiled grandiosely and openly admitted to being Malice, but before Dacheldor could strike, Man called out the final words of the incantation and sprung a trap that surrounded Dacheldor's body. It was known as the Quasichni Trap. Designed as a prison for greater beings, the trap placed its victims inside a small pocket of space where time was altered so that for every minute that passed inside, 1,000 years passed outside. Because of the slow time for the trapped individual, the chance of locating a weakness in the prison was offset by an unfathomable length of time. This allowed the person who had imprisoned the enemy to execute his plans without worry that the prisoner would find a way to escape within his lifetime. Using his newfound understanding of the physical prime, Dacheldor attempted to deflect the spell so that it would affect his enemy, but instead he accidentally reversed the parameters of the spell. This altered version of the Quasichni Trap still placed him in a small pocket of space, but time for the outside world slowed, while he was given more time on the inside. For every minute that passed in the real world, 1,000 years passed inside the trap. Even with the odds in his favor, Dacheldor spent over 1 billion years trapped inside. Fortunately for him, when he did get out, only 3 years had passed for everyone else. The Quasichni Trap. Imprisonment and solitude for almost any length of time is enough to drive most people insane. Though Dacheldor had a lot of experience with both, he had never been in prison nearly as long as he remained in the Quasichni Trap. While inside, he lost his mind and even claimed to speak to other beings who visited him from time to time. Knowing full well the parameters of the trap spell, most scholars agree that it is impossible for anyone to have actually visited Dacheldor. Still, he was convinced that he had spoken to several helpful spirits, including the infamous Angel of Death. Dacheldor also lost all sense of reason, believing there was no duality, no good, no evil, no up, no down, no purpose to life. All reality was an illusion. All that he was and all that he would be were meaningless. Some believe he eventually gained a form of divine wisdom as a result of his mental break. After countless decades of insanity, he seemed to find a strange peace within the walls of his prison. He became a person who, even when surrounded with insanity, could act as if everything was perfectly normal. Unfortunately, he also became a person who found insanity to be the norm and never regained full mental stability. The biggest change in his perspective was his belief that good and evil did not matter. In his long past, he had viewed his actions as good. Later, he came to see this belief as misguided, and during his time of darkness, he saw himself as evil. Now, he believed there was no such thing as good and evil. He was simply being himself, and it was perfectly fine to do whatever he wanted. When he struggled with good and evil in the past, Dacheldor was like any man. Though immortal, his conscience weighed heavily on him, forcing him to analyze all his actions. Now he was more like a monster, still completely fixated on destroying his enemies, but with no remorse for any of his actions. Additionally, he became a being who prized freedom above all else. Perhaps the only thing more important than fulfilling his own desires was ensuring he was never imprisoned, never controlled, and never forgotten. This longing to be free and resist the natural order became one of the strongest forces in his life, and after escaping the Quasichni Trap, he would never allow himself to be imprisoned like that again. For a time, during his imprisonment, he halted his attempts to escape. He placed himself into a deep meditation and began reliving the lives of every soul he had ever devoured, moment by moment, experiencing every second of every life he had taken. He saw this as both a freedom from boredom and a form of redemption, because he finally accepted these souls' minds as his own, instead of forcing control over them as he had before. The result was a tremendous growth in his understanding of people. He effectively made up for the fact that the immortality curse stopped his ancient soul from reincarnating. Unfortunately, the abundant understanding also convinced him of how little he knew, and that taking the soul of another, when that person had a life he wanted to experience, was acceptable. Upon completion of reliving these lives, Dacheldor began training in the use of energy manipulation again. Inside the trap, as the years ticked by, his control over energy became unmatched, and it was this control that would eventually grant him freedom. After more than 1.5 billion years in the Quasichni Trap, he located some weaknesses in the energy flowing around him. He found a way to manipulate it so that he could send messages out into the real world. Selecting the mind of a young girl as his conduit, he implanted thought after thought until she eventually led a group of Daman freedom fighters to his place of entrapment. Once there, the Daman freedom fighters found a number of old ledgers that had belonged to Chancellor Man. Though he had long ago left this location, the ledgers granted a psychic in the Daman group the ability to review what had transpired in the past. The psychic was able to decipher a way to undo the Quasichni Trap spell. Having viewed Dacheldor's actions when he confronted Chancellor Man, the psychic believed Dacheldor would be a great aid to the Daman in the fight against the newly released demonoid armies. She convinced the others in her group to free Dacheldor, and a short time later the Quasichni Trap was destroyed. Thus, a transformed, monstrous Dacheldor was let loose upon the cosmos once again. Though he agreed to help the Daman freedom fighters destroy Malice, he did so not out of a belief in right and wrong, or out of a desire to repay those that freed him, or out of a sense of camaraderie. He simply did what he wanted. That was all he believed in now. Monster versus Demon. It did not take the Daman long to realize they had released a monster. When Dacheldor fought and killed enemies, he felt alive. He reveled in it so much that it worried even those he defended. The Daman did not dare stop him, however, for fear he would turn on them. They placated his twisted desires in exchange for help in their war with the demonoids. The once intellectual Lord of the Shadows had been replaced with an overpowered killing machine. Eventually, Dacheldor mellowed to some degree, but the negative effects of his time in the Quasichni Trap never truly left him. Conversely, the positive effects remained with him as well. His increased power over energy manipulation surpassed the capabilities of any other being, and his newfound love of himself gave him a desire to live and have fun throughout the cosmos. With the Daman freedom fighters as allies, and nothing to stop him from wreaking as much havoc as he saw fit, Dacheldor began to see the cosmos in a new light. This was his place. Everything and everyone that existed was an opportunity for adventure. At his whim, he could decide to aid someone, perhaps to the point of elevating them to unimaginable prestige and power, or destroy someone. Whom he chose to help, and whom he chose to destroy, depended solely on how interesting a person was to him. It was like the cosmos was his plaything. With enough time and effort, he could mold and shape it in any way he saw fit. This made beings like Malice his natural enemies, and he would unhesitatingly crush any being who sought to destroy his cosmos. Individuals whose ideals were similar to Dacheldor's, however, were often given special attention, and would achieve dominion over entire planes. Dacheldor did not mind taking a subservient role to these beings, as he believed he could better mold them from the sidelines and eventually leave them to continue spreading his agenda without having to actually deal with the binding responsibilities of being the one in charge. He did appreciate status, however, and most of the beings he raised to near godhood were ones who granted him a position of grand authority. While working for the Daman, Dacheldor was granted the title Grand Marshal, which he used to move throughout Daman society untouched by the law. He led an elite group of soldiers and worked with the Daman freedom fighters to eradicate the ever-growing demonoid threat. Dacheldor's newfound control over energy made him an invincible one-man army that bested every group of demonoids he came against. All of the old fears and reservations he once felt were long gone. The act of slaying demons, and anything else for that matter, was a pleasure for him now. Eventually, he caught up to Malik at the gates of a grand portal to the Nine Hells. It was constructed as a super portal that used the energy of all other portals to pull the Devil Lords, former angels, out of hell. Dacheldor managed to get to Malik before this portal was activated, but he did not stop Malik from activating it. Every shred of humanity had fled Dacheldor long ago, and his desire to test his strength against something as powerful as a Devil Lord overpowered his common sense. He simply stood and watched with excitement as Malik summoned forth his master. Fortunately for the plane, the Devil Lord was no match for Dacheldor. In fact, the battle did not even last long enough for the Devil Lord to step the whole way through the portal. Then, after he was beheaded, Dacheldor turned to Malik with even more excitement. Terrified by Dacheldor's recent display, Malik attempted to plead for his life, claiming that the path Dacheldor was on now would make him far worse than any demonoid invasion. To Malik's surprise, Dacheldor agreed. But this did not slow his hand. Dacheldor reached forward and sunk his fingers into Malik's chest, using his energy manipulation powers to pull out Malik's soul. Seconds before Malik died, Dacheldor said, "I do not fear the coming darkness. I welcome it with open arms. If not for all that I had done, I would not be who I am today. This understanding alone leaves me no reason to seek redemption for the evils I've done. They have only made me powerful enough to defeat beings like you. However, I do not blindly believe the ends justify the means. I simply don't care anymore. I am who I am, and I will always be." Dacheldor willingly absorbed Malik's soul into himself, taking on all of his memories. He wanted to understand exactly why the demonoids fought so strongly to expand, but instead found something more valuable than he had expected. Inside of Malik's memories was the key to ending, at least temporarily, every war the Nine Hells was involved in. Malik's mind merged with the countless billions of others within Dacheldor's memory, making little impression on him, and Dacheldor turned his attention to the grand portal to the Nine Hells. It was linked to every portal ever created between the Hells and the other realms. Stepping only partly inside the portal, Dacheldor used his energy manipulating powers to cause a backlash of power through the gate, destroying every open gate to the Nine Hells throughout the cosmos. It would be more than 1,000,000 years before another demonoid would find its way out again. Fallout. With the threat of the demonoid invasion over, the remaining dominant Trenum peoples forged an alliance and honored Dacheldor as a war hero. It would not have been enough to keep him with them, if not for a new interest that budded inside him. One of his allies throughout the ordeal had been a beautiful female warrior named Daisy. Her name was ill-fitted, as she was stronger than any man of the Daman freedom fighters, both physically and spiritually. She reminded Dacheldor of the powerful adversaries he had faced at the end of his time as the Lord of the Shadows, but with one important difference. She liked him. He urged her to come away with him, but Daisy refused to leave her people. Dacheldor decided to stay under the belief that he could leave at any time if he got bored, but she always managed to hold his interest. She quickly became a leader in the new Dominion Trinum military, working to help rebuild the damage from the war and defend against the other threats to the two peoples. Though Dacheldor never officially became a part of this military, he assisted in her efforts when the situation interested him. Several years into the reconstruction of the Doman and Trenum societies, Daisy agreed to mingle her blood with Dacheldor's, the Daman equivalent to marriage. The two had a son, Stephen Dacheldor, who also joined the new Daman Trenum military once he was old enough. Dacheldor used magic to alter Daisy's aging and keep her young. He also healed her body when she was injured. For a time, it seemed, the two might live together forever. Perhaps Dacheldor was not destined to spend eternity alone. Daisy became one of the heads of the military, and Dacheldor took interest in the hardest of assignments. On one mission, a cybernetic technologies industry was attempting to combine nanotechnology with extracted demonoid DNA. The project inadvertently produced half-demon super soldiers that mobilized and took down huge sections of the government. Dacheldor was dispatched to destroy the Inhuman army, and nearly annihilated them all. But before he was done, there was an attack on the new Daman Trenum military main headquarters. Daisy was a victim in the brutal assault. Her body was literally torn apart by the last of the soldiers, but not before she had sealed off the primary facility and saved her people's closely guarded secrets. Only 3 half-demon soldiers survived the attack, until Dacheldor arrived. Their end was swift. Daisy's body was too badly destroyed for Dacheldor to restore her through traditional means, so he resorted to using necromancy to stitch her together and raise her from the dead. She lived this way for a few weeks, before deciding it was too painful and asking him to allow her to expire. She thanked him for giving her a wonderful life, and this chance to say goodbye to him, their son, and her people. Dacheldor was devastated by the loss, but managed to keep his rage in check. His time in the Quasichni Trap had tempered his former emotional outbursts. He now stayed with the dominant Trenum people only to watch his son grow through the military ranks, deciding he would leave the galaxy once his son had children of his own. A war broke out across the plain, and the new Damen Trenum military was pulled into it. A race of insectivoid warriors called the Nazgûl were spreading from planet to planet, killing everyone and setting up colonies. Though many races stood against the Nazgûl, none seemed able to defeat them. Their bodies appeared to be unaffected by any physical attack, and there was no way to reason with them or even communicate with them. Stephen was part of the first wave to strike back at the Nazgûl, and he was cut down alongside his companions. This brought forth the rage in Dacheldor he had held back during Daisy's death. He descended on the Nazgûl worlds with the expectation to destroy everything he touched, but found even he was unable to inflict damage on them. In the end, he was forced to use all his powers to evade capture by the swarming hordes as they piled on him and forced him to the ground. Returning to the Damen homeworld, he made a plea with the new Damen Trenum military to join their ranks. These monsters had killed his son, and he wanted to be a part of whatever plan eventually came through to stop them. The military gladly recruited him, and he managed to help spies infiltrate several Nazgûl planets in search of a weakness. Eventually, a weakness was discovered. The Nazgûl were a hive mind, and each world conquered had a single queen to control that hive. If the queen was removed and taken far enough away, the Nazgûl of the world would wildly destroy one another until the few remaining had nothing further they could do and starved to death. They were also highly susceptible to psychic influence. The new Damen Trenum military did not immediately act on this information. They debated the possibility of replacing the queens with powerful psychics of their own and mobilizing the Nazgûl as a weapon under their control. Ultimately, they never had a chance to execute this plan, as Dacheldor and a large force of soldiers who had lost loved ones to the Nazgûl took matters into their own hands. Traveling to one of the Nazgûl worlds, they extracted a queen and took her to a far-removed space station. There, Dacheldor practiced his own psychic techniques on her until he found what he was looking for, a vulnerability to vibrations in the mind that would turn the Nazgûl brains to jelly. Returning, he infested the mind of the queen to send out this pulse, and the entire planet of Nazgûls fell dead in an instant. He repeated this on the other planets until the entire race was obliterated from existence. Many of the people of the plane saw Dacheldor as a hero for defeating the Nazgûl, though others saw him as a war criminal. He had not left a single Nazgûl alive or even tried to find a peaceful solution. Dacheldor did not care how the others saw him. His time in this area of space was over. The Dark Wars. Dacheldor left the Damen Trenum and traveled throughout the realm, following the whims of his own interests. With the ability to travel between planes, he occupied himself for nearly 400 million years by traveling to multiple universes, doing as he pleased. He raised several beings to near godlike status, created many empires, and gained positions of power in almost every plane. He also caused the genocide of countless races, crumbled ancient empires, and destroyed entire universes whenever he saw fit. Dacheldor had many wives and children during this time, but never became as invested in them as he had with Daisy. It is speculated that in any given plane of this realm, a percentage of the populace can claim to be the descendants of Dacheldor. Though these claims are seemingly impossible to prove, there was one being Dacheldor encountered whose DNA was closer to his than any other he would meet. In service to an unseen organization outside the realm, a being known only by the codename Dark Destructor made an appearance in the same place once housing the worlds of the Damen Trenum. His appearance was similar to Dacheldor's, but with long black hair and a red tint to his skin. The organization he worked for had funded operations within the realm for millions of years, including the cybernetic technologies industry responsible for Daisy's death. Through genetic manipulation of demonic DNA, the organization had worked to perfect super soldiers no longer distinguishable as demons. They had also found a way to merge the DNA of the strongest warriors in history with that of these soldiers. Dark Destructor was a result of Dacheldor's own DNA being infused with that of a demonic super soldier. Supremely potent with energy manipulation and cursed with the same immortality as Dacheldor, Dark Destructor was a force to be reckoned with. He commanded a fleet of starships teeming with demonic super soldiers, each given the DNA of a powerful hero from history. They swept across the worlds, conquering the weak and enslaving the strong, forcing the populace to watch as the heroes of their legends tore them apart. Dacheldor remained oblivious to this for a very long time. While whole planes fought Dark Destructor and the sinister organization, he remained in others where his own whims had guided their destiny. Having grown tired of owning worlds and elevating kings, he had taken to mastering the art of music and touring various worlds as an undercover member in various bands. Most inhabitants were unaware who he really was, and the name Dacheldor became something of a legend once again. Deciding to try touring in another plane, Dacheldor shifted to a location at random, landed on a world, and was mistaken for Dark Destructor. The people groveled to him, pleading to be spared, and, at first, he simply assumed he had been here before, but did not recognize the place. Once he learned the truth of what was going on, he was outraged. The idea that his DNA had created this being without permission, and the ties of the mysterious organization to the former cybernetic technology industry, was enough to get him involved in the war. He made his way to the nearest world under attack by the organization and descended like a lightning bolt. He slaughtered waves of the demonic super soldiers effortlessly, being so powerful they could individually annihilate armies. The resistance that had stood against these super soldiers watched in awe as a single being executed army after army with near flawless precision. Dark Destructor was not among them. The leader of the resistance made contact, hoping to recruit Dacheldor. The war across worlds had caused so much death and despair, it had been nicknamed the Dark Wars. Dacheldor responded with only one question: "Where is Dark Destructor?" On a moon circling a gas giant, Dark Destructor had set his primary base of operations for the latest assaults. He worked closely with the generals of the organization, coordinating strikes and long-term occupations. They were surrounded by fleets of ships that could fend off any major attack from the outside, but they weren't expecting a single man to fly in without a ship at nearly the speed of light. Dacheldor struck the moon with enough impact to create a massive crater, leveling Dark Destructor's base. His body reformed as he pulled himself from the crater, and Dark Destructor's did as well. The two immortals faced off in a clash that would have been spectacular had anyone or anything been around to see it. But, in the end, Dacheldor had many more years of experience when compared to Dark Destructor, and defeated him handily. Cleaving Dark Destructor's head from his body, Dacheldor flew to a planet of molten rock and buried it deep inside. He then took Dark Destructor's body, shifted to another plane, and tossed it toward a black hole to slowly be sucked in. "Good luck coming back from that," he snickered. Returning to the moon base, he cast an illusion to make himself indistinguishable from Dark Destructor. He rose his arms and, with his now perfected mastery of the physical prime, recreated the base as if it had never been destroyed. Commanding the fleets and occupations, he positioned each and every unit to be overwhelmed by the resistance, who he had also remained in contact with. By the time the organization knew he had taken Dark Destructor's place, they had no chance of stopping the resistance from slowly eradicating their forces. Before the organization shut down all communication, they expressed their frustration with Dacheldor. Inadvertently, they let slip the fact that they were an organization originating from another realm. Dacheldor took this as an invitation to learn how to travel to other realms, and pay them a visit. The Realm of Limbo. It took Dacheldor a long time to uncover a method for traveling between realms, but immortality and years of patience can accomplish much. The only method he was able to uncover was one involving the creation of portals, but when he went to test it, he was unaware of the dangers of realm travel. Since realms work on different rules of physics than one another, the abilities an individual acquires in one do not necessarily translate in another. Additionally, the body's very functionality can be different, causing most beings to die instantly upon arrival in a new realm. What's more, if the calculations for entry are off by even a little, the traveler will not arrive in the realm they were hoping to. Instead, they will be pulled into a realm where all lost travelers go, a place called Limbo. Originally nothing more than a vast emptiness existing everywhere and nowhere at once, Limbo was believed by some to be a cosmic default location, set up to catch beings that accidentally stumbled into non-existing space. Though such occurrences may sound unlikely, this actually happens all the time. There is no logically understood space between realms, so miscalculations during realm travel automatically pulls the traveler into Limbo. Anytime a being tries to tear space in a way that would create an area without space, they also get pulled into Limbo. Anytime someone attempts to destroy the cosmos by collapsing it in on itself, they also end up in Limbo. Regardless of how ridiculous it may sound, Limbo is an actual place that can be reached only by attempting to go somewhere that should not exist. When Dacheldor opened his first portal to another realm and stepped through, his calculations were off. He was teleported across known reality and spewed out into Limbo. Since Limbo was a new realm, and its physics functioned differently from those of the realm Dacheldor was from, he lost almost all his powers while there. His immortality curse, constant as ever, was the only power that remained with him. It allowed his body to survive the massive shifts in physics, and after a number of years, his body adapted to the new physics enough to be able to move about like any other human. Until that time, he remained mostly immobile and in tremendous pain. His portal opened near a free-floating landmass with 3 cities, a forest, and farmlands on it. His body landed in a heap on the ground, later discovered by the locals. When it was determined he was alive, he was taken to a hospital where he was studied by the physicians, then taken to a ward where he could be cared for while given extreme physical therapy. Dacheldor did not know why the physicians took care of him for years without asking for anything in return. He did not know why they invested so much effort in teaching him to eat, move, walk, talk, and eventually even run. He did not know why they had lecturers teach him the history of Limbo and the science of their realm, but he was grateful. The lecturers informed him Limbo had not always had land masses and planets within it. Long ago, it had been a seemingly endless expanse of nothingness. Even immortal beings like himself would have been incapable of ever escaping the endless void in those days. Only the most powerful beings found ways to travel to it and through it without overcoming seemingly impossible odds. These powerful beings found Limbo useful as a place to store equipment and exile hard-to-kill enemies. Then, one day, a being named Veldazin discovered that Limbo could be used as a transportation hub to every corner of the cosmos. Since it existed everywhere and nowhere, beings who entered Limbo could return to any place they wanted to go, if a proper portal system was established. Veldin specialized in technologies that could safely teleport beings into and out of other realms in such a way that altered their physicality as they traveled. They still lost any abilities that did not translate into the changed physics while there, but were able to move under their own powers without having to adapt their whole bodies. Veldazin quickly changed his name to Lord Veldazin and claimed all of Limbo as his personal property. He began charging a tax to anyone storing equipment in Limbo, and a toll on anyone using Limbo for transit. With the money he amassed, he hired several contractors who helped him develop a way to bring entire planets into Limbo. In time, they also created a method to keep those planets alive outside their natural environments. Once this method was refined to perfection, Veldazin fired the contractors and began stealing worlds across the cosmos. Though it had previously been an empty nothingness, Limbo was soon filled with planets, stars, and floating land masses that somehow were able to sustain their own life. It was labeled the Central Commerce Hub of the Cosmos, and began attracting races from billions of universes looking for wealth and power. Veldazin charged these beings to live in Limbo and made incalculable profits. But like any good idea built on capitalistic ingenuity, it was destined to be ruined by a vicious takeover. A being composed of living darkness, calling himself the Shockerock, rose up from Limbo's dregs and challenged Veldazin for complete control. Seeing him as a revolutionary, the people of Limbo rallied behind the Shockerock and toppled Veldazin's empire in a matter of days. Veldazin was crushed, literally and figuratively, and the Shockerock was placed in charge of Limbo with the blessing of its people. The people soon learned that the Shockerock, a being of living darkness, was not the best person to place in charge of their lives. Under his rule, they became little more than slaves, and their individual significance was reduced to that of a corporate resource. Limbo became a horrible place to live, and before long the citizens began demanding that the Shockerock be removed from power. This created a rift in the political landscape of Limbo, and now nearly half of the worlds of Limbo were under the Shockerock's control, and the others directly opposed him. War was on the horizon, but had not yet taken hold. Shaky treaties kept the resistant worlds and those under the Shockerock at peace for the moment. But everyone knew this would not last much longer. The people of the landmass Dacheldor was on were considered neutral in all this, but feared they would be dragged into the war anyway. Dacheldor had no idea that the Shockerock was the same being created in the time of the Ancients by Shock, the original leader of the Stryder forces in the war with the Black Angel. After the fall of the Ancients, the Shockerock had resigned himself to live in silence in Limbo, until Veldazin had inadvertently woken him from his slumber. By that time he had been driven mad by grief, leading to his abrupt decision to take Veldazin's place. Dacheldor would not learn the truth of this until long beyond the point of it being of value to him. The Shockerock would not learn of Dacheldor's origin either. It was as if the two had been destined to meet, but never to know why. When Dacheldor was strong enough to do work, he started helping out around the hospital. His immortality gave him the ability to take on dangerous jobs without risk of permanent injury, but other than that, he was identical in ability to an average human. It was humbling and peaceful, and Dacheldor hated every moment of it. He knew he should be appreciative, and, on the outside, he was, but he wept into his pillow like a blubbering baby every night. The once powerful Lord of the Shadows had been neutered of his grand power. The Order of Immortals. During his time at the hospital, Dacheldor got to know the owner of the establishment. He was a portly human who walked with a cane and wore finely tailored suits. He was not often on the grounds, usually working from some other location, but when he visited, he spent time with Dacheldor, asking about his progress. Dacheldor always found it odd that the owner took such interest in him, but he did not find out why until sometime after his body was fully functional. The owner, a man called Julius, had gained Dacheldor's trust through all their talks, and had even managed to get Dacheldor to go into great detail about his past. He did not share anything about his own, but always seemed sympathetic to Dacheldor's lost powers, in a way that most others would never have been. Dacheldor even cried during a few of their talks, letting down all the emotional barriers he normally held up. One day, when he felt Dacheldor was ready, Julius asked to speak to him privately in the gardens. Dacheldor agreed, and Julius proceeded to show him an amazing feat. He closed his eyes, and the trees and bushes uprooted themselves, traded places, and set down again. Dacheldor's mouth hung slack. "What if I told you I knew a way you could regain some of your lost abilities?" Julius asked. "I'd give you anything you ever ask for," Dacheldor said. This was what Julius had wanted to hear. He told Dacheldor of a secret organization known only as the Order of Immortals, an organization run by him. In the past, Julius had been a powerful immortal in another realm, and, just like Dacheldor, had lost his abilities when he ended up in Limbo. He painstakingly worked his way back to power through years of research and comparative study, and during that time he met other immortals who had fallen into a similar rut. He built the Order as a place for those immortals to train and learn how similar powers could manifest in Limbo, so that no immortal would have to suffer through what he had been through. In exchange, they worked for him, taking on missions from unseen clients across Limbo in exchange for information, arcane relics, and influence. Dacheldor knew that agreeing to work for Julius would be agreeing to work for someone likely building up a force to conquer Limbo, but he was not disturbed by that. He shook Julius's hand and was taken by him to another world, never to look back on the hospital. He would soon learn the whole landmass the hospital sat on, as well as several other landmasses and the world he had now been transported to, was owned by Julius. The world the Order of Immortals was located on appeared to be an uninhabitable jungle. This was to obscure the obsidian tower in which the Order operated, making it undetectable even from space. Dacheldor was given a tour by Julius and was introduced to the other approximately 600 members. Each member was immortal. Each had, at one time, been godlike in their own realm before coming to Limbo. Each reminded Dacheldor of himself. After completing enrollment, Dacheldor was taken on a whirlwind of classes, and given a battery of tests to determine what physics was like in his realm, and how it compared to Limbo. It was explained to him that here, unlike most realms, a being can only harness a power if he truly resonates with it. When asking for further clarification, it was explained that a person had to emotionally embody their power to make it come about. They had to be one with it. For this reason, most members of the Order found it easiest to learn powers that were similar to those they had used most in their original realms. As a first initiation, Dacheldor was taken to a cave deep in the jungle. This place, they said, brought out the student's primal fighting resonance. He watched another student enter the cave, place his hands into the murky pool, and pull forth a shimmering axe. This was typical of this place. All students learned to conjure a spirit weapon, attuned specifically to their personality. Dacheldor stepped forward and placed his hands into the pool. Unlike the student ahead of him, who had been filled with a violent rage before pulling forth an axe, Dacheldor felt an overwhelming excitement. He lifted his hands to find them covered in crackling electricity. The observers were pleased. It was rare for a student's natural fighting resonance to be control of an energy, and Dacheldor had proven this was his. He extended a hand and electricity shot forth. He smiled and almost cried. It was far from his old ability to harness and strike with all energies, but electricity had always been his most favored. A look of knowing came to his face as he finally understood the meaning of resonance. As a test, he asked to be handed a sword. The observers obliged and handed him a silver longsword. Calling forth the electricity again, he pushed it down the blade. It crackled along its edge. He swung it, and the electricity shot forth. He smiled again. His ability to weave this magic through his weapon appeared to work in this realm. Learning other abilities would take Dacheldor far more time, and he would never become as powerful as he had been in his own realm. But fine-tuning these abilities as only those he resonated with made him even more accustomed to them than any he had used before. Eventually he mastered the art of transmutation, which had been called energy manipulation in his realm, transforming one substance into another. He mastered the art of telepathy, hearing and manipulating the thoughts of others even to the point of creating illusions. He mastered speedier regeneration, healing, and movement, and he mastered control of gravity in such a way that he could manipulate objects in the air around him and alter the weight of substances. He learned each of these first in rudimentary fashion and slowly advanced them to mastery over years of training. While he trained, he was also assigned missions for the Order, but he would not perform them alone. He was partnered with an immortal who had already mastered several abilities to compensate for his own lack. This immortal, named Nekru, stood taller than Dacheldor, dressed in blood-red armor, and conjured a massive sword. Most of his abilities were focused on altering his own body or executing deadly weapon techniques, so were undetectable by the untrained eye. The two were perfect opposites, but became fast friends over the course of time. Missions ranged from assassination to protection, intel gathering to leveling bases, and investigation or hunts of all kind. Nekru shined at assassinations, protection, and leveling bases, but Dacheldor took charge in intelligence gathering, investigations, and hunting, even without full control of his powers. Then, on one mission, another use of Dacheldor was uncovered. Nekru and Dacheldor had tracked a member of a rebel cell standing against the Shockerock, and had to kill him to keep from exposing their organization. Their mission had been to interrogate him for information about the whereabouts of the rebel cell. Dacheldor kneeled over the body, wondering if it were possible to resonate with a power he had not used in a long time. He placed his hands on the body and felt the soul pull into him. All of the memories of the rebel became his. Nekru was taken aback. This type of power was even rarer than Dacheldor's control of electricity. Though he had grown to enjoy his partner's company, he knew he had to report this to Julius. When Julius found out Dacheldor could take the souls of his victims, he assigned him more permanently to intelligence and investigation missions. This, he believed, would give them an intelligence-gathering edge on everyone else. It also gave Dacheldor the chance he needed to learn the intimate ins and outs of Limbo firsthand. Dacheldor traded partners from one immortal to the next, and found he loved the time he spent with all of them. Finally, he had peers who would not die on him. Finally, he had relationships with beings he did not feel superior to. Finally, he felt like he had found a new home. War with the Shockerock. The Shockerock's intelligence-gathering units eventually learned of the existence of the Order of Immortals. They began reaching out to the Order to perform missions, and tracking the members as best they could. Once they had pinpointed the location of the Order's world, and accounted for all of its members, they struck. A fleet of battleships filled the night sky, bombarding the world with such heavy cannon fire it reduced the planet to broken chunks of dirt, no larger than a hailstone. The immortals staying there were pulled into the ships through tractor beams before they could fully regenerate, then placed in special confinement cells that nullified their powers. Where they were taken after was unknown. Several dozen immortals, including Dacheldor, were not on the Order's world when this happened. They were attacked individually by beings who could match them in power. Each was subdued with a powerful set of electronic handcuffs that nullified their powers. They were then brought onto a battleship and taken away. Dacheldor and two others were the only ones not subdued. Due to his ability to sense thoughts, Dacheldor heard the enemy coming and managed to get the drop on them. When he dispatched them, he ate their souls and learned of the entire horrifying plot. He also learned that these individuals did not know where the immortals were to be taken. He returned to the world of the Order to find it decimated. Once again able to fly in space without a vehicle, he noticed another flying in the same way. Making his way to him, he discovered it was Nekru, who had also escaped the enemy and tortured the truth out of them. They would not discover for some time who the third member to escape was. Nekru and Dacheldor swore to find the imprisoned members of the Order, but knew that would take time. They retreated into the area of Limbo that opposed the Shockerock, hoping for asylum, but everywhere they went, they were confronted by the Shockerock's men. They only found true asylum by joining with a military force that was gathering in preparation for an eventual all-out war with the Shockerock. In service to this military, Nekru and Dacheldor trained a number of skilled soldiers in the arts of resonance. Though the soldiers were not immortal, they could be trained to harness similar powers to Nekru and Dacheldor's. They also worked with the weapon and armor smiths to infuse spiritual properties into their armaments. Through this process, Dacheldor was able to recreate both his spellfire armor and his former weapon, the Demon Edge, in a way that worked in Limbo. Not everyone in this section of Limbo was looking for war with the Shockerock. Many were content to live in a perpetual cold war with the other half of Limbo. The presence of the military had been noted by the Shockerock, but largely ignored up to this point. It was mostly viewed as a needed precaution. Now that soldiers were being trained in resonance magic, the Shockerock could not ignore the military any longer. He launched a full invasion into the other half of Limbo. Fleets of starship lit up the skies. Soldiers of unparalleled training clashed. Mass genocides of entire planets took place, and the military retaliated in equal fashion into the Shockerock's territories. The war devastated every inhabitable space in Limbo. Nekru and Dacheldor used this devastation to search for their imprisoned allies. One by one, they located the lost immortals, each imprisoned in a different place. Each was happy to join the military opposed to the Shockerock upon their release, and this greatly pushed the Shockerock's forces. With each immortal they rescued, one theme remained the same. None had seen Julius. It became apparent that he had been the third immortal to evade capture. But how? The answer came during an invasion of one of the Shockerock's primary facilities. Julius was found, running the facility, and was captured and brought back to Nekru and Dacheldor. By this time, nearly every immortal formerly belonging to the Order of Immortals had been freed, and they all crowded around to hear what Julius had to say. He laughed and told them this was the only way to defeat the Shockerock. He had betrayed the Order and convinced the Shockerock to attack it, knowing full well some of its members would escape to the free side of Limbo and train their people. This would start a war, and as the others were freed, they would join the free side of Limbo. It was the way to eventually overpower the Shockerock, but required no one know it was happening. The Immortals understood Julius's plan, but were not sympathetic. They locked him in a secured vault, sealed with power-diffusing technology, and buried him under a mountain. Julius laughed the entire time, claiming they would free him in the end, as he was the only one strong enough to defeat the Shockerock. Unfortunately for him, they did not. While Julius may have known a way to resolve the war more quickly, the Immortals willfully allowed the war to extend on while seeking out an opportunity to defeat the Shockerock themselves. Dacheldor took to personally taunting the Shockerock, drawing his attention on many battlefields. Sometimes this even drew him out. The history books of Limbo will tell you that Dacheldor and the Shockerock fought in a 100-year battle to decide the fate of Limbo. But that is a slight misrepresentation. Though it is true that the fighting lasted 100 years, to say it was a single battle between Dacheldor and Shockerock would be inaccurate. In truth, Dacheldor and the other Immortals fought strategic battles against the armies of the Shockerock for nearly 100 years. And once both sides were all but demolished, Dacheldor and the Shockerock then fought one-on-one for a number of days. This was to allow the other Immortals to enact a plan that required the funneling of their energies through Dacheldor. In the end, Dacheldor defeated the Shockerock. He created a gate to Limbo inside Limbo itself, a paradox, and that gate was created inside the Shockerock. This shattered the Shockerock into a million small energy signatures that fused with the planets and suns. This energy made Limbo a prosperous land once again, and its people became rich beyond compare. Dacheldor and the other Immortals were declared heroes, and Limbo entered its first time of peace. This power Dacheldor had used to defeat the Shockerock was harnessed by researching the personal journals of Limbo's original founder, Veldazin. His mastery of portals between realms was so complex, it took all of the Immortals to decipher and decode them. Once done, they realized only through their power combined could they create the Paradox Gate, a concept that was referenced once by Julius long ago, and many believe may have been his original plan to defeat the Shockerock. Now that the Shockerock was gone and Limbo was at peace, the Immortals used their newfound knowledge to create physical portal devices that could allow people from Limbo to travel to other realms and vice versa. These devices could even ensure physical compatibility of a person's body with the new realm before granting passage. Some devices could also alter a person physically enough for them to function in the other realm, though they still risked losing their abilities. Dacheldor was gifted an amulet that could create two specific portals, one to his home realm and one to Limbo. Using this, he could travel between the two realms at will, and since the abilities he gained in Limbo were also abilities he had gained in his realm, he could move between those two realms without losing his abilities. The other Immortals gifted each other similar amulets to allow them each to go to their home realms. Though they eventually did return to their homes, the Immortals made promises to visit each other in Limbo from time to time. Limbo became their second home, and they continued seeing each other throughout the ages. Finally, Dacheldor had a family that would live on for as long as he did.
Return of the Dark Wars. Time moves at different paces for different realms, so it is difficult to determine how much time passed in Dacheldor's home realm while he was in Limbo. Sources of Dacheldor's travels are not specific enough to pinpoint the exact details, but it is known that enough time passed for most of the living people he had known to have passed on. When he returned, he found the realm was again in the midst of a great war, and again it was caused by the organization that had started the Dark Wars. Unlike before, the organization had left their old realm behind and completely moved into Dacheldor's home realm. He did not know how they managed this without suffering the same displacement of physics he had, but that did not matter. What mattered is they had come with powerful technology, starships the size of worlds, and began occupying all of the planets throughout the planes. It was apparent from their command structure they were no longer run by the same leaders. Something had happened in their realm that had caused a toppling of their control there and forced them to retreat to Dacheldor's home realm. Once here, the half-demon beings that made up their armies turned on their masters and took over. Now they ran the organization under the lead of a familiar foe. Dark Destructor, whose body and head had been retrieved by the organization and put back together, was the leader of the half-demon uprising that took over the organization. They now referred to themselves as the Dark Wave, and vowed to conquer this realm and use its resources to once again conquer their own. Dark Destructor was much more powerful than before, seemingly imbued by a mystical energy of unknown origin. His hair was a living black fire. His aura radiated madness. This situation reminded Dacheldor of Limbo. Once again, a mad ruler was attempting to enslave an entire realm. Once again, no simple solution presented itself, as the enemy was inhabiting countless worlds also inhabited by those who needed freed. Once again, there was a familiarity to the enemy leader, though Dacheldor had never been able to quite figure out why he had felt this about the Shockerock. Once again, Dacheldor felt a personal responsibility to solve this problem. His solution came in the discovery of a being who called himself the Overlord. This being claimed to have originated from the same realm as the organization, and to have come through to this realm with them, but had done so inadvertently.
He had been responsible for the overthrow in his realm, and had armies there that would defeat the Dark Wave easily. He simply needed a way to get himself and the Dark Wave back to his realm so that this could be done. Dacheldor's knowledge of portals from Limbo could easily be used to create a way back to the Overlord's realm. But to defeat the enemy required something more drastic. They needed to find a way to forcibly transport all of the enemy to their realm at once. The Overlord believed the similarity in the genetics of all of the enemy's soldiers could be used to lock onto them with a device made to scan the entire realm. Such a device seemed beyond Dacheldor's comprehension, but the Overlord knew how to construct it. He would make a scanner if Dacheldor could construct a portal device that pulled the scanned targets into the other realm. Together, they created this device. While they worked on the device, Dacheldor got to know the Overlord. He primarily never showed himself out of armor, but when Dacheldor got a few rare glimpses, he verified that the Overlord was a skeleton-like man. His real name was Silverstar, and his ambition since birth had been to rule his realm. Dacheldor was uncertain that handing the realm over to the Overlord would be better than leaving it under the Dark Wave, but the realm he was handing over was not his own, so he gladly complied. The Overlord desperately wanted the device to work, not only to get him home to his realm, but because he felt defeating the Dark Wave now before they harvested the resources from Dacheldor's realm was critical to assured victory. He did not want the Dark Wave spilling into his realm in the future. He saw the partnership with Dacheldor as a necessary means to an end. Once the device was finished, it was used to send the Overlord home, and also transported all the soldiers from the Dark Wave to their realm, with the exception of Dark Destructor. The Overlord and Dacheldor agreed to leave Dark Destructor for Dacheldor to deal with. The technology used by the Dark Wave was also left behind. With the Dark Wave gone, the people of the realm rose up and reclaimed their homes. They also used the technology of the Dark Wave to improve their lifestyles, and the entire realm became an advanced technological society, capable of travel between planes and across universes. The realm was now connected in a way it had never been before. Dark Destructor and Dacheldor faced off in an epic battle that no one would ever see. In fact, aside from Dacheldor's own memoirs, there is no record of his involvement in these new Dark Wars. To the people, it was as if one day the invaders vanished without a trace. After defeating Dark Destructor, Dacheldor took him to Limbo, where he was powerless. With the help of several other immortals, he imprisoned Dark Destructor in a stasis bubble much like the Quasichni Trap, but without the altered time. This bubble was locked away and guarded by giant stone golems for generations. Returning to his realm, Dacheldor observed the people restoring their lives. He did not get directly involved. His time of gallivanting through the realm making wide-sweeping changes was over. Limbo and the relationships he made there had changed him. He was far more mellow now and even felt a strange desire to protect these two realms. The Golden Era. Now that Dacheldor's realm was interconnected and the planes communicated with each other, it was impossible to remain unnoticed. Though he had ceased ruling planets and shaping the lives of the people, a few of the more historically aware societies recognized him. He quickly became a public figure, though not a leader. Someone so powerful, who had once been so evil, and a hero, intrigued people. They sought his opinion on things related to the newly interconnected realm, and respected him for choosing not to lead with his power. To help keep himself from falling into old habits, Dacheldor channeled his emotions into music. This was purely therapeutic, but it was eventually leaked across the realm. His music did not appeal to everyone, but there were enough people who resonated with it to afford him a lucrative career. Unlike in his past, when he had traveled the planes playing music to remain under the radar, he now traveled it in the limelight. He even released the same music in Limbo sometime later, and was afforded a degree of fame there as well. Dacheldor's life became one of constant travel, music, politics, and occasional engagement in battle against forces seeking to conquer his realm or Limbo. On one of the worlds he visited, Dacheldor met a powerful sorceress named Misty Fortlight, and had a child with her named Mikhail Dacheldor. Dacheldor taught Mikhail the arts of magic and spiritual power, hoping this would keep his son strong and alive, but it ultimately led Mikhail to hunger power. As he reached adulthood, he felt stifled by his father's teachings and refusal to claim power, so left to find power on his own. He eventually grew so strong he even found a way to grant himself immortality, a decision that would put him and his father on non-speaking terms for a long time. When Misty passed away of natural causes, Mikhail blamed Dacheldor for leaving her and not keeping her alive. In truth, he was angry with himself for leaving his mother. But it took generations for him to realize that. By the time he did, Dacheldor had forgiven him for taking on immortality, realizing that to do so of one's free will did not result in the same hardships as his curse had. Both were projecting their own anger with themselves at each other, and had finally grown enough to see this truth. Throughout this time, Dacheldor's music improved tremendously, and he became something of an idol. When he and Mikhail patched everything up, he invited him to go with him on a tour through Limbo, offering to help teach him to use his powers there. With Dacheldor's tutelage, Mikhail survived travel to Limbo and regained enough power to feel like himself when he was there. Mikhail found he enjoyed life in Limbo more than in his original realm, and opted to stay. Dacheldor did not blame him, but continued to travel between both realms for his music career and to protect both realms from outside threats. His life had become very busy and fulfilling in ways he had never realized it could. It scared him to admit it, but he was happy. Dacheldor and Mikhail did not work together often, but when anything threatened Limbo, they and the other immortals who had once been part of the Order of Immortals combined forces to battle it. Several hundred years into Mikhail's life in Limbo, he, Dacheldor, and several members of the Order banded together to fight a being known as the Arcane Lord, a monster that swallowed the souls of entire universes at once. The Arcane Lord was the sort of monster only immortals dared fight. It had even become so powerful that it could not exist within a universe without destroying it. The immortals fought it tirelessly, eventually banishing it to another realm where its powers did not work, and allowing the immortal from that realm to go there and finish it off. Events like this caused the immortals to quickly adopt Mikhail as one of their own. Elsewhere, during this same period of time, the spiritual power of the Shockerock pulled itself together again and entered the body of a young elf. He became the host of this power, but did not inherit any of the Shockerock's darker nature. He became a champion of hope and faith, a modern-day paladin, taking on the name Shockerock, out of a desire to redeem the name. Though his power was strong, Shockerock did not unlock the full power of the original being by the same name, until he met a warrior claiming to be from another timeline. This warrior, who dressed entirely in golden armor with a single tusk protruding from one side of his helmet, called himself the First Knight. He showed Shockerock the true power within him, but helped him avoid reawakening the darkness of the original owner of that power. Once done, Shockerock's body was bathed in brilliant golden light, and his hair became living flames on his head. It did not take long for Dacheldor to meet Shockerock, and he became intensely curious about how he came to exist, and if he could be trusted. Shockerock claimed to want to protect the realms from threats, such as the former owner of his power, but Dacheldor felt a need to accompany him to verify this. After some time, the two grew to trust each other enough that Shockerock let Dacheldor taste his soul. He did this using a combination of his natural soul-absorbing and telepathic abilities. Dacheldor discovered that not all of the original Shockerock's essence currently flowed through Shockerock. His darker nature was completely absent, and the power tied to that nature was absent as well. It seemed his lighter nature had become the new Shockerock, while his darker nature had entered someone else. Dacheldor pondered who this could be, but the First Knight answered this query for him.
"You've already faced a foe with black flames for hair,"
the First Knight told him.
"A foe who shares much in common with you."
Dacheldor immediately realized that Dark Destructor had inherited the other power. It was why he had become so strong when they had met after Shockerock's defeat. The dark energy had followed Dacheldor from his home realm and latched onto a natural enemy with similar desires and hatred for Dacheldor. He was glad they had imprisoned Dark Destructor now, but worried what would happen if Shockerock and Dark Destructor ever met. The First Knight calmed Dacheldor, explaining that he had made sure to awaken Shockerock's power while cutting ties to the darkness. The two forces would not become one again unless both decided to rejoin one another of their own free will. Dacheldor found the First Knight strangely easy to talk to. Every time they interacted, the First Knight behaved as if he already knew Dacheldor. He seemed to have a fondness for him deeper than any of Dacheldor's current friendships. He never let slip what their relationship was, only ever saying that speaking of other timelines can have grave consequences. Satisfied Shockerock and the First Knight could be trusted, Dacheldor returned to his music career. While on the road, he met a demoness named Taxis, who helped him indulge in a number of dark sexual fantasies, then disappeared as suddenly as she had appeared. He thought nothing of this at the time, but later came to learn she had singled him out specifically because she wanted a child with him. She needed a child born of an immortal for a special ritual, one that took a long while to prepare. She gave birth to a half-demon, half-Stryder girl named Nicole, and raised her in the harshest way imaginable. Over the years, Nicole was beaten and abused while being trained in the darkest arts of magic, becoming a scion of dark power. Around the same time, another half-demon child was born to a group of demons known as the Logar. The Logar were demons who rebelled against the Hell's Empire and lived in a lesser realm called the Underworld. Taxis, who was loyal to the Hell's Empire, worked to thwart the Logar, as they were a threat to the Empire's stability. She also sought the half-demon among their ranks for reasons of her own. By the time Nicole was nearly 8 years old, she had grown to despise everything in life with the exception of one thing, her father. Though she had never met Dacheldor, the thought that somewhere she had a powerful immortal father who would save her from her torment kept her from going completely mad. She worshipped a man she had never met, and did not even know the name of. Using Nicole as a weapon and the various spies she had among the Logar, Taxis slowly took over the underworld until it caught the attention of Shockerock and the First Knight. They tried to intercede but were pushed back by the Logar, who were unwilling to see they were trying to help. In the process, they learned about Nicole and Taxis, and easily guessed the secret of Nicole's parentage. When they told Dacheldor he had a nearly 8-year-old daughter who had been abused for years by a demoness, he was furious. He joined them on their next venture into the underworld, along with the aid of several of his immortal allies. Their plan was to rescue Nicole, destroy Taxis, and free the Lagar. They did not arrive in time to do this. The initial interference by Shockerock in the first night had inadvertently revealed the location of the Lagar half-demon. Taxis captured him, brought him to her home, and finally set up her ritual for Nicole's 8th birthday. This was everything she had been waiting for, the killing of a royal demon within the circle of the underworld, while in the presence of a demon born of an immortal, would grant the being performing the sacrifice immortality as well. When Dacheldor, Shockerock, the first night, and their allies arrived, Taxis sent all of her minions to hold them off. She only needed a few minutes, and there would be nothing they could do. She set the ritual in motion, prepared the sacrifice, and was about to kill the half-demon when Nicole caught up behind her and brutally bludgeoned her to death. The thought of her mother abusing her for eternity was too much, and she had lost control in the moment. In the end, it was not her father that freed her. It was herself. With Taxis, a royal demon, dead in the circle, Nicole's body pulsated with dark energy. The ritual imbued her with immortality of a very similar nature to Dacheldor's. No matter what was attempted, she would never be mortal again, though her aging would continue until the equivalent of her late 20s. Dacheldor and the others broke through Taxis' forces and arrived at the conclusion of the ritual. Shockerock in the first night took the Logar half-demon back to his people and used his knowledge of what had happened to inform them of Taxis' death. The Logar routed out the spies who had once followed her and were merciless in their punishment. Within a few hours, the underworld was freed. Dacheldor's allies protected Taxis' home to make sure no one entered until he and Nicole left. The two stood alone, meeting each other for the first time. He saw the darkest parts of himself in her. He saw what torment and fear does to a person. He saw an immortal with a long life ahead of her. He vowed to raise her himself and help her overcome all that had happened to her, no matter how long it took. To his surprise, she happily accepted and rushed into his arms. Dacheldor spent centuries with Nicole by his side. He continued touring and playing music, but included her in every moment. Raising her was the biggest challenge of his life, but also the most fulfilling. In the end, Nicole grew to become a brave warrior who overcame her beginnings and functioned even better in society than Dacheldor ever had. Though there was one hang-up she never got over. She refused to use the magic she had learned as a child for anything, and devoted herself to relying only on strength, speed, and guile. On a tour through Limbo many years later, Dacheldor learned of an academy for a secretive sect called the Reapers. Their leader, called the Grim Reaper, was retiring. This created a great rift in the sect, splintering it into 3 groups who were fighting over who would be the next Grim Reaper. If not for this fighting, their sect would have remained a mystery, but now the fighting was spreading across Limbo. Dacheldor was not interested in the sect or their war. He was more interested in the newly retired Grim Reaper. He arranged a meeting with him and was surprised to learn he was the same being who he had seen while in the Quasichni Trap. He had called him the Angel of Death, but he now simply went by the name Dark One. Dark One claimed to be a fan of Dacheldor's, and said he remembered seeing him in a dream long before he knew who he was. This, Dacheldor believed, was their visit in the Quasichni Trap. The two quickly became friends, and Dark One became somewhat of a mentor to him, teaching him to harness and accept his inner darkness rather than repressing it. These lessons helped him with Nicole as well, and was partially the reason she was able to come into her own with time. When Nicole finally decided to go off on her own, Dacheldor spoke to Dark One again to thank him for his help. He was finally able to look on all of his life and see the value in it. He felt completely and utterly fulfilled. Dark One laughed at Dacheldor's newfound love for life. While he believed it was genuine and important, he knew this was far from the end of Dacheldor's story. "It's time for you to become involved in Limbo's politics," he told him. "The war of my former sect that you've been ignoring is now a place where you'll want to focus your attention." War of the Reapers. After the Grim Reaper's retirement, 3 primary factions rose up to fight over his position. One was the faction of war, led by a skeleton-like entity, the Skelos, Thanatos. Another was the faction of fate, led by the Phantom Queen, Morgan. And the third was the faction of spirit, led by the Wraith, Muerte. Each led a portion of the Reapers who used to work for the Grim Reaper, but also procured new fighters to fill the ranks of teams they called Death Squads. These teams were assembled by collecting the bodies of powerful beings who tried to enter Limbo and died as a result. They resurrected them and gave them the power to move and act within Limbo in exchange for service. One faction would send their death squads after another, then that one would retaliate and send their death squads after the other. Then that one would retaliate and send their death squads after the other, each resurrecting the dead retrieved on each attack. The fighting seemed endless, and many civilian casualties occurred in the wake of this infighting. It seemed for a long time as if the conflict would rage on forever. Then, the faction of Fate resurrected a uniquely powerful being in his former traveling party. He was known as Shadow, the Lord of Death, and the Skull Lord, but most people knew him by the name Darkfire X Red. Along with his brother Bylon, his servant Larch, and their friend Dan, he headed up an effective death squad. Fully understanding Darkfire requires knowledge of his life before coming to Limbo. He was born the son of Serena Red, a Skelos who chose to live among humans, and he never knew his real father. His half-brother Bylon, whose human father raised both boys as if they were his own, always looked out for him and worked to keep him out of trouble. The two maintained a simple life among simple people and grew up relatively happy. Though Darkfire was always attracted to power and leadership, there was no indication that he planned to let these desires overwhelm him, or that he would lead in a less than honorable fashion. He played like the other boys, got along with the other children, laughed when he was happy, cried when he was sad. He never even let the fact that he was different from the others affect his behavior. One day, shortly after his 13th birthday, he beheld a shooting star falling from the sky. It impacted the ground less than a mile from where he was standing and shook the earth around him. The other boys were scared, but Darkfire ventured forward, letting his curiosity overturn his sense. He did not return to his parents or ask permission to investigate. He simply pressed forward. When he reached the site of the impact, he saw a child no older than he. This child was lizard-like, with 4 arms and a hunched back, and was lying hurt in the center of a massive crater. Darkfire rushed to his side and checked his vital signs. The child was alive, though barely, and managed to open his reptilian eyes to see his would-be savior. That was the first time Darkfire and Larch met. Darkfire brought Larch home and nursed him back to health, with the assistance of his mother and stepfather, but never told anyone where he had found him. After a year, Larch regained his full strength and refused to leave Darkfire's side. He began to refer to himself as Darkfire's servant, claiming Darkfire was his master, and became extremely protective of Darkfire. It would not be until years later that Darkfire would learn of the race known as the Tyrons, and would discover this sort of attachment to a master was in their nature. By the time Darkfire reached adulthood, Larch had become his permanent bodyguard, and his childhood love of games and play had been replaced with a desire to be someone of importance. He took to learning magic from the few books his mother had kept from her homeworld. Meanwhile, Bylon trained with his father to become a warrior. Darkfire's self-training took years, and meanwhile, his brother had ventured into the world and made a name for himself. Stories came back to the small village where they grew up of the battles Bylon had won and the team of mercenaries he had formed. Together they had toppled tyrants, defeated monsters, and conquered lands. Meanwhile, Darkfire was known only as his village's local wizard, an odd skeleton-like man who claimed to have lineage from another world, but had little to prove it beyond a few incantations and tricks. Darkfire was jealous of his brother's fame, and vowed to become greater than Bylon. He swore to Larch that together they would build their own kingdom, one tolerant of all species, whether skeletal, lizard, or human, and he would rule with Larch by his side. After a few years of travel, he became aware of the intolerance of humans. He had been shielded from the real world in his small village and was now forced to experience persecution after persecution on his quest for fame. What was worse, he quickly lost all his possessions to the numerous dark elements that waited to take advantage of a naive new wizard, and was soon starving on the streets. The first time Darkfire stole, he learned he did not have a knack for stealth. He was caught by the merchant he tried to rob and then dragged into a dark room. The merchant locked him in, claiming he would contact the authorities, but Darkfire had already learned that jail for him would equal death, as no one would come to feed a being like him. He called out to Larch to save him. Soon he heard a thud against the door outside, and saw the splattering of blood through the cracks. With the door opened, Larch was standing there with the key. At his feet was the bloodied body of the merchant. Larch's clawed hands were dripping with gore. A look of shock overtook both Darkfire and Larch. Then Darkfire's expression changed to relief. With the merchant dead, Darkfire and Larch sacked his shop and took all they could. With the funds, they purchased all they needed to survive on their own, and thus, a trend was formed. The next time Larch killed someone, it was under Darkfire's orders. It was the first time Darkfire had ordered someone to take another's life, but it would become a feeling to which he would grow accustomed. At one point in their travelers, a small boy saw Larch and Darkfire execute a traveling merchant. Larch was busy slaughtering the merchant's family and did not notice the boy escape and run out of sight. But Darkfire did. He tracked the boy's movements to a nearby river where the boy was running across a bridge toward his hometown. There was no doubt the boy was planning to tell the people of his town what he had seen. Darkfire could not allow this. When he caught the boy, he dragged him from the bridge and into the water. The boy screamed and struggled to get free, but Darkfire pushed him under the water to silence him. Before he even fully realized what he was doing, he had drowned the boy. He had taken a life with his own hands, an innocent life. Darkfire was never the same after that. Darkfire abandoned his goals of tolerance and any moral beliefs his mother had imparted on him. He saw himself as a monster and began to act as one. Once he had enough funds, he ran his own operations in the closest major city. He smuggled weapons to the criminal underworld, sold illegal substances to the citizens, and even ran a prostitution ring. He had all the signs of a major crime boss in the making. However, there was one glaring difference that would keep him from becoming fully pulled into that lifestyle. Darkfire loved magic. Whenever he could, he sought teachers and sources of magical knowledge. He used the funds he earned in the criminal world to gain access to such knowledge and teachings and, over time, grew to be a powerful sorcerer. It was his plan to use crime to pay his way through training, so he could later use his magic to claim his kingdom. Not surprisingly, he was primarily attracted to forbidden magic, the kind that would increase an individual's power quickly, but could cost him his soul. He frequently gambled his own life in exchange for power, but had a knack for surviving unscathed. The only negative effect that ever took hold was when he attempted to infuse his body with magic essence. A mistake in the incantation burned his bones, charring him, turning his bones black. Over the years, Darkfire's power grew, as did his infamy. Eventually, it attracted the attention of another Skelos that had taken up residence on the planet, a vile torturer feared by most of the people as the Scourge of the Dark Wood. Few knew what monsters lived at the castle in the northern Dark Wood, but the skeletal master of their torture chamber was legendary. He was said to have once been a knight in the High King's armies, who later took kinship with necromancers. It was believed he was the sole reason the High King's kingdom fell 10 years prior, and now the dead walked the grounds. This Skelos located Darkfire late one night and approached him with a very enticing offer.
"Assist me in overthrowing the masters of Castle Darkwood, and I will train you in the forbidden arts of necromancy."
Darkfire was reluctant to accept, but the Skelos displayed magical capability beyond his reckoning, and his thirst for power quickly overtook his fear. He agreed, and it was then that the Skelos, known only as Blaze, began to travel with Darkfire. Blaze, Darkfire, and Larch traveled away from the city, severing Darkfire from his low-end life of crime and placing him into an adventure that would end up in the books of legend. The three did not attack the castle immediately. Blaze felt Darkfire needed more training first, and believed his unusual powers of persuasion could come in handy in the procurement of artifacts to teach them both greater magic. Together they took on the guise of traveling adventurers, risking their lives to save villages and help kings in exchange for mere perusal of their libraries. Through this deception, the two gained immeasurable power and fame. Soon, the world believed they were a force for good, just like Darkfire's brother. In time, the masters of Castle Darkwood sent their henchmen to retrieve Blaze. Darkfire and Larch fought them off, defending their new ally. They learned a great deal about Blaze's past in the process. Blaze was not the only other Skelos on Darkfire's world. The inhabitants of Castle Darkwood were all Skelos that had taken residence on this world, with plans to drain it of its natural resources. Using their powers over magic, they were stripping the world of all ore and sending it through portals to the Skelos' homeworld. They were slowly killing the world Darkfire one day planned to rule. Blaze did not agree with what the others were doing. He had originally been an outlaw on the Skelos' homeworld, exiled to this one. When the others arrived, they forced him to serve in his old profession, torturer, to discover the secrets of the world's kings. He much preferred the idea of serving a fellow Skelos whose ideals were less connected to the restraints of his former empire. He would rather serve someone who would rule the humans as slaves instead of destroying them, someone such as Darkfire. It did not take long for Darkfire to take up the mission of destroying the other Skelos and severing their connection to the Empire. If he was going to rule this world, he would first have to rid it of its enemies. That said, he knew he and his allies could not pull off a mission of this magnitude on their own. Swallowing his pride, he sought his brother for help. Bylon had a solid group of allies. The most notable ally in Bylon's group was an outlaw known only by the name on his wanted posters, John the Paladin. Bylon had also allied himself with an alien from another world, a monkey-like demon named Den. Den was Bylon's designated burglar and assassin, and he was good at his job. Together, Darkfire, Larch, Blaze, Bylon, John, and Den joined forces to topple the Skelos of Castle Darkwood and take control of the world. It was thus the Dark Lords were born. Originally called Dark's Lords, Darkfire, Larch, Blaze, Bylon, John, and Den were the first of many similar-minded individuals to accept Darkfire as the future ruler of the world and the quest to make that dream a reality. Defeating the Skelos at Castle Darkwood was only stage one. Countless years went into making that dream a reality, until one day, Darkfire owned half the planet. With the tools of the Skelos at his disposal, he learned of other worlds in his solar system with life. He learned of other solar systems, galaxies, and even universes. Yet he never thought he would get to see them. He had no idea that in a few short years, he would find himself inadvertently pulled into limbo as a result of a spell gone wrong. As Darkfire's rule grew, Bylon began to question his authority. The two came head-to-head on several occasions, but Darkfire often dismissed it. He did not learn until much later that his brother was planning a coup. When it occurred, he struck with the might of the unconquered other half of the world on his side. John and Blaze chose not to take sides, but Larch fought on Darkfire's behalf and Den on Bylon's. They warred until it came down to a one-on-one brawl between the two brothers, but Darkfire could not bring himself to kill Bylon. Instead, he attempted a spell that would teleport his brother to a faraway realm. But such a spell was beyond his control. It pulled him, Bylon, Den, and Larch into Limbo, where the changes in natural physics killed them all. Several thousand years later, the four were resurrected in Limbo by Morgan, Reaper of Fate. They were taught to move and process life-giving functions within Limbo and even regain some of their abilities. In exchange, they became members of one of her death squads. The War of the Reapers was more brutal than anything they had experienced, and they quickly put aside their differences and regained the ability to work as a team. Together, they grew to be the greatest of the death squads and helped to overthrow the Reaper of Spirit, Muerte. They never overtook the Reaper of War, Thanatos, but were stunned by an unexpected secret when they reached his throne room. Thanatos was a name he had adopted only recently. His name in his life before coming to Limbo had been Blaze. Darkfire and the others defected from Morgan's ranks, joining their old comrade who now called himself Thanatos. They were also shocked to discover his bodyguard was none other than John the Paladin, who had now been trained as a Reaper. Together they battled and defeated Morgan. Though she was not killed, she was forced into hiding, leaving Thanatos to claim the title of Grim Reaper. On the day of his coronation, once he was sworn in and all death squads were freed, Darkfire asked if Thanatos would amuse him with a friendly sparring match. Thanatos agreed and prepared to fight Darkfire with all he had, but Darkfire had other plans. Using magic to conceal his allies from sight, Darkfire attacked Thanatos along with his whole team, but appeared to defeat him single-handedly. John did not step in to help, choosing alliance with the now united Darkfire and Bylon under past oaths. When Thanatos fell to the ground, Darkfire took the Scythe of Death from his grasp and killed him with it, becoming the new Grim Reaper. The Reapers were left uneasy by this. Darkfire had never been one of their own, not truly. He had been a member of a death squad, and now he ruled the sect. They wondered what direction he would take the Order, and for good reason. Darkfire did not return them to their old way. He instead turned them to his. "We will conquer Limbo," he said. "I will be master of all I survey." Many thought him insane. Limbo was theorized to be infinite in size, and none had ruled it entirely since the death of the Shockerock. But Darkfire continued, "Any who oppose me shall die." A single being stood up to Darkfire, a man many saw as a deity, a god of war. He proclaimed that the Reapers were not permitted to conquer Limbo or war any longer. Darkfire strode to the supposed god's side and looked into his eyes. He invaded his mind before the god knew what had happened, keeping him from seeing the next move to come. The Scythe of Death cleaved out the god's heart, and Darkfire devoured it in front of the Reapers. Taking the god's weapon and fusing it with the scythe, Darkfire created a staff with a white flaming sword on one end and a black flaming sword on the other. This became his weapon, and the symbol of his people became a silver hammer in a circle. He changed the name of the sect to the New Limbo Empire and started taking over one world at a time, catching the eyes of the most powerful beings in Limbo. It is at this time that Dark One convinced Dacheldor to get involved. Arrival of Malice and a grand tournament. Dacheldor was unsure of what to think of Darkfire when he heard about him. While most people assumed the Skelos was an evil force that needed to be stopped, Dacheldor was hesitant to pass judgment so quickly. He planned to get close to Darkfire so he could learn the truth about him and judge for himself. If he found his intentions to be against the greater interests of Limbo, he would execute him. Otherwise, he would let him be or possibly even help him. Finding a way to get close to Darkfire without raising suspicion seemed impossible. He knew he would be best off to join the New Limbo Empire and work his way up to a high position, but he was too well known to do so unnoticed. He would need a good reason for joining the Empire. Until one presented itself, he simply held back, observing their movements from outside. Darkfire conquered 3 clustered star systems and would have moved on to conquer more, but his plans were temporarily halted there. An entity from another realm, only known as Malice, opened portals into Limbo through which odd energy beings emerged. These beings did not require traditional physics to exist, and were not deterred by the changes upon entering Limbo. They entered the bodies of the people of Limbo, took them over, and began working to construct a gateway that would allow Malice to come through himself. 2 immortals who had originated from Malice's realm explained everything about him. He was a creature similar to the energy beings that had entered, but far more powerful and massive. He had the power to inhabit entire worlds, but often chose to inhabit the strongest creature in the realm he entered. The other energy beings were his offspring, to whom he left the realm when he was done. He had already conquered 3 other realms, and planned to take over Limbo next. Darkfire appeared to take the lead in fighting off Malice's offspring. Limbo was his place to rule, and he did not plan to just hand it over. Dacheldor observed Darkfire's tactical genius on numerous fronts. He began to believe Darkfire may actually be able to defeat Malice without his help. Then Darkfire pulled the ultimate trick. Using his power to clone himself, or split into multiples, Darkfire sent one clone to lead the war against Malice. Under his lead, the combined forces of Limbo rallied. Meanwhile, the other clone contacted Malice in secret. He showed Malice how much control he already had over the forces of Limbo, and that it would take years for Malice to find a way into the realm without his help. All he asked was that Malice make him his second-in-command, head general of the new regime, and he would change sides. As Malice observed loss after loss at Darkfire's hands, he begrudgingly agreed. Darkfire simultaneously led Limbo's forces in battle after battle to keep Malice weakened, and worked on a portal of his own that would bring him through. When the portal was ready and opened, the combined forces of Limbo arrived to see Darkfire operating it, and Darkfire next to them as well. The two clones merged, and his plan was revealed. Malice poured through the portal and entered the body of an astral dragon, an indestructible space-dwelling dragon that was over 10 billion years old, and announced Darkfire as his head general. Darkfire's forces, along with Malice's offspring, overran Limbo's forces, pushing them back from system to system. Soon the two had taken over 50 star systems in far less time than Darkfire could have done himself. Nearly all of the original Reapers were killed during the early part of the warring. Darkfire replaced them with normal people from Limbo, who he trained with pulse rifles, tech-heavy spacesuits, and energy weapons. With access to Malice's knowledge from other realms, Darkfire developed a serum that halted the aging of his soldiers, made them immune to disease, and caused them to heal at an alarming rate. They were not immortal, but close to it. When they died, he even developed technologies to bring them back from the dead based on the Reaper's original lessons. As long as he could retrieve their bodies, they could be revived. He chose not to bring back the original Reapers. They were not as loyal as his new soldiers, and he needed precision for the next part of his plan. Convincing Malice to let him recruit from the strongest among Limbo, Darkfire left the combat to Malice and set up a grand tournament. He called it a tournament for the strongest beings in the cosmos, to find the strongest 13. The prize for being one of the 13 winners was the title of general in the new Limbo Empire. He knew this would attract only those beings interested in such goals, and powerful enough to believe they were the best. He never planned to use the might of the 13 winners to actually conquer Limbo. He planned to use them to defeat Malice. He had a plan that would allow him to overthrow the seemingly unstoppable being and seat himself on the throne once more. For that, he needed some of the strongest beings in Limbo, and he needed them to be power-hungry enough to fight for such a position, yet rogue enough to turn on Malice with him. Dacheldor enrolled in the tournament, finally seeing his way into the new Limbo Empire. When he arrived, Darkfire was astounded. Even he had heard of the once Lord of the Shadows. "You don't need to fight," he said, fearful Dacheldor would destroy even the best competitors and possibly weaken his options. "I have to fight something," Dacheldor said. "It wouldn't be fair for me to get in without proving myself like the others." Darkfire agreed, but had Dacheldor sit on the sidelines until a suitable challenge presented itself. Dacheldor was surprised to find he knew a number of the competitors. They included several other immortals and soul absorbers. Additionally, there were powerful vampire lords, monstrously sized warriors, and elder mages. The battles were entertaining enough that Dacheldor forgot his request to fight for most of the tournament. Then, one of the elder mages summoned a creature that threatened to tear the entire Colosseum apart. A giant turtle that seemed indestructible had gone wild. The mage who summoned him had been crushed by him, and there was no way to send him back to where he had originated. All of the competitors battled the turtle, but its skin and shell were seemingly impenetrable. The turtle killed several of the leading tournament winners, and looked as if it may kill everyone else. "There!" yelled Darkfire to Dacheldor. "Prove yourself by killing that!" Dacheldor smiled, stood, and lifted his demon edge into the air. A bolt of lightning so gigantic it blinded everyone for a few minutes, rained down and slammed into the turtle. When their vision cleared, all could see the turtle was cooked from the inside out. "Am I in?" Dacheldor asked. No one questioned Darkfire's decision to give Dacheldor one of the 13 spots. Once all 13 were picked, Darkfire took them each aside and told them his plan to overthrow Malice. Dacheldor was impressed with how detailed Darkfire's plan was. It turned out he had been planning this since before he had let Malice through the portal. He knew the only way to defeat Malice would be to bring him into Limbo first and enact this very plan. His seeming turn on Limbo had been every bit as staged as the help he had originally offered them. The 13 were given titles as generals, but knew they secretly served Darkfire and not Malice. For a time, they operated under Darkfire, as if they were also in service to Malice, leading armies into new star systems to take over. Dacheldor found he enjoyed doing this. It had been a long time since he had let loose so carelessly. He also found himself in frequent talks with Darkfire, working to gain his trust in much the same way Darkfire had gained Malice's. Darkfire again split himself into two clones, one that kept hidden and worked directly with the 13 generals, and another that worked with Malice. He revealed to Malice the existence of a star-sized phoenix living near the center of Limbo. Its ability to revive itself after death was unlike any other. Darkfire claimed, with his knowledge of the serum, he could gather the secrets of immortality from the bird if only Malice inhabited it for a time. Malice agreed, and the two traveled to the center of Limbo to begin the research. Once Malice was firmly inside the body of the phoenix, the other Darkfire and 13 generals arrived. They battled Malice in the body of the phoenix and handily defeated him. Though he could have waited to revive in the phoenix's body, he instead chose to return to the body of the astral dragon he originally inhabited, jumping out of the phoenix's body just before death. Unknown to him, the other Darkfire had poisoned the astral dragon the instant he had jumped out of it. He entered to find himself ill and weak. The Darkfire clones reformed into one, and he plunged his sword staff through the astral dragon's now weakened scales, piercing its heart. Malice, trapped in the decaying body and unable to switch forms again so rapidly, died along with the beast. Darkfire named Dacheldor the head general of the new Limbo Empire and named himself master of the empire. The other 12 generals became the only generals under them, and they commanded the armies of serum-infused soldiers who were loyal to Darkfire. Everyone else who had been part of Malice's armies was labeled an enemy. Darkfire and the generals turned their attention inward, fighting through the systems they already owned to obliterate all of Malice's offspring and those loyal to them. When this was done, Darkfire rewarded the 13 with riches and offered each of them a choice: immunity from his conquest on a world of their own to live out their days, or continue to be one of his generals and share in command of the entirety of Limbo one day. Every one of them decided to stay. As best Dacheldor could tell, he was the only one who questioned Darkfire, but no one suspected his potential to overthrow the new master. The new Limbo Empire spent a few years recruiting and growing their strength within their 50 systems before starting their conquest again. But now they moved without the outside threat of Malice's realms. Though his offspring still existed in 3 other realms, Darkfire was confident that the might of his new forces was more than enough to obliterate them should they ever try to invade again. The Great Conquest. Many millennia before Darkfire's rise to power, Dacheldor had fought to free Limbo from the tyranny of the Shockerock. Since that time, he watched the generations enjoy their freedom, but at great cost. Limbo was constantly a target for the most powerful beings and invasion forces from other realms. Without a centralized military, the kind an empire kept in place, each star system was left to defend itself from these threats. Many times, whole worlds were destroyed and mass genocides took place before the free people of Limbo could band together to fend off a threat. Even then, they relied on beings like Dacheldor and other immortals to fight most of their battles. Dacheldor often wondered if defeating the Shockerock and disbanding his military had been a mistake. Having observed the way Darkfire handled Malice, Dacheldor was also starting to see the value of a clever leader. He saw the new Limbo Empire as a potential realm-wide military in its future, capable of protecting the realm without intervention from the Immortals, filled with the population's own people through a voluntary service system. Such a military could protect the planets and stars of Limbo without getting in the way of each world's individual freedom, as long as the proper framework was put in place. Darkfire did not force the people of the worlds he conquered to work for him. He allowed their original bodies of government to stay in power as long as they accepted him as master and paid taxes to fund his army. As time went by, Dacheldor could see that though some people on the worlds despised Darkfire personally, most people's lives were relatively just as free and safer under his rule. In fact, Darkfire saw the worlds he ruled as a representation of himself, and worked tirelessly to see that they prospered if he could. Dacheldor viewed this as a potentially good way to introduce a military force to protect Limbo. He only worried things may change once Darkfire was no longer expanding. As head general, Dacheldor had many private discussions with Darkfire over bottles of Blackroot wine. Darkfire was open to the opinions of his generals on how to rule and often delegated the majority of those duties. Dacheldor found himself quite capable of planting the idea to let the worlds continue ruling themselves indefinitely, while running the only allowed military in the realm as the way to hold strength. His experiences in his own realm with an interconnected system also came in handy when painting a picture of how things could be in Limbo's future. Dacheldor's primary goal evolved into wanting to help Darkfire build the Limbo Imperial Military, a force to protect all of Limbo under a centralized body of government that collected taxes but otherwise left the worlds alone. He did not call it by this name or spell out the specifics, but every suggestion he made to Darkfire moved the army in this direction. He felt, if the time came where he needed to overthrow Darkfire, he would take over that military this time instead of disbanding it. He felt sure that Limbo needed this force. Thus, even though he did not trust Darkfire, he focused most of his attention on expanding Darkfire's rule. No one seemed aware of Dacheldor's mistrust or intention, though he sometimes wondered if Darkfire knew. The way they thought was actually very similar, and he sometimes got the feeling Darkfire was placating him in order to gain his trust. Their relationship was almost tense, as if they were locked in a game of mental chess. But, with each passing day, Dacheldor found he liked Darkfire more and more. Eventually, he even saw him as a friend, making it all the more difficult to accept he may one day have to kill him. Each of the 13 generals led their own armies in their own ways, taking over their own areas of Limbo under the coordination of Master Darkfire. Eventually, they took over an area that would later become known as Central Limbo. Though it is hard to determine where the center of an infinitely large realm with a scattered collection of planets and stars is, this area was taken to be the center by Darkfire. At its heart, he built a massive space station, large enough to be seen from all the star systems in Central Limbo. Shaped like a giant floating castle in space, he named this castle space station Castle Darkfire, and ruled from it from that point forward. As the Empire conquered worlds, they set up buoys that could shift communication signals out of phase with time. These signals could not be picked up in a time before they were sent, but could be picked up at any time after. This not only created a permanent record of all transmissions that relied on the buoys, it also allowed transmissions instantaneously across light years of space. Using the buoys, generals could lead missions for years in regions far from the Empire, while still briefing Master Darkfire and the others regularly. Dacheldor and his forces were often sent on the most difficult missions. While the others mostly moved from star system to star system, brokering deals and waging wars to increase the size of the Empire, Dacheldor was sent to whatever armies stood in direct opposition to the Empire. One such army was a massive collection known as the Ratand, a zombie-like species that became warlike, spreading a plague that turned anything they killed into their kind. Dacheldor battled them across several systems, losing millions of soldiers in the process, before finally annihilating them completely. Wars like this made him question his decision to keep a standing army in Limbo. Was it right to save those who allied themselves with the Empire, if it meant bringing genocide to those who did not? His concerns were finally dismissed when he was called to battle an invading army. Demons from the 9 Hells were trying to enter Limbo from its outermost planets, referred to as the Fringe. Dacheldor took his armies and warships and obliterated the threat over a few short years. In comparison to previous wars he had experienced with demons, this was cleaner and kept most of the innocent out of harm. Incidents like the invasion of the Hells caused others in Limbo to see the Empire the same way as Dacheldor did. Protection from such a force appealed to many, and system leaders began coming to Darkfire, asking to join the Empire. In the end, Darkfire only had to conquer 1/3 of the known systems before nearly all of the others came to him in agreement of service. The few systems that did not join were attacked en masse by all of the generals and their armies, and easily fell to the might of the Empire. With the conquest complete, Darkfire had done what many thought impossible, completely conquered a once-free Limbo. Dacheldor watched him closely over the next few centuries, observing his rule. The roles of generals became political. The army became enforcers of peace internally, and protectors against external threats. The leaders worked with Darkfire to build technologies, like those from Dacheldor's home realm, to connect the star systems in ways like never before. Darkfire ruled, but did not interfere in most of the lives of his people. Finally, on the eve of the Empire's 5,000 years of complete rule, Dacheldor accepted Darkfire as a true ally and stopped investigating him. He met with Darkfire in his chamber for blackroot wine and confessed to him what he had been doing all this time. Darkfire's only response was, "I knew." To prove his full allegiance, Dacheldor offered Darkfire 2 rings he had obtained during the conquest of Limbo. Anyone wearing both would have immortality of a very similar nature to Dacheldor's, as long as they were not removed. Darkfire gladly accepted and forgave his head general. Then both celebrated the Empire's official new name in honor of their mental chess, the Limbo Imperial Military. The War with the Overlord. Shortly after his full acceptance of Darkfire, Dacheldor was visited by an old friend from the Dark Wars, the Overlord. In the time that had passed since their last meeting, the Overlord had completely taken control of his home realm and annihilated all remains of the Dark Wave and the organization that had once created them. It brought Dacheldor great joy to hear the organization who he still blamed for the death of his beloved Daisy was no more. The Overlord had been ruling since before the days of Darkfire's birth, but had been secretly raising an army, the likes of which the realms had never seen. He had also continued the work of the technology Dacheldor once helped him with, perfecting a means of moving armies between realms without causing the soldiers to be destroyed or lose their abilities. He was now ready to use that army to attempt complete conquest of all realms, and he wanted Dacheldor's help to do so. Having watched Dacheldor's work in Limbo, the Overlord offered him the position of second in command, directly under him. He spoke of glorious conquest and of bringing the cosmos peace. The idea intrigued Dacheldor, but he asked one question that ultimately made his decision for him. "What happens to Darkfire?" The Overlord simply said,
"He will be crushed like all other rivals."
Dacheldor refused the offer. The Overlord shook his head and left without another word. Dacheldor could tell war was coming to Limbo, and he would get no second chance. He informed Darkfire of the meeting, and the two invested heavily in researching whatever they could about the Overlord's past. Like Darkfire, the Overlord was a Skelos with a hunger for power. It was his realm from which the Skelos species originated, though they had spread across the realms many billions of years ago. The Overlord, whose name was Silverstar, was the leader of those Skelos still remaining in his realm. He ruled them for nearly 1 million years before making the move to conquer that realm, enslaving several species to build a hybrid army first. The strongest of his slave soldiers were the species called the Tyrons, massive reptilian humanoids with 4 arms. They were bred for battle, casting out any of their offspring who were deformed to other realms where they were left to die or flourish on their own. One such discarded child had been sent to Darkfire's home realm, and would later become his faithful servant Larch. It was likely never apparent to Larch that his fondness for having a Skelos master was bred into him on a genetic level. In his attempts to fully conquer his realm, the Overlord sought technology from other realms. He sacrificed many beings in his experiments to openly communicate between realms. He provided technology to intelligent people of science in exchange for their research, and was even responsible for funding the very organization Dacheldor held responsible for Daisy's death. That organization, which existed both in his realm and in Dacheldor's, later turned on the Overlord, creating the Dark Wave, and using them to capture him and excommunicate him from his realm. It is for this reason Dacheldor met the Overlord all those years ago. After Dacheldor helped the Overlord get back to his realm and destroy the defecting organization and Dark Wave, the Overlord used their technology to finish the conquest of his own realm, where he had ruled ever since. He renamed his realm Silver Edge, and further perfected his Tyron army in preparation for conquest of the cosmos as a whole. Nothing more could be learned about the mighty Silverstar's past. Darkfire and Dacheldor were unsure of their ability to defeat the Overlord. Though they uncovered much of his personal story, they had little knowledge of exactly how powerful he or his armies were. They prepared their armies as best they could, feeling assured he would be invading their realm first. The first knight in Shockerock arrived to speak with them shortly after they began preparations. Dacheldor's children, Mikhail and Nicole, showed up as well, directed to do so by the first knight. As was typical, the first knight provided information that could only have been discerned from living in another timeline. He informed them that the Overlord was not planning to open a portal and assault Limbo in a show of force. He had been secretly opening portals for years on different planets within Limbo. His armies were already here, hidden in plain sight, and if he was not thwarted before those armies struck each planet, there would be no war to win. The tactics of the Limbo Imperial military changed. Units were sent to scout locations the first knight specifically knew. The generals, the more powerful captains and guards, Shockerock, Dacheldor, and his children, and even Darkfire each escorted a team. They executed a coordinated attack, striking these secret facilities at once. It was their only hope of victory. Each of these micro-battles was fierce. Several generals were killed, billions of soldiers were lost, and none were returned to life. The Overlord's soldiers were all soul eaters like Dacheldor. If they killed an enemy, there was no bringing them back. The Limbo Imperial military lost more of the battles than they won, but they managed to completely overturn the Overlord's operation. His forces had to regroup on a cluster of conquered worlds, leaving the bulk of Limbo free from his attack. Meanwhile, the losses of the Limbo Imperial military were severe. Nearly half their soldiers, starships, and weapons reserves were lost in the battle. They were ill fit to repel an assault by the Overlord's forces, but it was better than the alternative option. Now they had a chance. Dacheldor was inconsolable when he returned from the battles. At first, it was believed this may be because his trusted soldiers were lost beyond revival, a team who was finally unaging like him, but this was only half of the issue. When he had struck the Overlord's forces, he got a good look at their banners, armor, and technology. They matched those of Tiberum Zoltar and the demons of Malice. This meant the Overlord had been in league with the very forces that destroyed Dacheldor's people and cursed him with immortality so long ago. This meant the organization had been tied directly to those same demons. The death of Daisy was tied to the same monsters that haunted him for most of his early life. All of the things that he hated, all of the things that had made him who he was, all that he thought he had overcome, was all under the influence of the Overlord since the beginning. Why? Had the Overlord singled him out? Had he been watching him all this time? Was his whole life orchestrated? It took Dacheldor days to even find the words to speak again, let alone share what he had learned. Meanwhile, the Overlord had been nowhere to be seen during the battles. While everyone else was rallying to strike his forces, he was out searching for a replacement second-in-command option. He strode up to the stone golems guarding a dark vault, destroying them with a flick of a finger. He tore the vault open to find a stasis bubble within, pulsing with energy. He reached through the membrane and pulled the prisoner free from this trap, a prisoner who would do anything to be free, gladly joining the ranks of the person who freed him. Then, using the same technology used to transport his troops, the Overlord returned the prisoner to all his former abilities and powers. Dark Destructor kneeled as his powers returned. His creator, the Overlord, truly had come for him. He gladly accepted his place as second in command. When the Overlord returned to the battlefield, with Dark Destructor by his side, he projected a mental communication to Darkfire Dacheldor and all the members of the Limbo Imperial military. The Overlord and Dark Destructor stood with their 5 greatest warriors, all dressed in an odd form of armor that looked like flowing liquid metal. He challenged them, saying he could bring all of his soldiers crashing down upon the Limbo Imperial military, but the 7 of them standing there were enough to do it on their own. Castle Darkfire shook as the 7 suddenly appeared in orbit around it, firing mighty blasts of energy strong enough to obliterate its outer shields and blow holes in the walls. Dacheldor, Nicole, Mikhail, Shockerock, and the remaining generals engaged them, but the armor they were wearing made them seemingly invulnerable to even the strongest attacks. One by one, the generals fell, leaving only those among them who were immortal alive. Mikhail's immortality kept him from death, but he was completely demoralized by the experience. Dacheldor and Nicole fought back to back, but were bogged down by 3 of the 7 attackers who kept them from being able to stop the others. Shockerock found himself pulled into a head-to-head with Dark Destructor and felt an odd sensation each time their powers impacted one another. He was captivated by it, unable to tear himself away from the fight. Dark Destructor felt the same. In a secret laboratory in the center of Castle Darkfire, Bylon and Darkfire attempted to activate a piece of technology their scientists had been working on for some time. It supposedly was a working time machine, but it had yet to function correctly. It had a tendency of losing what was sent through it in time, and sending it to multiple iterations of time before stopping. Darkfire felt it was worth risking its use, planning to use it to go back in time and kill the Overlord before he was born. He set the dials for well before the Overlord's birth, expecting he would need to adapt to the alteration in the other realm before he could kill him. The machine pulled all of the power out of the castle, but, before it ignited, the Overlord burst through the doors. He grabbed Darkfire around the throat and lifted him off the ground. "Of all the children I've fathered and sent to the various realms, you are the most troublesome," he said. Darkfire could not believe what he was hearing. He had never known who his Skelos father was. Could it truly be Silverstar? "You, more than any other, take the most after me, and I despise you for it." The machine reached full power. Darkfire was unable to enter. Bylon nodded and entered the archway. A bright light filled Bylon, pulling him out of sync with time and space, but just before he vanished, he struck a vital part of the machine with his axe. As he was sent flying through time, the machine exploded, blowing the core of Castle Darkfire to bits and tossing the Overlord away from Darkfire. He knew his brother's immortality rings would keep him safe, and he did not care what happened to everyone else in the castle as a result. Darkfire lifted himself on a pile of rubble as he saw his castle falling to pieces. He resigned to believe his brother must not have changed the timeline. Nothing, it seemed, could stop the Overlord. In the chaos, the 7 combatants were forced to regroup. Dacheldor and the others regrouped as well, finding their way to Darkfire. The remaining forces eyed each other, 7 on one side and 7 on the other. Dacheldor, Nicole, Mikhail, Shockerock, and Darkfire were joined by the 2 remaining immortal generals, Kara and Magnus. The Overlord and Dark Destructor were joined by their 5 greatest warriors. Both sides seemed intent on lunging back into the fray. The Overlord laughed and raised his arms. A portal opened above the remains of the castle and billions of soldiers from his realm poured in. Dacheldor and the others killed hundreds at a time, but they forced the team to split apart. Each time one of the 7 got separated enough from the team, the Overlord and his 6 other team members encircled the outlier and overpowered them, binding them and taking them prisoner. They managed to capture Mikhail, Kara, and Magnus before Dacheldor, Darkfire, and Nicole could escape. Shockerock remained behind, battling Dark Destructor without concern for the others. The 2, both entranced by the impact of each other's powers, acted as if there was no choice but to remain locked in combat. At the close of the battle, the Overlord proclaimed Limbo as officially his, and took his armies to the worlds to conquer it fully. Dacheldor, Darkfire, and Nicole retreated to one of the Empire's secret facilities. There they met the First Knight, who had remained absent throughout the battle. When asked where he had been, the first knight simply said,
"We finally reached the point in time where I can reveal my face to you."
Removing his helmet, he revealed himself to be Bylon. Dacheldor and Nicole were shocked. Darkfire was furious. He wanted to know why his brother had not stopped what had happened. He had obviously traveled through time and returned a stronger being. Why was the Overlord still a threat? Bylon explained that he could not kill the Overlord or change his general plans without risking paradoxically killing Darkfire. As was suspected, Silverstar was Darkfire's father. The only way to battle the Overlord effectively would be to set Darkfire up to survive the onslaught that had just happened, and to ensure he had a powerful enough ally to defeat the Overlord after the castle was destroyed. Bylon turned his gaze to Dacheldor. With his golden helmet removed, Bylon's mind was open for Dacheldor to read. Knowing he was scanning his surface thoughts, Bylon let everything he had done become known to Dacheldor, and why he had done it. Dacheldor covered his face and wept openly. He sat on the floor and laughed maniacally. Nicole came to his side, asking what was wrong. Bylon could not risk changing the Overlord's life, or the life of Darkfire, or their mother. He could not directly change the Overlord's realm, Darkfire's original realm, or the Realm of Limbo. Doing any of that risked his own and his brother's demise, but altering what happened in Dacheldor's realm was safe. In the far past, Bylon acted as an advisor to the Overlord, becoming trusted by him. He did little to alter any of his actions, but selected another realm to impact on his own. He used the Overlord's resources, the demons, Tiberim Zoltar, the organization, cloning technology, his armies, and battered that realm, looking for a being who could be molded into a weapon strong enough to defeat the Overlord. Eventually, he determined that being would be Dacheldor. Because of the Time Machine's issues, Bylon relived the timeline multiple times. Each time he got better at manipulating Dacheldor's life. Each time he made Dacheldor stronger and yet more stable thanks to the situations he surrounded him with. Each time he grew to regret what he was doing to Dacheldor more and more. Each time he recalled a new past of his own, formed by the change of meeting Dacheldor before traveling through time. He came to see Dacheldor as a friend, and hated having to do this to him. The first time he had gone through time this way, Dacheldor had not been an immortal. He had never met Darkfire or Bylon. The second time, he was assaulted by demons, cursed with immortality, and made to meet up with Darkfire and Bylon, but he did not trust Darkfire enough to protect him in the battle to come. The third time, and each time thereafter, Bylon knew him personally. Elements were placed in his path to strengthen him, others to stabilize him, and others to endear him to Darkfire. When he gave Darkfire the Rings of Immortality, Bylon knew this was the last time he would have to travel through time. By this point, he had mastered the ability to travel in this way at will. Dacheldor threw up. As he had started to suspect, his whole life had actually been orchestrated, but not by the Overlord. Bylon had manipulated him from the beginning. His nearly 2 billion years of life had been for the sole purpose of protecting Darkfire in this war and defeating the Overlord. Struggling to decide if he would be willing to help Bylon and Darkfire, he could not shake knowing that he would have done the same in their place. His life experiences were exactly what was needed to accept this horrible fate. "When this is over," Dacheldor said to Bylon, "we're not friends anymore." Bylon choked back tears and turned away. He understood Dacheldor's feelings. Darkfire stood with his mouth agape. He too had read his brother's thoughts. He could not even fathom the betrayal Dacheldor must be feeling. It made his own revelations about his father seem insignificant in comparison. Nicole was confused and never told the truth. Dacheldor, Darkfire, and Bylon chose never to speak of this openly. It was too harsh for words. Awakening. Former generals Kara and Magnus refused to give in to the Overlord's attempts to persuade them to join him. But Mikhail was easily convinced. The Overlord offered him an artifact called the Book of the Damned, which could be used to trade one's soul for the ability to bring anyone back from the dead, even those whose souls had been taken. He promised Mikhail that if he used it to return Tiberium Zoltar and his demons, he could then use it to return his dead mother. The Overlord even promised to provide the needed materials, including a refreshed body. Mikhail agreed and went about setting up the ritual. The Overlord projected images of what Mikhail was doing with a strong psychic pulse. Images of him feeding the book thousands of souls on a planet, murdering countless innocents with poisons, made their way to Dacheldor and the others. Bylon tried to warn Dacheldor it was a trap, but he could not be dissuaded from going. Nicole accompanied him. By the time Dacheldor and Nicole landed on the planet, all of the bodies of the dead were rising. Their physical forms transformed into those of the demons Dacheldor had fought over the years. One in particular taking the form of Tiberim Zoltar, another, Malice. Dacheldor yelled to Mikhail, asking what he thought he was doing, but Mikhail simply walked to a lined casket and chanted another ritual. He put his all into it, his very soul. It would not kill him, but had other implications. He longed to see his mother and trusted her body was in the casket. It was not. A scream echoed from the casket that was unfamiliar to Mikhail, but familiar to Dacheldor. Mikhail threw open the lid, horrified by what he saw. He had not revived his mother. He had revived Daisy, still in her pain-filled state from which she had begged Dacheldor for death. Mikhail's mind whirled as his soul fully left him. He was driven completely mad by it and charged his father. Acting instinctively and out of rage himself, Dacheldor struck Mikhail through the heart with the demon edge, but Mikhail was no longer immortal. The soulless cannot live forever. He died upon his father's sword. Dacheldor's mind broke. He screamed, and electricity ripped through his body and out through the planet. His old rage and hatred, his fear of being alone, all of the worst of him came out. He tore through the demons, obliterating them and eating their souls. He killed Malice and ripped out his heart. He slaughtered Tiberium Zoltar and dashed his brains across the rocks. For a moment he lost every single inkling of who he was. Nicole stood and watched, unsure what to do. The Overlord descended from the sky and picked up the Book of the Damned. Nicole fired her guns at him, but the bullets bounced off his armor. He laughed as he turned to the final page. Dacheldor was now full of the souls of the risen. The Overlord spoke the final incantation, and Dacheldor felt pain shoot through his body. He dropped to one knee, and his senses returned.
Dacheldor,
the Overlord said, calmly closing the book.
Tell me again who gave you that immortality. Was it all these demons?
He stepped forward and cut Dacheldor's face with a sharp knife, then stepped back. The wound did not heal. Dacheldor's immortality was gone. Nicole was in shock. She fired again at the Overlord, but he simply lifted the book and flames sprouted from his hands, catching it on fire. She tried to get it from him, but the book burned to ash.
You are mortal now, forevermore.
Dacheldor was motionless on the ground, on his knees, eyes wide. Daisy screamed from the casket in pain. Nicole shot Daisy in the head. Dacheldor breathed out slowly, his wits returning again. He looked at Nicole and saw someone who had survived traumas rivaling his own and become strong and loving. What she did now was for him and for Daisy, to put her to rest. He had spent his life in two worlds, one ruled by fear, the other ruled by passion and love. He could die now. This was possibly the end. He did not want to spend his last moments in fear. He closed his eyes and accepted everything he had ever done. The wrong, the right, all of it. Even if it had been manipulated, the decisions were what made him who he was. Right now, he chose to accept the horror, stand up, and choose love anyway. He would fight for the future of his daughter's cosmos. The Overlord walked calmly over, expecting to make an easy final blow, but as Dacheldor's eyes opened, a new light shined behind them. His every move now put his life on the line. This fight finally meant something. Their blades clashed and a shower of sparks exploded outward. The Overlord was surprised by the change. This had not been part of his plan. Nicole smiled. The father she loved was back. She ran in and assisted him in battle. As Dacheldor fought, he felt an otherworldly hand guiding some of his strikes. A voice echoed in his head saying, "It's okay. We'll be together soon." It was Daisy. He tried to ignore this at first, knowing that when he died, his soul would become a part of the ancient he was, never having an afterlife, instead reincarnating in a new body. Then he remembered. Daisy knew that about him. There was something else to her meaning. Again he felt guided by an otherworldly hand. Light shrouded him and he struck the Overlord. The strikes reverberated through his armor and it shattered, leaving the Overlord open to attack. Nicole shot him in the chest and he flew back several feet. The Overlord's 5 best warriors suddenly dropped from the sky, moving to shield him. Then, as one, they lifted off and retreated. Dacheldor looked at his hands, unsure where the light had come from. Then he heard Daisy's voice again. "Very good. So glad you can finally hear me." An image appeared to him, almost holographic, but Nicole could see it too. It was Daisy, but she had majestic angel wings and a peaceful smile. "Trust the first night," she said. "Trust Bylon. We will be together soon." Daisy vanished, leaving Dacheldor and Nicole to return to the secret facility. Once back, Dacheldor asked Bylon to explain what had happened. He explained that not only ancients are reborn when they die. He knew well Dacheldor's love for Daisy, and had brokered a deal for her with the angels. Upon her death, she was born again in the body of an angel, given a second chance, but the angels did not trust Dacheldor because of their past history. They said that he would only be able to see and hear her if he opened his heart and gave up fear. Now that he had done that, she could come to Limbo and see him again. Dacheldor asked about Daisy in the casket, and Bylon informed him of the book's ability to revive even the soulless. Though Daisy's soul was now in the body of an angel, a new one had been placed in that body, one stolen from his son. Dacheldor gasped at the thought of having killed his own son. Bylon placed a hand on his shoulder, understanding the need to grieve. Nicole hugged him tightly, and Darkfire stood by. Then Darkfire asked Bylon how much more he knew was destined to happen.
None,
Bylon admitted.
This is as far as I've ever gotten. Everything from here is unknown to me. But I believe the power Dacheldor is about to unlock will turn the tide of this war. And there is still one other warrior I plan to add to our ranks.
The birth of a new warrior. Several days after the death of Mikhail, a majestic starship arrived at the facility. A single passenger was on board, a tall, beautiful angel named Daisy. In the years after her death as a human, Daisy had grown into a strong warrior angel. She battled demon hordes and fought to save the lives of the less fortunate. She showed many other angels that protecting the innocent comes above their own protection. She fought to make the cosmos a better place. Now she stood face to face with her beloved, finally permitted to see him, feeling the love emanating from his heart. "You chose love," she said, and they embraced. After catching up, Daisy informed Dacheldor that, with her guidance, she could teach him to emanate the same light that had destroyed the Overlord's armor. It was actually a light that came from his own connection to the ancient part of him. The ancient was naturally more loving, and by tapping into that aspect of letting go of fear, he could unite more completely with that power. This was why Bylon had chosen an ancient. He knew this ability was key to defeating the Overlord. Only an ancient of this power, who'd been through so much darkness and still chosen love, could possibly succeed. Dacheldor resigned himself to the training, and spent the next few months learning to get in touch with his true self. To speed this training, Bylon used his manipulation of time to cause time to move at a different pace within the facility. Months of training would happen inside, while only a few days passed outside. While Dacheldor trained with Daisy, Bylon trained with Darkfire and Nicole, teaching them both some minor manipulation of temporal energies. They also strategized about the specific strengths and weaknesses of their opponents. Upon the completion of their training, Dacheldor, Darkfire, Bylon, Nicole, and Daisy boarded the majestic ship and headed toward the currently waging war, intending to end it. When they arrived, they used their powers to decimate the majority of the armies and vehicles until the Overlord and his armored warriors arrived. The Overlord's armor was fixed, and this time there were 8 instead of 7 warriors. Standing next to Dark Destructor, in matching liquid metal armor, Shockerock stood ready to fight. Seeing his companion's stunned looks, he explained that Dark Destructor and he finally decided to team up. As their energy clashed, they had felt more and more like one being, until they became 2 beings of the same mind. Bylon strode forward and challenged Shockerock. Darkfire stepped forward to challenge Dark Destructor. They did so with a known purpose in mind. Nicole and Daisy held off the others, while Dacheldor moved into battle with each warrior one at a time, striking their armor and shattering it to pieces. The Overlord backed away from this fight, disappearing before its end. He had no intention of risking everything on this one fight. Darkfire and Dark Destructor waged an incredible battle. Sword strikes and blasts of dark flame echoed through the battlefield. Bylon's fight with Shockerock was of a similar nature, golden weapons striking flaming blades. In the end, Bylon beheaded Shockerock with precision at the exact moment Darkfire beheaded Dark Destructor. The 2 beings, normally immortal, exploded, and their essence pulled together between them. As it did, the bodies of the dead around it pulled together and surrounded the energy, transforming into a tall, corpse-like being. It slowly turned black, eyes glowing, hair flaming. The original being that had called itself the Shockerock was back. Years ago, after the Shockerock's defeat at the hands of Dacheldor, he had found himself trapped in a land of spirits called the Soul Stream. His power split into 2 other beings. He could not revive himself and was forced to live a ghastly existence. Now, reunited with his energy, he claimed his body again. His return marked the final end of those 2 beings who had once called themselves Shockerock and Dark Destructor. His time in the Soul Stream had endowed him with the wisdom and skill of every warrior to have ever died. He was a master on the battlefield, far beyond his former capabilities. He attacked Bylon and Darkfire, beating them both easily, then attacked the Overlord's former companions, forcing them to fall back. Dacheldor wondered what kind of monster they had unleashed. Bylon placed a hand on Dacheldor and said, "That's the warrior I was talking about, the one we need to add to our ranks. Go recruit him." Dacheldor was unsure what Bylon expected. He could only assume the Shockerock would hate him for what he did. He walked up to the Shockerock and offered him a truce. The Shockerock felt the emanation of the ancient within Dacheldor. He now resonated that power so potently the Shockerock could not help but feel it. He bent on one knee.
"I'm so sorry, Master. If I had known it was you all those years ago, I would never have fought."
"Master?" Dacheldor was confused, but he read the Shockerock's thoughts and learned suddenly that his own ancient within had been the Shockerock's creator. "I also was unaware. he said. "You are forgiven." The Shockerock rose and turned to fight beside Dacheldor and the others.
"Shall we finish them, master?"
With hardly a chance, the 5 greatest warriors of the Overlord fell. Clash of the Silver Star. Dacheldor, Daisy, Nicole, Darkfire, Bylon, and the Shockerock traveled to the site of the debris that was once Castle Darkfire. There they found the Overlord transforming the debris into a massive suit of armor larger than a planet. He controlled it from its center and attacked the 6 of them. Dacheldor, Daisy, and Nicole formed a team. Nicole would move into a position and fire her weapons to attract the Overlord's attention. Dacheldor would take the advantage and strike the armored suit, busting a hole in it. Daisy would move in and strike with searing light, melting the hole so the armor could not reform. Slowly but surely, they destroyed the suit. Meanwhile, the Shockerock and Bylon took on the remains of the Overlord's armies, which he had brought for more support. Together, they decimated the army in short work before returning to the fight. Darkfire took a position directly in front of the Overlord, challenging him and drawing his ire. It was his stand against his father that kept the Overlord from realizing what Dacheldor, Daisy, and Nicole were up to. When the suit was destroyed and the army decimated, the 6 stood together against the Overlord. Dark One, the Grim Reaper, also appeared, overlooking the battle. This indicated to everyone that someone important was about to die, but was it Dacheldor or the Overlord? The Overlord pulled in energy from the surrounding realm, transforming his body into glowing light. He battled the 6 by himself and nearly defeated them all, but he was ultimately defeated by the teamwork of the 6. This teamwork was only possible through use of Darkfire and Dacheldor's telepathic ability to speak to the team. They formed the perfect combination of attacks to move the Overlord into Dacheldor's strikes, while keeping Dacheldor out of harm. When the final strike came, Dacheldor broke the Overlord's armor, Darkfire beheaded him, and the whole team fired their strongest energy attacks into his neck. The Overlord's body overloaded and he exploded into stardust. Along with him, the last remnants of his realm in Limbo were destroyed. Darkfire and Bylon resigned themselves to rebuild the Limbo Imperial military, but Dacheldor did not join them. His time working for the Empire was over. He bid them each farewell, and they parted ways peacefully. Nicole decided to stay with the 2 brothers, taking her father's place as the new head general. The Shockerock went his own way, looking to start a new life as a mercenary. Dacheldor and Daisy left for the heavens, where Dacheldor was finally accepted, begrudgingly, by all the angels. He did not join their ranks or work to assist them, but stayed to live out the rest of his life with Daisy. They had a son, Deric, who grew to join the angels and stand against demons in many realms. When Dacheldor finally died of old age, he died happily. He had chosen not to control his aging any longer and lived out his last days in peace. His soul became one with the ancient self upon death, allowing a new incarnation to be born. Book 2, Dacheldor II. My lives are many, and my lives are one. Dacheldor II. Deric, Dacheldor, and the Angelic War. Deric, son of Dacheldor and Daisy, was born half Stryder, half Angel. At a young age, the angels of the 7 heavens agreed to train him, though he could not simply join their ranks as others of their kind often did. He would have to prove himself once his training was complete, by performing angelic acts in other realms on his own. At the equivalent of age 18, Deric finished his training and set out into another realm. Equipped with magical artifacts, Deric advanced his status by aiding those in need and fighting what the angelic armies deemed to be evil adversaries. He soon found he had a knack for hunting and defeating demons, which was not surprising given his father's history. After a few years, he began to work exclusively as a protector from, and a destroyer of, demons. Deric's work became more challenging when he found himself facing off against individuals who were only half demon. These children of demons were somewhat like himself, half belonging to a species with stakes in the war between the heavens and hells, and half relating to the worlds caught between them. Not all half-demons were in alignment with the demons of the hells, yet the angelic codes viewed them all as adversaries. To make matters worse, Deric sometimes sought the help of his sister, Nicole, herself a half-demon. While he knew from experience she was more trustworthy than any other being he had encountered, he could never admit to his superiors that they worked together. To voice such things, or question their classifications of half-demons, would ensure he never gained full admittance to their ranks. The angels had good reason to mistrust half-demons, as they often were employed by the hells to open portals or work covertly on the agendas of their demonic parents. In fact, a group of half-demons led by one named Damon had become adept at creating cults of followers who would eventually open portals for them. This made Damon and the others hard to find, as did a unique ability they possessed to slip into and out of the lesser realms. Deric was pulled into a task force along with a number of other half-angels whose job it was to locate and destroy Damon and his half-demons. The force was informed that completion of this task would prove their worth to the angelic armies, securing their admittance into its ranks. Many questioned this decision by the angels, but, in the end, they all agreed to go along with the mission. The task force was able to succeed where the angels had greatly failed. Able to think more like their enemy, they quickly located and attacked them outright. The first battle ended badly, resulting in Deric and several others getting pulled into the lesser realm of the Soul Eaters, a species that drained physical and spiritual energy from any who set foot in their territory. Many members of the task force were devoured entirely, but Deric and a few others made it out. The next battle worked out much better, decimating a number of the half-demons and allowing the task force to get a hold of some of their technology. By the third battle, Deric and the others had perfected a way of keeping Damon and his followers from teleporting to any location. It was initially believed that the third battle would result in the end of Damon and the half-demons, but this turned out not to be the case. The myriad of cultists aligned with the half-demons became an army for them, bringing to bear weapons of warfare. They often assisted Damon and the others in their escape and even threatened whole planets with nuclear annihilation. What should have been a final battle sparked a galaxy-wide war that lasted somewhere between 12 and 20 years, depending on when each planet got involved. While this war, later named the Angelic War, raged on, other wars sparked across the realms. Demons of all kinds were fleeing into the realms and making their presence known. Angels from the heavens were tasked with battling these forces, leaving the Angelic War to Deric and the others. It was as if the Hells were pushing harder than ever to enter the other realms, but with no particular leadership. These wars impacted the common people of the realms the most, and Deric could not help but feel badly for them. Toward the end of the Angelic War, Deric found himself locked in a fierce battle with Damon himself. Damon seemed to be trying to lead him somewhere, but Deric dared not withdraw. He knew defeating Damon could bring down the remaining forces of the enemy. Victory was worth the risk. He finally cornered Damon in a room that was designed as a massive portal generator. There, Damon laughed and spoke of a prophecy of a being born half angel and half of the species created by the darkest of the ancients. He said this being was destined to free the Black Angel from imprisonment. Deric attacked, but the room lit up, and the two were transported to the pits of one of the Hell Realms. A portal remained open, which could allow them to travel back, but Damon coaxed Deric to chase him into the Black Tower. There, Deric found himself in a crystalline chamber, in the center of which was a massive crystal, with a black-winged angel frozen within it. He had heard stories of the Black Angel, but had never realized he had been held captive for all these years. Though he was the natural leader of all demons and devils, they had been led by his lesser subordinates throughout the years, beings like Tiberum Zoltar. With their utter defeat in recent years, the other demons of the Hells were now warring for who would be the newest Devil Lord, striking the realms as a means of making their own hells. Deric could see all of this happening, reflected in the crystal. Damon, who was loyal to the Black Angel, explained that only Deric could free him from his prison. The relation of an ancient was needed to break its hold. He informed him that only the Black Angel would be able to call back these demons and control their chaotic assault. Freeing him would save the innocence of the realms. Deric felt a strong urge to end the wars, but knew the Black Angel was not to be trusted. Then he heard the voice of the Black Angel within his head. It showed him the truth of the battles of the past. Angels using the innocent as lures for the demons, allowing and causing death and destruction on levels unparalleled by the demons. Deric clutched his head in pain. It showed him the true life of his father, and what he had known of the angels. It showed him the Black Angel's vision of the future, a vision where demons would not be raging monsters and could return to peace with the worlds. Before he knew what was happening, Deric found his hands laid upon the crystal. It shattered and the Black Angel broke free. A loud whistle bellowed from him, and the wars of the realms stopped. The demons returned home for the time being. All seemed restored, but Deric could sense something from the Black Angel. A sinister plan was bubbling in his mind. He wanted to return his demon and fallen angel brethren to peace, but to do so by enslaving the realms. Damon laughed, moving in on Deric, but Deric surprised him. He was not as weakened as Damon had thought, and Deric impaled him on his blade. The Black Angel waved Deric toward the portal he had come through, informing him it would not remain open much longer. Deric did not ask why the Black Angel allowed him to leave, especially after killing Damon. He simply retreated to and through the portal. There was nothing he could do in the Hells that would reverse what he had done. With the war over, all of the members of the task force were promoted to full members of the angelic armies except for Deric. He was stripped of all rank and privilege, cast out, and not even allowed to see his mother, who died a short time later from injuries sustained in that war. He would never be part of the angelic armies, and all angels were instructed not to make contact with him. In truth, this was lenient when compared to the normal behaviors of the angels. A new host. A young man with no special powers found himself on the brink of death time and again during the Angelic Wars. Using only his wits to keep him alive, he saved many innocents and protected people from the chaotic destruction of both sides of the battle. Even when things looked their worst, he remained brave and never gave up on his love for others. In the final battle of the war, he was pulled into the chaos just as Deric chased Daemon into his trap. Explosions rocked the soil, blood soaked his skin and clothes, yet he fought to cover a mother and child as a bomb went off in the mud. He felt his insides leaking out of him, and an intense cold. Everything went dark. A massive eye opened in the darkness. A voice echoed in his head. "You are exactly what I need. The bravery and love of your life added to me would build a stronger being than I have ever been." Memories of a life not his own filled his mind. The entire life of Dacheldor was revealed. "If you accept what I offer, you will be restored to life. But you will no longer be you, and you will lose all chance at an afterlife. That said, your personality and the personality of my former host, Dacheldor, will become as one. You will be more him than you, but your will and bravery will transform what you two are into something unique, something I want to be." The man, now in his early 20s, did not make the decision lightly. Becoming the next host of this ancient meant taking on a transformation so great that he would not even be the same being after, but he could foresee the type of impact he would have on this new being. If he did not become the next host, there was no telling who would. Believing it was what was best for the cosmos, and truly intrigued by what he would become, he accepted. Waking in the mud, black mist poured out of his wounds and regenerated his body. Though Dacheldor's curse had been removed by the Overlord, it seemed the Ancient was able to willfully grant it back to the new host. This immortality was now under his control. It could be kept or removed at will. The memories of Dacheldor and the new host merged, and he recalled all of his old abilities and powers. His ability to transmute matter affected his own body, as he tried to reconcile being in yet another new realm. His form transformed to look similar to the original Dacheldor, but with slightly less pronounced horns, teeth, and ears. He almost appeared half Stryder, half human. Though he recalled Dacheldor's past as if it were his own, he felt as if he were a different person at the same time. He still felt the love for his children, and had memories of raising them, yet simultaneously felt as if they were not his, almost like an uncle who had raised them in their father's place. Though he recalled his love for Daisy, his past friendships, and past rivalries, they felt a distant memory and held little to no sway on him. Though his personality definitely reflected that of Dacheldor's, it was more optimistic, enthusiastic, and energized. He was a new being with the greater aspects of both originals. Deciding on a new name to represent him, he called himself Dacheldor II. This reflected how strongly tied to the original memories he felt, while at the same time being a new person. He thought, if anyone asked about who he was, an easy way to escape explanation would simply be to say he was a son of Dacheldor's that most people had not heard of. This excuse rarely got used, though, as most beings were unaware of the original Dacheldor's death and simply mistook him for the original, which he eventually chose to stop correcting. He even ultimately stopped introducing himself as Dacheldor II, opting to simply call himself Dacheldor when not speaking specifically about his past and how he came to be. As the Angelic War came to a close, this new Dacheldor woke to help the innocent rebuild what was destroyed. As he helped the people of the galaxy remake their lives, he also worked to remaster his abilities and rebuild the possessions he once had. His ability to transmute matter eventually enabled him to completely recreate his old arsenal, armor, and even the amulet he used to travel to Limbo, and his original home realm. Adding to its ability a method of traveling to this realm, Dacheldor felt assured that he could safely travel without worry. As the galaxy reached full repair, Dacheldor used the amulet to open a portal to Limbo. He felt no desire to explore his current realm further, and was unaware Deric was still wandering in that realm. His impulse was simply to go to some of his favorite worlds in Limbo for delicacies he had once had in another life. Limbo on Edge. It took Darkfire and Bylon roughly 50 years to rebuild the Empire to its former glory. The damage inflicted from the Overlord took a generation of people to overcome. With Nicole, Kara, and Magnus as the only generals at first, a new tournament was held to fill the remaining slots, and a school was built to train the officers that would serve them. This school, the Limbo Empire University, LEU, could train people who had no natural affinity for magic or supernatural abilities into masters of such arts. It opened the positions of the Empire up to the common people. Meanwhile, the enlisted soldiers were trained in the manner they always had been, and provided the serum that would keep them from aging and dying. This new empire ran more smoothly than the previous, making Limbo appear safer and stable for a time. Nicole even became adept at running the realm when Darkfire was away, as he started to investigate more and more remote locations. With Bylon's control of time, mistakes were often easily rectified, and none were even the wiser. The peace of the new empire was not disrupted until a mysterious traveler appeared in Limbo. Known only by the name Edge, he sought to challenge the toughest opponents, leaving the common people alone. With the Empire's new school and growing resources, it became the primary focus of Edge's attacks. Edge decimated entire cities with a swing of his axe, tore through the resistance of any adversary, and seemed to have mastery over every conceivable art of magic and science. Residents of Limbo who had spent time in other realms had often heard of him, claiming he did this in other realms as well, seeking out the strongest to defeat. His seeming ability to wield all this power in every realm had earned him the nickname, the Realm Master. Eventually, Edge hunted down the Shockerock and challenged him to a one-on-one duel. The battle was epic, but ultimately ended in the Shockerock's defeat. Edge did not kill the Shockerock, instead opting to entice him into giving up the names of the others who had defeated the Overlord. He then used this knowledge to hunt down Darkfire, Nicole, and Bylon. Nicole brought an army with her in her battle with Edge, but was defeated by him as well. Bylon attempted to manipulate time to defeat Edge, but found himself unable to beat him in any scenario. He eventually opted to hold back, believing the answer to Edge's defeat was in the future, not the past. Darkfire faced Edge one-on-one, as the Shockerock had, and ultimately suffered the same fate. That said, he managed to impress Edge while they fought. Unlike the Shockerock, who only relied on fighting techniques and all-out combat, Darkfire used cunning, traps, tricks, illusions, and subversions against Edge. On several occasions it even appeared he may get the better of him. When Edge ultimately beat Darkfire, he said something to him no one else could hear, then opened a portal and tossed him through. Bylon and the others tried to search for Darkfire, but could not locate him anywhere. It was as if he was gone without a trace, leaving Nicole to run the Empire. Edge did not bother the Empire any further than this. He remained in Limbo, but seemed to hold back from fighting. Then, just when it seemed he may finally leave Limbo, a new traveler appeared whose presence was immediately felt by Edge. Dacheldor. Edge advanced on Dacheldor and challenged him, but Dacheldor was uninterested at first. Knowing the history of his enemy well, Edge let slip a bit of information about himself that he knew would entice Dacheldor into battle.
I was the Overlord's teacher. Before he came to Limbo, I was teaching Silverstar to become so much more. He could have been a master of the realms if only he had known more patience.
This prompted Dacheldor to ask why Edge was here, but Edge simply replied,
You'll have to beat me to find out.
The two engaged in a battle that spanned several sectors. While Dacheldor was not as crafty as Darkfire, he was more tactical than the Shockerock, and far more resilient than both. Edge immediately noticed this being he was fighting was not the same Dacheldor he had heard so much about, but a newer and possibly more powerful version. He could sense how much more strongly Dacheldor resonated with the Ancient within, and observed as this new Dacheldor regained memory of his abilities throughout the fight. At one point, Dacheldor broke away from the fight, making his way to the new castle Darkfire, in hopes of recruiting Darkfire's help. It was there that he learned of Darkfire's fate at the hands of Edge. Nicole was astounded to see her father's new form, but there was no time for explanations. Edge blasted his way into the castle, and the final half of the battle took place there. Dacheldor was unable to damage Edge at first, but slowly began mimicking the odd movements Edge made as the battle went on, and found that doing so lent itself to finding holes in Edge's attacks. Edge was so impressed by this that he freely told Dacheldor the secret to his great power. He had trained himself in every realm in the cosmos. His body, his attacks, his abilities had all been mastered in such a way that they worked in every realm and, as such, were perfected in every way. Only someone capable of also learning to master their attacks in multiple realms would have any ability to injure him, and only someone who could learn to master their attacks in all realms could stop him. The longer the battle went on, the better able to inflict damage Dacheldor became. It seemed at times as if Edge was training Dacheldor, not taking the fight seriously. Then, once Edge had seen enough, he transformed into a massive armored creature and slammed Dacheldor into the ground with enough force to keep him down. Transforming back, Edge whispered the same thing to Dacheldor that he had whispered to Darkfire. He had no allegiance to the Overlord, and had only been training him because he sought the strongest beings of all realms to train. Darkfire and Dacheldor had impressed him. He would now send Dacheldor through a portal that would take him into other realms. It would start with one that had physics closely matching this one, so Dacheldor would have the ability to overcome it and relearn his abilities without help. Then, when he had, it would teleport him to another, and another, and another, until he too was a master of his body and abilities across all realms. Only then would he be brought back to Limbo and be worthy of truly facing Edge. Edge opened a portal of the exact same type he had used on Darkfire and threw Dacheldor into it. As far as anyone else in Limbo knew, Darkfire and Dacheldor were lost, possibly never to be seen again. Edge ended his attacks and left Limbo on its own. He had found what he was looking for: 2 new students. The Trials of the Realms. The rules of reality work differently in each realm. Common physics in one realm works completely differently than in others. Time affects all realms differently, and even the availability of various elements and energies works differently. To a traveler of the cosmos, this makes most travel between realms seem impossible. But there are those who are able to travel from one realm to another with ease. These beings are commonly known as Realm Lords. To gain this ability, a person must first survive travel between 2 realms and regain their functionality and abilities within the second realm. Dacheldor and Darkfire both experienced this when they first traveled to Limbo. For Dacheldor, it was only because of his immortality that he survived the trip, and Darkfire only survived by being reincarnated by Reapers in Limbo. Once the person has survived such a trip and restored themselves to equal capability, they are forever changed by the experience. They can now more readily detect the shifting of realities and even accommodate such a switch to allow them to move back and forth between their original and second realm. They often find the abilities that mirror each other in each realm are stronger and more potent in both. If they manage to travel to a third realm, as Dacheldor did when he started his second incarnation, this can further strengthen any abilities that are capable of working in all 3 realms. Long-term exposure to the outer realms, known as the Heavens and Hells, can also improve an individual's ability across realms because all abilities and realities are capable in those realms. They are the only realms where individuals from any realm can go to without losing any capability, though the strange mixing of all these realities can make them maddening or euphoric to the unprepared. Those with long-term exposure to the outer realms, who have also regained capabilities across 2 or 3 realms, are likely to be able to survive travel to multiple realms without the original crippling effects. Their bodies rapidly recover, and they are left to regain their particular abilities and powers. Such people are prime candidates for learning to be Realm Lords. By traveling from one realm to another, again and again, individuals can slowly adapt their bodies, spirits, and minds to the currents of the cosmos, eventually allowing them to move from realm to realm with ease, losing nothing as they travel. Such individuals are also supremely powerful when wielding those abilities that they have mastered across every realm. To differentiate these abilities from others, Realm Lords tend to call such mastered abilities the abilities of all realms. Realm Lords are hard to inflict damage upon or alter in any way, as they are master manipulators of their own personal reality. Only abilities trained to work across all realms can even touch them unless they desire it otherwise. As such, most Realm Lords are immune to everything except the attacks of another Realm Lord. On occasion, a being who has only completed travel to a few realms may be able to mimic the movements of a Realm Lord and duplicate the effects of an ability of all realms, but this is very rare. It is also rare for a being to take up the quest of traveling to hundreds of realms to complete the training to be a Realm Lord, unless someone who already is a Realm Lord instructs them to do so. For this reason, the Realm Lords developed the Trial of the Realms as a way to train potential students. A Realm Lord teacher would travel to a realm and test the strongest beings there. If any were found capable of surviving realm travel and possessed the latent talent to wield abilities of all realms, they were sent through the Portal of Trials. This portal would cut them off from their ability to return to realms they had been to before, and place them in a new realm where they would have to relearn their abilities. Once done, it would automatically teleport them to another new realm, where they would need to repeat the process. This would continue until the individual became a Realm Lord, at which time they would be able to naturally end the portal's influence on them and return home. When Darkfire and Dacheldor were sent through the portal by Edge, the trip taken seemed to span eons, but it is impossible to know how long it actually took. Time works differently in each realm, so eons of time in one could be a few seconds in another. To add to this, the Portal of Trials favors those realms where time moves faster, making it so the least overall time is used on a cosmic scale. In the beginning, the two were separated and most of their primary learning took lifetimes. Each realm was so different, it also gave the two a much different perspective on life in the cosmos. They had relationships, gained friends, had enemies, and learned abilities they never could have fathomed. Completion of their training instantly teleported them to the next realm without a chance to say goodbye to their new companions. It was heart-wrenching. After several lifetimes, the two ended up in the same realm and ran into each other. This was not an accident. The Portal of Trials was designed to pair up students once they started to get the hang of the work on their own. It seemed this was needed to keep most students sane. Darkfire and Dacheldor were no regular students. In some realms, they worked together. In others, they fought each other, pulling the peoples of the realms into their conflict. All of their built-up strife and heartfelt companionship played out, from realm to realm. Eventually they came together and completely forgave one another. Their altering forms across altering realities had caused them to lose much of what made them feel connected to their old lives. They began to be able to sense the will of the cosmos, as if they were a part of it, and then they started finding themselves able to maintain their abilities across realms. The Portal of Trials brought them to a weapon called the Soul Cutter. It was a sword designed as a weapon of all realms. Such a weapon could be wielded by a non-realm lord, and provide the ability to damage one. As they learned from it, they began to create their own weapons of all realms, and found that such weapons in the hands of an individual wielding abilities of all realms was beyond anything they had ever experienced. This was why Edge's mighty axe could level cities. Their mastery of their own bodies reached a point where they could shapeshift at will, and could make themselves impossible to damage by anything other than an ability of all realms. They could see the specifics of an attack as it came their way and transmute themselves and their surroundings in an instant, in any way to defend against it. They had not only mastered their original abilities across all realms, they had mastered their own forms. This was what it truly meant to be a Realm Lord. The portal stopped teleporting them, and they knew this meant the trial was at an end. They altered themselves, pulling the portal from their bodies, then took on a form mirroring their original bodies. Lifting a hand, they each opened a portal back to Limbo. They were ready to return home. Return of the Realm Lords. While an immeasurable time passed for Darkfire and Dacheldor, only 10 years passed in Limbo. This was enough time, though, for new trouble to rise in the form of a demonic invasion. Deric Dacheldor, who had been cast out of the heavens, continued to seek a means of imprisoning the Black Angel once again. He stumbled upon an artifact that had the power to give him the strength of a full angel, the wings of the rogue. He knew that absorbing this artifact would forever brand him a heretic by his people, but would make him able to travel between realms as all angels did. He believed the tools needed to imprison the Black Angel lied in Limbo, and he would have to be able to go there freely to find them. In the end, he decided he did not need to redeem himself to the angels. He needed to ensure the cosmos was safe. He absorbed the artifact and grew massive green wings. Traveling to Limbo, he happened upon the Shockerock, who noticed he was Dacheldor's son. Interested in reuniting with Dacheldor in the future, the Shockerock agreed to work with Deric until Dacheldor's return. He took him to see Nicole, who had previously stopped visiting Deric in his realm, and Deric finally came to understand why. She was busy ruling all of Limbo. Deric explained his need to imprison the Black Angel, and Nicole put all the resources she could spare behind him. This led to spies from the Hells informing the Black Angel of the goings-on, and Limbo was besieged by wide-open portals full of demons. The Empire held them off as best they could, but this was unlike any coordinated attack by the Hells before. This was legions upon legions. Even the heavens hesitated to answer the call for help. When the heavens did come, the Black Angel sprung a trap for them, seemingly using what Deric was doing to lure them in. He captured the highest-ranking angels and pulled them into the Hells, personally thanking Deric as he did. Deric tried to rebut this, but the Black Angel looked at him questioningly. "Why fight it?" the Black Angel asked. "You are an outcast like me. You could be so much more if we worked together." Deric refused and charged into battle with the Black Angel. He was no match, and would have been destroyed by the Black Angel if Nicole had not stepped in at the last minute and defended him. The half-demon and half-angel sister-brother pair amused the Black Angel, and he contemplated taking them both home with him, but he acted too slowly. A portal in the sky tore open, and Darkfire emerged. Seeing his castle assaulted, he rained storms of concentrated energy down on the demonic armies. Thousands disintegrated in seconds. A second portal opened and Dacheldor flew out. Sensing his former children, he landed in the presence of the Black Angel and swung his newly recrafted demon edge, now a weapon of all realms. An arm and 2 wings flew from the Black Angel, and he fell back in shock. Dacheldor snickered as he saw how powerful he was now compared to the demons and angels that once haunted his nightmares. The Black Angel could not believe his eyes. Within the pulsing energy of Dacheldor's soul, he recognized the energy of the Ancient connected to him. He muttered the words, "Father?" Dacheldor did not know exactly what he meant, but could sense the question was no trick. He withdrew momentarily, giving the Black Angel time to escape through a quickly conjured portal. The remaining forces of the demonic armies also withdrew. With 2 Realm Lords on the scene, there was no longer value in continuing the fight. Deric shouted at Dacheldor for letting the Black Angel escape, but Nicole did not share this sentiment. She thanked him for saving her and embraced him. Even if he was a new being, she loved him like a father, and was more than willing to call him such. The Shockerock kneeled to Dacheldor and pledged loyalty to him once again. humbling his name to simply Shockerock. Seeing Shockerock's intentions were pure, Dacheldor agreed to an alliance with him, but requested he take on a more human-looking form. Shockerock transformed into a resemblance of the fire-haired being that had once used the same name, and moved to stand next to Dacheldor. As Darkfire descended to request the full status of the Empire from Nicole, another portal opened in the sky. Edge appeared, hurling toward the two new Realm Lords with a speed only they could fathom. Wanting to spare his castle, Darkfire shot upward at the same speed and slammed into Edge in the distance. Dacheldor followed, and a battle ensued of such speed and precision that none but the three could truly appreciate it. Darkfire and Dacheldor landed attack after attack on Edge, inflicting great damage. He smiled as they did, remarking they had already reached an attack level equal to the Overlord. Weapons of all realms appeared in his hands, and he began returning damage to them. As they fought, it seemed he was perfectly capable of defending against two Realm Lords. Any doubt that he had been holding back during their initial meeting was long gone. Dacheldor moved in for a close-up assault, while Darkfire performed cunning maneuvers from behind. Edge remarked that their teamwork was better than the Overlord's, but that now he would have to see if they could surpass him. He pushed spiritual energy from within his body into his weapons, and it exploded out of them as he struck. Darkfire and Dacheldor had never seen such an attack, and it nearly obliterated them, even with their new abilities. Dacheldor stood on a heap of rubble and lifted his own weapon of all realms. Trying his best to mimic what he had observed, energy poured from him into the blade. His energy, that of an ancient, was absurdly powerful. Darkfire seemingly stood out of sight as if calling it quits for the fight, but when Dacheldor swung his weapon, Darkfire moved as well. He had pushed his own energy into two cables that wound through the ground and shot up into Edge. The spiritual strike was enough to pin him in place so Dacheldor's attack could land. Edge's body shattered from the force of the blast, leaving only broken bits of bone. The bone and ash swirled and pulled together after the blast had cleared. Edge's body reformed from seeming nothingness. This being was not only a Realm Lord, he was something even more powerful. When he was completely restored, his weapons reformed as well. Dacheldor and Darkfire looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Edge threw down his weapons and congratulated them. They had surpassed the Overlord, and had what he believed would be needed to become more than the typical Realm Lords. He walked over to them with his arms extended in a handshake, claiming no further need to fight. They begrudgingly shook his hand, and he shared with them the full truth of his past. Headmaster Genus. Edge's real name was Genus, and he was one of the earliest beings to ever become a Realm Lord. In his youth, he had pushed himself beyond the limits of mortals quickly, and even eventually found an ancient library floating in space that was over 5 billion years old. It turned out the library belonged to a group of 6 individuals seeking the power to control reality. In their time, each had developed a single skill to a level unparalleled by any other. One could create portals to travel anywhere in the cosmos without penalty, even to other realms. A second could alter his own body so that he was impervious to all damage except strikes to the soul. A third could alter physics to deconstruct and reconstruct matter. A fourth could control the flow of energy inside his own body so that attacks dealt by him struck the soul. A fifth could create weapons, armor, and equipment that held within them power rivaling the powers of the others. A sixth could alter her own body in such a way that after death she could reconstruct a new body as long as her soul was not devoured. One of the key factors in the training for each of these beings was the ability to survive and use their capabilities in all realms. Each had stumbled upon this ability, becoming the first 6 Realm Lords in history. Each had then mastered a specific skill before meeting one another. The beings believed if they could learn each other's powers, they would become the ultimate evolution, an evolution beyond a mere Realm Lord. So they constructed the library to gather all the knowledge they could on their specific talents. Each was specialized to an extreme level, but found it difficult to learn the powers of the others. It was as if by specializing they had blocked themselves from gaining the other powers. Later, the beings were caught up in a war that spread throughout the cosmos. A war between those species that had been created by the ancients and those that had not. The 6 beings did not survive, and their library was left floating in space, untouched for countless generations. Genus, being the prodigy that he was, believed he could use the knowledge of the library to make himself into the first of this ultimate evolution. But even he found his limits. He spent generations becoming a Realm Lord in accordance with the rules of the library and created the Portal of Trials that would later be used to train others. He spent even more time studying in the library and was able to gain rudimentary control of all 6 talents. Yet he could not advance beyond that point on his own. He determined that this rudimentary understanding of all 6 talents would be what set him apart from the original beings and took to mastering the combat talent, striking enemies directly to the soul. Once he had done this, completely mastering one of the 6 talents and having a low-level understanding of the other 5, he found he could not learn anything more. He went out and found 5 other powerful beings, offering them a chance to become Realm Lords if they assisted in his training. He trained them each in the rudimentary level of all 6 talents after they completed the trials, and allowed each to take on a different talent to master. The end result was 6 beings with rudimentary understanding of all 6 talents and a mastery of one of each of the 6 talents. Genus assisted and watched the other 5 as they trained. Eventually he managed to find a connecting thread he had not previously seen. This stroke of genius led him to master a second of the 6 talents, and allowed him to teach it to the other 5. After each had mastered it as well, they discovered a means of teaching their mastered talents to each other. Soon they began the task of training fully in all 6. The secret Genus would learn was to have beings reach a level of power where they could survive realm travel first, such as the Great Trials, then to train them in the rudimentary power of all 6 talents. A single Realm Lord could teach this rudimentary training over a great deal of time, or a school of Realm Lords could teach it in 1 year. After that, at least 6 Realm Lord Masters were needed to complete the training of a Realm Lord by training them to master each of the 6 talents. Only after mastering all 6 talents could a being become this new evolution, what they would later call a full Realm Lord. Once a being became a full Realm Lord, the only thing left to do was to pick a specialization for training later Realm Lords. This did not make the Realm Lord more powerful with a specialized talent. After all, they had already mastered all 6. It simply honed their understanding so they could teach the specialized talent to others. Though Realm Lords were masters of all 6, they could learn to train others in only 1. It was strange, but it seemed the process of learning to train other Realm Lords in one talent made it impossible to learn how to train them fully in the others. Thus, 6 teachers were always the minimum required to train a full Realm Lord. Genus and the other 5 beings were now 6 of the first full Realm Lords to exist. They made plans to construct a school where they could teach the rudimentary Realm Lord talents to the others in 1 year, teach mastery of a single talent per student in another year, and teach mastery of all 5 other talents in the next 2 years. As such, beings could become Realm Lords in 4 years and go on to further specialize if they wished to become teachers. This training, as with the specialization, was based around the 6 talents: combat, defense, physics, self, smith, and travel. While forming their school, the 6 Realm Lords sought the perfect realm for such training, a realm called the Prime Realm. The Prime Realm was considered the centralmost realm. In it, only abilities and rules of reality that worked in every other realm worked. Thus, only beings who were already Realm Lords could survive and evolve there. The 6 planned to use the Portal of Trials to train beings to become the simplest level of Realm Lord, then take them to the Prime Realm for their training to become a full Realm Lord. In the Prime Realm, they began to establish their school, but also ran into 6 other individuals with the same powers. It seemed these 6 had learned the exact same 6 talents through alternate means. They had become Realm Lords on their own, then full Realm Lords, and had come to the Prime Realm to train. The 12 beings would later be known as the 12 first full Realm Lords, and, more simply, the first 12 Realm Lords, though in truth they never worked together. The 6 newcomers had no interest in training others and believed only those that figured out how to become Realm Lords on their own deserved to be Realm Lords. As such, each set of 6 went their separate ways, though there was much animosity between them. Genus and the others created their school and became the 6 headmasters. They each chose a single student and trained those 6 to make the first batch of quickly trained Realm Lords. Once the first 6 students were trained, they became instructors. Together with the 6 headmasters, they trained 12 more Realm Lords. Once those Realm Lords were trained, they also became instructors, and together trained 24 Realm Lords. These Realm Lords assisted in the future training of 48 Realm Lords, and so on until eventually there was an entire staff of instructors, allowing Genus and the others to seek further power. Each of the 6 headmasters delved into their individual talents and began uncovering new uses and new powers. These powers were then taught to the instructors and made their way to the training curriculum for all Realm Lords. The headmasters soon stopped being viewed as teachers and instead as the founders of all Realm Lord knowledge. Eventually, so many Realm Lords were trained that the need to keep all of them on staff as teachers dissipated. The founders formed an organization called the Center. This organization saw itself as the center of the cosmos, justified in policing the problems of the cosmos and in liberating artifacts of power and knowledge. All Realm Lords became members of the Center upon completion of their training. Only those who wished to teach others returned to the school after joining the Center. Though the Center had recently become operational, it was deemed that a combat-centric batch of new recruits could make the Center far stronger than it was. As such, Genus was selected to seek out the strongest fighters in the cosmos and recruit them to the trials. This was how he had come to train the Overlord, who ultimately refused to join the Realm Lords, seeking to conquer the cosmos instead, and how he had come to find Dacheldor in Darkfire. Now, Genus offered them a unique opportunity. Come with him to the Prime Realm. Learn to be a full Realm Lord in the school of his making. Join the Center. Training in the Prime Realm. Genus offered Darkfire and Dacheldor 60 years to decide if they would join him. In the Prime Realm, time moved the slowest of any other realm, meaning that 1 year in Limbo would only be 1 hour in the Prime Realm. In a sense, he had given them 2.5 days of time in the Prime Realm, which would be more than enough time to get their affairs in order. Darkfire worked with Nicole and Bylon to prepare Limbo for his permanent exit. At first, he planned to leave Limbo to Nicole with Bylon by her side, but both refused the offer. Now aware of the Prime Realm, Bylon wished to travel there himself to undergo a training of his own. He believed from there he could learn to manipulate time in all realms, becoming a sort of Time Lord. Nicole simply did not want the responsibility of continued ownership of Limbo. She had done the job for a while and found it less than ideal. Darkfire spent nearly the entire 60 years looking for and grooming the perfect replacement. He finally became fed up with the lack of good choices and decided to continue ruling himself. Combining his new understandings of all realms and his well-adapted cloning power, he split himself into 2 beings, both constantly aware of the other. One would go on to train in the Prime Realm, while the other would rule Limbo. Nicole remained the head general under this new Darkfire. Dacheldor spent his 60 years traveling with and getting to know Shockerock. He felt a kinship with him, being of the ancient who created him, and wanted to understand himself better by understanding Shockerock. He eventually took to calling Shockerock his apprentice, teaching him all the abilities and ways of magic he knew. Deric felt uneasy about Dacheldor's interest in Shockerock. Though he did not see this new Dacheldor as his father, it stung to see him give so much attention to another. He buried these feelings for the most part, and spent his time assisting his sister, Nicole, in her work as head general. He felt, more than anything else, remaining aligned to the Limbo Imperial military was his best chance at finding a means of imprisoning the Black Angel once again. When the time came for Darkfire and Dacheldor to leave for the Prime Realm, Genus returned to take them there. Dacheldor asked Genus if Shockerock could be sent on the trials and later join the Center as well. Genus tested him and, thanks to the time spent training with Dacheldor, found Shockerock worthy of the trials. He sent him through the portal of trials, then led the others through a portal of his own. The Prime Realm was everything Genus had said it would be, and was a magnificent sight beyond most. Every world in the Prime Realm took the form of a floating landmass, hovering above, around, and below one another. Below them was a massive vortex connecting the flow of energy from every other realm to this one. The school, where they would be admitted, as well as the organization known as the Center, was on a landmass near the vortex. It was difficult to tell which buildings of the massive campus were for training and which were for the Center's operations, but this was by design. The two mostly worked hand in hand. All students were assigned quarters in the student housing, while graduates were given their own places to stay on campus. Instructors had their own housing, and headmasters were housed on the top floors of the centermost building, which resembled a large library. The campus also supported everything else that could be found in a modern city. There were places to congregate, eat if you had the need to do so, shop, perform projects, and more. There was really no need to ever leave the campus for day-to-day life. Even so, students were free to explore the other land masses that made up the Prime Realm at their leisure. During breaks from classes, it was typical for groups of students to band together and go on, for lack of a better term, adventures in the surrounding areas. This was especially common for the students that came on board with Darkfire and Dacheldor, this new breed of combat-oriented students Genus had spoken of. During their time as students, Darkfire and Dacheldor were roommates in the student housing. They were amazed to find that they were far from the top of their class. In the School for Realm Lords, all beings wielded powers similar to theirs. Many wielded greater powers. At the completion of their 4 years of training, Dacheldor and Darkfire were full Realm Lords, but still desired to specialize. Dacheldor attended an academy for those interested in the arts of the Realm Lord smiths, and Darkfire took up personal training under Genus, who was a master of Realm Lord combat. Though the two would not work directly with each other again for thousands of years, their renewed friendship would hold strong well into the future. While Dacheldor trained for this advanced specialization, Shockerock arrived in the Prime Realm, joining the next class of students. By the time Dacheldor had fully specialized and was capable of becoming an instructor himself, Shockerock had finished his 4 years of training and was a full Realm Lord. Unlike Dacheldor, Shockerock opted not to specialize in any form of teaching right away, and signed on as a member of the Center. Dacheldor also signed on as a member of the Center. Though he had desired the knowledge to teach others to become Realm Lords, it was not his goal to become a full-time instructor. The idea of working to thwart dangerous forces in the cosmos appealed to him far more strongly. Dacheldor was put on a 6-person squad that performed assignments directed by Genus. Darkfire was also put on a squad, but a different squad from Dacheldor's. In time, both worked their way up to squad leader, each in charge of 5 Realm Lord subordinates. When choosing the members of his squad, Dacheldor selected Shockerock as his second-in-command. These squads traveled to other realms as assigned to investigate strange occurrences, locate artifacts of extreme power, and battle enemies that threatened the entire cosmos. Much to Dacheldor's surprise at first, there were numerous enemies throughout the realms whose danger made the invading armies of the Hells seem like an average adversary. Some battles were so dangerous that a misstep could result in the complete obliteration of multiple realms. As the years flew by, Dacheldor's team became like a family to him. For the first time in his life, he began to feel like he wanted nothing and needed nothing. He even fell in love with a female squad leader named Doomsday. She had known him from before they were Realm Lords, but had kept her interest hidden until they were both considered equals. Unlike Dacheldor's other many interests over the years, his interest in Doomsday did not wane, and being with her made him feel like a better man. Doomsday's name had been earned in her life as an assassin long before becoming a Realm Lord. She was born blind, but learned to sense her surroundings, giving her a sight better than most other beings. Her training in the arts of stealth and vital strikes made the people of her world say, "She may not see you, but if you see her, it's your Doomsday," thus earning her the nickname. As she grew in power, she was seen as a threat to the people of her original world. They banded together and captured her, planning to execute her in the square. That night, a monster fell from the skies. It devoured the people of the town, draining their souls into translucent black tentacles. Doomsday escaped her cell, in time to encounter the monster, but she could not see it. What she sensed was a man in pain. She called out to him and asked why he was in so much pain. This question stopped him from attacking and eating her. The creature introduced himself as the Lord of the Shadows and offered to train her in the arts of magic. They only remained together for a short time, and the Lord of the Shadows quickly forgot her. But it was because of his training that she eventually left her world and went on to become powerful enough to join the Realm Lords. She never forgot him, the once Lord of the Shadows, now healed from the black tentacles, Dacheldor. Though he had not recognized her, Dacheldor's love for Doomsday had sprung from seeing her as an equal. As a fellow Realm Lord squad leader, she commanded the same respect as he did. As a skilled tactician, she could outwit him at games of war and strategy. As a lover, she embraced him for who he was on the inside. These things made her unlike any other woman he had met before. On missions where two squads were needed, the two always volunteered to work together. When squads needed training or friends offered to adventure in the Prime Realm, the two happily joined in. When off duty and away from the squads, the two seemed inseparable. Dacheldor found more than a calling as a member of the Center. He found companionship with beings of all backgrounds. He found a new home, one worth more to him than any other. Betrayal. Genus summoned his most trusted squad leaders to a secret meeting and informed them that the other 5 Realm Lord founders, the Headmasters, had hatched a nefarious plot to destroy the cosmos. Though it went against most of their teachings, Genus ordered the squad leaders to annihilate the other 5 Realm Lord Headmasters and destroy their souls. Not surprisingly, the squad leaders chosen for this mission were all masters of the soul absorption path. Among the Realm Lords, soul absorbers held a special position. This was because a soul absorber had the power to permanently kill other Realm Lords. With most Realm Lords, as long as their souls remained, they could eventually recreate their bodies. Soul absorbers put a stop to that by absorbing or destroying their enemies' souls upon their defeat. Though Genus ordered his trusted squad leaders to destroy their enemies' souls, not absorb them, Dacheldor did not listen. He took to the job of killing one of the 6 founding Realm Lords without questioning Genus, but did not believe absorbing the enemy's soul would be a problem for him. Unlike many of the other soul absorbers, Dacheldor had experienced suppressing the minds of numerous souls for more than 2 billion years. Thus, when he destroyed one of the 6 founding Realm Lords, he absorbed the being's soul and gained all his knowledge. This not only made him immensely more powerful, but alerted him to the horrifying truth. The 5 Realm Lord Headmasters had not plotted to destroy the cosmos. They actually plotted to destroy Genus. Genus had discovered a new level of Realm Lord capability and believed he could sacrifice realms to gain power. The other 5 founders quickly placed binding curses on Genus that stopped his power from working and kept him from being able to attack them. Before they could inform anyone else of Genus's actions, he instructed 5 soul absorbers to destroy the other founders, thus freeing him from their hold. By the time Dacheldor learned this, the other 4 soul absorbers had also destroyed their targets. This left Genus free to rain destruction down on the cosmos. He pushed his spiritual power through the great vortex at the base of the Prime Realm and began cracking entire realms. The Realm Lords tried to battle Genus, but his power had become too great. He killed more than half the Realm Lords he had originally trained and managed to turn a large number of the others to his side. Darkfire became Genus's second-in-command and single-handedly held back those Realm Lords led by Dacheldor, knowing his friend's tricks well. Dacheldor attempted to persuade Darkfire to switch sides, but his attempts were no use. Darkfire saw more power in following Genus, and in the end, Darkfire always sided with power over friendship. Dacheldor sought Bylon in hopes he would be able to persuade his brother to change his mind, but was unable to find him anywhere. It seemed Bylon's plan to train to become a Time Lord was well underway, but had removed him from time entirely, at least for now. Though he did not find what he was looking for, the ordeal reminded Dacheldor that time moved differently in different realms, and this gave him an idea. Returning to Limbo, Dacheldor reached out to Nicole and Deric and explained to them what was going on. They agreed to mask his presence from Darkfire, so Dacheldor brought all the remaining Realm Lords not loyal to Genus into Limbo. Here they could prepare a counterattack without worry of time, as 1 year in Limbo was only a single hour in the Prime Realm. Dacheldor had not only learned to be an instructor, but had also absorbed the soul of a headmaster. He knew how to lead a team of 5 other specialized Realm Lords to train students. They recruited possible candidates from the halls of LEU, the Limbo Empire University, and people Dacheldor could trust from within the Empire, and sent them through the portal of trials. Among them was Nicole. Deric, who could already travel the realms due to his possession of the Wings of the Rogue, was trained directly as the first student of the 6. His crash course took only 2 years to master, and then he spent 2 more learning to be an instructor in the same specialization as Dacheldor. The experience finally brought him closer to Dacheldor and, though he still refused to see him as a father, he grew to see him as a friend. By the end of this 4-year period, many recruits had been sent on to the trials under the nose of Darkfire, and the first of those who had been sent were returning to start their training. Among them, Nicole returned, and she was instrumental in getting the former members of the Empire to follow the new teachings. These students could not master the Realm Lord trainings to the same level as Deric, because they did not have the influence of the Prime Realm, but they were able to become highly proficient. Noticing Nicole's absence, Darkfire sent squads looking for her. He uncovered the disappearance of members of the LEU and Empire, and attributed them to joining Nicole in a possible uprising. Hearing through her connections that this was the case, several of her companions put together a mock rebellion, and she played the part of their leader while the Realm Lords continued to train others elsewhere. Darkfire never suspected their involvement. At the end of 10 years, an army of partially trained Realm Lords was ready. Nicole led them, and Dacheldor led the original Realm Lords as they returned to the Prime Realm only 10 hours after they had left. The goal was to have the new Realm Lords distract Darkfire and his forces, so Dacheldor and the others could get to Genus. Darkfire was surprised to see the rebellion he had expected in Limbo suddenly appearing in the Prime Realm. Many had been loyal to him for generations. He hesitated. Dacheldor and the others took the advantage and pushed their way past him to Genus. Genus was already beginning to transform into a new being, something he called a Volant, a being that could alter and shape the reality of an entire realm with its will. He absorbed whole teams of Realm Lords into pockets of negative space, shattered bodies with a glance, and erected barriers that only the most spiritually strong could pass. Many Realm Lords were left trapped outside the barriers, battling their brethren to ensure those inside would get a chance to fight Genus. Inside, only 2 survived to face him, Dacheldor and Shockerock. They both were tied strongly to the realm of Dacheldor's ancient self, and it kept them from being overtaken by the chaotic changes to reality. The 2 fought Genus in a clash of blades. Genus wielded his giant glowing axes, Dacheldor wielded his electric-laden demon edge, and Shockerock wielded his 2 flaming swords. The symmetry of Dacheldor and Shockerock's fighting style made them an even match for Genus. It seemed for a time that no one would win. Then Darkfire arrived and passed through the barrier. Genus commanded Darkfire to take down Shockerock, knowing he could defeat Dacheldor if he was on his own. But Darkfire did not respond. He looked at his old friend battling his new master. He looked at those who followed him, struggling against him. He closed his eyes and breathed out a sigh. Darkfire blasted Genus in the back with a massive burst of black fire. Genus was stunned, opening his defenses for a single moment. Dacheldor and Shockerock struck as one, beheading the Realm Master, then blasting pure spiritual energy into his neck hole. His body exploded into 1,000 glowing stars. Dacheldor closed his eyes, concentrated, and did to Genus what he had originally been ordered to do to the other headmasters. He destroyed his soul. The Realm Lords that had been loyal to Genus surrendered under the order of Darkfire. Dacheldor shook Darkfire's hand, remarking he was glad Darkfire came around in the end. Darkfire was insulted. It had always been his plan to double-cross Genus. He had just planned to do it after learning the secret to his new power. The center was rebuilt and new headmasters were elected. Among them, Darkfire was chosen to replace Genus. Doing so ensured those Realm Lords who had been loyal to him would continue to ally with the center. Dacheldor was also elected, but he refused. He saw his place as part of the center directly, not as an instructor or leader of the Realm Lords. New protections were put in place to ensure the headmaster's activities were overseen by the rest of the center. New laws were made prohibiting uprisings and the behavior that had led to the original conflict. New Realm Lords were trained to police the Realm Lords themselves as sort of Realm Lord hunters. The center elected its own leaders, separate from the headmasters, to keep the instructors from using the center for their own agendas. The school returned to training new Realm Lords, starting by completing the training of those Realm Lords who were trained in Limbo. The center returned to protecting the realms, now under the leadership of a Realm Lord named Michael Titan. The Realm Lords the center originally employed restored the realms affected by the attack. On the surface, all was returned to functioning status, and things were more secure than ever. But under the surface, grudges and mistrust remained for years to come. Life at the center. Though Dacheldor did not take a position of power within the center or the school, he was eventually directly connected to almost everyone who was in such a position. Deric, who still sought an eventual means of imprisoning the Black Angel, worked his way up to head of Special Projects and Development, the branch of the center that created new technology. All those who had joined the Realm Lords in Limbo continued to respect Nicole. She rose to become the High Commander of the force that policed the Realm Lords and in charge of all aspects of their oversight. Darkfire, who worked to bridge the gap of trust between himself and Dacheldor over the years, brought him in on major decisions with all the new headmasters. Michael Titan, the only person in a position of power not directly interacting with Dacheldor in other ways, was head of the center and thus Dacheldor's boss. As such, Dacheldor had a reputation among the other squad leaders as the person who could get things done when the superiors were not talking to each other. Dacheldor and Doomsday continued to spend time together, and Dacheldor hardly noticed Shockerock had started courting Nicole. It was not long before Shockerock was officially a member of his family, his son-in-law, and he became a grandfather. Shockerock and Nicole's son was powerful, and raised by Realm Lords from birth. He would eventually become one of the greatest of their ranks, an expected successor to Michael Titan. When Shockerock married Nicole, he left Dacheldor's squad and became a squad leader of his own. Dacheldor opened a position for a replacement, and was surprised by who arrived to fill it. Dark One, the original Grim Reaper who had given Dacheldor advice years ago, had joined the center and become a Realm Lord a few years prior. When he asked to be Dacheldor's second in command, Dacheldor was more than happy to accept him. Though officially working under Dacheldor, Dark One was always viewed by Dacheldor as a mentor. When it came to leading the squad and issuing orders, Dacheldor was obviously in charge, but at all other times, the two seemed to work more as a team. Dark One's skills as a Realm Lord were no greater or lesser than Dacheldor's, but his knowledge of spirituality and grasp of philosophy were what Dacheldor loved to learn from him. Most of the beings who resided at the center enjoyed their lives there. When not on a mission or out adventuring, a typical day for a squad leader included a few hours of work with the center, anything from working in one's files to attending gatherings and working with one's team. They also had time for personal and team training, silent meditation and rest, and recreational or personal activities for the remainder of the day. Team members shared the same daily plan as their squad leader, with the exclusion of the hours of work the squad leader put in with the center, unless they called for a team activity. Many filled the gap with pet projects or simply added to their recreation time. When squad leaders and team members had completed all necessary work and training, they held the right to leave the center for a while for short adventures of their own. Many team leaders planned their breaks to match up with other specific team leaders and went on adventures together, leaving their teams for a time. Dacheldor and Doomsday were frequent participants in such adventures. The only time this lifestyle changed was when the team was on a mission. While on assignment, team members and squad leaders were expected to give all that they had to complete the mission at hand. This was the price for residence at the center. Headmasters, instructors, Special Projects Division, and the police force worked somewhat differently. They basically lived their work, day in and day out, but their positions were always held by those who wanted to live that lifestyle. The police force prided themselves on being the best of the best. The Special Projects Division delighted in the creation and use of new technology, and the instructors and headmasters enjoyed the art of teaching and the research opportunities afforded them. For some headmasters, being seen as the pinnacle of Realm Lord perfection, and leaders of the new generation of Realm Lords, also had its appeal. The side adventures taken during a Realm Lord's free time were often to destinations within the Prime Realm. Since the Prime Realm was home to only beings capable of using their abilities in all realms, native creatures and peoples of the realm were not unlike Realm Lords. Some of the beings encountered in the Prime Realm were more deadly and powerful than the beings the center sent Realm Lords on missions to face. This made many of these adventures more harrowing than the work of the center itself, but this did not stop the Realm Lords from continuing to perform them. Vacations from the center were often taken in other realms. Since time moves slower in the Prime Realm, a vacation could last years and use up only a day or even a few hours in the Prime Realm. Many Realm Lords had their own vacation spots figured out, though it was hard to keep them current as so much time passed between visits. It was difficult for most Realm Lords to hold on to any sense of how much time they had spent employed by the center. The variations in time between realms and frequent missions to other places made their own lifespans very different from the time passed in the Prime Realm. Some missions took a few days, and some took years, yet neither made a difference when determining the length of time passed in the Prime Realm. All Dacheldor knew was that he spent more time as a squad leader for the Center than he had as a member of the Limbo Imperial military. This gave him a strong sense of duty to the Center. It also helped him to let go of his past, which had long been manipulated by Bylon. Breakdown of the Great Vortex. Communication between realms was not a simple thing. It was something the Special Projects and Development Group was constantly working to improve. Still, from the Prime Realm, technology could be used to view and monitor other realms through the vortex at the base of the realm. One day, the Center's ability to view and monitor other realms shut off without warning. The technology was inspected and inspected again, and it was proven the issue was not with the technology. A team was selected to enter the vortex and see if anything could be causing the issue there. This team included Dacheldor and those few other realm lords with an abundance of spiritual power. Only they could survive for long periods of time within the vortex. When they entered, they detected a disturbance in the flow of the vortex's energy. This disturbance was small, but enough to throw off the natural rhythm of the vortex. They traced the disturbance to its source and discovered a massive creature living in the vortex. Previous to this discovery, none had believed any living being could survive in the vortex for long. Even Dacheldor and the others could survive at best a few days. This creature, it seemed, had survived for nearly a year and had been growing in size and power as it absorbed the swirling forces of the vortex. Finally, it had grown large enough to disturb the vortex's rhythm, which was the reason they had discovered it. The team reported back what they found and verified it was the reason their technology was not working. With the vortex out of rhythm, the entire Prime Realm was being affected. It was even possible, if the creature grew much bigger, it could cause the realm to shift out of the center and lose its connection to all realms. The team was sent back in to annihilate the creature, but found this more difficult than expected. The power of the vortex had made it invulnerable to all but spiritual attacks, and performing such attacks in the vortex was dangerous. To make matters worse, once the creature was attacked, it began lashing out at the Realm Lords, breaking their bodies easily with each blow. Several Realm Lords were lost forever. Dacheldor reached out with his mind and managed to see the creature's thoughts each time it suffered an attack. He delved further and further in until he learned the truth behind the creature's origin. It had not meant to come into the vortex. It had ended up here by mistake and was just trying to survive. He tried to call off the attack, but, before he could, the final blow was dealt to the creature and the vortex destroyed its body. The Center rejoiced as their communications came back online, and all considered it a mission completed. Dacheldor was the only one who felt the weight of what he knew. His comrades had died over a misunderstanding, as had the creature. Doomsday's final lead mission. Though life at the Center was fairly easy, the missions its members undertook were dangerous. On occasion, teams would return missing members. Some fell in combat, never to return. Others decided the dangers were too much to keep facing, and retreated into the other realms. It was never easy for a squad leader to get over the loss of a member, and it was even harder for a team to get over the loss of a squad leader. Shortly after the incident with the Vortex creature, Doomsday's team was assigned to a routine search mission. A beacon, originally designed by the Special Projects and Development Group, was set off in another realm. Search beacons were used when a Realm Lord was in trouble, but no one had been assigned to the realm in question. It was assumed that someone who had run away from the Center had used the beacon. Doomsday's team located the beacon, and it did belong to a runaway Realm Lord, but the Realm Lord in question was nowhere to be found. Instead, they found themselves in an ambush, as a barrier erected itself like a cage around them, and a red portal opened within it. Through the portal stepped the Black Angel. The Realm Lords attacked the Black Angel, but he evaded their strikes and battered them against the barrier. Over the years, he had grown far stronger than any of them had ever imagined, and seemed to be moving and fighting like a Realm Lord. 8 other demons stepped through the portal, each also as capable as a full Realm Lord, and they could not help but gloat, revealing how they had gained their power. They had been pursuing, capturing, and torturing those Realm Lords who left the Center. Eventually, they had pushed a sufficient number of them far enough to get them to agree to train them. The Black Angel and the 8 other great kings of the Hells were now Realm Lords. The demons tore Doomsday's team apart, leaving her for last. She watched as they slaughtered each one and absorbed their souls. The Black Angel grabbed Doomsday and placed a finger on her head, claiming he would show her what was to come. She saw visions of armies of demons trained, not as Realm Lords, but well enough to harm the Realm Lords. She saw the 9 kings of the Hells, all displaying powers akin to the Realm Lord Headmasters. She saw a future where the angels were plucked from the heavens and dragged to the Hells. She saw the Center and all of her friends burning in hellfire. The Black Angel laughed as she screamed. Then he took his finger off of her head. The other 8 kings grabbed her and forced her between them. The Black Angel lowered the barrier and said, "Scream for me. Scream loud enough for him to hear you." Then he turned on Doomsday's beacon and threw it in the dirt. Doomsday's screams were loud as the 8 other kings had their way with her. Her beacon signal made its way to the center, and Dacheldor responded to the call before a team could even be put together. Appearing alone beside her beacon, Dacheldor got a full view of what was happening to her. "Hello, Dad," the Black Angel taunted. It was the only thing Dacheldor heard. Something inside him snapped and all the sound of the outside world faded. He charged in blindly, swinging at the Black Angel, who sidestepped and countered his every move. All the while, the 8 continued their assault. Dacheldor turned his attention on the 8, getting them to let go of Doomsday, but they easily overpowered him. They held him down as the Black Angel kicked and spat on him. This was only interrupted when several teams of Realm Lords arrived on the scene. The Black Angel and the other 8 retreated through their portal, and it closed behind him. The teams recovered Dacheldor and Doomsday and returned them to the center. Her team's bodies were also returned to have proper funerals. It took a few weeks for Doomsday to come back to work at the center. Overcome with grief and horror, she used her own powers to dull down her emotions, making her the Realm Lord equivalent of an alcoholic. The only person she felt comfortable talking to without this dulled emotion was Dacheldor, and even that was in small doses. Dacheldor felt completely lost. The situation felt as if it had reopened all of his old wounds, issues he thought he had overcome long ago, and had inflicted new ones. The thought of what Doomsday was going through enraged him to a point he had not felt in ages, and his inability to stop the Black Angel made him quake with fear he had not felt in just as long. Dark One helped Dacheldor work through this, but it took years. While Dacheldor was brave and he found love and hope in life, he had never dealt with his fears from when he had been helpless long ago. He had grown so powerful he had stopped worrying about such things, but this was no replacement for working through the actual issue. In the end, Dacheldor had to accept that no matter how powerful he became, there would always be things he could not control. Doomsday had much work ahead of her as well. She recognized she was in no condition to lead another team. Stepping down as squad leader, she asked to be assigned to a new team, as a simple team member. Dacheldor asked that she be assigned to his team, but because of their relationship, he was not permitted to be her team leader. He decided to step down as well, becoming a team member of a new team led by his former second-in-command, Dark One. Dark One handpicked his team, claiming they would be specialized in facing off against threats like the Black Angel, but he had his own reasons for whom he picked. Michael Titan was hesitant to let him do it, but in the end agreed. The team consisted of Dacheldor, Doomsday, Shockerock, Deric, and Nicole. Nicole's position as head of the police force was replaced, as was Deric's position as head of special projects and development. The nickname the other Realm Lords gave the team was the Family. Together they helped each other through the traumas they had experienced. In time, Doomsday began to laugh and smile again. Dacheldor found his confidence, and Shockerock and Nicole found joy in working alongside one another. Dark One spent countless hours helping each to discover the best parts of themselves and teaching them to accept and let go of their pasts. Deric was the only one unable to let go fully. He needed to be the one to defeat the Black Angel. It was what fueled him above and beyond all else. Dark One warned him to beware of this desire, but he refused to listen. He felt responsible for everything the Black Angel did, and no one could convince him otherwise. The Family worked to strengthen the Realm Lords, preparing for the visions Doomsday had been shown. But one thing bothered Dacheldor that he could not shake. The Black Angel's words to him had been, "Hello, Dad." In the past, when he first met the Black Angel, he had muttered the word, "Father?" It seemed the Black Angel had a personal vendetta against him, kicking and spitting on him instead of capturing him or trying to kill him. What was this bond the Black Angel seemed to think they shared? Dacheldor was clueless to the answer. Beginning of the End Times. The number of demonic creatures moving between the realms increased drastically. It seemed whatever had kept the demons trapped in the Hell Realms no longer held sway on them. They struck targets in every realm. They waited for Realm Lord teams to respond, attacking them en masse when they did. They retreated as reinforcements arrived, but always this was too late to save the original team. They used the same tactic to eradicate scores of angels. Both groups, attempting to aid the realms, found themselves spread thin and slowly being picked off. The angels and Realm Lords began working together and teaching each other secrets each did not know about realm travel and spiritual power. They had to pull back from protecting all the realms, choosing who to protect carefully, and this bothered both greatly. To let the demonic forces have their way in some places and concentrate on others was not their style, but they had little choice. Soon it was uncovered that the demonic forces believed in a prophecy that spoke of a great end time. It spoke of an era when demons would roam freely through the realms, and all beings would be hard-pressed to save those realms from them. It claimed they would awaken a hungry force with the power to shatter the realms, and the Black Angel's maker would fall to them. It claimed a battle between an Angel of Light and an Angel of Dark would result in a change so great the realms would be affected forever. It did not say what that change would be. The first part of the prophecy had already come to pass, and this led the united forces of the Angels and Realm Lords to search out the meaning of the second part. In their ancient library, the Realm Lords discovered a mention of giant entities that existed between the realms. Called Realm Eaters, these beings fed on the realms when the cosmos was young, and now slumbered in the spaces between them. If awoken, they could devour realms again, bringing permanent destruction to even the ancients, whose souls resided within the realms themselves. This led the angels to provide a conclusion as to what was meant by the Black Angel's maker. They explained that the original angels, the Black Angel included, had been created by the ancients, who they had seen as their gods. The Black Angel must have been planning to destroy the ancient who created him. When news of this reached Dacheldor, he could barely believe the ramifications. Was the ancient soul he was tied to the one who created the Black Angel? Is that why the Black Angel called him Father? He did not want to believe it. It sounded too egoic. But the more he reviewed it in his mind, the more it made sense. He was the god the Black Angel was rebelling against. Neither side could determine who the Angel of Light from the end of the prophecy was, but they were sure the Angel of Dark was the Black Angel. They set about investigating the possibility that the demons were planning to awaken the Realm Eaters, and soon uncovered something insane. The strongest of the Realm Eaters, referred to as the God of Destruction, was already awake and aligned with the demonic forces. This Realm Eater had the power to control the others with its mind, and would undoubtedly do so if they were all awakened. The Center devised a plan to destroy the God of Destruction before that happened. Recalling the destructive force of the energy created during the battle with the Vortex creature, they devised a way of harnessing the Vortex's power within a small explosive device. This device should be able to destroy the God of Destruction if set off in close vicinity to it, but would only be able to be handled and detonated by a being with nearly infinite spiritual energy, an ancient. Dacheldor gladly accepted this mission. Dark One and his team trained with the angels to learn how to exist between realms, and then traveled to the location of the Realm Eater nest. There, all the Realm Eaters slumbered except one, the God of Destruction, a beast so grotesque it could not be described. The other Realm Eaters were also horrifying and impossible for a sane mind to comprehend. Dacheldor knew as he looked upon the creatures, as long as any of them lived, the realms were in danger, as were his fellow ancients. His team urged to complete the mission, use the device on the God of Destruction to avert the current threat, but Dacheldor had a more permanent solution in mind. He believed he could link his mind with the God of Destruction and, through its connection to the others, destroy them all with the force of the Vortex. This would of course require him to make physical contact with the being, but it was a risk he was willing to take. Doomsday warned Dacheldor not to go through with his plan. The force of the Vortex unleashed in such a way could eat through even the protections of his immortality. He could not bring himself to inform her that, in order to control the explosion, he already planned to divert all his attention to it, effectively canceling his self-imposed immortality. He simply promised her he would return, though he did not explain in what form. Dark One commanded the team to retreat and wished Dacheldor luck. Once they were out of the area, Dacheldor strode up to the God of Destruction, holding the device. The God of Destruction sunk its realm-devouring fangs into his chest, and he felt it pulling at the ancient within him through his connection. He promised himself it was worth the risk. He closed his eyes, thought of the family one last time, then melded minds with the creature. An explosive force beyond all imagining blew him and the God of Destruction away, then rebounded through every remaining Realm Eater. In an instant never seen by anyone, the entire species was obliterated for good. The demonic forces were enraged by the outcome, but overjoyed to hear of the death of Dacheldor. The Black Angel was the only one who was not satisfied by the outcome. He had hoped the prophecy had spoken of the Realm Eaters devouring the ancient he viewed as his father, not simply causing the fall of its host. He became erratic, trying to quickly make a plan to ensure a new host did not soon rise up to take Dacheldor's place. Most of Dark One's team chose to view Dacheldor as temporarily out of contact rather than dead. They knew that his soul had been united to the ancient he truly was, and a new host would soon join them. Doomsday was the only member not to view it that way. A new host would not be the same Dacheldor. She had no idea how she would feel about him or how he would feel about her. There was no way of telling when the new host would arise, so the Realm Lords and Angels did not look for him or wait for him. They continued fighting the war with the demonic forces as best they could, awaiting the end of the prophecy and the change it foretold. The third host. Melding minds with the god of destruction had an effect on the Ancient almost as profound as the effect of its latest host's soul merging with it. It knew what the god of destruction had known, the life of a realm eater, and realized the god of destruction was not so different from it. As had been the case with the Vortex creature, the realm eaters had been killed for simply trying to survive the only way they knew how. But this time the Ancient felt responsible. It had destroyed the entire species. It found itself questioning everything it knew about purpose and meaning. Though it experienced the lives of an entire realm of people in addition to the hosts, the life of this host had changed it in more profound ways than anything else. It had chosen this host because he was brave, understood love, and would do what needed to be done. All of those things were true, but had they made it any better? The questions raised in the Ancient echoed throughout the people of its realm, playing out in their lives, and from them it would learn. But it did not feel it had the time to wait for these answers before selecting a new host. If the end times were truly upon the realms, it would need to select a new host quickly, or all could be lost. It would also need to select a host whose soul and mind closely resembled its current thinking, if it wanted a quick and stable integration. It found such a man, caught in the midst of the conflict of the end times. Early in his life, he had been captured by the demonic forces and tortured, but had managed to escape and even overcome the trauma of what had happened to him. He sought the strength to put an end to the conflict, and the Ancient believed that made him the perfect choice. The Ancient was in a hurry to begin the integration. It did not wait until the moments before the man's death, as it had with the previous host, and did not dwell within the man since birth, as it had with the first. It approached the man just as he had begun questioning the meaning of life in a similar fashion to the Ancient. Appearing in his dreams, the Ancient showed him what he could be if he accepted the bargain. But the man was hesitant. Throughout the next few weeks, it began showing the man images of the lives of Dacheldor and Dacheldor II. This made the man scared. He feared he was being influenced by demonic forces. In an attempt to ease the worries of the man, the Ancient allowed him to experience all of what Dacheldor and Dacheldor II had experienced. This backfired horribly. The man attempted to sever his connection to the Ancient, believing he was being possessed, and sought the aid of others to this end. Though the Ancient attempted to back off, the experiences of the previous hosts had already been shared. They played out in the man's head, and he screamed in agony at his inability to keep his own personality separate from theirs. He was eventually admitted to a mental institution, where he spent years of his life drugged and scratching at the walls. The Ancient contemplated leaving the man to find another host, but the guilt of what had happened made it stay. It had taken this perfect specimen and inadvertently driven him insane. It chose to stay with him and work to bring him back to sanity. Slowly but surely, the man clawed his way back to control of his mind, and came to understand Dacheldor and Dacheldor II were some form of past selves. He came to see himself as the incarnation of both of them, as well as the Ancient self. Unlike past hosts, he did not differentiate his own past from the history of the others. He simply came to accept that he was them. In fact, he claimed to be the Ancient itself. This resulted in a stronger connection to the Ancient than any other host. Its interest in aiding him, and his eventual acceptance of it, bonded them so strongly he could sometimes hear the Ancient's thoughts as if they were his own. He could sometimes even sense the minds of the people in the Ancient's realm. He started to recall how to perform the abilities of Dacheldor and Dacheldor II, without even having fully accepted the fusion. Using them, he escaped the institution and made his way to an abandoned church, where he sat and entered a state of quiet meditation. It was then that the Ancient appeared to him again, offering the full merger of the self. He accepted. His body transformed, more closely resembling the original Dacheldor than Dacheldor II, but he decided to keep the name Dacheldor II. He was still not the original, being born to the name Dacheldor, and still was a host choosing to take that name. He did not see himself as some third type of being. To distinguish himself, when technicalities were needed, he referred to himself as Dacheldor II's second incarnation. He never listed his prior name or any specifics of the details of his life prior to the merger. To him, he was and always had been the Ancient incarnate. Exhaustion overtook him as the full abilities and powers of Dacheldor and Dacheldor II flowed through him. As he fell to the floor of the church, he readily believed this was all part of the integration with the Ancient within. He allowed sleep to overtake him, and darkness closed in around him. The darkest of dreams. Dacheldor awoke to the sound of a low growling. A creature from the Hell Realms was staring at him, ready to pounce. He quickly summoned the Demon Edge, and fought off the creature, but ended up outside as a result of the battle. There he discovered the city under attack by the demonic forces. He strode into combat, reclaiming his love of bloodshed. Many of the demonic forces fell before him. His movements were more eloquent and more devastating than any host before him. He did not hold back the insanity that sometimes had tugged at his mind. He utilized it as a partner. In the distance, he made out the form of Deric fighting to save a number of innocent civilians. The two fought back to back against the demonic forces, beating them back until they finally retreated. Then Deric informed Dacheldor of some horrible news. Shortly after the death of the original Dacheldor II, demonic forces had attacked the center. The entire place had been destroyed and nearly all of the Realm Lords had been killed, their souls absorbed. Dark One had been forced to use a secret spiritual technique to save those he could, but using it had cost him his life. Nicole had not been among the dead, but had been lost during the fighting and had not been seen since. Shockerock had felt responsible for it all, and had lost his will to fight. Doomsday, without Dacheldor to help her, had slipped back into depression. Deric had been alone in the fight against the Black Angel. His forces had even slaughtered the angels. Dacheldor could hardly believe Deric's story. He asked for Shockerock's location and went to see him immediately. When he arrived, he found Shockerock in an old cottage on the outskirts of the Prime Realm. He seemed to be sitting alone with his thoughts. Dacheldor grew closer, but stopped as he made out another person on the bench, Doomsday. He watched as the two embraced, kissing each other passionately. He could sense the thoughts of the two, and knew they were in love. Both had been there for each other when their need was the greatest. He fought back a strong desire to attack his former apprentice. He strode forward and announced himself. The two reacted as if they had been caught doing something they should not have. Dacheldor pushed down his emotions and told them he understood. He then asked them for the truth of what happened while he was gone. Their story matched Deric's, but with one major difference. They knew what had happened to Nicole. She had not disappeared. She had joined the demonic forces. Dacheldor shook his head, but he could read in their thoughts they were telling the truth. He asked if they would come with him to get her back and face the demonic forces, but they refused. They were too scared to fight anymore. Returning to where he had left Deric, Dacheldor hoped he would still be there. When he arrived, he found Deric again in battle with the demonic forces, this time led by Nicole. Before he could get involved, he saw Nicole skewer Deric with a longsword through the heart. Then he saw several demons draw out and eat Deric's soul. Dacheldor screamed and fired a blast of electricity at Nicole, but he read a thought on her mind moments before it hit her. She was glad he would free her from this life. The demonic forces had removed her immortality. Nicole fell dead. The blast had completely destroyed her body. The demons around her drew out and ate her soul. Dacheldor murdered them violently, but could do nothing to return what they had taken. He tried desperately to revive his children, but was helpless. He cried in the rain as his mind slipped into the deepest darkness. It was then that the Black Angel appeared to him. He whispered offers in his ears of powers beyond the laws of nature, of ways to revive even the soulless and to grant them souls again. All he would have to do is join the Black Angel. For a moment, Dacheldor considered it. Had he been a former host, the desire to put things right would have outweighed his judgment. Instead, he chose to accept what had happened. As bleak as things were, as horrible as this nightmare was, he was still in control of himself. He stood up to the Black Angel and renounced him. He claimed even if it cost him everything, he would never bend knee to the likes of him. He announced himself as an ancient in the flesh. When compared to demons, a god. The Black Angel was furious. He struck at Dacheldor, but Dacheldor deflected and sliced through the Black Angel's arms. They grew back, but the Black Angel backed away. His mind seemed to shout, "How do you have so much control in this place?" Dacheldor stopped and looked around. The world around him was starting to come apart, as if it was an illusion. He looked back at the Black Angel, who was now in even greater shock. He delved into his mind, and found that the Black Angel had created all of this as a realistic nightmare to fool Dacheldor. He was actually still asleep on the floor of the old church. "How could you break through this?" The Black Angel was dumbfounded. Dacheldor closed his eyes and said, "Wake up!" The truth revealed. Dacheldor woke to find himself in darkness. Reaching out with his mind, he detected a creature in the corner of the church sending psionic waves into his brain. Summoning the demon edge, he strode to it and cleaved it in two. As it passed into death, he ate its soul and learned all it had known. It had been an agent of the Black Angel and, as Dacheldor had suspected, it had fabricated the nightmare he had just experienced, passing the mind of the Black Angel directly through it. Now, with its soul absorbed, Dacheldor was immune to such future attempts. It took Dacheldor a while to feel sure he was in the real world, but a few subtle things proved it to him. His emotions were more controlled. His connection to the energies around him was stronger. He could feel the will of the Ancient within. He could hear the whispers of the minds of the beings in the Ancient's realm. This sort of trick had only worked on him because he was not used to being the host of an Ancient yet. Once he felt sure this reality was true, he exited the church to find the city not under any form of attack. He breathed a sigh of relief, then opened a portal to the Prime Realm. As he emerged, the center came into view. It was still standing, though it had obviously seen a few battles, and he detected numerous souls within, Realm Lords still very alive and well. He flew over to it, but was unable to enter. An energy shield was now pulsing around it. The center had obviously received a few upgrades. A single individual from the surface detected Dacheldor and flew up to meet him immediately. It was Shockerock, whose link to the Ancient within Dacheldor made him always able to detect his presence. He opened a way through the shield and let Dacheldor in, then embraced his former master. Dacheldor immediately noticed Shockerock was again wearing the insignia of a squad leader. Far from the Shockerock in his dream, the real Shockerock had stood bravely against scores of demons and become one of the strongest defenders of the center. As he brought Dacheldor to the others, he informed him of what had gone on in his absence. After the death of the original Dacheldor II, the demonic force had struck the center. It would have been devastating if not for the angels' aid. They had arrived from the heavens, putting their support behind the center, and even had brought new technology to guard against future attack. When the battle ended, the angels remained in the center, and it was now the primary base of operations for both the Realm Lords and angels. The leadership and bravery of Shockerock and Nicole during the battle had earned them each a team. Doomsday had proven herself so controlled and calculated in her leadership in the battle that Michael Titan had named her second in command of the center. Dark One had been reassigned as personal guard for Darkfire and the other headmasters, who had started work on spiritual techniques specific for dispatching demonic energy. Deric was reunited with the angelic beings that had once worked alongside him and led them to victory in the battle. Since then, the Realm Lords and Angels had been on the offensive. They were dispatched as multiple teams, all on the same mission, saving one realm at a time from demonic influence. Deric and the angelic beings formed their own team and became the most impactful of all the teams involved. Through their efforts, the war was currently at a standstill. The demonic forces continued to invade, but for every realm they entered, they were driven out of another. As Shockerock and Dacheldor entered the doors of the center's main command room, they were met with thunderous cheers. Shockerock had to explain to Dacheldor,
"They all viewed you as a martyr. You're a hero back from the dead to them."
Dacheldor felt conflicted by this, as he saw his actions as nothing worthy of such praise, but he entered and announced his return anyway. Deric, Nicole, and Dark One, as well as all of Dacheldor's past subordinates, were ecstatic to see him. They embraced him and immediately wanted to spend time with him, but were interrupted by an announcement from command. Michael Titan wanted to see Dacheldor in his office. Dacheldor entered to find Michael and Doomsday were the only ones there to see him. Doomsday simply nodded, but he could read her thoughts that she was happy to see him back. She was far more apprehensive than the others, not sure if he would be the same man, but happy nonetheless. Still, she did not show her emotions for Michael to see. Michael shook Dacheldor's hand and asked him if he wanted to join the center again. Dacheldor agreed. Then Michael laid out his exact thoughts on the situation. While everyone else at the center saw Dacheldor as a hero, Michael saw him as a man who had disobeyed orders, risked his team, and foolishly got himself killed. He informed Dacheldor that he would reinstate him, but if he gave him any reason at any time to exile him, he would do it without hesitation. Dacheldor understood and accepted the terms. That night, Dacheldor spent time in the company of the team he had formerly called the Family. He was overjoyed at how well things had actually gone for them. He was happy they had, for the most part, accepted him back. He decided not to go into detail about how different from the previous host he felt as an individual. That would reveal itself in time. A call to arms. Dacheldor was assigned to a new team, led by a Realm Lord who went by the name TW. It was originally meant to be a temporary assignment, as most members of the center thought Dacheldor would quickly move into a squad leader role again. This was not the case. The new Dacheldor was indeed a great warrior, greater than any host before him, but found it difficult to express his thoughts to his team. He was more reckless and wild, acting in the moment rather than planning ahead, and this made him hard to predict. While good for overcoming an opponent in a fight, this was bad for leading others to victory. It was determined early into his return that Dacheldor would not be advancing to squad leader for a long time. When he was on the battlefield, Dacheldor was a sight to behold. He strode with an aura of confidence that utterly demoralized his opponents. He performed maneuvers that dumbfounded any who saw them, creating weapons from nowhere, manipulating floating implements, conjuring beams of energy from outside his body. The limits of a full Realm Lord were the limits of their imagination, and Dacheldor's acceptance of his near-insane machinations made it seem he had no limits. To watch Dacheldor do battle was to watch an artist at work. He would dance from one position to the next, transmuting the world around him as he did, dropping enemies and restoring allies, striking with weapons in hand and weapons in the air, seemingly loving every breath taken. It was only against the most powerful foes, other Realm Lords and demonic kings, that his battles would look anything like a normal fight, and this was because he analyzed those opponents until he knew exactly when and how to strike. Outside of combat, Dacheldor was unnerving to his team. Believing himself to be the true incarnation of his ancient self, he had trouble relating to other beings anymore. He found himself wrapped up in philosophical questioning and posturing. He would often question the virtues of morality, stating such things were merely a construct biological life forms made to give themselves excuses to behave the ways they wished. Eventually, Dacheldor was transferred to another team, then transferred again. Though he was the most potent in combat, the truth was many Realm Lords feared him. They felt unsure he would not simply turn on them if the whim came to him. This was a misplaced fear. The new Dacheldor was as loyal as the old. The difference was simply that he questioned this blind loyalty. He questioned everything. Dark One and Doomsday spent time with Dacheldor when he was not engaged in missions. They both recognized a deep inner pain that was covered up by Dacheldor's philosophy-loving exterior. Doomsday saw much of herself in the new Dacheldor and made it her goal to help him heal his mental scars. Dark One saw an opportunity to teach Dacheldor finally to fully release his pain, though this lesson would not be one learned directly from him. Those not on Dacheldor's team respected him greatly. They were unaware of the issues involved in working with him, but observed him save the lives of many of them, time and again. To them, he was an eclectic old Realm Lord who, when brought into combat, dominated the enemy. He was their secret weapon. Exile. The Center undertook countless missions to hold back the demonic forces. Every time they gained ground somewhere, they lost ground somewhere else. It became apparent that a plan was needed that would end the war, something far more drastic than what they were doing. While the leaders of the Center worked to construct this plan, Dacheldor and the others continued working to liberate the realms. It seemed that anywhere Dacheldor went, there was a higher degree of demonic activity, as if the demonic forces targeted him the instant he left the Prime Realm. The other members of his team called this Dacheldor's Curse. They never saw a mission where the demonic forces did not assault them. Eventually it was proven beyond a doubt that the demonic forces were targeting Dacheldor, and Michael Titan used this as an excuse to remove him from the Center's employ. He could tell that somehow the demonic forces seemed to be able to track Dacheldor, and that was enough reason to keep him out of the Center's dealings. Once he was removed, the war began to shift in the Realm Lord's favor, even without Dacheldor's outstanding battlefield performances. Michael spoke of exiling Dacheldor from the Center. Without being sure how connected the demonic forces were to Dacheldor, it seemed unsafe to keep him around. The headmasters voted on the exile, but the results were never revealed. Dacheldor agreed to leave the Center before the need to reveal them. On Dacheldor's last day at the Center, Dark One spoke to him and implored him to join an organization that he had created long ago. A sect of monks that would later spawn the philosophies of the Reapers of Limbo, the Order of the Grim Skull. Though they were not anywhere near as powerful as Realm Lords, they were travelers of the lesser realms, a part of the cosmos Dacheldor had less knowledge of. They traveled to beings during their dying moments and helped them pass, guarding those who would be attacked by soul eaters and other monsters to the afterlife. Dark One assured Dacheldor that being employed to their ranks would be worth his time. Dacheldor sought the Order of the Grim Skull and was tested by their leadership. Theirs was not an order heavily devoted to combat, so his skills on the battlefield were not impressive to them. His questioning mind, his desire for greater self-awareness, and his understanding of magic and realm travel were. They accepted him and taught him their ways. For years, Dacheldor worked as a ferryman for souls. He learned where non-ancients went when they died. He learned of the layered realities of the lesser realms. He learned how to sense the last moments in another's heartbeat. But most importantly, he learned to find peace in his own heart. The time spent with the Order allowed him to reflect on himself, and he discovered the reason he had become so lost. The host of the Ancient had basically given up his own personality upon the merger, retreating to the background and letting the personalities of Dacheldor and Dacheldor II, and the Ancient, take the lead. Only during combat, when he accepted his insanity, did the original personality surface and work in tandem with them. That host personality was the true soul of the host. Without him taking equal part in the Ancient's life, the Ancient could not fully understand what it was to be this individual. The leaders of the Order helped Dacheldor unleash this hidden personality. When they did, he became a crazed wild animal. His emotions raged forth, but the leaders helped him process them. They showed him that it was okay to feel pain, anger, and suffering. If he let those emotions flow through him instead of holding them back, he could accept them and embrace the lessons they brought. He worked at this daily while continuing to do his duties. Each day, he felt a little more of the host's soul take part in his daily life. Then, one day, it all clicked into place. His emotions poured out in a wave of forgiveness for his enemies. He felt a release of all he had ever worried about, all the things that held him back, all the things that made him who he was. For an instant, he felt as if he could hear the will of the cosmos within his mind. He was more connected to the cosmos than ever, and more willing to accept his fate. He let go of everything that had happened to him, and found respect for himself as both ancient and man. Never again did Dacheldor view himself as the ancient given flesh. He was a man and ancient in one. It was a greater thing to be. He found himself able to connect to others again, as he had in the past incarnations. His ability to lead and communicate his thoughts returned. His desire to be part of the peoples of the realms returned. He was finally whole. A time for action. During his stay with the Order of the Grimskull, Dacheldor was frequently attacked by demonic forces. He always managed to defeat them without giving away the locations of the Order's headquarters. He noticed that no demonic kings came after him, and wondered if his friends at the center were all right. Once his time of service to the Order had ended, he bid them farewell and attempted to return to the center. He arrived to find the center under attack by all 9 demonic kings, the Black Angel included. This direct assault seemed to have only begun a few hours before Dacheldor's arrival, but in Limbo time this meant it had begun 2 years before Dacheldor returned to the Prime Realm. Reaching out with his mind, Dacheldor located all 9 demonic kings and attacked each of them simultaneously. Each saw their own representation of Dacheldor standing off against them. Each fought a version of Dacheldor that was every bit as powerful as he had been in previous battles. Each saw no indication they were not facing the real Dacheldor. This was because he was literally fighting them all at once, micromanaging each version of himself by leaning upon the seemingly infinite mind of the Ancient within. Even more impressively, each Dacheldor was created from the surrounding matter of the ground and sky. It was not a living being of its own, but was indistinguishable from one, and each manipulated the ground and sky as they fought, building weapons in a flash and raining lightning and thunder from the heavens. The real Dacheldor stood off against the Black Angel. As he landed in front of him, he smirked and said, "Hello, son." The Black Angel's eyes went wide as he realized Dacheldor knew and accepted the truth. It almost kept him from blocking Dacheldor's attack, a swing with the electrified demon edge that would have decapitated him if he wasn't careful. Though he blocked it, the weapon split into 2, one slashing the Black Angel's face and the other his gut. Then it reformed into one after the strike. Dacheldor was not playing with the same rules of physics as everyone else. "You're enjoying this," the Black Angel remarked. "I've found myself," Dacheldor said back. The other Realm Lords joined in with each of the Dacheldors against the 9 demonic kings. Now was Dacheldor's time to shine as he barked orders and led each battle with seemingly flawless precision. 4 of the 9 kings were killed in the melee before the demonic forces finally retreated. The Black Angel held his own against Dacheldor, but did not land a single hit. He spat before commanding the retreat of his forces and swore he would be back. As the last of the demonic forces disbanded, the Realm Lords and Angels wasted no time repairing the center. Many Realm Lords celebrated the return of Dacheldor. Some even claimed they were only alive because of him. Even the Angels gave him nods as they walked by instead of ignoring his presence. Shockerock and Nicole came to see him, along with their son, Seth. "Glad to have you back," they said. Dark One came to see him as well, adding, "Glad to finally see the real you." He gave Dacheldor a knowing glance. Michael Titan and Doomsday made their way to him once repairs were well underway. Michael was going to apologize, but Dacheldor stopped him. He explained to them both what he had found during his exile, and how he'd finally accepted himself. Without the exile, he would still be struggling to find answers. Now he knew where he belonged. Michael welcomed him back. Doomsday grabbed him and pulled him close. She could sense his energy was very close to the man she had fallen in love with. Though he was different, he was still Dacheldor in the ways that mattered to her. As the shield returned to cover the center, Michael announced that Deric's mission was a success. The Realm Lords and Angels cheered. Dacheldor looked inquisitively around and asked, "What mission?" "The mission to bring back the one thing that can end this war," Shockerock told him. The Crystalline Structure. Deric and the team of angelic beings had made a harrowing journey into the Hells to retrieve a specific substance. When Deric had originally freed the Black Angel, he had been encased in a crystalline structure. Deric proposed that bringing a piece of that structure back to the center to analyze could help discover a way to trap the Black Angel again. He was discovered, but managed to escape the Hells, leading the Black Angel straight back to the center. In response, the Black Angel unleashed all of his available forces, leading to the battle Dacheldor had just joined. While the battle raged, Deric analyzed the crystalline structure with the Special Projects and Development Branch. As the demonic forces retreated after Dacheldor's return, Deric reported to Michael Titan, Doomsday, and Shockerock what he had discovered. The crystalline structure could be synthesized and duplicated by the Realm Lord Smiths, and it was the secret to ending the war. A single shard, when charged with the spiritual energy of an angelic being or Realm Lord, could banish all demonic forces from a realm in an instant. If a shard was placed in every realm except for the Hells, and each shard was charged at the same time, it would force all the demonic forces back into the Hells. Once all the demonic forces were back in the Hells, the shards could be supercharged to stay active forever. This would make it impossible for the demonic forces to return to those realms, ending any chance of the further spread of Hell's influence. To do this, a central shard in the Prime Realm would have to act as a conduit to the others. Deric planned to charge this central shard himself, though he knew doing so may cost him his life. The number of realms was vast. It would take every Realm Lord and Angel remaining to cover them all, and extreme synchronization, as time moved differently across all realms, to ignite all the shards at the exact same time. Deric was indeed the only one who understood the technology and timing enough to coordinate this. He was approved to lead the mission and ignite the main shard in the Prime Realm. A shard was handed out to every person, and each chose a realm as theirs to protect and ignite their shard in. Dacheldor felt a calling unlike any he had felt before. He chose his own realm, the realm controlled by his ancient self, as the realm he would protect. He had devised a way to go there using the Vortex in the Prime Realm. Doomsday was struck with the feeling that she may never see Dacheldor again. She went to him and made sure to express her love fully. He did the same. Then he entered the Vortex and used all of his spiritual power to open a portal inside. Upon entering his own realm, Dacheldor felt a rush of power as if he could do anything he imagined. He had never been so close to his true soul, and now felt far greater than ever before. As he gazed upon the realm of his own creation, Dacheldor felt a portal open elsewhere in the realm. Through it, one of the 9 demonic kings entered. While Dacheldor traveled to the location of this demonic king, the other Realm Lords and Angels were each traveling to their assigned realms to protect. Each met demonic opposition. Each had to stand against the tide alone. Deric prepared the Master Shard in the Prime Realm, when suddenly a portal opened. Through it stepped the Black Angel. He was alone, as was Deric, and offered the chance to join him one last time. Deric refused, and the two entered a heated combat. As the Black Angel struck, darkness radiated from him. As Deric struck, light erupted from him. Across every other realm, the other Realm Lords and Angels were in their own battles. Loss by any one of them would mean failure of the plan. Dacheldor had no trouble defeating the demonic king in his realm. With the Ancient's power at his disposal, he controlled the realm itself. He practically swallowed the demonic king whole into the folds of time and space. The other Realm Lords and Angels were not so lucky. Some faced single opponents, like Deric and Dacheldor, but some faced whole armies. Each called upon the allies of the realm they had entered, having chosen realms they themselves originated from. It was through the aid of all beings across all realms that these battles were won. To the Black Angel's surprise, Deric bested him in combat. Having placed a shard of the Crystalline Structure in his sword, Deric's weapon pushed back at the Black Angel's power in a way he could never have fathomed. When he fell to the ground, Deric smiled. He would finally right his mistake. Pushing his spiritual energy into the crystalline shard of the Prime Realm, Deric announced the time to do the same everywhere. The shards were ignited across all realms, and the demons were banished back to the Hells. Deric then pushed all that he had into the Prime Realm's shard. A crystalline barrier was built between the Hells and the other realms, trapping the demonic forces forever. The war of the end times was over. Acceptance. From within his realm, Dacheldor could see into all the others. He watched as Deric sacrificed himself to finally defeat the Black Angel. He saw the other realms rejoice as the war was won. He saw the angels return to the Prime Realm and lift Deric above their heads. Each pushed spiritual energy into him, and his green wings fell off. In their place, golden glowing wings sprouted, and Deric's eyes opened. They had made him an honorary angel, and, in doing so, had returned him to life. A voice called out to Dacheldor that only he could hear. His realm rippled, and a figure appeared that looked like the swirling galaxies and stars incarnated. He was staring at his ancient self. An overwhelming desire to merge with this self overtook him. He knew that to do so would likely obliterate his body, but believed it would cause all future hosts to truly be joined equally to the ancient self. A wedding of the God self and man self, he believed, would allow him to reach a new stage of evolution. He reached out to the ancient before him, and as they touched, felt a peace the likes of which most beings can never know. Book 3. Temporal Anomaly. When the past and future cease to be variables, true purpose can only exist in the moment. Lexeldor. Clashing timelines. Dacheldor fell to his knees, screaming on the battlefield. His mind whirled with memories of conflicting timelines, trying to reconcile each one, but unable to do so. One timeline matched exactly the history described in Books 1 and 2, ending the moment he merged with his ancient self. Another paralleled it closely, but with significant differences and the same ultimate end. Countless others were similar, with further changes. In some, he merged with his ancient self sooner. In others later, all ended the same way. Lastly, the most recent timeline mirrored the original nearly perfectly, but with several minor changes, the most significant of which was that it had not ended yet. A part of him felt as if he had just reached out to merge with his ancient self, but another part was aware of the current timeline. His current location in time was shortly after the full conquest of Limbo by Darkfire. He was the head general and had recently gifted Darkfire the Rings of Immortality. His life mirrored his original memories exactly, up until the point in time where he first met the First Knight. On that occasion, and in every timeline after the original, the First Knight prognosticated a horrific future. "You are destined to be the destroyer of the cosmos. Though I've tried again and again, I have thus far been unable to avert that fate." This had chilled Dacheldor when he had been told, and altered events slightly from the original history going forward. The most significant change was that Dacheldor spent more time with the First Knight, and managed to find love within himself sooner, leading him to Daisy far before the war with the Overlord was even possible. His son Deric was also born early, though ultimately seemed to turn out to be the same person, and, having not awoken the Black Angel in this timeline, joined the Angels after being thoroughly tested. After this, Dacheldor and Daisy ended up going their own ways. Dacheldor's work with Darkfire was mostly the same, but the First Knight spent time working with Darkfire and Bylon directly on their time device, sending Bylon away sooner and revealing the fact that he was in fact Bylon sooner as well. Now that Dacheldor had the memories of the other timelines to compare, he wondered if Bylon had completed his training to become a Time Lord, and reversed time the moment Dacheldor had tried to merge with his ancient self. It seemed, whatever he had learned across these multiple timelines had led Bylon to believe the risk of tampering more directly with time was worth it. Now, Dacheldor was on a battlefield facing what seemed to be an unwinnable scenario. He had faced it and failed, then abruptly a new timeline popped into mind, where he faced it with new orders from Darkfire and failed again. Then another timeline, and another. His guess, Darkfire was testing the time machine, trying to get the perfect win condition for this battle. Still, this did not explain the pain splitting through Dacheldor's head, and why he suddenly recalled all these timelines. As he began to recover, timelines prior to the original filled his mind as well, timelines where he had not had his life altered by Bylon's meddling. It seemed he had somehow gained the ability to recall every timeline he had ever existed in. Perhaps this was an accident caused by Darkfire's repeated, back-to-back use of the time machine. He strode forward in combat, this time aware of all that was to come in the battle, and defeated the enemy perfectly. Time did not loop. Darkfire had accepted this outcome and not used the time machine again. Dacheldor rushed back to Castle Darkfire, where he overheard Bylon scolding Darkfire about the misuse of the time machine. As he listened, he also scanned Bylon's thoughts and discovered he was concerned that too much exposure to changing timelines could cause a person to become an aberration. Dacheldor delved deeper into Bylon's mind and discovered an aberration was a being whose consciousness became aware of all timelines, thus remembering all iterations of the past. Additionally, any time someone traveled back in time for any reason, the aberration would find themselves suddenly in that time as well. Thus, time travelers would have no means of manipulating the past of the aberration. Bylon's fear seemed to stem specifically around a concern of not being able to change Dacheldor's future if he were to become an aberration. This seemed tied to his prognostication that Dacheldor would destroy the cosmos, but he could not discern the specifics of this. He wondered what Bylon had witnessed that had caused him to reverse time so many times. Dacheldor did not speak to Bylon about this, and chose to hide the fact that he had indeed become an aberration. He hoped to learn more about what Bylon was planning first. He also took note that his body was different, more closely resembling the physicality of the third incarnation as opposed to his first, though no one could tell to look at him. He also still had all the abilities, power, and knowledge of his previous timelines, making him a full Realm Lord even though he had yet to enter the Realm Lord school in this timeline. The only thing he could not recall was what happened after merging with the Ancient Self. To get a bearing on his current situation, he noted that the current timeline was at a point in history several years prior to when the Overlord attacked Limbo. This time, he thought to himself, he would be able to destroy the Overlord without the losses to the Empire. His son, Mikhail, would not have to die. He decided not to reveal that he had become an aberration to Bylon until after that event. The Passage of Time. It took some time for Dacheldor to be comfortable working for the Empire again, though, in the current timeline, the conquest of Limbo was a recent thing. In all the others, he had lived beyond his allegiance to Limbo. Dacheldor did his best to appear unaware of the future, trying to mimic his old actions and abilities without giving away his true knowledge or capability. He also worked to mimic his old personality. Reminiscing helped him eventually feel comfortable as the head general once again. On occasion, Bylon or Darkfire would go back in time for one reason or another. When this occurred, Dacheldor would suddenly find himself further in the past as well. He would know exactly when and where he was, but had no control of when this happened. He did his best to repeat his old actions again and again as these time loops occurred. His number one priority was to keep Bylon from knowing what he had become. Though Bylon, as the first knight, had said he was working to free Dacheldor from a fate of destroying the cosmos, Dacheldor was unsure he believed this. Now that he recalled all timelines, he knew without a doubt how much Bylon had manipulated his past for his own gain during the war with the Overlord. He could not be sure Bylon had his best interests in mind. On occasion, time would reverse, and it would not be caused by Bylon or Darkfire. Any time travel affected Dacheldor. This could get tedious, and it was hard for Dacheldor to mirror exactly what he had done before on any given day. He began finding newfound friendships with other people in the Empire he had not noticed so readily in the past. Keeping these friendships at least partly secret was a must. Dacheldor also noticed that Bylon's actions did not mirror what they had when time was reversed. This indicated to Dacheldor that Bylon was himself an aberration, traveling through time anytime someone changed time. He wondered if he and Bylon were the only ones. He started to take note of any time Bylon behaved differently around him than he had in a previous timeline. When that happened, he would be sure to have a strong reaction to it, indicating what Bylon said or did may have affected his mood. Using this as an excuse, he could change his behavior during the days ahead, without giving away his knowledge of the altered timelines. Dacheldor had to be careful how he acted around people he had spent most of his past with, but could be looser with those he had not. As a result, 2 strong new friendships formed. He started performing his training alongside another general named Phi Kara. She often challenged him, and he found this entertaining. He also spent many evenings hitting the town with the Empire's highest-ranked assassin, Den Neti. Den was a Monkin, a being that appeared as a cross between a demon and a monkey. His appetites for food, fun, and sex were wild, and likely caused by needing to unwind after what he had to do for work. Dacheldor could relate to this desire to let loose, and found spending time with Den gave him an excuse to have more fun. On occasion, Den would proposition Dacheldor for sex or sparring, but Dacheldor refused. Den's appetites were far more open than his, but they both found each other's company amusing. Phi Kara also seemed attracted to Dacheldor. She had first noticed him during the Grand Tournament, where they had both become generals. Since then, she had worked to become stronger than he, so she could challenge him in the ways she had. Now that he was taking interest in those challenges, she was taking interest in him. She refused, however, to have an intimate relationship with him because of their work relationship. When time came for Dacheldor to assign a new captain for the flagship of his forces, he chose Den. This put them in contact both during and outside of work. When a mission required him to work alongside another general, he chose Kara. This made the newest timeline more interesting to him. Bylon took note of these changes, but appeared to brush them off. Whatever he was up to, these alterations to the timeline did not concern him. Having scanned his thoughts a few times, Dacheldor could tell that Bylon was not suspicious of him at all. Return of the Overlord. When the Overlord arrived in Limbo, Dacheldor was ready for him. He listened to the Overlord's offer to join him. He watched the Overlord elaborate on the team they could be, but all he could think about was how many of his friends and fellow soldiers had died in the previous timelines because of the Overlord, his son Mikhail among them. He did not answer the Overlord. He instead gave in to the chance to reveal his knowledge. He asked the Overlord how Headmaster Genus was doing. When the Overlord did not recognize the name, he corrected himself to say Edge. The Overlord raised his arms, covering himself in what he believed was an impenetrable armor. Dacheldor swung the demon edge through him, splitting him from head to crotch. The Overlord fell dead after a single blow. Dacheldor reached out a hand and shattered the Overlord's soul, transforming his body into cinders as he did. He breathed a sigh of relief. His son and the Empire would be spared. As he had in the past, he approached Darkfire and informed him of the Overlord's offer. This time, though, he informed that the Overlord was dead. Bylon seemed concerned, but Dacheldor elaborated, saying a white light seemed to glow from him, shattering the Overlord's armor. Bylon accepted that having Dacheldor meet Daisy early must have been the cause of this change. Dacheldor then gave the exact locations of the Overlord's forces in Limbo. When asked how he knew, he said he had seen it in the Overlord's mind. Darkfire set a plan in motion to attack the Overlord's secret locations, and with Dacheldor's help, the Empire suffered minimal casualties. Bylon's thoughts betrayed to Dacheldor that he was impressed at the outcome. He was happy to see this war had ended without having to reveal the truth to Darkfire and Dacheldor. It would be many years before Edge would arrive in Limbo, and in no previous timeline had Dacheldor stayed on as head general. This time, he had no reason to leave, so he stayed. From here forward, he could do what he wished without worrying of it being compared to a past timeline, as long as when Edge arrived, he put on a good show. Cleaning up loose ends. Though Dacheldor was basically free to act as he pleased, he observed Bylon performing specific actions to see that some outcomes that had happened previously still occurred. Through manipulation of various organizations in Limbo, he brought about the seemingly accidental release of Dark Destructor, leading to the eventual joining of Shockerock and Dark Destructor to create the Shockerock. This was only one of many examples Dacheldor witnessed. The Shockerock eventually learned the truth of Dacheldor's lineage and bent knee to him, humbling his name to just Shockerock. Dacheldor accepted his allegiance, though did not take him on as an apprentice. He treated him more as a mercenary who he called upon from time to time when he needed help. Nicole and Deric both ended up in Limbo, and, though Nicole did not become the head general, she became a general when a mysterious death opened up a position. Deric did not work for the Empire, as he had in the past. Rather, the Angels had assigned him to observe and protect this realm. Their arrival seemed too convenient to Dacheldor, and he assumed Bylon's involvement was assured. Bylon also spent a lot of time with Dacheldor, seemingly trying to convince him of their great mutual friendship. This irritated Dacheldor, as he knew it was an act, and believed it to be part of Bylon's way of getting him to trust him. Still, it afforded Dacheldor the ability to observe how Bylon worked, and he learned much about using subtle manipulation across timelines from watching him. A few days before Edge's arrival in Limbo, Bylon spoke to Darkfire about a rare artifact located in the realm Dacheldor originally called home. Darkfire agreed to send Dacheldor there to retrieve the artifact, a mission that would take several days. Dacheldor knew well what was going on. Bylon was sending him away so that Darkfire could face Edge alone, the exact same way it had happened in the previous timelines. This would ensure Darkfire was thrown through the Portal of Trials and eventually became a Realm Lord. Dacheldor played along. He went to the other realm, retrieved the artifact, and returned a few days later to find Edge invading Limbo and Darkfire missing. He traveled to Edge's location and battled him, all the while dulling his power so it would not be noticed. He knew that he should now be an even match for the Realm Lord prodigy, but could not risk Bylon finding that out. Edge tested Dacheldor, and Dacheldor pretended to be unable to beat him. He fought just well enough to prove to Edge he was a worthy candidate for becoming a Realm Lord. All the while, Bylon stayed back, keeping an eye on everything. Finally, Edge opened the Portal of Trials and tossed Dacheldor into it. The portal teleported him elsewhere, but did nothing more. The portal would not work as designed since he was a full Realm Lord already. Instead, it dissipated after sending him to a new realm. Bylon had no way of knowing this, and would expect everything to be on course. Dacheldor sensed his surroundings widely and felt no trace of Bylon's presence. He was finally alone and free to do as he wished. Opening a portal of his own, Dacheldor traveled to the Prime Realm, then flew into the Vortex at its base. Using all of his spiritual power, he opened a portal to his own realm and stepped through. In front of him emerged his true ancient self. It reached out to touch him and become one with him, as they had in every other timeline. "Now I'll know the truth," Dacheldor said, as he reached out to his ancient self and absorbed him into himself. The two became one. The destruction of the cosmos. In a flash, Dacheldor knew everything the Ancient had ever known. He knew what it was to truly be an Ancient. He knew the minds and thoughts of every being to ever live in the Ancient's realm. He knew himself as fully as ever. He even knew how to manipulate the very fabric of the cosmos. The Ancient merged with the host's soul, but inside the host's body. In fact, the entire realm pulled inside out and entered the host's body. It existed simultaneously in the cosmos and within him. Dacheldor's eyes were open to truths of the cosmos that others only dream of. He understood how everything worked and fit together. He could hear the whispers of the other ancients and of the cosmos itself. Everything was alive and available to him. His body tremored. Energy started pouring out of him. His skin cracked. Light shot out from between the cracks. He felt himself destabilizing. His body could not contain the seemingly infinite power generated by the realm. Something inside of him stirred, a black spot in the center of the light. It was erratic, causing the energy to rage out violently and build endlessly. Dacheldor realized if he could not keep his body together, not only would he die, but it would cause a seemingly infinite explosion, one that very well might obliterate every realm it touched, one that might reach every realm, one that might destroy the cosmos. He knew he could not contain the explosion forever. He struggled to contain it at all. At the most, he had a few moments before his body would fail. Dacheldor grieved for the fate of the cosmos. He should have trusted Bylon. He should not have been so reckless. He could not believe it would all end because of him. Time shifted around him, moving in reverse. Bylon was going back in time, obviously trying to stop this from happening. Unfortunately, because Dacheldor was an aberration now, moving back in time did not undo what happened. He was permanently merged with his ancient self. His body was still about to explode. Time stopped entirely, and a bubble of magenta energy surrounded Dacheldor. He noticed he could still move, as if time was not stopped, but everything outside the bubble was halted. He also noticed that Bylon was not the cause. A voice spoke inside Dacheldor's mind like 12 or 13 distinct voices echoing at once.
Finally,
it said,
you have done it in such a way that Bylon cannot undo it.
A living shadow being, a wraith, appeared to Dacheldor inside the bubble. It introduced itself as Prime the Fireside, an aberration with power over time that rivaled Bylon's. It explained that it had an ongoing secret rivalry with Bylon over the fate of the cosmos, and that this moment was the one it had been waiting for. Prime extended a hand and offered Dacheldor 2 golden bands, one for each wrist. He explained these bands were forged by the Great Smith, strongest and wisest of the Realm Lord Smiths, in a time long forgotten. The bands were for this specific occasion. They could absorb seemingly limitless energy and recycle it in a lesser format back to the wearer. With them, Dacheldor would be severely weakened, but his body would be stable. They were known as the Limit Bracers. Dacheldor placed the bands around his wrists, which resembled a pair of golden handcuffs without a chain to connect them. He felt the power flow out of him into the bands. He was too weak to even move. Then, a manageable portion of the energy was returned from the bands. As it flowed into him, his body healed itself and stabilized. Dacheldor could tell that his power and abilities were severely hampered by this. He was roughly as powerful as he had been when he originally faced the Overlord in the first timeline. Though he still recalled all that the Ancient knew, and all that he knew as a Realm Lord, he did not have the needed energy to execute the maneuvers of full Realm Lords or to alter reality using the powers of his ancient self. This sacrifice, he believed, was worth it to save the cosmos. He thanked Prime for saving him, and saving the cosmos with him. Prime laughed a hideous laugh. He did not care about the safety of the cosmos or its people. He had a plan of his own, something that required another aberration's help, one powerful enough to absorb an ancient. He planned to use Dacheldor to assist in these plans, plans that would eventually lead to the utter defeat of his enemy, Bylon. Dacheldor agreed to help him. What choice did he have? Without the Limit Bracers, the cosmos would be destroyed, and his only hope to be stable without them would be to train while wearing them and to follow Prime's lead. Prime removed the bubble from around them, and time began moving backward again. When time finally started moving normally again, Dacheldor found himself in his quarters in Castle Darkfire, a few days before the arrival of the Overlord. Prime was standing next to him. Bylon burst into the door, outraged. He demanded an explanation from Dacheldor, seemingly unable to notice Prime. Dacheldor showed only confusion, claiming to not know what Bylon was talking about. Prime laughed, but Bylon did not hear him. It seemed only Dacheldor could see and hear Prime. Bylon looked Dacheldor over, but sensed no emanating energy from him. He also did not appear to notice the Limit Bracers. Dacheldor could hear Bylon's thoughts saying, "If he was an aberration, going back in time would not have worked. Maybe I was wrong. He could not have done this on purpose." Bylon apologized to Dacheldor for barging in. Prime requested Dacheldor to keep playing dumb. He insisted to Dacheldor that any indication to Bylon that he was aware of other timelines would be fatal to everyone. Dacheldor nodded. Bylon's thoughts were full of concern. He had no idea why Dacheldor had ended up trying to merge with his ancient self again. It seemed that no matter what he tried, something always led Dacheldor to do this in every timeline. Could there be another person manipulating time he was unaware of? Prime laughed verbosely, but Bylon could not hear him. Bylon settled his thoughts and simply said to Dacheldor, "I've told you of your destiny. I swear I will try to free you from it." Now Dacheldor knew Bylon had not been lying to him all along. It pained him in the pit of his stomach to know that he could never tell Bylon the truth. He needed to remain sided with Prime, or the cosmos would be destroyed. Meanwhile, Bylon would continue to try to keep Dacheldor from merging with himself, not knowing it had already happened. This left Prime free to do whatever it was he was planning. As Bylon left, Dacheldor asked Prime to explain his plan, and what all this was about, but Prime refused.
"You do not need to know my plan,"
Prime said.
"Just know I am always watching you."
Prime vanished without a trace, but Dacheldor felt sure he could not stray from his agreement. He would have to continue convincing Bylon he was not an aberration. For now, that was all he knew of Prime's plan. Sometimes Dacheldor wondered if siding with Prime was the wrong decision, but he always stopped himself with two questions. If Prime had not come and saved him, what would have happened? If Prime wanted the cosmos destroyed, why save him? These two questions guaranteed there was much more to Prime than what Dacheldor knew. He would have to bide his time and find out more. Fury of the Overlord. The Overlord arrived in Limbo and again offered Dacheldor a chance to fight by his side. Again, Dacheldor refused, trying as he had in the past timeline to kill the Overlord on the spot. This time, his attempt failed. With the limit bracers altering his energy, Dacheldor was not powerful enough to beat the Overlord. He put up a good effort, but ultimately fell before him. In response to the attack, the Overlord ordered his armies to attack Limbo. Already hidden throughout the worlds, the attack was more brutal and devastating than it had been in any previous timeline. Bylon appeared in time to rescue Dacheldor from capture, but not in time to stop the assault on Limbo. When he returned to Castle Darkfire with Dacheldor, he was completely at a loss. He could not fathom why, in this timeline, Dacheldor had failed to kill the Overlord. Dacheldor took note that Bylon again did not notice the limit bracers. He wondered if they were like Prime, only able to be seen and sensed by him. Darkfire was furious that the Overlord's armies had snuck into Limbo without anyone realizing. He ordered a full investigation into how the Overlord had done it, and discovered a traitor in his midst. His primary bodyguard, the Tyron Larch, was to blame. He had given information to the Overlord in secret to allow the attacks. Darkfire banished Larch from the Empire, never to be reinstated. The Empire went to war with the Overlord, and the results were nearly identical to the original timeline. Shockerock and Dark Destructor became one being, the Shockerock, who later humbled his name to simply Shockerock. More than half of the Imperial forces were destroyed without any ability to revive them. Dacheldor's son, Mikhail, struck a deal with the Overlord that ended up costing him his life. All fell into place, as if the changes to the timeline had never mattered. Bylon helped Darkfire and Dacheldor more in this timeline, but this only made up for the surprise attack by the Overlord. He also worked with Dacheldor to try to teach him to draw out the needed energy to destroy the Overlord's armor, deciding not to question why Dacheldor had seemingly lost this ability. This training, and the war in general, helped Dacheldor learn how to manage the limit bracers. It did not let him return to his old level of power, but he learned to pull back enough spiritual energy to ultimately bring the war to the same conclusion. When the final battle with the Overlord came, it mirrored the original in all ways but the following. Daisy was not with them, and Dacheldor still had his power of immortality. In Daisy's place, Deric fought alongside the others, faring just as well. After destroying the Overlord, Dacheldor had no reason to leave the Empire. He stayed to aid in its rebuilding, as did Nicole, who became a new general. He again grew close to Phycara and Den, who had both survived the war with the Overlord. This time, Phycara challenged him to competitions, and he could not beat her. This only seemed to intensify her attraction to him. Darkfire became obsessed with the Overlord's technology and used his brightest scientists to reverse engineer it. Unlike in other timelines, Darkfire planned to use it to enter the Overlord's realm and learn all he could about him. Once he had mastered the ability to open a portal to the Overlord's realm that would allow him to enter it without harm, he asked Dacheldor to come with him. The two made their way to the Overlord's fortress, where they fought their way through armies of Skelos and Tyrons. At the core of the fortress, they uncovered a facility used to clone Skelos, and many fetal clones of the Overlord still in tanks. They destroyed them and stole the information on how the process worked, which apparently involved placing the fetuses into host mothers. The Overlord had done this millions of times and sent clones of himself across the cosmos. One such clone was Darkfire himself. When the two returned, they agreed not to tell anyone what they had learned. If knowledge of Darkfire being a clone of the Overlord got out so soon after the war, it would dismantle the Empire entirely. Darkfire had to deal with this knowledge on his own. It took him years to come to terms with it and accept that it did not change who he was. The knowledge that other clones of the Overlord were out there in other realms also bothered Darkfire. He became obsessed with finding ways to travel to other realms so he could seek out and eradicate these potential threats. It made Dacheldor concerned that Darkfire may become every bit as dangerous as the Overlord had been. Rise of the Ancients. Though the limit bracers severely reduced Dacheldor's power, he found himself more in touch with the spiritual energies of the cosmos as a result of his merging with his ancient self. He discovered an ability to detect other ancients living in the cosmos the same way he was. As it turned out, there were 6 other ancients who had been incarnating in hosts for as long as he had, and Dacheldor made it his job to meet each of them when he was between missions for the Empire. Though the ancients were in different realms from one another, Dacheldor still had the ability to travel between realms unchanged, like a Realm Lord. His limit bracers made it impossible for him to perform the amazing feats of a full Realm Lord, but traveling was still available to him. He traveled to meet each of the 6, and even discovered he had unknowingly worked with one before. During Dacheldor's first journey to Limbo, when he had been part of the Order of Immortals, he had worked with another powerful being to build towers and obelisks that improved communication across Limbo. This other being had been an ancient as well, but the two had not known each other's history. Now, reacquainted, they reminisced about the old days and traveled together to find the other ancients. Dacheldor worked with each of the other ancients, eventually convincing them to come to Limbo, and trained those who had not been to Limbo before to regain their capabilities once there. During the training, he discovered that each of them had a unique ability that seemed to be tied to their ancient self. He focused inward and discovered he too had such an ability, though it was dampened by the limit bracers. Dacheldor's ability could manifest as green translucent flames around him, causing his strikes and movements to impact both the physical and spiritual at once. This was the same power that had originally manifested as a white light able to destroy the Overlord's armor. He had never realized this ability was unique to him. The other ancients could also shroud themselves in translucent flames, though each came in a unique color. The Ancient of Blue Flames could draw and refocus the energy of others. The Ancient of Violet Flames could control and manipulate emotions in others. The Ancient of Orange Flames could pacify the violent tendencies in others. The Ancient of Yellow Flames could see the true names and natures of others. The Ancient of Red Flames could fill the bodies of corpses with his essence to raise them as servants he could see and experience life through. The Ancient of White Flames could use the abilities of anyone around her as if they were her own. The 7 ancients became a powerful team, and it was not long before word of them spread. To hide their identities, each of them took on a code name that matched their unique powers. They called themselves Pride, Greed, Lust, Sloth, Envy, Wrath, and Gluttony. Dacheldor, fittingly enough, was Pride. These 7 were not the only ancients in the cosmos, just the oldest. Dacheldor also ventured to see young ancients who had only recently taken on hosts for the first time. Prime informed him that this was the first timeline in which any ancients beyond the original 7 had taken on hosts. This new influx of ancients taking on hosts was inspired by a pulse of energy that went out when Dacheldor merged with his ancient self. It caused a ripple in the spiritual energy of the cosmos that allowed the other ancients to more easily take on hosts. Dacheldor wondered if this sudden rise of the ancients was part of Prime's original plan, but he had no way to know for certain. The younger ancients were often unaware they were even ancients, but Dacheldor and the others went to work finding many and informing them. These younger ancients were awed by the capability of the 7 older ancients, and even came up with a collective name for them, the Elder 7. Legends of the Elder 7 spread amongst the young ancients, and later to any ancients that would eventually take on hosts. Dacheldor took interest in one younger ancient in particular, who went by the name Darimaul. He decided to take Darimaul on as a secret apprentice, but later grew to suspect Darimaul was too unstable to trust. He ended up enemies with the young ancient, forced to kill him to keep knowledge of him secret. Later, when Darimaul reincarnated in a new host, Dacheldor killed him again. After killing him a 3rd time, he lost track of Darimaul. Dacheldor also started wondering about one of the members of the Elder 7. Lord Zevin, the ancient who went by the nickname Wrath, seemed extremely self-destructive. He wondered if one day he and Zevin would end up opposed to one another, as he and Darimaul had. The ancients were not the only secret allies Dacheldor kept from the Empire. He also encountered an elder vampire lord named Vorn, whom he started to work with regularly. Vorn was a dark elf who commanded countless vampire legions, all hidden within a lesser realm called the Shadowfold. Using the Shadowfold, a person could step into darkness or shadow anywhere in the cosmos, teleporting themselves to the Shadowfold, and then teleport back out to any other location that was covered in shadow or darkness. It allowed more direct and fast transportation than any portal. The catch, of course, was the Shadowfold was full of vampires and vampiric spirits, who all served one man, Lord Vorn. Lord Vorn saw the potential in allying with the Elder 7. He was also keeping his true presence hidden from the Lord of Limbo, Darkfire, and sought powerful allies who could help him retrieve artifacts in places where it was never night. When he met Dacheldor, he recognized him, claiming he had once been pulled into a black hole where he had gone on a venture with him and convinced him to help them both escape. Dacheldor could not recall this, but sensed no dishonesty in Vorn's mind. Vorn eventually came to rely on Dacheldor more than any other member of the Elder 7. Dacheldor was happy to perform missions for him in between his missions for the Empire in exchange for free use of the Shadowfold as a means of transportation. He was eventually even considered a guest in the kingdom of the vampires that sprung up within the pitch-black tunnels of the Shadowfold. Throughout this time, Limbo was rebuilt, and the school, Limbo Empire University, LEU, was formed. It took roughly 50 years since the fall of the Overlord to get the Empire back to full capability, but when it was back, it was better than ever. Dacheldor had to wonder if, in actuality, the war was better for Limbo in the long run. Though it pained him to go through losing Mikhail again, he could not shake the feeling that having everything work out this way must be for the best. Dacheldor spent the next 50 years secretly working with Vorn and the Elder 7, performing missions for the Empire, and getting further acquainted with Kara and Den. On occasion, Bylon or Darkfire would reverse time for one reason or another, and Dacheldor would have to play out moments of life a second time. But Bylon never reversed time to before the point where the Empire was fully rebuilt. Dacheldor wondered if he too saw the result of the war as necessary. Beyond Limits. When Edge arrived in Limbo, Dacheldor and Darkfire faced him together. Though the course of events was different, the results were the same. Darkfire was hurled into the Portal of Trials. Dacheldor faced Edge and was beaten. Dacheldor was able to show enough promise to seem like a worthy candidate, and he was also hurled into the Portal of Trials. As before, the Portal of Trials did not work on Dacheldor. He was teleported to another realm, but his ability to travel the realms already negated the need for the Trials, so the Portal of Trials dissipated. He guessed that Bylon was likely observing him this time, to ensure he did not end up in his ancient realm, and was unsure how to proceed. Prime appeared before Dacheldor, speaking in his multi-voiced way. He informed him that he should try his best to simulate the Trials, moving from one realm to another, and practicing his abilities in each. This would be an excellent way to adapt to the limit bracers. With enough practice, Prime assured, he would become as powerful as he had been when completing the trials in the past. Dacheldor did this, doing his best to remember what realms he had traveled to in the previous timelines. This time, he also interacted with Prime on a regular basis, getting to know him well enough to see him as a mentor and a friend. Even so, he was still unable to glean any of his true plan. When the time came to travel with Darkfire, he did this as well, simulating their old rivalry and eventual renewed friendship. The two worked their way through the training, and Dacheldor was surprised how accustomed to the limit bracers he became. He reached a point where he did not even notice them anymore. He simply felt as if he was naturally evolving in the same way he had in prior timelines. When they returned to Limbo, their fight with Edge mirrored the original timeline almost exactly. This proved to Dacheldor beyond a doubt that if he worked to relive his life as it had been in the prior timelines, he would be able to achieve the same level of power even with the limit bracers. Prime insisted that he continue to mimic his original life so that he could obtain all of his old abilities. He said their true plan could only start after that had occurred. Edge revealed that he was really the Headmaster Genus and explained his past to Dacheldor and Darkfire. This time, Dacheldor noticed a difference in the story. One of the other original Realm Lords trained by Genus mysteriously disappeared one day and was no longer a Headmaster. He was replaced by his best student. This was significant because the Headmaster that disappeared was the one Dacheldor had killed in the prior timeline, and the date the Headmaster disappeared matched the date Dacheldor was on the battlefield in Limbo when he awoke as an aberration. Dacheldor thought back and realized that any being whose soul he had absorbed in a past timeline, he had not met again in this one. He wondered if this meant that should an aberration eat the soul of another being, then travel back in time, the being with the eaten soul would instantly die in that timeline. Dacheldor did not share the significance of this with anyone else. Genus brought Darkfire and Dacheldor to the Prime Realm and enrolled them in the school. The training to become a full Realm Lord worked for Dacheldor, helping him learn to surpass the limits of his bracers enough to perform his old abilities. Darkfire became Genus's apprentice, and Dacheldor trained to become a Realm Lord Smith instructor. Both later enrolled in the center and moved into positions as squad leaders. Prime remained mysteriously absent for most of this time. Dacheldor returned to Limbo to recruit Shockerock, and once Shockerock was finished with his schooling, brought him onto his team. He also met Doomsday and fell in love all over again, though this time there was a seemingly deeper bond between the two of them. Nicole and Deric were eventually enrolled, this time before any battle with Genus or knowledge of his ultimate plan was revealed. Dark One also joined the center earlier than before, this time urged to do so by Dacheldor. The family was together long before it had been in the original timeline, and Bylon took notice. In this timeline, he was not training to become the Time Lord and was more engaged in both Dacheldor and Darkfire's life. He did not suspect Dacheldor was an aberration, but suspected another time traveler was directly influencing him. Bylon's interactions with the Center alerted many Realm Lords to the existence of other groups with similar capabilities to theirs. Each of these groups could travel the realms freely, although their other abilities were different. The most obvious were the true angels and demons. Dacheldor had known about these from the previous timelines, but most other Realm Lords had not interacted with them yet. The others were three groups called the Deities, Mage Lords, and Living Weapons. Deities were beings that had reached a spiritual mastery so strong that it transformed their bodies into an extension of their will. They were able to travel the realms because they could shapeshift and adapt themselves. In fact, they regularly shapeshifted. Each was skilled with a single aspect of reality, such as love, peace, war, rain, fire, and so on. It was as if one word could define all of their abilities. They also tended to stay involved in a single world or system and the peoples of that region. This reclusiveness explained why the Realm Lords had not encountered them before. Mage lords were wizards or other practitioners of magic who used the arts of magic to grant themselves godlike powers. This included the ability to travel between realms. Unlike realm lords, their abilities took much longer, often requiring rituals and components, but their rituals were much more potent. Some could even permanently alter the rules of a realm. All kept to themselves, possibly having a single apprentice. Dacheldor was surprised to learn Lord Vorn had been a mage lord all along. Living weapons were warriors of such extreme power that their bodies had become immutable. They were resistant to almost all forms of attack, and could travel the realms because the physics of the realms actually bended to their body's ability to resist it. Most became living weapons through what seemed like sheer physical might, though some came to it through other means. In preparation for his original training to become the Time Lord, Bylon had trained to become a living weapon. The Center began avidly reaching out to these other groups, but they wanted nothing to do with the Center. Dacheldor wondered if having these groups on their side could have changed things in the war with the Black Angel, but in the current timeline there was no indication such a war was even on the horizon. Deric had not freed the Black Angel, and the Hells were not snatching up Realm Lord deserters. Though all seemed well on the surface, Dacheldor wrestled another issue privately. The stronger he became, the more he noticed a black vortex within the energy of his ancient self. It had been there when the energy had nearly destroyed him as a small black dot, but it was growing. He believed this anomaly within his soul was the reason absorbing his ancient self had nearly destroyed the cosmos. On one occasion, he asked Prime if another ancient host could absorb their ancient self, and Prime said they could. He asked if doing so would cause the other ancients to destroy the cosmos, and Prime informed him it would not. He told Dacheldor there was something special about him, a rogue element within the ancient soul that caused the devastating effects. This made Dacheldor sure the Black Vortex was that rogue element. Dacheldor worried that if he got too strong, the vortex might grow too large and become too hard for even the limit bracers to contain. He brought this up to Prime as well, but Prime merely assured him that other limit bracers could be obtained. Any further inquiries were met with silence. On one mission, Dacheldor found himself in the heat of battle with an adversary powerful enough that it might permanently kill one of his teammates. This adversary was a deity who had left his order to pursue power on his own. Dacheldor placed himself between the deity and his team, trying to ensure their safety, and the deity viciously mutilated him. The pain was excruciating. As he endured it, something inside snapped. An anger took hold, a familiar madness to what he had overcome in his past. He started to laugh uncontrollably. He felt the darkness of the vortex spread through his body. His eyes turned pitch black, and his left arm turned black as well. He lost all sense of who he was, consumed by the madness. Then he unleashed a fury on the deity so fierce that it frightened even the boldest of his teammates. When it was over, his features returned to normal and the darkness subsided back to the original size of the black vortex. Now he knew what this force was: rage, destruction, insanity. He worried if he would fall under its influence again, but refrained from reporting it to the Center. Days later, a visitor came to see Dacheldor. It was the avatar of humor, Gas, the being he had unwittingly let out of the lesser realm of undeniable truth in the far distant past. Gas delighted in teasing Dacheldor about how he was now becoming funny. The insanity within mirrored much of Gas's personality, unbridled sadistic humor. He reminded Dacheldor of their deal all that time ago. Dacheldor had given Gas a piece of his soul, and Gas had given him a piece of his. Gas laughed and explained that when the original Dacheldor died and his soul became part of the Ancient, the part of Gas's soul within him also became part of the Ancient. There it had grown for countless timelines until now it was a brilliant black spot. And now that the Ancient soul was merged with the physical being, so was the anomaly within it. Dacheldor was mortified. His mistake of the past had truly come back to haunt him. If not for that one deal, merging with his ancient self would have been a beautiful experience and nothing more. Now, because a piece of Gas's soul dwelt within him, he was the fated destroyer of the cosmos. He dedicated himself to finding a way to remove the Black Vortex. Gas laughed at Dacheldor's attempts to remove it. Any time he came up with a new thing to try, Gas showed up to torment him. After many years of trying, Dacheldor gave up for a while. Prime was no help in regards to the Black Vortex either. It seemed he wanted it there. It seemed it was somehow part of his plan. Realm Lord Rumble. When Genus called his most trusted squad leaders into a private meeting, Dacheldor knew why. He was sending them to kill the other headmasters so he could begin the process of transforming into a Valant. Unfortunately, Dacheldor was not called into this meeting this time. He had not earned Genus's trust, as he had in the previous timelines. Dacheldor tried to warn the others of what was going on, but was unable to stop them from destroying the souls of the other headmasters. Once this was done, Dacheldor was able to prove Genus's plan by leading the others to him and showing them what he was doing. The Realm Lords split into those aligned with Genus and those against him, as they had in previous timelines, and the same bloody war ensued. When it came to what had previously been the final confrontation, Dacheldor and Shockerock battled Genus, but Darkfire did not show up. In the prior timelines, he had been the only reason they had won, and, without him in the battle, they were unable to defeat Genus. Bylon had pulled him away from the fight. Dacheldor assumed this was Bylon's way to alter the outcome. Shockerock's body was shattered as he was left nearly lifeless. Dacheldor was tossed into floating debris, which solidified around him to hold him in place. Genus moved into the other fighting Realm Lords and yanked Doomsday out of the melee. He ruthlessly slaughtered her in sight of Dacheldor, gloating that even if he could not kill the Immortal, he could make him wish he was dead. Dacheldor's mind snapped. A voice called out from within him. It sounded like his own, but echoed slightly. He recognized it as the voice of the part of him that was the Black Vortex. The voice requested Dacheldor willingly accept his existence, that he let it out. Dacheldor knew this would forever weaken his defense against the Black Vortex, but his rage got the better of him. He made the agreement, and the darkness of the Vortex spread through his body. Dacheldor burst free of the debris, his eyes now pitch black, his left arm black as well. Genus was in a state of shock at what he saw. The raw power radiating off of him was astounding. Dacheldor ripped through the Realm Lords between him and Genus, friend and foe alike. None were powerful enough to withstand his strikes. He battered Genus with strike after strike, and the two held even ground. Shockerock forced himself to stand and heal and rejoin the fight. Arriving to see what happened, Darkfire watched as his friend battled Genus, both in altered states. He made up his mind and fired a blast at Genus that distracted him long enough for Dacheldor to make the killing blow. As Genus died, Dacheldor prepared to eat his soul this time, instead of destroying it, but something stopped him. Prime appeared with a powerful sealing artifact that forced the darkness back into Dacheldor's body and turned him back to normal. Dacheldor could feel energy releasing from him at an alarming rate. Even with this return to normal, he could tell the limit bracers were starting to degrade. Time moved backwards. Dacheldor observed Prime moving his fingers as if turning a dial. This time, it was not Bylon altering time, it was Prime. They returned to the moment Limbo completed being rebuilt, approximately 50 years after the Overlord's assault. Dacheldor was again the head general, and it would be another 50 years before Genus, as Edge, even came to Limbo. It struck Dacheldor that none of what he had just experienced had even happened, but Prime corrected this.
You are now a Realm Lord.
His multiple voices echoed.
You can use your powers even with a pair of limit bracers. And, more importantly, you've acquainted yourself with the destructive force dwelling within you.
Prime was right. Dacheldor was now able to do nearly everything he had been capable of after defeating Genus in the past timelines, even though none of that had happened yet. Though the pain of Doomsday's death was fresh, she had not died. It had not happened yet. Everything could be redone. Prime had taken a huge risk reversing time. Now Bylon was certain there was another time traveler involved, and was one step closer to realizing Dacheldor was an aberration. Additionally, the limit bracers were breaking down, and would have to be replaced. Dacheldor assumed this still must be within Prime's desired outcome, but recognized he seemed to work more in line with chaos, while Bylon tried to maintain order. Prime informed Dacheldor that he would need to contact the Great Smith to make a new pair of limit bracers. Doing this would have to be in secret, without Bylon knowing. It would also be important to keep this a secret from Darkfire. Dacheldor agreed to this secrecy, and went back to his role as head general of the Limbo Imperial Military. Wrath of Zevin. Dacheldor's new limit bracers would have to be constructed by the same person who created the originals, the Great Smith. He was a Realm Lord, heralded as one of the greatest smiths, who worked from a forge inside a dying star. Prime reached out to him, and worked with him to recall the design of the original bracers, since they were from another timeline. But it was quickly determined he would need Dacheldor present if he was going to design a more stable pair. Dacheldor could only meet with the Great Smith when he was able to get away from his duties with the Empire, and from the watchful eye of Bylon. These visits were sparse, but helped the Great Smith work out a new design that he stored in a book alongside some of his greatest designs. Still, he needed more time with Dacheldor to verify his implementation. One day, Darkfire started repeatedly using his time machine to alter the results of several battles going on throughout Limbo. Though the changes he was making had nothing to do with Dacheldor, it forced Dacheldor to relive the same day over and over. It also proved to Dacheldor that his limit bracers, coated in a liquid that allowed them to exist outside of time, moved back in time with him and continued to age and degrade with each loop in time. If Darkfire replayed one day 30 times, the bracers aged 30 days. Though Darkfire had done this same thing in previous timelines, this time it bothered Dacheldor. The threat of his limit bracers degrading and his inability to find time to see the Great Smith, combined with his genuine dislike of people altering the timeline to affect the futures of others. He saw this alteration of time as a form of slavery, forcing a person's decision to follow a specific path. After several iterations of this, Dacheldor got fed up. He stormed into Castle Darkfire and barged in on Darkfire as he was getting ready to use the time machine again. He exclaimed that time travel was an unjust form of slavery and demanded Darkfire stop. When Darkfire refused, Dacheldor blasted the system with electricity and started tearing it apart. Darkfire's guards and Bylon pulled him off of the machine and forced him out of the chamber. Darkfire and Dacheldor had an argument that ended in Dacheldor's expulsion from the Empire. Bylon was shocked by the goings-on, questioning Dacheldor as to who he was working with. Dacheldor refused to answer. Bylon was certain he was working directly with the other time traveler. Darkfire contemplated reversing time to change Dacheldor's mind, but Bylon informed him that would not matter. Dacheldor was in league with a rogue time traveler, and their best bet of finding out who the time traveler was would be to let Dacheldor go off on his own. Darkfire did not reverse time again that day. Dacheldor was drummed out of the Empire. Darkfire banished him, saying if he was seen in Limbo at all, he would be jailed. Dacheldor's rights as head general were stripped and given to another. Dacheldor traveled a distance, but did not leave Limbo immediately. He instead met up with the Elder Seven and informed them of his entire situation. He explained that he needed them to make a distraction in Limbo that would draw the attention of Bylon so he could go to the Great Smith without him being aware. They agreed. Lord Zevin, the ancient known as Wrath, was specifically interested in Dacheldor's supposed destiny to destroy the cosmos. He honed in on the fact that a pair of bracers was the only thing keeping the cosmos from total annihilation. He asked specific questions about the Great Smith, which Dacheldor answered without concern. He also asked about the time traveler Dacheldor was working with, but Dacheldor shared little about Prime, not even providing his name. The six ancients performed an assault on the Empire's starship construction factories, using temporal technology Dacheldor had stolen from the Empire to age the metals of the facility. This technology forced Bylon to join Darkfire in the investigation of the facility, giving Dacheldor the means to slip out of Bylon's sight. It also put the Elder Seven on the Empire's radar. Working with the Great Smith, Dacheldor's soul was thoroughly examined and the designs of the bracers was improved. When the Great Smith finished the designs, he informed Dacheldor of a complication to their construction. Not only would they take a great deal of time to construct and require a temporal liquid provided by Prime to allow them to travel with Dacheldor through time, they would also require the smith who constructed them to give his own life force in the process of their completion, ultimately causing him to die. Luckily for Dacheldor, the Great Smith saw the protection of the cosmos as more important than his own life. He put his final affairs in order and prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. The construction would take him several months, and Dacheldor spent most of that time learning from Prime how to avoid the detection of temporal entities like Bylon. The limit bracers were completed almost to the exact design specifications in the Great Smith's book, but before the last hammer strike, Lord Zevin and his undead forces attacked the forge. The Great Smith rushed the final stages, leaving some weaknesses in the design. These bracers, like the originals, would degrade over time. They would give Dacheldor more time than he had with the old ones, but still ultimately would need to be replaced. They also would be visible to everyone, and capable of removal with the flick of a switch on each. The Great Smith pushed his life force into the bracers as Zevin towered over him. Zevin chopped his head off, ending the empowering of the bracers, then attempted to destroy them. As he hammered at them, Dacheldor arrived and engaged Zevin in battle. The two fought with everything they had, Dacheldor doing everything he could to replace his old bracers with the new ones, before the black vortex within him could claim him again. Zevin doing everything he could to try to destroy them. At one point, Dacheldor managed to remove one of his old bracers and replace it with a new one. In the moment the first was removed, before the next was put on, a burst of energy radiated out from Dacheldor, echoing through the cosmos. The foundation of the forge cracked under the shockwave. When Dacheldor removed and replaced the second bracer, another shockwave completely broke the foundation. As the forge fell around them, Dacheldor and Prime retreated with Zevin pursuing them. Bylon appeared inside the forge, attracted by the shockwaves, and saw the devastation, but no sign of Dacheldor or the others. Valuing the works of the Great Smith, he collected and saved the Great Smith's books, not knowing what he had. As the forge fell completely, Bylon returned to Limbo, where he stored the books in Darkfire's grand library. Dacheldor spent the next few years perfecting his ability to avoid detection from Bylon, and working to stay out of Zevin's sight. Now, a mad ancient who wanted to use him to destroy the cosmos pursued him. To ensure survival, he had no choice but to trust Prime. Darimaul. In his search for Dacheldor, Lord Zevin located and recruited Dacheldor's former secret apprentice, Darimaul. Darimaul had grown to hate Dacheldor over the years, but had a keen ability to think like him, leading Zevin to believe he might be useful. In exchange for his aid, Zevin trained Darimaul in mastery of the necromantic arts and psychic vampirism to rapidly strengthen him. This turned his body into something similar to a vampire, called a Child of Darkness. Though not driven to devour blood, a hunger for psychic energy drove him. Of course, not all of Darimaul's power derived from Zevin's teachings. He had a rich history of his own before, during, and after his time as Dacheldor's secret apprentice. The early life of his first host shaped much of his personality and style of attire: black clothes, black hair, and black nail polish. In fact, even his ethereal ancient flames, when he learned to produce them, were black. Darimaul's first host was born to an abusive family. His father would constantly beat him and his siblings nearly to death, and if they ever forgot to keep it secret from the outside world, his mother cut reminders into their skin with a carving knife. As the oldest child, Darimaul took the brunt of the punishment. He martyred himself to keep his younger brother and sister from being hurt as badly. But that all ended the day his father tried to kill him. Darimaul ran for his life and hid in the city streets, where he remained for years. As a 16-year-old, he bought food and shelter by selling his body. Some nights, his only shelter was an open alleyway. Shortly after becoming 18, his powers began to manifest. He had no idea what was happening to him. He would suddenly fire electricity from his fingertips or scramble the circuitry of a computer when he was angry or distressed. A number of emotional tirades resulted in the deaths of 13 people from accidental electrocution. One day, his brother found him and begged him to come home. His father had gotten worse since he left, and his sister was so badly injured that she might not survive another of his outbursts. Darimaul returned to his childhood home, where his father promptly assaulted him. His mother watched nearby, with a leer on her face. His brother ran to assist him, but was shoved to the floor where his sister already lay, barely breathing. Emotion welled up in Darimaul, and electricity flooded the room. Everyone around him was burned to ash as the house exploded in flames. Again he ran. But this time it was not for fear of his father. He had killed everyone, even his beloved siblings. He now only feared himself. Word of the man who could harness electricity spread through the city. Darimaul eventually found work as a hired hitman. Fear of death, fear of starvation, fear of getting too attached to anyone, and fear of what waited around every corner filled his very being. He lived life in a constant state of fear. Then, one day, after executing an enemy of the mob, a man stood at the only doorway out of the scene of the crime. Darimaul's fear caused him to fire electricity toward the man without even waiting to see who it was, but the blast never touched him. It dissipated as it approached, and the man strode into the light. The massively armored, gray-skinned man introduced himself as Dacheldor. He informed Darimaul of the truth of the ancients, and that Darimaul was a newly awakened ancient himself. Darimaul despaired at the idea that he could never experience true death, that even suicide would result in reincarnation. But Dacheldor promised he could help him control his powers and accept himself and his place in the cosmos. Darimaul took to becoming Dacheldor's apprentice. Under his tutelage, he learned to control the powers of electricity, energy manipulation, and telepathy. Soon he could transmute matter, changing substances from one form to another, and control the minds of his enemies. He became powerful, but still could never shake the fear that gripped him. One day, he abandoned Dacheldor outright. He was aware that leaving Dacheldor's training would be a death sentence, as he had to remain secret from the Empire, but he chose to do so anyway. When Dacheldor tracked him down, he asked Dacheldor to kill him. He no longer wanted the memories of this host to haunt him. He wanted what he thought would be a fresh start. Dacheldor refused, but Darimaul reached out with his telepathic abilities and forced his hand. In an instant, he had shot Darimaul dead, then dropped his pistol in horror. He had known Darimaul was a prodigy, but to have his mind penetrated and controlled so easily was never Dacheldor's expectation. Deciding Darimaul was not stable or safe enough to train any farther, even in whatever host he incarnated into next, he devoted himself to strengthening his resistance to telepathic intrusion. Darimaul's next host was not born to an abusive family, but he was born with the memories of a man who had been. As a boy, these memories confused and frightened him. He often lashed out against his loving family inexplicably. At the age of 8, his powers manifested and he killed his parents. Completely disillusioned with life, he grew up to be a tyrant and moved to conquer an entire world. In the midst of his deluded conquest, Dacheldor showed up to pay him a visit. "I've created a monster," Dacheldor said. "We aren't monsters, Dacheldor," Darimaul said. "We're the strong." No, you've fallen too far to be saved. Dacheldor pulled the demon edge and rushed forward. Darimaul tried to stop him telepathically, but it was no use. Dacheldor cut him in half with a single swing. His practice had made him immune to Darimaul's powers. This pattern repeated in Darimaul's next incarnation as well, though this time he incarnated in a man who had already reached adulthood. Again, he killed his family accidentally. Again, he rose to become a tyrant, and again Dacheldor arrived to end his life. Only as his fourth incarnation did the pattern finally change. Darimaul came to realize as long as he used his power to dominate others and become a visible threat in the cosmos, Dacheldor would kill him. His only option was to live in hiding. Now, on the streets of a city whose people were barely advanced enough to create functioning lanterns, Darimaul performed minor tricks for coins and used them to get by. He silently searched for a reason to live, while constantly hiding from Dacheldor's rage. It was here that he encountered another ancient, one who called himself Baratonus. As Dacheldor had shared souls with Gas, this ancient had merged himself with an avatar, but the avatar he shared souls with was the avatar of Order. Baratonus believed in law, judgment, and justice above all else, even if it meant using cruelty, prejudice, and murder to enforce it. He wore brilliant silver armor and had long silver hair. He carried himself with the countenance of a royal knight. On the streets in the rain, Baratonus gave Darimaul a chance to join him as fellow ancients bringing order to the cosmos, but Darimaul refused. He told Baratonus, "I've always considered myself to be more a child of chaos." In response, Baratonus ran him through with his sword. Darimaul was rushed to a hospital. The wound to his chest would have killed most people, but he was hardier than most. His life was saved, and he met an interesting girl who worked at the hospital as a nurse. Her name was Kira. She had purple, streaked hair, and always smiled at him. She made him finally feel something besides sorrow. He fell madly in love with her. For a time, he believed he could let go of his past and embrace a simple life with Kira. She taught him to forgive himself and let go of his pain. She did what Dacheldor never could, returned his humanity. Then Baratonus found him again. Baratonus gave Darimaul a second chance to join him. He explained that only by destroying everything could true order be achieved in the cosmos. He had uncovered a rare gauntlet with the power to destroy stars and create black holes. He now wore it on his right arm. Darimaul refused to join Baratonus, and Baratonus seemed to leave him at that. But a few days later, Darimaul could not find Kira anywhere. When he finally tracked her down, he found her dead, butchered by Baratonus and nailed to a church wall. The sadness and fear he once felt transformed into anger, and he devoted himself to utterly destroying Baratonus. When the two met again, Baratonus stood on a pile of rubble in the middle of a city street. The red gauntlet, stretched from his right shoulder to his fingertips, was humming loudly. A marble-sized black orb floated halfway through the symbol of the sun on the back of its hand. The black orb acted as if it were a miniature black hole. When Baratonus willed it, the orb could pull in matter in the surrounding area into it and obliterate it. In fact, he had just used it to destroy the surrounding neighborhood. Darimaul walked down the broken street, wielding a long obsidian sword. Anger fueled him. The desire for revenge filled him. He used these emotions to put away any fear of Baratonus and his gauntlet. Darimaul swung his sword, but Baratonus moved too quickly. He sidestepped the attack, pulled his own sword, and lopped off Darimaul's arm. Before the arm or the sword it clutched could reach the ground, Baratonus focused his gauntlet on it. The arm and sword swiftly flew toward the black orb in the gauntlet, and Darimaul reached out with his left arm to stop them. Using his power of energy manipulation, he could pull one of the two back toward him. He chose to grab hold of the sword. The gauntlet obliterated Darimaul's detached arm. Baratonus laughed as he looked at Darimaul, blood dripping from a stump where his right arm once was, still brandishing his obsidian sword in his left hand. "You are really desperate to kill me," he mused. "You sacrificed part of your own body for a chance to strike once more. Better make it count." This time Darimaul concentrated. He implanted an illusion in Baratonus' mind, making it appear as if he was standing a few feet to the right of where he really was. Darimaul moved to attack, and Baratonus struck. Baratonus' sword hit nothing, and Darimaul plunged his blade straight into the red gauntlet. The obsidian sword pierced through the gauntlet, entering one side of Baratonus' arm and exiting the other. Energy burst off of the gauntlet, and Darimaul let go of his sword and backed away. It appeared as if the gauntlet may explode and take Baratonus along with it. Then the energy flowing from the gauntlet froze in place, as if floating harmlessly around Baratonus. The gauntlet melted off of Baratonus' arm, revealing the skin of his arm was actually pitch black. His eyes transformed, becoming black pools as well. His voice echoed with an otherworldly quality.
"You did not realize I'm more than just an ancient,"
Baratonus laughed.
"I'm also an Ettin."
The energy of the explosion flowed into his open mouth, and he ate it as if it were a fine meal. He then flexed his arm, and the obsidian sword that was sticking through it snapped in half and fell in 2 pieces on the ground.
I have come to realize that when an ancient and an Ettin fuse, they become something greater.
Orange flame slowly covered Baratonis' body.
I am evolving beyond the state of any.
He stopped suddenly. His right arm changed colors again, this time becoming tan. The black coloring of his arm seemed to pool into the back of his hand, where it took on the same sun-like shape as the symbol that had once been on the back of his gauntlet. On his shoulder, a black pentagon also appeared.
What?
Baratonis was flabbergasted. Darimaul took advantage of Baratonis' distraction. Picking up the broken blade tip of the obsidian sword, he jammed it into Baratonis' skull. The black pools faded from Baratonis' eyes, and the flames covering him dissipated. He fell to the ground, seemingly dead. Darimaul stood over his corpse and spat on it.
Looks like your evolution is over.
He stared at Baratonis' odd right arm, then looked at his own bloody stump. The blood loss was so much, he would have passed out or died if he had not been an ancient. Picking up the handle of the broken obsidian sword, with a small bit of the blade still attached, he sawed at Baratonis' shoulder.
You owe me an arm.
Once the arm was detached, he dropped the sword and picked it up, placing it against his stump. Using transmutation, he fused the arm to his stump, then attempted to move it. At first, it reacted like it was his. He smiled. The color was tanner than the rest of his body, but he figured it was better than being armless. Then, the arm attacked Darimaul. It tried to strangle him, and he was forced to use telepathy to will it to stop. The fact that telepathy worked told Darimaul he was dealing with a mind. Scanning the arm telepathically, he was surprised to find Baratonis still existed within it. Darimaul screamed and dropped to his knees. No matter how illogical it seemed, it was true. The ancient and Ettin soul of Baratonis was now permanently attached to Darimaul in the form of his new arm. Darimaul tried to remove the arm through transmutation, but it did not work. He tried to cut it off, but the arm would not let him. He tried to get others to remove it, but the arm struck them down. It took all of his telepathic control to keep the arm from killing him and to force it to submit to his will. I can't go through life attached to my lover's murderer forever, he screamed, but it seemed he was destined to do so. He left the city, and over the years the control he was forced to exert over the arm helped him learn to control his own emotions. It seemed the supposedly ordered nature of Baratonis balanced out Darimaul's more chaotic tendencies. He learned to live with his enemy attached to him. It became routine. The control he learned freed him from the cycle of fear he had lived by. He became a somber, brooding man who sought only to advance his own self-control and power. In time, this led him to join several mercenary guilds and ally with various ruffians. He even spent some time in Shockerock's employ. Once he felt sure enough of himself, he set his sights on hunting down Dacheldor and repaying him for their past. It was then that Zevin found him and trained him to become a child of darkness. It was this singular purpose that made the two a dangerous team. Symphony of Villainy. Once Dacheldor and Prime realized the Great Smith's book was in the library of Castle Darkfire, they developed a plan to infiltrate Limbo and steal it. They needed the book if they were ever going to create a new set of limit bracers, but they had to make sure to keep Bylon and Darkfire from realizing what they were after. They staged a number of attacks on various facilities in Limbo, making sure to draw Darkfire's eye without using so much power as to attract Zevin's awareness. These attacks led to rumors of Dacheldor's return, spreading throughout the Empire. Unsure if the mystery attacker really was Dacheldor, Darkfire cautiously sent only a few members of the Empire to investigate. The new head general, a man named after his former wanted posters, John the Paladin, sent his brightest lieutenant, Aetius Lamni, to determine if the threat was really Dacheldor. She brought Captain Den with her, who had known Dacheldor better than anyone outside of the generals, and used his starship to travel to the scenes of the various incidents. Aetius and Den tried to predict Dacheldor's plans, but his actions seemed erratic. They remained at least one step behind him at every turn. Then, on the planet Dartoga, something unexpected happened. Dacheldor and Prime attacked an armored vehicle and stole a data crystal containing a fully detailed map of Castle Darkfire. The crystal also contained schematics of Darkfire's secret projects, which were to be delivered to an unnamed resident of the planet. Prime seemed aware this had been their target the whole time, but Dacheldor had expected the transport to be carrying a princess. His plan had originally been to capture her in a few days as she was being presented to Darkfire for her coronation. A being whose physicality made him immune to most of Dacheldor's abilities guarded the transport. Out of a need to pull upon more of his own strength, Dacheldor unlatched one of his bracers, causing a shockwave of energy to erupt. He covered himself in his green ethereal flames and made short work of the enemy. He then reattached the bracer to his arm. This was one of the benefits of being able to easily remove the new bracers. When Dacheldor needed access to more of his power, he could simply remove one. The downside of this was that the resulting shockwave alerted anyone with the ability to sense energy to his location. Asius and Den felt the shockwave as they were not far from the planet. Bylon, Darkfire, and John the Paladin felt the shockwave all the way back at Castle Darkfire. Zevin felt the shockwave in his massive black starship. Dacheldor and Prime retreated from the scene with the data crystal in hand, and made their way to the primary kingdom of Dartoga. Shortly after they arrived, Asius and Den entered the kingdom along with a battalion of Limbo Imperial soldiers. Dacheldor kidnapped the princess, who he had originally believed to be in the transport, and held her hostage inside the central ziggurat of the kingdom. Asius and the soldiers surrounded the ziggurat, but held their positions. Using his skills as an assassin, Den infiltrated the ziggurat undetected. He made contact with Dacheldor and asked him what he was planning. Of course, Dacheldor could not answer, but Den proposed a truce anyway. He claimed he could act as a double agent, spying on Dacheldor for Darkfire while secretly helping Dacheldor as well. Dacheldor was unsure why Den would admit to being a double agent, but felt his friend's assistance would actually aid in his plan. Darkfire, knowing his movements, would work more to his benefit than against him, and Den sending that information in secret made it easier to hide from Zevin. Den leapt up to the window and shouted down to Asius and the others, "Don't worry, guys, I'm alright. I just switched sides." This enraged and emboldened the soldiers, and Asius chose to mount a full attack. Dacheldor tore through the soldiers with ease, slaughtering them as he strode down the steps of the ziggurat. When he came to Asius, he challenged her one-on-one, bested her, and nearly killed her. Their fighting was interrupted by a beam of light striking the ground from the heavens. It was a teleportation beam from a Limbo Imperial starship. John the Paladin had just arrived on the surface. Dacheldor had hated John since the day he had first met Darkfire. John was an ally of Bylon's from before they knew Dacheldor. He was also a student of time manipulation, mostly skilled in reviving those fallen in combat, but also able to manipulate whole aspects of the battlefield. He was a powerful adversary, fit for the title of head general, but what Dacheldor did not like about him was his zealous personality. John worshipped Darkfire as a god, and believed his every word was divine law. Dacheldor could not stand such a submissive attitude. Prime warned Dacheldor that there was not time to fight John the Paladin, but he did not listen. The two locked blades in a battle that nearly destroyed the entire kingdom. At one point, John looked as if he had taken a fatal blow and was down for good. But as Dacheldor turned away, Asius healed John, herself a student of his teachings, and John rose to fight Dacheldor again. In orbit, another starship attacked the Limbo Imperial starship John had arrived on, as well as Den's starship. This massive ship was wrapped in black substances that looked like flesh. It fired multiple cannons, destroying both vessels. It sent out capture drones to bring any intact bodies on board. A beam of light fired from the ship, landing in the kingdom and obliterating more than 70 onlookers. In the crater the blast produced, two beings had teleported down, Lord Zevin and Darimaul. Though both were after Dacheldor, Darimaul was instructed to take down John, and Zevin moved to attack Dacheldor. Knowing the need for more power in this battle, Dacheldor removed one of the limit bracers, and the same shockwave exploded out of him. He battled Zevin with the help of Den while Prime stayed hidden from the scene. John and Asius battled Darimaul, who seemed to fight with the ferocity of two opponents working in tandem. Zevin used his red etheric flames to raise masses of the undead, but these were little more than a nuisance. The real power of Zevin's flames were only revealed when Dacheldor inadvertently made contact with them. His body froze, as if controlled by Zevin. He had known Zevin could control dead bodies with these flames, but had no idea he could control the living. Dacheldor felt his own hand reaching for his other bracer. Under the influence of Zevin, he was about to remove them both. He screamed as he tried to fight this power, then time stopped. At first, he believed Prime was behind this, but Prime was still absent from the scene. A man in massive golden armor strode into the distance and motioned to Dacheldor. It was Bylon. Only Dacheldor and Bylon could move with time stopped around them. This made Bylon shake his head. Now he knew beyond a doubt that Dacheldor was an aberration. He asked Dacheldor about his bracers, and Dacheldor explained that he had already merged with his ancient self. He expressed to Bylon the need for the bracers to hold back his power. As he did, Prime materialized next to him, also able to move in the frozen time. Bylon could not see Prime, but Dacheldor knew his presence meant he could not share any more information with Bylon. Bylon was genuinely surprised Dacheldor had found a solution to the problem he had been unable to solve. Taking Den and Asius with him, Bylon teleported himself and Dacheldor to a cavern elsewhere on the planet. This cavern was Bylon's secret home, and the original delivery destination of the crystal Dacheldor and Prime had stolen. It was here that he practiced time manipulation and built devices for the Empire. Prime also appeared within the cavern, able to go anywhere Dacheldor went. He seemed overjoyed to be inside his adversary's secret home, and took to exploring it. As he did, Dacheldor and Bylon exchanged words, but Dacheldor divulged no further secrets. Bylon's primary concerns were why Dacheldor had kept being an aberration a secret, and with whom he was working. Dacheldor explained his mistrust of Bylon due to the events of the battle with the Overlord in every other timeline. Bylon understood and accepted this reason for Dacheldor's secretive action, but still continued to push to find out whom he was working with. Dacheldor insisted there was no one, but Bylon knew this was a lie. He was furious with Dacheldor, but chose to allow him to go in peace, claiming this made them even for what happened with the Overlord. Dacheldor agreed, and headed for an exit to the cavern, accompanied by Den and Prime. Asius also came along, needing to find her way back to the Empire. Den vouched for her, so the others let her accompany them. Before Dacheldor left completely, Bylon said one final thing to him.
I don't know whom you're working with, but if it is the person I suspect, you cannot trust him. He's a monster that sought to destroy all the balance in the cosmos since before I became a Time Lord.
Dacheldor turned back and asked whom Bylon was referring to. He simply said,
Prime the Fireside.
Dacheldor and the others left, entering the jungle of Dartoga. As they did, time returned to normal and the fight in Dartoga's main kingdom concluded. Darimaul bested and beheaded John the Paladin, tossing his head at the feet of Lord Zevin. Zevin returned to his ship with plans to scan the planet's surface for any signs of Dacheldor, while Darimaul remained behind to try to track Dacheldor's whereabouts. He smelled the air for the spiritual scent of Dacheldor and, though Dacheldor had teleported to another location, he could pick up enough scent to know what direction he was in now. He followed the scent while staying in constant contact with Zevin. At Castle Darkfire, a computer terminal used to track the life force of all members of the Limbo Imperial military displayed the death of John the Paladin. Darkfire rallied his fleet of starships, nicknamed the Armada, and headed it in his personal warship. Within moments, they appeared above the planet Dartoga, swarming Zevin's ship. They pounded it with everything they had, obliterating it and him to dust. Darimaul heard the communications go silent. He knew Zevin had been killed, and it would likely take years for him to find a new host. For now, Darimaul would have to search for Dacheldor on his own. Darkfire teleported to the planet's surface along with a battalion of soldiers and a specialized tracker. This tracker was a furline, a species once related to cats that had the ability to smell spiritual scents in the air, much like Darimaul had. Using her guidance, Darkfire and the soldiers ended up on a similar trajectory as Darimaul. When Darkfire's starships began orbiting the planet, Asius became aware of their arrival. She made an agreement with Den and Dacheldor not to give away their position, and they allowed her to contact the fleet. She was teleported back to the ships, but only after the others had gotten far enough away not to be detected by scanners. Dacheldor secretly hoped this would bring Darkfire to him. It was part of his plan to eventually be caught, but Asius remained true to her word. Darimaul made his way to a trade city close to Dacheldor's location. He had lost Dacheldor's scent and hoped he may have already been through there. In asking the locals if they had any knowledge of Dacheldor, Darimaul happened upon a strange man sitting in the shadows of a bar. He introduced himself as the Vampire Lord, Vorn. Darimaul spent some time in Vorn's company, and Vorn found he liked this strange ancient. He gave him very little information on Dacheldor, but offered him an allegiance. If Darimaul ever needed transport through the Shadowfold, Vorn would allow it. In exchange, he would call on Darimaul in the future. Once the two parted ways, Darimaul headed into a shop to ask some more questions, but stopped when he noticed through a window that Darkfire and his soldiers had entered the city. He assumed they were seeking the killer of John the Paladin and did his best to hide. His right arm noticed a number of objects in the store that were out of order and started grabbing and shuffling them to try to put things right. The shopkeeper mistook this for stealing and sounded an alarm bell. Darimaul retreated, but was spotted by Darkfire, who questioned him about Dacheldor and John. The tracker informed Darkfire that Darimaul's scent had been at the scene of John's death, so Darimaul confessed his guilt. He did his best to explain that he had killed John under orders from his master Zevin, who was now dead. Darkfire leered and said, "So then, you are in the market for a new master?" Darimaul was astonished by the opportunity and saw it as his best way to find Dacheldor. He agreed to work for Darkfire, who took him under his wing and said he would be officially made part of the Empire upon the success of their mission. Together, they continued following Darkfire's tracker, who had a much keener sense of spiritual smell. The tracker led them to Bylon's caverns, which Darkfire recognized. He could not help but wonder if his brother had encountered Dacheldor and, if so, why he had not informed him. Venturing into the cavern, he and the others passed through waves of temporal distortion, causing some to relive moments from their past, some to see alternate present moments that had existed, and some to see alternate futures of past timelines. Darkfire beheld a vision of Dacheldor with black eyes and a black left arm. It was terrifying, but he did not know what it meant. Elsewhere, Dacheldor, Den, and Prime procured a ship to transport off-planet without alerting attention. They were unaware Zevin had been killed, and did not want to overuse abilities that might alert him to their presence. They traveled into the depths of space and to a location Prime assured would interest them. Here sat the home of a being known as the Keeper of the Cosmos. This being, which appeared as a cross between a rabbit, duck, and humanoid, was said to be from beyond the current cosmos. His home was removed from time, causing everything and everyone who lived there to be as aberrations while within it. He also was said to be the keeper of knowledge from before the time of this cosmos. When the three arrived, their primary reason was to steal waters from the lakes surrounding the keeper's home. This water, called the Temporal water, was the liquid Prime and the Great Smith had used to make Dacheldor's bracers stay unstuck in time. They would need more to do the same with his next bracers, and also planned to use the water on the Great Smith's book when they found it. As Prime filled canteens with the liquid, he also ran it over the data crystal they had procured from Castle Darkfire, just in case. Dacheldor investigated the keeper's home while Prime gathered the waters. He told Den they were looking to loot the place, and this kept him from realizing anything about the water. Den made his way to a vault room and worked to pick the lock, while Dacheldor examined murals on an ancient wall that seemed to depict events at the birth of the cosmos. Den managed to get several bags full of precious materials, but inadvertently alerted the guards of the keeper's home. Together with Dacheldor, they battled their way back to the ship where Prime was waiting for them. Once outside of the bounds of the temporal field around the keeper's home, the guards did not chase them any farther. They landed on a nearby planet, and Den prepared to inventory his haul, but his body started to fade right before Dacheldor and Prime's eyes. Time started to move backward, undoing most of what had just occurred. Though the crystal and temporal waters remained in Dacheldor and Prime's possession, they soon found themselves back at the exact time and place where they had first returned to Limbo when they began this plan. Zevin was alive again, John the Paladin was alive again, and no attacks on the Empire's facilities had occurred yet. They were unsure who had reversed time, but had a feeling it was Bylon or Darkfire. What they did not know was the decision to do so had come from the discussion Darkfire had with his brother upon entering the caverns. The two had discussed Dacheldor, and Bylon had told Darkfire everything. Darkfire had not been as sympathetic to Bylon's cause as he would have liked. He seemed to side with Dacheldor's point of view, and even mused about making amends with him. In response, Bylon reversed time with plans to keep his brother from ever learning the truth of what was going on. Now, back at the point in time when Dacheldor and Prime had first returned to Limbo, Dacheldor had no choice but to lay low. Unlike before, he could not simply repeat past actions. Bylon knew he was an aberration now. If he tried the same actions again, Bylon would be waiting for him. Ettins and Illithell. Though time had been reversed, Dacheldor recalled everything that had transpired, and one thing weighed heavily on his mind: what he had seen at the Keeper of the Cosmos home. When he reviewed the murals that told of the beginning of the cosmos, much had mirrored the history of the ancients as he had always understood it, but there was something more. Two other beings were shown in the murals and written of in the writings below them. These beings were the Ettins and the Illithell. The Illithell were depicted as gigantic black monsters covered in various numbers of tentacles, eyes, and mouths. They were shown to be the creators of the cosmos, supposedly bringing the energy of their own dying cosmos to create this one. They were also said to be the progenitors of two species, the Ancients and the Ettins. One etching, below a mural depicting the Illithell, translated to, "Behold the Illithell, creators of our cosmos. Though they slumber, they are to be feared." The Ancients and Ettins were depicted as living together, one symbolized as a being of light, the other as a being of darkness. Another etching indicated they were two halves of the same whole, but the Ettins could not control their enormous hunger. Further murals depicted the Ancients trapping the Ettins inside a lesser realm. Dacheldor could not help but wonder if the avatars, like gas, were these Ettins the writings spoke of. If so, did he have part of an Ettin inside him? A later mural showed the Illithell encased in spheroid prisons. The etching below it read, "The Ancients, first beings of man, sealed up the Illithell in prison realms and took the cosmos for themselves." The murals then depicted the events of the history of the Ancients, as Dacheldor knew it, with one catch, an etching that read, "The Ancients soon shared the Illithell's fate, because they could not control their pride, lust, sloth, gluttony, anger, envy, and greed. This left the cosmos to the mortals they created." A final mural depicted what appeared to be a future event. A man with a symbol indicating he had an Ancient and Ettin inside of him was opening the prisons of the Ettins. The etching below the mural was torn off. Dacheldor wondered if he was the man, and if this was what Prime had planned for him. The Second Symphony. Laying low so Bylon would not detect him, Dacheldor spent a week in a major hub city in Limbo. He used illusions to make himself look like a different person, claiming to be a traveling musician and relying on his former music skills to pull off this lie. Prime left him to himself during this time, seemingly going to perform some errands of his own. One night, while performing on stage, Dacheldor used his telepathic abilities to influence the audience. This brought the energy in the locale to extreme heights and attracted huge crowds. It ended with a huge party in honor of the person Dacheldor was pretending to be. The next day, someone who had observed him the night before and recognized what he was doing telepathically, approached Dacheldor. He introduced himself as a fellow musician who wanted to learn the same techniques, but Dacheldor knew who he really was. He was Darimaul. When he had trained Darimaul in the arts of telepathy, Darimaul had been excellent at invading a single person's mind, but controlling the emotions or thoughts of multiple people had been absent from his training. Dacheldor had refrained from teaching him that. Now, Darimaul saw the chance to complete his training under someone he believed to be a safer teacher. He had no idea the musician was Dacheldor, and intended to invade his mind if needed to make him teach him. Dacheldor recognized this, and chose to pretend to teach Darimaul so as to avoid being detected. He spent the bulk of the week with Darimaul, at first not teaching him much of value. As time went on, he found he liked Darimaul. The once volatile ancient had found himself since the last time they had met, and was a much mellower person. Dacheldor now longed to complete his training as a way of making amends for their former past, even if Darimaul would never know the truth. He taught Darimaul to control the emotions of many beings at once, to affect multiple minds, and much more. He completed all the training Darimaul had been missing, and was happy to leave it at that, but Darimaul wanted to repay him. He offered to teach him his own unique method of controlling an individual mind. Darimaul had mastered one-on-one telepathy even beyond Dacheldor in his time. Before Dacheldor could refuse, Darimaul showed him a means of one-on-one telepathy that was easier than he had realized. But to do so, he entered Dacheldor's mind. When he did, he saw Dacheldor's illusion. Darimaul was outraged. At first he claimed Dacheldor was trying to corrupt his training, but as the words came out he realized Dacheldor had finished the original training from years ago. He then argued that Dacheldor was planning to kill him when his guard was down, but he realized it had been down all along. "What are you up to?" he demanded. Dacheldor admitted that he had been wrong about Darimaul. He now saw that if he had trusted him more and given him more attention, he could have been a great apprentice. He wanted to give something back to Darimaul and, to prove that was his only intention, he opened his mind for Darimaul to freely read. Darimaul did so, and was surprised to discover Dacheldor had lived through a whole other timeline since training him the first time. He had lived thousands of years with regret for failing Darimaul, and had changed much in that time. He also saw Dacheldor's struggle against fate, the limit bracers, and how the black vortex inside him was tearing his mind apart. "We're even," Darimaul said as he pulled out of Dacheldor's mind. "I could never do anything worse to you than the things you've done to yourself." Dacheldor was amazed. Darimaul had forgiven him. "I still have to hunt you for Zevin," Darimaul told him. "But I don't have to tell him we met here. I'll start hunting you again next week." With that, Darimaul left and returned to Zevin's ship. A few days later, the exact moment where time had reversed previously, Prime returned. This time, Dacheldor felt no need to slowly gain the notice of Darkfire. He decided to confront him directly to get his plan back underway. With Bylon's knowledge of the past timelines, he believed this would be the only way to fool both Bylon and Darkfire. Removing his illusions, Dacheldor took flight to a debris field that he knew Darkfire often passed when taking the Armada home from conquests. He waited there for days. Eventually, the Armada came. Dacheldor reached out with his gravity-manipulating abilities and crashed many of the starships of the Armada into one another. Not in a ship himself, he was unnoticed in the chaos. He flew to the hull of Darkfire's ship and cut his way into it, slaughtering soldiers on his way to the bridge of the ship. When he arrived on the bridge, he stared Darkfire down and started killing his bridge crew. Darkfire lifted a hand and telekinetically lifted Dacheldor as well. He did not know what the Immortal had planned to accomplish by attacking his ships like this, but he was not going to give him time to find out. While he held Dacheldor immobilized, John the Paladin placed magical binders on him to make him unable to perform spells. He took note of the golden bands already around Dacheldor's wrists, but thought little of them. Dacheldor was brought to Castle Darkfire and locked in a cell. The cell, like the magical binders, was covered in symbols to make the use of magic impossible within. In his past, this would have rendered Dacheldor's abilities inert. But, as a Realm Lord, this had no effect on him. Still, he pretended to be powerless. Having been brought into the castle by Darkfire's guards, Dacheldor was now considered a resident of the castle, even if it was a resident of the prison wing. This meant Prime could manifest within the castle without being seen by the others there. He used the map from the data crystal he had stolen to locate the library for Dacheldor, and promised to alter surveillance from a central control room when the time was right. Though he did this, he also performed a task of his own that would only become known to Dacheldor at a later time. Dacheldor knew he could only play the part of prisoner for as long as Bylon did not know he was there. He kept Darkfire's attention, divulging half-truths, but refusing to answer most of his questions. When Darkfire got tired of this game, and looked like he was about to leave, Dacheldor let out a quick burst of electricity that shorted out all the lights in the cell. Darkfire sent a squad of soldiers to investigate what had happened in the room, but once they were inside, all that could be heard was screams. Darkfire demanded the door be sealed again, but a single soldier made it back out before it was closed. Once sealed, lights were restored and Dacheldor could be seen inside the room, the only living thing. Darkfire addressed the escaped guard as the lucky one. Darkfire left the scene to talk to Bylon and, as he did, the guard also left. In the cell, Dacheldor screamed that he was not who everyone thought he was, but no one believed him. The guard made his way down the hallways into the Grand Library, and over to the book catalog. He made sure to look at several books so as not to arouse suspicion, then used a floating platform to reach the correct shelf. He pulled the Great Smith's book out, took a quick look at the pages, and placed it inside his armor. He walked out of the library and further down the hall. There he met Prime in a darkened control room with unconscious guards. Inside the cell, the illusion Dacheldor had made wore off, and the others became aware that the person in the cell was not Dacheldor. It was the guard. In the control room, Dacheldor removed the illusion he placed on himself to look like the guard, returning to his normal self. Prime took the Great Smith's book, doused it in temporal water, and stowed it in his armor. As the two left the control room, the guards woke up inside, unaware they were ever asleep. This was only part of Dacheldor and Prime's plan. If they wanted to keep Bylon from knowing they had come for the book, it would have to appear as if Dacheldor had another reason for getting himself captured. He strode into Darkfire's throne room, where his old armor hung like a trophy. Though he could recreate this armor, it would be easy to believe the principle of this would offend him. He took down the armor and destroyed it, then desecrated the throne room to the best of his abilities. John the Paladin found him performing these acts and attacked him. The two had a heated struggle, but John had a trick he had been waiting to try. He placed his hands into a special formation, and a small black hole opened between his palms. It sucked everything toward it, condensing it to specks of dust, but seemed to have no effect on John himself. Dacheldor buried the tip of the demon edge into the floor of the castle, and fixed himself in place. He held against the pool of the black hole, but a number of John's soldiers made it to the scene. Wearing special suits to hold them in place, they slowly moved to Dacheldor's location and poked him with electrified pokers, bringing him to his knees. John dispelled the black hole and stood over Dacheldor laughing. He gloated about bringing down the former head general, and how this proved he was superior. Dacheldor unlatched one of his bracers and a shockwave radiated outward that pushed away the pokers of all John's soldiers. He leapt to his feet, but Darkfire entered and held him in place with his telekinetic abilities. "That armor didn't belong to you," Dacheldor said. Darkfire was furious. All the damage Dacheldor had caused just to settle a grudge? It seemed typical of the Dacheldor he knew. He almost laughed. A blast of energy struck the castle, rocking it from side to side. Darkfire gazed out the window as Zevin's ship descended into view. With the armada under repair, Darkfire was unsure he could destroy the vessel without sustaining major damage to the castle. Dacheldor slowly moved his arms together behind his back, resealing the removed bracer, and laughed. Darkfire questioned if the ship was an ally of Dacheldor's, but Dacheldor explained it was quite the opposite. Still, Darkfire could not help but feel Dacheldor had planned this. He looked at Dacheldor, a mix of emotions stirring, and asked what he suggested be done about this titanic warship. Dacheldor smiled and said he knew a way to immediately get on board the ship. He offered to destroy it from the inside if Darkfire let him use a fission bomb from the armory, and granted him his freedom once the job was done. Deep down, Darkfire wanted to heal the divide that had grown between them, but had been struggling to find a way to do so that did not make him appear weak to the rest of the Empire. He agreed to Dacheldor's terms under one condition. Dacheldor would cease all further attacks on the Empire and become affiliated with the Empire's mercenary program. This program indicated freelance individuals that could be hired by the Empire and remained loyal, but who were not part of the Empire directly. Dacheldor agreed. John was flabbergasted. He could not believe the leniency Darkfire was giving Dacheldor, but he and his soldiers were the only ones to witness it. They would later be assigned the job of covering up what had happened, and creating a public relations campaign that instead looked as if Dacheldor had come crawling back to the Empire and been given the lowly position. Dacheldor retrieved a fission bomb from the armory and recruited a small team of soldiers who had formerly been loyal to him, to accompany him on the mission. Among them was Den. These soldiers agreed to keep the specifics of the mission a secret, and only to report on the destruction of the ship. To enter the ship, Dacheldor brought the soldiers into a pitch-dark room, where he called out telepathically to the vampire lord Vorn. A moment later, the soldiers found themselves and Dacheldor in a dark closet on board Zevin's ship. They had been transported through the Shadowfold, but were unaware. The team slaughtered Zevin's men and made their way for the ship's center. Once there, Dacheldor put Den in charge of the others and sent them to rig the fission bomb to explode the ship's main reactor. Meanwhile, Dacheldor planned to go after Zevin himself. Prime went with him, but no one else could see him. Den and the others did their part, returning to the dark closet once things were set, and Vorn returned them to the castle unharmed. This left Dacheldor responsible for igniting the bomb once his confrontation with Zevin had concluded. He found Zevin on his bridge, along with Darimaul. Zevin gladly moved to engage Dacheldor, his red flames erupting around him. Dacheldor removed one bracer, green flames erupting around him. The two charged one another, but Dacheldor clasped the detonator of the fission bomb in one hand. If Zevin opened that hand, the whole ship would be destroyed. Zevin's red flames surrounded Dacheldor, and his body became immobilized. Dacheldor tried to hide his desired outcome, but Darimaul could see what he was thinking. He looked at Zevin, then back at Dacheldor. He seemed unsure what to do. Dacheldor used the technique Darimaul had showed him to reach out one-on-one with a strong telepathic communication. "Turn sides," he said in his mind. "Zevin wants to use me to destroy the cosmos. You don't want to die, do you?" Darimaul drew his obsidian longsword and cleaved off one of Zevin's arms. Zevin fell back, his flames receding. Dacheldor was released. Dacheldor pushed all his green flames into the demon edge and thrust it through Zevin's chest, blowing a hole through him. Zevin's red flames receded into himself, and he used them to animate his own dying body. He looked at Darimaul questioningly, but Darimaul only said, "It has always been the plan for the student to surpass the master." Dacheldor sent Darimaul another telepathic message. In it he explained where to meet up with the others in the dark closet to return to the castle. He said to tell Darkfire he was an ally, and that he would vouch for him if Darkfire needed proof. Darimaul nodded and left the bridge, but when he did, he was met by the vampire lord Vorn in the ship's main hall. Vorn greeted Darimaul and informed him they had met in a timeline he could not remember, revealing to Darimaul that Vorn, like Dacheldor, was an aberration. He then offered Darimaul transport to anywhere he wanted to go. Dacheldor battled Zevin, who was now unable to use his red flames for anything other than to keep himself on his feet. As they fought, Dacheldor asked him why he wanted to destroy the cosmos so badly. Zevin replied with a harsh truth. As an ancient, he could never truly cease to exist or go to an afterlife. He was doomed to live again and again, and he hated everything about the cosmos. Total destruction was his only way out. Dacheldor defeated Zevin and towered over him. With the others now safe, Dacheldor thought of simply letting the fission bomb explode to end the job, but Prime whispered something in his ear.
"Take off your other bracer for just a moment. I will ensure it gets put back on."
Dacheldor felt confused, questioning openly to the air, why?
"Because, at your full power, you can absorb more than just your own ancient soul."
Dacheldor looked at Zevin and realized what Prime was telling him. He also finally saw what Prime was trying to train him to be able to do. With this Ettin in his core, Dacheldor could eat the souls of other ancients. "You want to cease to be?" Dacheldor said to Zevin. "I have a way." He removed the other bracer, and pulsing light radiated off of him. The fission bomb ignited, destroying the ship, but Dacheldor was so powerful, he was not even harmed. He reached out to the soul of Zevin, appearing as red flames, and consumed it. In the radiant light, Dacheldor could not find his bracers to return them to his wrists. At first, he worried he may inadvertently destroy the cosmos, but he could tell he already had more control over staying in one piece upon absorbing Zevin. Then he saw massive black tentacles blot out the light. A giant squid-like creature made up of stars and space appeared, with multiple eyes and mouths. It wrapped its tentacles around his wrists, fastening the bracers back in place. As the bracers affixed to Dacheldor and his power returned to normal, he could no longer see the black squid-like creature. The being holding his wrists was Prime. Dacheldor's mouth dropped as he realized what this meant. Prime had always been an Illithell in disguise, one of the progenitors of the ancients. As Zevin's ship disintegrated into dust, Dacheldor and Prime escaped to a nearby planet, where they felt the Empire was unlikely to be watching. There, Prime confirmed he was an Illithell, but would tell Dacheldor no more about who he was. They also verified they had the Great Smith's book, as planned. Dacheldor momentarily thought about returning to speak with Darkfire and the others at the castle, but Prime warned against it. It was too big a risk to be seen by Bylon, and they needed to make sure no one suspected them of taking the book or anything more. When Dacheldor asked what more there could be for Bylon to suspect, Prime divulged a secret. While Dacheldor had been captured, Prime had snuck into Darkfire's time machine and filled the coils with the temporal water. The next time he tried to use it, the machine would be destroyed beyond repair. What he did not share with Dacheldor was when this happened, the person inside the machine would be transformed into an aberration. A few days later, Darkfire tried to reverse time. His mind ached as the truth of every past timeline roared into it. The time machine exploded around him, but he could not divulge to Bylon what he had learned. He was now an aberration, and recalled how his brother had manipulated him in the same way he had manipulated Dacheldor. He would have to bide his time, wait to see Dacheldor in person again, before revealing the truth to anyone. Even then, he was not sure if there was anyone else he could trust. Choir of Fallen Saints. Though all Realm Lords could forge weapons, armor, and items that worked in all realms, only those with a true passion for the craft invested the time and effort to create artifacts as powerful as the Limit Bracers. Dacheldor was specialized as a Realm Lord smith and had the needed ability, but the Limit Bracers required a toll he could not pay. Their creator had to die. Having worn the Great Smith's Limit Bracers for a while now, Dacheldor worked out some changes he would like in the design. Using the Great Smith's book, he reworked the plans for a new set of Limit Bracers that would be capable of all he needed. Once done, he and Prime spent years looking for a Realm Lord smith who would be willing to trade his life to save the cosmos. They discovered a smith with a similar forge to the Great Smith, one who had even been one of the Great Smith's apprentices, but had shut the doors to his forge and locked himself inside. Such a man, they believed, must be seeking something, perhaps enough to die for. They broke into the forge and tracked down the smith inside, a man named Wayland. They explained their situation, the designs, and what the cost of creating the bracers would be. Wayland hesitated. He did have something he wanted enough to trade his life for, but he felt vile for even considering it. Wayland's daughter, Vala, had died several years prior, and it was then that he had shut his doors. He knew a way to not only bring her back to life, but to also make sure she lived forever, using an artifact that required several rare components, one of which he could not bring himself to gather. Dacheldor read his mind and saw the sacrifices of mortal lives as the component he could not bear. The other components were hard to gather, but not too hard for beings like Dacheldor and Prime. Also, one final ingredient was spiritual energy from a being who already was immortal. Dacheldor agreed to gather the components and provide the spiritual energy needed if Wayland began construction of the Limit Bracers. Once the bracers were built, he would provide Wayland the components and help him complete his artifact. And, upon resurrecting his daughter, Wayland would get to say one goodbye before completing the bracers and ending his life. Wayland hesitated only because of the massive number of sacrificed souls needed for the artifact to work, but Dacheldor interrupted and said, "If it makes the decision easier, know this. I will kill that many people in the next few days whether you agree to this or not." Wayland agreed and began the work on the Limit Bracers. Dacheldor was not proud of what he had to do. Though he was no stranger to death, the required souls to fuel the artifact could only be obtained by obliterating an entire universe. As a Realm Lord, he could do this, but it meant crossing a line that most beings would never forgive him for. He could only bring himself to perform the act by telling himself they all would die anyway if the bracers were not constructed. Transmuting the stars and black holes of a universe chosen at random, Dacheldor obliterated all life in that universe and pulled the souls of the dead into an orb. No being had a chance to stand against him. No being saw death coming. In an instant, everyone was dead. Dacheldor and Prime fled the scene, doing their best to leave no trace. If the center was already operational, this was sure to alert the Realm Lords, who would be looking for the culprits. Even if not, someone would undoubtedly notice and be looking for the cause. The two made their way to a planet covered in snow where one of the components they needed to collect was kept. They learned from the locals that their god, or what they surmised was a being posing as their god, wore the component as a necklace. This being lived in a castle on the ice and went by the name Siegfried. Dacheldor recognized the spires that surrounded the castle. These spires were used by the center as a means of stopping others from creating portals within their perimeter. It meant entering the castle had to be done on foot, and once inside, the only way to exit was also on foot. The two entered the castle and made their way to Siegfried unopposed. In the main chamber, he sat as a king on his throne. He announced himself as Siegfried the Dragon Slayer, and claimed to be one of the 12 first Realm Lords. Dacheldor wondered if this was one of the 6 Realm Lords Genus had told him about, those who had not been trained by him and refused to join him in the Prime Realm. Siegfried wielded a massive sword not unlike Dacheldor's. He called the weapon Balmung. It sang as he swung it through the air. He pointed it at Dacheldor and demanded he announce himself, but Dacheldor laughed at the request. In this time period, he was not known as a Realm Lord. There was no way for Siegfried to know who he was, and he wanted to keep it that way. Dacheldor explained that he needed the component around Siegfried's neck, and that if it was not given to him, the only name he would know him as was Death. Siegfried rose from his throne, demanding his guards to attack, then strode into combat himself. He was more than happy to fight who he thought was an unprepared upstart coming to a battle he could not win. Siegfried and Dacheldor matched blow for blow, and Siegfried's guards were taken out in between strikes. Finally, when all the guards were down, Dacheldor landed a slash to Siegfried's face, throwing him into a rage. Only another Realm Lord could cut him in his current state, or something as powerful as one. He demanded to know who Dacheldor was. Again, Dacheldor refused to answer, angering Siegfried further. He charged Dacheldor and swung with all his might, but his blade passed through him. In the confusion, he had not seen Dacheldor step to the side and leave an illusion of himself behind. The real Dacheldor thrust the demon edge through Siegfried's back and fired electricity through him. Siegfried's body hit the floor and Dacheldor turned to Prime to gloat, but behind him Siegfried rose again. The component around his neck gave off an odd vibration, healing him fully and filling him with energy. He swung Balmung down at Dacheldor, who turned and lifted an arm to deflect. Balmung slammed into one of the limit bracers, slightly cracking from degradation. The crack on the bracer expanded and a slight whistling could be heard. Dacheldor worried how many years this took off the effectiveness of the bands, but quickly put that thought aside and readied his weapon. Then he felt a darkness from within take hold. Without the full protection of the bracers, the black vortex expanded through him. His aggravated state had left him open to its influence, and it now flooded his body. His left arm turned black, and his eyes became black pools. He looked at Siegfried and, in a voice that echoed, said, "It's my turn." Siegfried noted he seemed to be fighting a whole new opponent. The fighting style was different. The power fluctuations had changed. As best he could tell, his opponent was possessed. A single swing from the demon edge broke Balmung in half. A second swing knocked Siegfried to the ground. Two glowing swords, one covered in black flames, another in white, blocked the third swing. In front of Siegfried, as if protecting him, the figure of Prime took form. He had drawn his weapons to deflect Dacheldor's attack, allowing himself to be seen to stop him. He then made a single swing with both weapons and Dacheldor's body blew apart as if cut thousands of times by the blades. Prime turned to Siegfried and pulled the component from his neck, then said, "Run!" At first, Siegfried was too stunned to move. Prime explained that at any moment Dacheldor's body could reform, and he was not sure he could keep him from killing him. If Dacheldor ate a Realm Lord's soul while in this state, it could doom him to this form forever and bring about the end of the cosmos. Siegfried ran and did not look back, grabbing the pieces of Balmung as he went. He made his way through several secret passages and, once outside of the castle, made a portal to another realm. For now, he would have to flee, but Prime had inadvertently divulged Dacheldor's name. When Dacheldor's body reformed, Prime put his weapons away and addressed the being possessing him directly. He referred to it as an Ettin soul infesting Dacheldor's ancient soul. The being sneered at Prime, saying he did not see it that way. He saw himself as the combination of Dacheldor's ancient soul with the Ettin soul. To him, he was the more complete self. Dacheldor was just unwilling to accept him yet. As Prime spoke, the being in Dacheldor calmed. Without the emotional energy of combat and conflict, Dacheldor's eyes and arm returned to normal. He dropped to the floor, coughing and gasping for air. He had control of himself again. Prime informed him that with a damaged bracer, he would have to work even harder to suppress the Ettin within, otherwise it may take him over completely. As Prime and Dacheldor made their way to the next component they needed to collect, Siegfried called out to the other 5 Realm Lords he had originally learned his craft with. Together, the 6 of them had once been called the Choir of Fallen Saints. Each was specialized in one of the 6 Realm Lord types, but they were not teachers. Their goals were purely personal. Siegfried had long ago been the leader of the team, though sometimes he was rivaled by his second-in-command, Oberon. Oberon was a short man with a monkey-like tail who wielded fey magic, and was always accompanied by another of their group, the half-demon, Puck. A Furline, like the tracker Darkfire had hired, was the master of travel for their group, and sometimes went by the nickname Perseus. An elf in blood-red robes of noble lineage named Flator Bolavista II was their primary lore-keeper and smith. Lastly, a tall, pale-skinned man in armor made from the bones and flesh of children went by the nickname the Defiler. Once all 6 were together, Siegfried explained who they were up against. They made plans on how to hunt, defeat, and capture the Immortal, then decided they needed some additional artifacts to make the plan work. Since Siegfried also needed his weapon repaired, they chose to visit a nearby Realm Lord smith they knew well, Wayland. When Wayland learned who the 6 were hunting, he invited them into his forge. He assisted them with the building of the artifacts they needed, but made sure to take as long as possible to do so. His goal was to slow them down enough for Dacheldor and Prime to retrieve all the needed components before sending them on their way. Secretly, Wayland continued his work on the bracers. He wanted to have them done when he sent the others on their way. He distracted them with work of their own and retrieval of components until Oberon became fed up with the process. Oberon left the group to search for Dacheldor and Prime on his own. Siegfried warned not to engage them alone, but Oberon did not listen. When he located Dacheldor, he did not report it back to the others. Instead, he dropped onto the planet where Dacheldor was collecting another component and attacked him outright. Not wanting to risk Dacheldor being exposed to the Ettin again, Prime revealed himself and joined the melee. Together, Dacheldor and Prime evaded and devastated Oberon until he tried to escape by flying through the air. Dacheldor caught him and wrapped both arms around him, drawing out his energy as they fell through the sky. As Dacheldor drank the last bits of Oberon's energy, he devoured his soul and gained all of his memories. The truth of the others at Wayland's forge became known to him. He shattered Oberon's body against the rocks, then informed Prime of what was going on. The two went about collecting the rest of the components, then hid near Wayland's forge. They masked any form of detection of their whereabouts, then, when they finally saw the other 5 Realm Lords leave, they entered to confront Wayland. Wayland was overjoyed to see them. He had finished the limit bracers, with the exception of the final step of draining his life into them, and gladly showed them to Dacheldor. Everything was as he had asked. Wayland also explained how he had stalled the other Realm Lords to give them time to gather the needed components. Together, Dacheldor and Wayland forged a new artifact that looked like a small dice box. The components were all used to empower the artifact, and Dacheldor pushed his own energy into the box. Finally, Wayland placed a drop of blood onto the box and set it on the floor. A body grew out of the box like a plant, but made out of organic material. It took on the form of a 12-year-old girl with pink skin, red hair, and purple eyes. As the body completely formed, a pulse filled the girl and she screamed to life, dropping free of the box. Vala, Wayland's daughter, was alive again. Wayland embraced Vala, grateful to see her, but she did not recognize him. Her memories were foggy if they were there at all. She tried to express how she had been someone else only a few moments ago, but now she was not. As she spoke, Dacheldor recognized what she was talking about. It mirrored his experiences of moving from host to host. Reaching out telepathically, he peered deeply into the memories she was trying to express, and realized she was an ancient. Dacheldor grabbed Wayland and nearly strangled him. He was outraged at the implications of what had happened. Vala was an ancient, which meant when she died, she had merged with her ancient self and went on to a new host. But this artifact had somehow reversed that. It had pulled apart the host soul and ancient soul so that she could live again. What's more, it must have killed the current host she was incarnating in to do so. The artifact had further altered her by granting her immortality, the same immortality Dacheldor had once been cursed with. Through use of Dacheldor's spiritual energy, she was now cursed to live forever as this 12-year-old girl, instead of incarnating into multiple lives. And there was one more twist to the whole thing. Prime shook his head as he observed the temporal radiation bleeding off of Vala. In past timelines, she would have gone on to live many lives. This alteration was so jarring, it had pulled her out of sync with time. Vala was an aberration. Dacheldor's rage stemmed from an anger at the manipulation in his own life. He saw much of what had been thrust on him in what was now thrust on Vala. He demanded an explanation from Wayland and marveled at the response. Wayland had been part of a secret sect of Realm Lords who believed mortal souls could evolve into ancients. Vala had not originally been an ancient. She had become one through the use of this sect's experiments. Wayland had raised her and loved her as his own, but when she turned 12, the others decided the best way to track their experiment was to kill her and observe her in her next host. When she died, Wayland feared that the ancient soul devoured the little girl he loved. He wanted to save her from that fate. This artifact had ensured she would forever be the girl he raised, not devoured by the ancient soul. It would also take from the sect any chance of studying their experiment. This was his redemption and his revenge. Dacheldor would have killed Wayland if he had not needed him to finish the bracers. He demanded he finish his end of the deal and Wayland went to work. When he did, Dacheldor and Prime discussed Vala's future, and Prime made an interesting proposal. Since Vala was an aberration, she could travel with them, and as the only other immortal ancient aberration in existence, Dacheldor could provide her the kind of guidance he had never had the opportunity to receive himself. She would become his new apprentice, and teaching her might also assist in his own work to temper the control of the Ettin within. Once Vala was dressed and had her wits about her, Dacheldor asked if she wanted to travel with them. She agreed to the proposal, having a much more adult personality than he expected, and gave Wayland a final hug and kiss goodbye. She remembered him now, but understood what he must do. Wayland poured the last of his life into the new limit bracers, and they were made whole. One by one, Dacheldor removed his old limit bracers and replaced them with his new ones. These ones were flawless and would never degrade. They gave him complete regulation of the energy flowing through himself and them. If he wanted, they could act as if one or both bracers were off, even without removing them, and they could be returned with a thought. Now he could open his power for the moment needed to absorb ancient souls, and he could intensify the bracers when he needed to subdue the Ettin within. The new limit bracers sunk into Dacheldor's skin, unseen by others and unable to be removed. They were a permanent part of him now, finally making him sure of the safety of the cosmos. But there was one catch. As the bracers merged with him, Dacheldor realized another energy pulsing through the bands. Their creator had placed a stipulation on the bracers Dacheldor was previously unaware of. The energy of the bracers was also tied to Vala. If she was ever in trouble, and Dacheldor did not come to her aid, the bracers would immediately pull all of the power out of him, making him a weak husk of a man until he ran to her aid. Dacheldor shouted at yet another manipulation, but Prime assured him all was fine. They were going to take her as an apprentice anyway, and the limit bracers were better than anything else he could have gotten. Dacheldor calmed himself and accepted this new stipulation. Taking Vala with them, Dacheldor and Prime left Wayland's Forge and traveled to a place where they could rest for a while. Dacheldor began training Vala in the arts of magic and combat, and found that she already knew much more than he expected. He wondered if she may even be able to learn to be a Realm Lord if enough time passed. He took her to a place that sold fine weaponry and had her practice with a number of weapons. Once she found something she liked, he reproduced it for her and gave her weapons of her own. Her selection was a pair of curved short swords. On their way back, 5 figures dropped from the sky into formation around them. It was the 5 Realm Lords, Siegfried, Puck, Perseus, Flator, and the Defiler. Siegfried was now garbed in a giant suit of armor, and all 5 had odd bottles attached to their belts. They moved in to attack, and Prime materialized for all to see. He was done hiding in the shadows. Prime battled against Puck and Flator, while Dacheldor took on Siegfried and Perseus. Not surprisingly, the Defiler went after Vala. Even though her training had just begun, Vala was fast and good at fighting. She had also been raised in the Prime Realm, so her strikes could easily affect a Realm Lord. She took on the Defiler as nearly an even match. Prime dominated his 2 opponents, nearly defeating them again and again. It was all they could do to keep from being blown away by his flurry of strikes and pulsing energy. Puck mostly defended, while Flator used magic to push back against Prime. Though it did not stop him, it held his attention. Siegfried and Perseus beat Dacheldor to a bloody mess. Siegfried's new armor made him seemingly impervious to attacks, and Perseus' speed was hard even for Dacheldor to track. He soon became aware that his only chance of winning would be to let out more of his power willingly with the bracers. Of course, he hesitated to do so, as this meant risking the Ettin taking him over, and as he hesitated, a lucky swing from Balmung cleaved his head from his body. Black mist moved between his neck and body, reforming him, but as it did, Perseus produced the bottle on his belt. The mist started being pulled into the bottle instead. If all of it was pulled inside, Dacheldor ran the risk of being trapped forever. Prime gave up his attack and lunged for Perseus, knocking the bottle clear. As he did, he felt Flator's blade pierce his back, and a shockwave of immense energy radiated through him. The shadows that made up his body faded, and his armor fell in a heap on the ground. Dacheldor reformed in time to see Prime drop. He was astounded, but noticed blood on Flator's blade. Wraiths did not give off blood. Flator had stabbed through Prime, and also hit Perseus. In Perseus's hand was the bottle, now filled with moving black shadows. Dacheldor was certain Prime was inside. As Perseus's life faded from Flator's wound, Dacheldor reached a hand out toward him and devoured his soul. Puck screamed as he realized what Dacheldor had done, and even came to understand what must have happened to Oberon. He joined Siegfried in attacking Dacheldor, while Flator moved over to Perseus's body and procured the bottle. Dacheldor, now aware of how Perseus performed his maneuvers, evaded the strikes of the others while he worked out a plan. Vala flipped over the Defiler and sunk her blades into his spine. He fell to the ground, but when she pulled her blades back out, he stood again. She did this again and again, each time he rose. Similarly, the Defiler swung his scythe through Vala's midsection and her body transformed into black mist and reformed. Dacheldor noticed he suffered no loss of power when this occurred. Apparently, the stipulation on the bracers required an actual dire need, and did not affect Dacheldor for every strike or pain Vala endured. Vala grew enraged at the inability to defeat her opponent, and a purple, ethereal flame erupted around her. The ancient within was now joining her in battle, and her eyes flashed as memories pulsed through her mind. She could recall a Realm Lord who had originally given her life to become an ancient as part of an experiment. The soul of that Realm Lord was the ancient that had been bound to Vala by the sect. Her name had been Enchantra, Mistress of Blades, and Vala now knew all she knew. Vala whirled like a dervish, using maneuvers only a Realm Lord could master. She cleaved off both of the Defiler's legs, then arms, then tore him to ribbons. As he died, Dacheldor reached out an arm and devoured his soul as well. Flator rushed in to aid Puck and Siegfried in the fight against Dacheldor, landing a number of good strikes. Dacheldor seemingly let Flator in close, though he could not fathom why. Meanwhile, Dacheldor spoke telepathically to Vala to move in behind the others. Dacheldor dropped the bottle off of Flator's belt that was holding Prime. Vala grabbed it and ran out of the immediate vicinity of the fight. There, she opened the bottle, and Prime's body reformed. The earth around Prime transformed into his armor, and he stared at Vala with amazement. Adding her to the team had been a good idea. Once he saw both were safe, Dacheldor leapt into the air and flew high into the atmosphere. The other 3 Realm Lords followed him. He opened a portal allowing them to pursue, and took them to an uninhabited world he knew of where he felt truly letting his power loose would be safer. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on lowering the restrictions of the limit bracers. In his mind, he saw a being that looked identical to him, but with black skin. The being smiled and said,
"Let's do this together."
Dacheldor pondered purposely letting the Ettin out. If he did, would he be able to force it back inside again? The 3 Realm Lords landed around him. Dacheldor took another look at Siegfried's seemingly impenetrable armor. Closing his eyes again, he merely said, "Release." Dacheldor's left arm turned black and his eyes became black pools. He tore through Puck's body in a matter of moments, leaving him dead in the dirt. Opening his mouth and breathing in, he devoured Puck's soul and laughed as his power of influence expanded. Flator turned and ran, opening a portal to another location. Siegfried tried to stop him, but Dacheldor grabbed and pummeled him against the ground. Explosions blasted from Dacheldor's hands, battering Siegfried inside his armor. Still, it did not break. Dacheldor's now black eyes scanned Siegfried's armor and he noticed a gemstone in the chest plate. The stone acted as a power source and was stronger than even one of Master Darkfire's fission bombs. Lifting Siegfried, Dacheldor flew at top speed out of the planet's atmosphere and into the nearest star. As he did, he transmuted the stone in the chest of the armor so the energy in it would pour out instead of being harnessed within. As they flew into the sun, the heat nearly disintegrated their bodies. Then Siegfried's armor detonated like a bomb. The star exploded, destroying the surrounding solar systems and several nearby solar systems. As Dacheldor's body reformed, he opened his monstrous mouth and pulled in Siegfried's soul. Flator had been the only one to escape, long ago having created several more portals to mask the trail of where he went. If he had not devoured the souls of the 2 Realm Lords, Dacheldor may have been able to control the Ettin and pull it back inside of him. He felt as if he nearly could, but the power high from the souls was giving the Ettin too much strength. A portal opened. Through it, Prime and Vala emerged, floating in an energy bubble. They moved over to Dacheldor and pulled him into the bubble as well. He smiled at Prime, debating if he would attack him or not. Prime grabbed Dacheldor's wrists and fastened 2 bracers to them. He had kept the original limit bracers Dacheldor had removed in Wayland's forge. These old bracers and the new bracers worked together, draining the power out of Dacheldor, but the Ettin fought back. Expelling all the energy he could, the 2 old bracers shattered into thousands of shards. Prime was dumbfounded. He had been certain the maneuver would work. He wondered if anything could subdue the Ettin within Dacheldor now. Vala struck Dacheldor, and he reached out and choked her. The instant he did, he fell into a husk inside the bubble. His arm and eyes returned to normal. The Ettin was no longer in control. Prime laughed. Wayland had saved them all in the end. The strange failsafe he had put on the bracers had been a blessing in disguise. If Vala was ever in danger, it would force the Ettin back inside Dacheldor. When Dacheldor awoke, in control of himself once more, Prime informed him their next location would be the Prime Realm. They needed to train until Dacheldor was strong enough to control the Ettin within. Also, while there, they could train Vala to help her fully recover all of her memories. Dacheldor asked how he could possibly gain control over the Ettin, and Prime smiled. He informed him the only way to do such a thing would be to let the Ettin out again and again, practicing fighting as it and then pulling it back inside. When Dacheldor asked what they would do when he could not pull the Ettin back in, Prime informed him that Vala would be able to make sure he could. Speaking to his apprentice, Dacheldor verified Vala was okay with this plan. To train himself, he would have to put her in harm's way again and again. Vala agreed, and the 3 opened a portal to the Prime Realm. Cacophony of Chaos. While Dacheldor and Prime had been busy collecting components for the new bracers, Darimaul had been busy with an adventure of his own. When escaping Lord Zevin's ship, the vampire Lord Vorn had brought Darimaul to the Shadowfold. There he learned all about the kingdom of vampires inside the black tunnels of the Shadowfold and assisted Vorn on some special missions. Vorn offered to let Darimaul use the Shadowfold whenever he needed in exchange for assistance from time to time, and Darimaul gladly agreed. Vorn also insisted that Darimaul look into recruitment in the Limbo Imperial military. Without Dacheldor as an active member, Vorn no longer had a good pair of eyes and ears within the Empire. Darimaul considered it, but at the moment chose not to join the Empire. He was more interested in understanding aberrations. He had read the truth of what Dacheldor was in his mind, and was now certain Vorn was an aberration as well. He wanted to know how many aberrations were out there, and if it made sense to attempt to become one. Vorn warned him not to look into such things. The life of an aberration was not one easy to stomach. Darimaul appreciated this advice, but chose to ignore it. He knew Vorn would give him no further information, so went out to find more on his own. His search led him to the doorstep of a cult whose members worshipped fallen beings who lived inside a black hole, and who, they believed, controlled time and space. Darimaul wondered if these beings were aberrations, or could make others aberrations, so he joined the cult to see what he could discern. He witnessed the cult members performing strange powers by drawing on the energy of the black hole in their galaxy, but he saw nothing to indicate the beings inside or their followers were aberrations. Working secretly through the ranks, Darimaul gained an audience with the master of the cult and, when he did, he held him down and entered his mind telepathically. He saw the truth of what the cult was up to. The beings inside the black hole were not in control of time and space. They were prisoners. They needed souls to survive and were using the cult members to harvest food for them. Once they were strong enough, they planned to break free of the black hole and devour the people of the realm. They would then use those souls to free their masters, unfathomable monstrosities called Illithell, from their slumber. Those greater beings would then devour the cosmos. Darimaul killed the master of the cult and destroyed their place of worship. He sought more information on the beings inside the black hole and discovered they had at one time been called the Reapers of the Rift, or simply Rift Reapers. The remaining cult members hunted Darimaul and attacked him with dark powers even he could not fathom. It seemed the Rift Reapers wanted him dead, enough to sacrifice much of their own power to the cultists. In desperate need of aid, Darimaul reached out telepathically to discover the most powerful thing he could find on this planet. Once he had its location, he headed there, a snow-covered mountain in the middle of nowhere. Inside a giant cave, a massive golden dragon slumbered. Darimaul spoke to the beast and was surprised to discover it was highly intelligent. He explained the existence of the Rift Reapers to the dragon, as well as the cult that was after him. Before the two could finish talking, a battalion of soldiers formed outside the cave, with plans to destroy the dragon. Darimaul stepped outside and destroyed half the battalion with a single blast of charged lightning. The dragon flew out and breathed explosive hellfire on the rest. It then landed and took on a human-like form. Together, the two made their way to the Academy of Magic within the Empire School LEU. There they sought an implement of great power with which they hoped to discover the weakness of the Rift Reapers. They attempted to steal the implement, but were surprised to find someone else stealing it when they arrived. A voluptuous woman with long red hair and glowing eyes named Ellie had taken the implement along with a number of other items, and was making her escape. When the two tried to confront her, they were surrounded in black mist. Ellie's laughter filled their ears, and their minds were filled with whirling images of monstrosities beyond human imagining. When the mist cleared, Ellie was nowhere to be seen, and the enforcers of the campus had been alerted to their presence. Darimaul and the dragon fought their way through dozens of Imperial soldiers and out into the heart of the university. Once there, they were commended by students who thought they were part of a fraternity pulling a prank. Darimaul attempted to sniff out the spirit of the woman they had met earlier, but this led him to a completely different woman. When he questioned his senses, she transformed back into the woman he had seen earlier and laughed. "Do you think either of these is my real form?" she asked. Ellie became a giant creature, bathed in swirling darkness. She was a true being of chaos, impossible to fully look at. Her ability to transform into anyone and anything was unparalleled. She laughed as Darimaul cowered from her sight, then became a voluptuous woman again. "Come on, Darimaul," she teased, revealing she knew his name. "I stole the implement you were looking for just for you. Can't I at least get a thank you?" Darimaul was confused, but Ellie explained that she was an aberration and had met him in past timelines. Always he sought her out and ended up working with her, so, this time, she decided to reveal herself to him early. She handed him the implement and planted a kiss on his cheek. Knowing what she really was, Darimaul was unnerved by this. Together with the dragon, Ellie and Darimaul snuck out of the university and made it to a safe place to use the implement. With it, they discovered a way to enter the black hole safely and face the Rift Reapers. Doing so seemed unwise without a strong enough force behind them, but Ellie insisted she knew just the people. She opened portals in a fashion similar to a Realm Lord and called forth epic heroes from various times and places. Darimaul was not sure if she was somehow manipulating time to do this, but was now certain Ellie was exactly what he had been searching for. Together with these heroes, the three entered the black hole and destroyed the Rift Reapers. Ellie consumed the energy of the beings as they died, adding it to her own chaotic forces. Once the deed was done, they returned and sent all the heroes back to where and when they had come from. Darimaul and the dragon faced down the remaining cultists and obliterated them. With the threat averted, the dragon bid farewell to Darimaul and Ellie and returned to his cave. Ellie turned to Darimaul with a sly smile and said softly, "How would you like to learn the truth about chaos?" Darimaul was intrigued. Ellie opened a portal and the two stepped through together. Harmony of Destruction. It was easy for Darkfire to keep the truth hidden from his brother Bylon. Dacheldor and Prime had so radically changed the normal events of the timeline that Darkfire could mostly act however he wished, without arousing suspicion. The only thing that seemed weird to Bylon was that Darkfire did not ask for his help creating a new time machine. Because of his deep trust of his brother, he did not inquire as to why. Secretly, Darkfire built a new machine at the heart of his castle with the help of his finest engineers. It was based on the samples of temporal water he discovered in the coils of his original time machine. This machine would not cause someone to travel back in time. It had a unique purpose that Darkfire kept to himself. Darkfire also began training his most trusted generals in arts known only to the Realm Lords, though he told no one where he had learned them. He was personally capable of everything he had learned in the previous timelines, but kept his skills secret when not in private, training with those he wished to elevate. Among those he trained was John the Paladin and Phi Kara. On the surface, most of what Darkfire appeared to be doing was thwarting a band of rebels that had popped up in Limbo to oppose his rule. This gave him excuses to recruit heavily, secretly seeking out beings he knew would be powerful in the future. Among the beings he sought was Darimaul. Though he had never worked with Darimaul long-term, he knew of Darimaul's past as Dacheldor's apprentice. He also recalled the short period of time that he had traveled with Darimaul to Bylon's cavern in a past timeline. He believed, if he could recruit Darimaul, he may one day rise to be the perfect replacement for Dacheldor. He did not find Darimaul right away. Whatever Darimaul was doing with Ellie was far beyond Darkfire's sight. When he eventually did find Darimaul, though, Darimaul was more than ready to join the Empire. Both Vorn and Ellie had an interest in having an ally within the Empire and had insisted he join up. Darkfire recruited Darimaul and enrolled him in the Limbo Empire University, LEU. After graduating, Darimaul became a lieutenant in charge of his own squad of Imperial enforcers. Darkfire also headed the search for intelligence on the whereabouts of the remaining members of the Elder Seven. Not only had they previously attacked his facilities, but Zevin's giant warship worried Darkfire that others may have similar technology. With Zevin destroyed and Dacheldor gone, there were only 5 members of the Elder Seven remaining in Limbo. Darkfire hoped to find and capture them all together. The Elder Seven had their own search underway. Envy, one of the remaining 5 Elder Seven, had died recently. As his host's body was cremated, the others began looking for his next host. After a few years with no sign of one, they started to worry. They sought out a mighty seer who was said to be able to track souls and asked him what had happened to Envy. To their surprise, he said the ancient formerly known as Envy no longer existed. Something had happened when Envy's host had died. The host merged with the ancient soul, but then the ancient soul was devoured by another stronger ancient. It mirrored what had happened to Zevin's ancient soul years prior. The remaining Elder Seven questioned if Dacheldor had eaten Envy's soul, but they knew for a fact he had not been present at Envy's death. If Envy had been devoured by Dacheldor, it had been without a struggle and over great distance. They paid the seer to dive deeper, and he discovered that all of them were cursed. A powerful magic had seeped into all of their ancient realms, placed there by a being older than all of them. This magic was specifically designed to cause their souls to be pulled into that of another upon their death. He was even able to confirm that the being they were being pulled into was Dacheldor. Elsewhere, Dacheldor Prime and Vala trained to control the Ettin within Dacheldor. A sudden energy seized Dacheldor, pushing into him. Prime instructed him to weaken the bracers so that the energy could fuse with his. Dacheldor did so, and Envy's soul merged with his. When Dacheldor asked how this had happened, Prime informed him that he had used powerful magic to cause it. Each remaining member of the Elder Seven had until the end of their current host's life. Then, they would be devoured automatically by Dacheldor. He provided no explanation as to how he was able to cause such a thing to be, but the implications troubled Dacheldor. If Prime could infect the realms of the Ancients however he wished, what was to stop him from altering him in some similar fashion? Even more disturbingly, Dacheldor did not feel the Elder Seven deserved this, but when he questioned Prime, he was told plainly,
"This is how it must be."
The Elder Seven were able to deduce what had happened, but did not know enough about Prime to be sure who had infected them. Darkfire's hunt made them think that he was likely responsible. They joined the rebels in their fight against the Limbo Imperial military in response. Soon the 4 remaining members of the Elder Seven moved into the forefront of the battle. Darkfire was happy to call off the search and confront them directly, but they were able to evade death and capture time and again. Eventually the time came for Darkfire to use the new machine at the heart of his castle. He left fighting against the Elder Seven and the rebels to his generals and locked himself in his tower. A beam of glowing golden light erupted from the tallest tower of the castle, spreading through the air and altering everything it touched. A pulse radiated out from the castle, passing through everyone it touched and leaving them visions of past timelines. With enough pulses, anyone affected could be turned into an aberration, and, if left on long enough, the pulses could reach the entirety of Limbo. This device's true purpose was to turn everyone in the Limbo Imperial military into aberrations, an army of the timeless. Bylon observed what was going on from his temporal cave and sighed heavily. He had overlooked many of his brother's plots to tamper with time, made excuses for him time and again, but this was too far. He could not allow his brother to create an entire realm of aberrations. He had to be stopped. Bylon appeared in Darkfire's tower, wielding his golden axes. Darkfire turned to his brother and drew his own weapon, a long staff with a short blade at either end, one glowing black, one glowing white. Bylon knew from the reaction what this meant. Darkfire was an aberration, and was now against him. He gritted his teeth knowing Dacheldor and the time traveler he worked with were somehow responsible for all this. The two clashed blades, but Bylon's strength was unreal. He forced Darkfire to the ground and threw an axe into his machine. A small explosion blew the circuits of the machine and the golden light stopped pouring off the castle. No aberrations were formed that day. Outside, the rebellion attacked the castle. Believing the golden light had been a doomsday weapon that could strike again at any moment, they pooled all of their resources for the attack. The Imperial military and rebellion fought on the ground, in the air, and in space around the castle. The Elder Seven led the charge, breaking their way inside. General Kara met the 4 remaining Elder Seven in the entryway, wielding her long curved swords. She was an immortal, like Dacheldor, but was trained in the arts of the ancient Blood Knights. Her mastery of her own body and the flow of blood in others was unparalleled. It took everything the 4 had to hold her at bay. Eventually, they were only able to get past her by leaving one of their own behind. The member known as Sloth tried to hold her while the others ran past, and she carved him into 1,000 pieces. Sloth's soul was devoured by Dacheldor elsewhere, though no one else was even the wiser. Lust, gluttony, and greed moved on toward Master Darkfire's chambers. When they burst open the doors, they saw Bylon standing over Darkfire, berating him. "I should let the rebellion succeed, topple you from your throne," Bylon yelled. Then he was interrupted by an explosion erupting through the roof. 6 beings dressed in strange gray armor burst through the ceiling and landed in a circle around Darkfire and Bylon. They wielded weapons that radiated energy unknown to Darkfire or the Elder Seven. Bylon lowered his weapons and moved back, seemingly concerned by these beings. He recognized them and knew they were here for his brother. Gluttony charged forward, believing the gray-armored newcomers were protecting Darkfire from Bylon. One turned to her and raised a hand. Her white soul was ripped from her body, and she fell, instantly dead. Her soul then vanished, pulled into Dacheldor in a faraway location. The gray-armored being turned back to Darkfire, as if the maneuver had been child's play. One of the gray-armored beings pointed a weapon at Darkfire and spoke on behalf of the group. "We have come for the Disruptor, Darkfire X Red. You are under arrest by order of the Keepers of the Cosmos." He then turned to face Bylon. "Stand down, Time Lord." Bylon lowered his head. As much as it pained him to admit, there was nothing he could do to save his brother now. Keepers of the Cosmos. Far from Castle Darkfire, farther away than any being could possibly imagine, a large metal structure floated in a vast void of nothingness. This structure had no windows or entryways, for such things would be useless in its location. Yet, beings were able to travel to and from the structure by complex teleporting devices within it. Using these devices, one could travel to any planet in any universe, in any plane, in any realm, in any cosmos. This was because this structure existed outside the cosmos, technically outside of every cosmos, in a vast nothingness, even more empty than space. Inside the structure was a massive city where the beings that called themselves the Keepers of the Cosmos lived and worked. They saw it as their duty to protect every cosmos from devastation so as not to upset the balance of the cosmosphere. Within the Realm of Limbo, it was commonly accepted that the cosmos was the word given to describe all that is. Every realm and every plane and universe within each realm existed as part of a grand whole. But the people of Limbo, and the cosmos they were from, were unaware of a truth that had been hidden from them for countless years. The cosmos was only one of many. While the rules of reality differed greatly from one realm to the next, there was always a few things that remained the same across all realms. It was because of this that the Realm Lords could exist at all. In comparison, the rules of reality from one cosmos to the next were nothing alike. A great example of this were the rules that governed time. In one cosmos, time could not be reversed and could only move forward. In another, time could be traveled, but all events were already in motion and nothing could change. In another, time could be altered, but each time someone time traveled, the souls and bodies of the peoples transformed to fit the change. In another, time did not exist at all. Only one constant existed across every cosmos, a measure of spiritual potency called will. Those beings who cultivated their will beyond that of any other were sometimes approached by the Keepers of the Cosmos and offered a place amongst them. Only by training to alter the self through use of the will could one travel from one cosmos to another. To put it simply, the Keepers of the Cosmos were similar to the Realm Lords, but they policed the various cosmoses, as opposed to the various realms. The reason for their original formation, however, was different from the Realm Lords. The earliest of their kind were the protectors and messengers of the Illithell. In a time long past, the Illithell, now mostly known as the Old Gods, split into 3 factions. One faction desired to stay true to tradition. The Illithell were the creators of every cosmos, and each Illithell was meant to give their life to become a new cosmos one day. Another faction desired a change from tradition. These Illithell still wanted to create their own cosmos, but they did not want to give up living to do so. The third faction agreed with the first, but chose not to become their own cosmos so they could protect those that already existed from the Illithell who sought to break from tradition. This third faction enlisted the help of strong-willed beings from the various already existing cosmoses to create the first Keepers of the Cosmos. The Illithell who had split from tradition also had their own followers. These beings were called the Akujin. They were taught by the Illithell how to be like them in many ways, with the ultimate goal of becoming an Illithell themselves one day. An example of Akujin who had been trapped within the realms was the Rift Reapers that Darimaul and Ellie fought. The Akujin and the Keepers of the Cosmos were at war with one another, a war which continued long after the Illithell disappeared. The Protector Illithells eventually gave their lives to empower the Keepers of the Cosmos, and the Illithell who broke from tradition were trapped inside a cosmos of their own making. In that cosmos, the Illithell who broke from tradition attempted to make offspring as a way to increase their numbers, which resulted in the creation of the Ancients and Ettins. Eventually, both the Illithell and Ettins were imprisoned in the lesser realms, and the Illithell fell into a long sleep. The Akujin went into hiding, training others in their ways and secretly working to try to free the imprisoned Illithell from their slumber. The Keepers of the Cosmos hunted the Akujin and any Illithell who escaped, imprisoning them again if they could. They also watched over the various cosmoses in existence, but primarily focusing on the one in which the Illithell slumbered. Any threat to the stability of that cosmos that appeared as if it may wake the Illithell was dealt with swiftly. They even kept a member in that cosmos, the Keeper of the Cosmos Dacheldor in Prime had swiped the temporal water from. The person the Keepers of the Cosmos had kept watch on the closest was the Time Lord Bylon. It was seemingly impossible for him to have gained the abilities he had on his own. The Keepers believed he was likely working for an Illithell, and were hoping that observing his actions would help them to find it. When his brother, Darkfire, powered up a machine that could transform an entire realm into aberrations, the Keepers decided they could no longer sit idly by. Such a device could also inadvertently wake the Illithell. This marked Darkfire as a disruptor, the highest offense the Keepers could bestow to a non-Akujin. The Keepers assembled a 6-person team to be sent to Darkfire's location in his cosmos, but they could not send them immediately. The pulses being set off by the machine in Darkfire's castle could have extremely negative effects on them and made travel to the cosmos nearly impossible. They waited until Bylon's axe shut down the machine and then transported to the location with weapons ready. Cosmic Confinement. Bylon and Darkfire were surrounded by the Keepers of the Cosmos, with the remaining 2 members of the Elder Seven, Greed and Lust, watching a short distance away. These beings looked radically different from anything any of them had seen. While they wore similar gray armor, their bodies were widely varied. Many appeared like a blending of several animals, with multiple limbs, eyes, ears, and orifices. The leader, the most humanoid of them, was a being called Warden Lightsbane. He announced Darkfire's arrest for crimes as a disruptor, then ordered Bylon to stand down. The Warden could sense the level of will in those he saw, and knew that Darkfire and Bylon, though not trained keepers, were potentially powerful and could cause harm to the Keepers of the Cosmos. Greed and Lust also seemed capable of this, but to a far lesser extent. Bylon complied with the requests of the Keepers, allowing them to imprison his brother. As a result, they could not arrest him as well. They let him leave the castle, though they remained wary of him. Everyone else in the castle was informed they could not leave. As accomplices to Darkfire, they too were under arrest, and their prison would be Castle Darkfire. The rebel fighters still waging war outside were informed they must leave or be destroyed. Those who complied lived to see another day. Those who did not were swiftly dealt with by the Keepers. Warden Lightsbane took over the castle, locking it tightly and erecting a shield around it. The 5 other Keepers watched over the inhabitants of the castle. Those stuck in the castle wondered why the Keepers chose to remain here instead of killing them or taking them to their facility. They were unaware the Keepers were on the hunt. Darkfire's machine had used temporal water. It seemed likely a free Illithell was involved in this somehow. Eventually, the Keepers learned the name Dacheldor and heard of his recent exploits. They began to wonder, as Bylon did, if he traveled with an Illithell by his side. 2 of the 6 went out to look for him, in hopes of bringing him back to Castle Darkfire. Elsewhere, Bylon traveled deep into his temporal cavern. It led to a place where the veil between the physical world and the lesser realm of time was the thinnest. There he spoke to his old master, one who had remained a secret for countless timelines. Bylon had found the being when he was first training to be a Time Lord. This being was imprisoned in the lesser realm of time, and could not escape. It saw Bylon's potential and offered to train him to be a master of time if he helped it with its own plans. Bylon had agreed, and it was from this being he had gained all of his temporal abilities and knowledge of the other cosmoses and the Keepers. This being, who appeared as a multi-mouthed mass of black tentacles with one giant eye, was an Illithell. It called itself Uzulkree, and was the original creator of the rules of time for this cosmos. It had one goal, which typically governed any action it asked of Bylon: defeat its one free brother, Prime the Fireside. It had been under Uzulkree's instruction that Bylon kept Dacheldor from merging with the ancient self for so long. He believed this was to avert the destruction of the cosmos, as that is what Uzulkree had told him. But in truth, it had been because Uzulkree knew Prime had a hand in what was planned for Dacheldor. Uzulkree never shared the reason why Prime was not to be trusted, but he promised Bylon that letting him do as he willed would result in complete chaos and destruction. Prime and Uzulkree's rivalry had started back in the days before the fall of the Ancients. After training Bylon, he had become Prime's rival as well. Bylon knew to avoid the Keepers of the Cosmos and quickly informed Uzulkree of what had happened. Because of their relationship, Bylon was technically an Akugen. He could not let the Keepers discover the truth about him or the location of Uzulkree. Mastery of Insanity. Dacheldor, Vala, and Prime trained for years in the Prime Realm. At first, Dacheldor would simply practice allowing the Ettin to possess him and then regaining control of himself. This took a lot out of him, so in between sessions, he trained Vala and used telepathy to help her recover the memories of the Realm Lord who had become the ancient soul tied to her. After a while, he progressed to allowing the Ettin to possess him, then trying to remain partly in control while in the Ettin form. Vala's training progressed so far that she felt she needed a greater challenge. Prime came up with the idea to have her fight Dacheldor while he was in his Ettin form. If the Ettin landed a devastating hit to Vala, Dacheldor's bracers would drain his energy and end the fight. Thus, Vala had to improve her evasion, while Dacheldor improved his ability to hold back the Ettin's full fury. Eventually, this became a game to them both to see how long Dacheldor could maintain the form without having to pull full control away from the Ettin, or without having the bracers do it for him. Prime observed and instructed them both, taking the role of teacher very seriously. Soon, Dacheldor found that Vala was becoming so skilled, he did not have to hold back the Ettin much. Prime instructed Vala to start actively trying to defeat Dacheldor to increase the difficulty for him. Their battles scorched the earth and tore the sky. When not in training, Vala spent time in the local town, where she made many friends. As time passed, her friends grew into adulthood and eventually withered and died. She understood this was part of a mortal life, and accepted the loneliness. After all, she had Dacheldor in Prime. But the thing that bothered her most was her inability to age. Being 12 for the rest of her life seemed torturous to her. One of the townspeople who took an interest in Vala spent his life researching a means of helping her age. He discovered an amulet that could allow her to age normally any time she held it with both hands and concentrated intently on it. Dacheldor and Prime traveled with Vala to retrieve the amulet, and she started using it every night after training. It was not much, but it allowed her to age approximately 1 month per year. Dacheldor and Prime also took Vala on side trips to other realms from time to time to aid in her training. They went on several adventures together, endearing Vala to them both as pseudo-parents. Dacheldor also began to trust Prime more, readily listening to his instructions instead of pondering ways to thwart them. When Dacheldor reached a stage of control where he could remain fully aware while in Ettin form and could end the form at will, Prime revealed a secret to him. When the Illithell originally created the Ancients and Ettins, they did not intend to create two beings. They were attempting to split themselves into multiple beings in the hopes those multiples would grow to become individual Illithell. Normally, the only way for Illithell to have offspring was to transform themselves into a cosmos. Doing so killed the Illithell and made them one with their creation, able to experience all things within their cosmos as if they were one with it, much like how an ancient was one with its realm. Eventually, the peoples of the cosmos would evolve to become like Illithell themselves, and then would break away, destroying the cosmos as they did. Once separate from the cosmos, each new Illithell would form their own new cosmos and start again. The original Illithell lived on in the creations of their children, experiencing all those cosmos at once, slowly becoming one with the infinity of reality. Prime had belonged to a group of Illithell who wanted to change this process. They had created this cosmos without any of them dying. Instead, they shared their energies with one another to construct it. However, later, their brothers who disagreed with them trapped them within their creation. The Illithell knew they could escape by destroying the cosmos, but would only have a chance of defeating their brothers if they had greater numbers. Thus, several Illithell volunteered to die by splitting themselves into numerous smaller beings that could be grown into their own Illithell. These smaller beings were the Ancients and Ettins. Prime's studies of the two showed him that each had a special part of what it meant to be an Illithell within them. Neither would ever be able to become an Illithell on their own. Only by combining the soul of an Ancient and Ettin could a new Illithell be born. He longed to test this, but his brothers worried the experiment would take too long. They decided to destroy the cosmos, and the Ancients and Ettins along with it, to free themselves. Prime warned the Ancients of what was happening, having worked closely with 7 of the most powerful of them, and offered them a means of putting his brothers into a state of slumber, then trapping them in pockets of reality within the lesser realms. These 7 ancients, who would later be called the Elder 7, worked with him to imprison the other Illithell. Prime was hated by his brothers for this, and the Ettins hunted him out of spite. The 7 ancients protected him by imprisoning the Ettins as well. Only one of the 7 would ever be able to set them free. Prime observed the 7 ancients throughout the years, waiting for one to develop the abilities needed to harness the full power of an ancient Ettin fusion. This did not happen until after the fall of the ancients, when they began taking mortal hosts. Soon after, it became apparent that Dacheldor was the most likely candidate. Prime observed Bylon actively working to alter Dacheldor's life, and assumed one of his brothers had a hand in this. He also made a few changes leading Dacheldor to eventually find his way to the lesser realm of undeniable truth, where he freed Gas and the other Ettins, who now call themselves avatars. In exchange, Gas put a piece of his Ettin soul into Dacheldor, which grew until now it was as powerful as his ancient soul. Prime's ultimate goal was for Dacheldor to learn to remain fully in control while in a state of fusion between the ancient and Ettin souls. Once that was possible, Prime could make the fusion permanent, and believed this would turn Dacheldor into an Illithell. If he was right, Prime would be the first Illithell to create another Illithell without using a cosmos to do so. Though Dacheldor was not overjoyed to learn that Prime was actively engaged in his life since its beginning, he was interested in the prospect of becoming an Illithell. Prime also informed him that the reason he could curse the Elder 7 so their souls would become a part of Dacheldor's upon death was because of a pact the 7 had made with him back when they had defeated his brothers. All 7 were aware, back then, that one day they would become one entity. That knowledge simply was not part of their host's memories. Dacheldor questioned the need for the 7 to become one, but Prime simply remarked that it was needed to speed the process. One Ettin and one Ancient together could become an Illithell, but it would take an excruciatingly long time. 7 Ettin souls and 7 Ancient souls merged together were what was needed. Dacheldor was concerned at the mention of 7 Ettin souls. He assumed learning to control just one was all he was going to have to do. He got the feeling his current training was only the beginning. Soon, Dacheldor could feel the Ettin's intensity running through him even when not in Ettin form. He was getting closer and closer to the 2 souls within him becoming one. While in Ettin form, he harnessed unthinkable power. He did not know it at the time, but this power was what the Keepers of the Cosmos referred to as will. Vala had aged her body to the approximate age of 16 before Dacheldor could fully control transition into and out of Ettin form without resistance. He had full awareness during combat and even partial control, but it felt like giving way to insanity every time. He grew to love the feeling and accepted the Ettin as part of him. Once he did, it seemed to work along with him more often than not. One day, as training was about to begin, 2 beings in gray armor appeared before Dacheldor, Prime, and Vala. Telepathically, Prime shared his knowledge with his 2 companions. He explained what the Keepers of the Cosmos were and that, to them, Dacheldor and Vala would be viewed as Akugen. He also informed Dacheldor that the only way to be strong enough to battle these foes would be to weaken the Limit Bracer's pool as much as he dared and take on his Ettin form. Dacheldor's eyes became black pools and his left arm turned black. The transformation mesmerized the 2 keepers, who recognized an insane amount of will radiating from him. It kept their eyes off of Prime, who snuck around behind them and buried his blades into one's back. While he did, the other charged Dacheldor unaware. He did not see Prime's tentacles emerge from his back and encase his partner, slowly devouring him. The keeper who battled Dacheldor required all of his will just to match his blows. He felt like he was doing battle with an Illithell, but could tell that was not what Dacheldor was. At the very least, he assumed he must be an Elder Akugen. Between strikes, Dacheldor entered the keeper's mind, learning what he could about where he came from. He saw what had happened at Castle Darkfire, and how the place was now under keeper control. He knew that there were 4 other keepers there. The keeper's body filled with a white energy, and his eyes turned white. The stark difference in his appearance and the keeper's surprised Dacheldor. This was not enough to save the keeper, though, as Dacheldor battered him to his knees, then reached out a menacing hand. The planet cracked as gravity increased everywhere on it. Dacheldor was causing the entire environment to beat down upon the keeper. Pressure pushed on the keeper's body. Dacheldor's will pushed on him as well. There was a cracking sound, and the keeper's head imploded. Prime dropped the lifeless body of the other keeper. Both were dead, and would be reporting nothing back home. Dacheldor's eyes and arm returned to normal, and he tried to take the soul of the dead keepers. Try as he might, it seemed as if there were no souls to take. Prime explained that when keepers died, it was different from everyone else. Their souls were pulled into something they called the Source, from which all keepers derived their power. Dacheldor explained what he had learned from the keeper's mind, and the 3 decided it was time to end their training. Dacheldor opened a portal to Castle Darkfire, but, before they all stepped through, Prime's body became invisible. He could not risk the keepers spotting him, and would not be able to help fight, but had his own plans for once they arrived. Liberation. Dacheldor and Vala transported to just beyond the shield surrounding Castle Darkfire. They allowed themselves to physically pass through it, though this violently burned their flesh. Both healed on the other side, and made their way into the castle. Once there, Prime, though invisible to others, appeared beside them, able to move anywhere they were. Warden Lightsbane and the other 3 keepers were alerted to the fact that 2 physical signatures had passed through the energy shield. They were not aware of Prime, who had left the other 2 and headed deep into the castle's core. There, he went to work repairing and altering the machine Darkfire had built as silently as possible. Warden Lightsbane took Darkfire with him, along with the other 3 keepers, to confront Dacheldor and Vala. Lightsbane tried to use his hold on Darkfire as a means of showing strength, but this backfired. It only caused Dacheldor and Vala to be disrespectful to him, and to gloat about the deaths of the 2 keepers that had originally come after them. Lightsbane's second in command was another warden, who called himself Warden Thunderslicer. He had trained both the keepers Dacheldor and Vala had killed, and took their deaths personally. He and his subordinate, a multi-armed woman named Keeper Turbulence, attacked Dacheldor and Vala head-on. Dacheldor took on his Ettin form, but still found it hard to match the power of the Warden. He landed several hits, but they did not seem to cut through his glowing white aura. Vala moved quickly enough to avoid a number of hits from the multi-armed Keeper Turbulence, but could not get close enough to strike back without having limbs momentarily removed. It did not take the Keepers long to discover that both Dacheldor and Vala were immortals. Keeper Lightsbane lined up a shot with a specific rifle he held. He fired at Dacheldor, and a bolt crackled through the air. It would have hit its mark if not for the interference of Lust, who had been standing on the sidelines with greed. In a past life, Lust had loved Dacheldor, and he had moved without thinking. The bolt ripped through his body and dropped him to the ground dead. Lust's soul entered and merged with Dacheldor, but even this added energy did not help him overcome Thunderslicer. As their fight raged on, he landed more and more hits, but still to no effect. Lightsbane lined up another shot, prompting Vala to act rashly. She attempted to open a portal and pull Dacheldor through it, but this left her open to multiple strikes from Keeper Turbulence. She managed to get herself through the portal, but not Dacheldor, and collapsed on the other side from her injuries as it closed. Sensing the trouble Vala had placed herself in, Dacheldor's bracers momentarily drained him of power. He fell, hopelessly, as Thunderslicer skewered him with his sword, and the blast from Lightsbane's weapon filled him with coursing energy. His body was stunned. Even after the bracers returned his energy, he fell into a heap on the ground. Keeper Turbulence offered to take him to a holding cell, and the others agreed. They sent the one remaining keeper who had not aided in the fight, Keeper Sin-Eater, to look for Vala. Sin-Eater's body was like that of a spider with a human upper torso. He quickly took to the ceiling and scurried on his way. Warden Lightsbane and Warden Thunderslicer returned with Darkfire to the throne room of Castle Darkfire. There they chained him to his throne, berating him about how easy it was to defeat those who had come to rescue him, and discussed what they would do to Dacheldor. The possibility of taking him to another cosmos where his immortality did not work came up. There they could dispatch him for good. Another question of concern was if they should report back to their base for backup. Before a decision could be reached, the machine at the center of Castle Darkfire activated. It no longer produced a pulse that would turn others into aberrations, but still sent shockwaves of temporal energy through the air. The radiation was not dangerous to the inhabitants, but blocked all communication from exiting the cosmos, and blocked the ability for anything to beam into the cosmos. Prime had effectively shielded the cosmos from the arrival of more keepers, and trapped these keepers within it. Warden Thunderslicer left to investigate the center of the castle. Warden Lightsbane remained to watch Darkfire. Darkfire laughed. While the two had talked, he had already set plans in motion they were unaware of. His ability to communicate with his own castle was unknown to most people. It was like an extension of his own will. He had been secretly talking with his generals for some time, and they were about to cause an uprising. Vala moved through the halls of Castle Darkfire, looking for Dacheldor, but only managed to come face to face with Keeper Sin-Eater. The two fought viciously, but Vala had more will available to her than Sin-Eater expected. She called forth her purple ethereal flames, calling upon the full power of the ancient soul, and moved more quickly than Sin-Eater could ascertain. In the end, she cut Sin-Eater's abdomen down the middle, spilling his guts onto the floor. He died, splashing in his own fluids. Dacheldor's ability to call upon his green ethereal flames had vanished the more he used his Ettin form. It seemed the Ettin part of him now consumed those flames, and the process used to call them out was now how he called upon that form. This did not concern him, however, as the Ettin form was far more powerful now that the ancient flames were a part of it. Keeper Turbulence took Dacheldor to a secluded part of the castle and set him free. When he asked her why she had done this, she explained that fellow Akujin had to stick together. She further explained that she was an Akujin who had managed to disguise her true nature and live amongst the Keepers. She was a spy for her master, an Illithell named Tezencruel. Turbulence had learned all the ways of the Keepers, though she could not perform their abilities herself. Her true nature was that of an Acugin, and she used Acugin powers to mimic those of the Keepers and keep from being discovered. Dacheldor quickly realized that Turbulence's memories held all of the history of the Keepers and Acugin. To know what she knew would propel him beyond anything he could gain in his own cosmos. Dacheldor thanked Turbulence and, when she turned her back, he ran the demon edge through her. His eyes and arm were black. He had taken Ettin form. He reached into her wound, drew out her soul, and devoured it. Because Turbulence was not really a keeper, she was not truly aligned to what they called the Source, and her soul was easy to consume. Her memories of the Keepers and of working with her master Tezencruel filled Dacheldor's mind. He was amazed to discover that Prime had already taught him much of the foundations needed to access Acugin abilities. It had simply been taught in a way that did not seem like lessons. Prime had also taught him most of the foundations of the Keeper's training. This was a foundation Turbulence had not had. As he witnessed her memories of the training of the Keepers, he found he understood it in a way Turbulence never could have. It was then that he noticed a difference in the teachings of Prime compared to those of Tezencruel. Tezencruel instructed in a method of will that required the individual to believe only in themselves. The Keepers instructed in a method of will that required the individual to trust in the power of energy from the environment. Prime instructed in a method of will that melded trust with individual power, a middle way between the two paths of the others. As Dacheldor regained his senses, Prime appeared to him. He asked Prime about what he had learned, and Prime eagerly confirmed what he already knew. Prime had been secretly teaching Dacheldor the philosophies needed to use both Acugin and Keeper techniques, and now that he had the memories of those techniques, they should come easily to him. Prime was also the only of his kind to have stumbled on this middle philosophy, a philosophy of combined altruism and individuation that he called the Path of Chaos. He had been secretly aligning Dacheldor with this path since the day he first put the bracers on him. Dacheldor asked Prime about Tezencruel, who he now knew so much about. Prime explained that Tezencruel was a good example of what most of his brothers were like. Prime was something of an outcast. Prime had helped the Ancients imprison his brothers, and would never be trusted by the other Illithell again. But the reason he had seen fit to do so was because of their differing philosophies. Prime also revealed that there were 3 Illithell primarily responsible for the creation of the cosmos. Tezencruel had created everything physical, while the Illithell named Uzulcri had created everything temporal, relating to time and the mind. The 3rd Illithell, who created everything spiritual, was Fireside. Dacheldor was taken aback. If not for Turbulence's memory, he would never have believed Prime could be one of the 3 creators of his cosmos. Prime further explained that Fireside was his true Illithell name, but he now existed as more than one individual at once. He referred to these 13 individuals as the primary body and the 12 disciples. Over time, he started simply referring to the primary body as Prime. Prime the Fireside was one of 13 incarnations of the Illithell called Fireside. Wanting to know more, Dacheldor asked how he played into Fireside's plans. He wanted to know why Prime appeared to be training him to become an Illithell himself. Was it truly just to create the first Illithell offspring? Prime refused to answer anything further. Too much time had already passed. He warned that Warden Thunderslicer was moving in on the center of the castle, and if the machine was stopped, the entire Keeper army was likely to descend on this cosmos. Dacheldor understood. He made his way to the center of the castle to confront Thunderslicer. He may not have made it in time if not for Phi Kara. She had received word that the uprising was about to begin, and had made her way to Thunderslicer's location, where she took him on one-on-one. This slowed him down, until Dacheldor could arrive. Meanwhile, the rest of the generals rose up and assaulted the throne room. Warden Lightsbane called to Keeper Turbulence and Sin-Eater, but they were nowhere to be found. He locked the throne room tightly to keep Darkfire inside, and exited to take care of the uprising. While Lightsbane was gone, Darkfire's throne transformed into a massive armored suit that surrounded his body. He broke free of his chains and walked over to a secret compartment in the wall that held an orb of tremendous power. Placing it in his chest, he opened a portal using his memories as a Realm Lord, and transported himself to a hangar bay. Taking a ship, he flew through the energy shield surrounding the castle, nearly destroying the vessel. He flew to a specific location in space that seemed insignificant to any who were unaware of what he was doing. Once there, he exited the ship, drew his weapons, and waited. Bylon, still in his temporal cavern, observed Darkfire in a pool of water that always revealed his brother to him. From behind him, Uzulcri's voice called out, ordering him to stop Darkfire. Bylon knew exactly what day it was. This was the day Genus always arrived in Limbo, masquerading as Edge. As Bylon headed out, Uzulcri warned him to end Darkfire's life permanently. If he did not, Uzulcri swore he would strip him of his place as Time Lord and grant it to another who was trained to take his place. Bylon knew exactly whom he spoke of, an Acugin by the name of Yun An Ying. She was a dark sorceress trained as a mage lord, who would likely bring the cosmos to its knees as its ruler if she held his power. He dared not fail his master, but was unsure he could bring himself to kill his own brother. Bylon appeared next to Darkfire in the emptiness of space. He warned Darkfire that he could not let him proceed. Darkfire opened up, telling Bylon what he now remembered of the timelines. He said he knew someone was controlling Bylon, and that he would forgive him if he made the right choice. There was silence for what felt like forever. Bylon flew toward his brother. Darkfire did not move or defend himself. Bylon raised his axe, and then placed it in Darkfire's hands. "My allegiance is to you, my brother." As he spoke those words, Bylon's energy was drained from him. Back inside the castle, Prime felt the transition of power as Uzulkree took what he had given to Bylon and gave it to Yun Anying. Prime made his way to the control room for the energy shield around the castle, which was unguarded due to the uprising. He turned the shield off and then created a portal, risking exposing himself in the process. Appearing beside Darkfire and Bylon, Prime made himself visible to them. Both were surprised to meet the being that Dacheldor had secretly worked with for so long. He reached out to Bylon and instructed him to trust him. Bylon nodded and felt power rushing back into him. Though Prime could not return him to the full power of a Time Lord, he could give him control over time. He severed Bylon's connection to Uzulkree and repaired what damage he could. Darkfire asked Prime why he would help them. Prime simply replied in his multi-layered voice,
"Because now you are on the right side."
A portal opened and Genus emerged. Prime made himself invisible. Bylon moved away from Darkfire. Darkfire readied his weapon. "Genus," he shouted, "I challenge you to one-on-one combat." Back in the castle, Thunderslicer tore through Kara's flesh and bone, only to see it grow back. He was getting tired of fighting immortals, but was destined to fight one more. Dacheldor strode in to defend Kara as she regenerated, lifting the demon edge to meet Thunderslicer's sword. Once again, Dacheldor's eyes and arm turned black as he took on his Ettin form. Thunderslicer could not believe Dacheldor had managed to get free, but was not concerned. He had beaten him before, and was sure he could beat him again. Then he saw black dust pooling around Dacheldor's feet, something that happened often when he fought Akujin. The Warden's white aura expanded and hardened. His eyes flashed white, and his blade turned white as well. He chose to take this fight as seriously as possible. As he struck, Dacheldor's armor turned black, absorbing his energy. It was an old Akujin technique that Thunderslicer was familiar with. When Dacheldor struck back, electricity fired into Thunderslicer. As it hit, it pulled Thunderslicer's will energy into Dacheldor, making him stronger. This was the type of fight Thunderslicer had trained for his whole life. The two battled through the halls of the castle and out onto the slatted rooftops. Each seemed evenly matched, but Dacheldor had one secret he had not yet revealed. He waited for the right moment, which came when Vala finally found them and ran toward them. Thunderslicer planned to strike her, to cause Dacheldor's bracers to weaken him, but he turned his back. When he did, Dacheldor's blade turned bright white. It passed right through Thunderslicer's aura and pierced his heart. How? Thunderslicer could not fathom it. An Akujin could not use Keeper abilities. "I am no Akujin or Keeper," Dacheldor said. "I am a being of chaos." "Then your master is Fireside?" Thunderslicer's words trailed off. As he died, Dacheldor informed him of Turbulence's betrayal, and how he had used her to gain his knowledge. Thunderslicer died knowing his most beloved subordinate was not only dead, but had always been an Akujin. As his last breath left him, his body erupted into light, then disappeared. Elsewhere, Lightsbane single-handedly ended the uprising and became aware of Darkfire's disappearance. He reached out with his mind and sensed his location, then flew into space after him. As he did, he felt Thunderslicer's life end and noticed he was the only member of his team still alive. He planned to recapture Darkfire, then shut down the machine in the castle and bring the full might of the Keepers to this cosmos. Darkfire had been a headmaster of the Realm Lords in a previous timeline. He knew all of Genus's moves and all of his abilities except one. Genus had never shared the fullness of his plans to become a Valant with him. He had only learned of it when Genus eventually turned on the Realm Lords only to be defeated by Dacheldor. Now, Darkfire planned to gain that knowledge he had spent lifetimes trying to recreate. He beat Genus back and forth through space, each hit harder than the previous. Genus could not believe this was happening to him. He had never met a being as powerful as Darkfire without prior knowledge. He fought to hold his own, but with the bindings on him from the other founders, he could not let out the fullness of his power. In the end, Darkfire ran him through with his double sword staff. As Genus's body exploded, the orb in Darkfire's chest sent out a wave of power. It latched onto Genus's soul and pulled it inside. Then the orb fused with Darkfire's body, creating a purple flame in the center of his ribcage. Bylon's eyes widened as he realized exactly what Darkfire had done. He had used a forbidden technology to take Genus's soul, in the same way Dacheldor took souls. Such a technology, long lost to time, could only be used once, but Darkfire had known which soul was worth it. All of Genus's memories became his. Darkfire understood the secret to becoming a Valant. Such a being could completely alter the fabric of any realm at will, but at a terrible cost. As Darkfire reviewed the memories, however, he realized there did not have to be. If the individual could work with the realms, instead of subjugating them to his will, the power could be gained without cost. The way to do so was clear from Darkfire's own past research, but Genus had never known this, as he had never shared his work. Darkfire floated in space silently. Something inside of him unlocked, and he felt himself linked to the realm in a similar way to how he had been linked to his castle. His eyes opened with a purple light inside them. He was a Valant. Warden Lightsbane arrived and charged toward Darkfire. Darkfire lifted a hand, and space around Lightsbane bent and warped. He was pulled into an orb of darkness and swallowed by the void. His body tore into its base molecules and spread through the realm. Warden Lightsbane was dead. Dacheldor moved through the castle, helping those he could. With the Keepers defeated, the castle was theirs again, but he knew once the machine in the castle's center turned off, they would be under siege. He did his best to help the legions prepare for the next stage of combat. Greed approached Dacheldor, admiring all he had done. They were the last of the Elder Seven, and he knew that when he died, his soul would merge with Dacheldor. He could not help but desire the power Dacheldor had, and so he approached him and told him of how grateful he was for the life he had had. Then Greed slit his own throat. Dacheldor held the bleeding Greed in his arms as he died. His soul poured into Dacheldor, and a sense of completion overcame him. He felt Greed's mind within his own, happy with the decision. All of the Elder Seven were now absorbed. A black, shadowy form emerged from Dacheldor's back, pulling out of him and standing on its own. Dacheldor turned to face what appeared to be an exact replica of him, but completely made of shadow. When it talked, it had the echoing voice of his Ettin form. It challenged Dacheldor, pulling a shadowy demon edge of its own. The power of the souls of all 7 ancients combined had made the Ettin powerful enough to manifest outside of Dacheldor. It now claimed only one could be dominant. This fight would determine that forever. In space, Prime felt the shift in power and said,
"It's time."
He opened a portal and brought Darkfire and Bylon through. The three took a standpoint next to Vala and Kara, as well as a few others who had gathered to see this Shadow Ettin ready to fight Dacheldor. They asked if there was anything they could do, but Prime informed them there was not. This, he explained, was called the Ettin's Gamble. Every being with an Ettin in them must defeat the Ettin's full form or be swallowed by it. Dacheldor charged the Shadow Ettin. The Ettin charged him. Both brought their blades cutting through each other's bodies, and an explosion of light and dark blinded the spectators. If Prime could have smiled, he would have.
Exactly as I taught him.
When the smoke cleared, Dacheldor was lying on the ground. The Ettin was nowhere to be seen. He opened his eyes and breathed out. His eyes were red. They would never need to turn black again. He now harnessed the power of the Ettin at all times. Vala cheered, congratulating Dacheldor on his victory over the Ettin, but Dacheldor shook his head. He had not beaten the Ettin, and it had not beaten him. They had tied. They now shared control as one being. He had fully accepted his insanity. Ballad of Ettins. Dacheldor was at peace. Throughout his life, the multitude of foes he had battled had been nothing in comparison to the fight within his own mind. Immortals deal with emotional stress mortals can never truly fathom. Now, this ultimate act of acceptance, manifested in the physical battle between his darkness, the Ettin side, and his light, the ancient side, had allowed him to see the truth Prime had been leading him to all along. Both sides had allowed the other to strike a killing blow while swinging one themselves. Both had chosen to accept the other, and thus, Dacheldor now accepted himself unconditionally. This, Prime soon explained, was the crucial mindset needed to become an Illithell. Prime congratulated Dacheldor, telling him he was no longer his teacher. Soon, they would be equals. All Dacheldor needed to do now was devour the souls of 6 Ettins to counterbalance the souls of the 7 ancients within him, and the change should happen on its own. Prime knew exactly which 6 should be devoured. The Ettin Gas had shared parts of his soul with 7 individuals throughout the years. Dacheldor had been one of these individuals, and, as a joke, Gas had nicknamed the Ettin soul within Dacheldor Humility. The other 6 individuals who had been infested with Ettin souls had not succeeded at their Ettin's Gamble. They were each completely consumed by the Ettin within, and were now full Ettins themselves. Continuing his joke, Gas had nicknamed them Temperance, Chastity, Diligence, Kindness, Patience, and Charity. The remaining 6 of these 7 Ettins lived in a hidden city called the Kingdom of the Ettins. Prime and Dacheldor assembled a team to infiltrate this city, so they could track down Dacheldor's prey. Vikara, Nicole, and Den accompanied them. Darkfire and Bylon remained at Castle Darkfire to guard over the machine at its core. It needed to continue running, or the Keepers of the Cosmos may send another team, or worse, their whole army, into Limbo. When Dacheldor and the others set out, they ran into unexpected opposition. The new Time Lord, Yun An Ying, had long ago created countless golems she called Guardians and spread them throughout the cosmos. Each should have taken eons to grow into functioning beings, but with her new powers relating to time, they had seemingly all evolved overnight. She now controlled an army of these beings, each so powerful it would take a team of Realm Lords to stop one. Dacheldor and the others fought a few of these Guardians, but decided it was best to avoid getting into a fight with too many others. Reaching out to Vorn, Dacheldor brokered passage through the Shadowfold for himself and his team, but when they got there, they saw Vorn and his strongest allies fighting off a Guardian that had managed to appear there. They aided Vorn in dispatching the Guardian, and he took them where they needed to go, but before letting them leave, he insisted they allow him to travel with them. Vorn and the others exited the Shadowfold, appearing in a city that seemed mostly normal and devoid of Ettins. Prime explained that the city straddled two dimensions. They would have to find access to the hidden side of the city to find the kingdom of the Ettins. Nicole recognized the city as one Deric had recently begun exploring for demonic influences. She reached out to him to explain the presence of the Ettins, so he would be able to end his search. To the surprise of everyone, Deric decided to join them on their quest. He knew the location of an Ettin in the city and believed he may be able to guide them to the kingdom of the Ettins. The Ettin Deric led them to was a crime boss with many henchmen. This did not stop them from making their way to him in short time and infiltrating his home. There, they were caught in a trap that forced each to fall prey to their worst nightmares. Dacheldor found himself in an endless void, detached from everyone he cared about. This, it seemed, was the only fear remaining in him. It brought up old memories of the Quasichni Trap and sapped him of his very desire to live. Kara found herself in an alternate reality where all of the soldiers who once followed her turned on her. Anyone who had ever shown loyalty became a betrayer. Anyone she had ever cared about turned their backs on her. Prime found himself in his own past memories. He was confronted by angels who imprisoned and tortured him. Memories of a child the angels had taken from him caused him to lose control of his temper. He had been raising the child as his own, even though it had not been an Illithell. He had tried to become a participant in the cosmos instead of running it, but he would do so no longer. Vorn found himself hanging by the neck. In front of him, a man in holy robes was reading from a Bible. The enchantment was one that would reverse his vampirism. He tried to scream, but the noose made it impossible. Den woke on an operating table. The doctors told him the news was unfortunate. They had tried to save every part of his body, but he would never have sex again. Nicole saw herself standing over Deric's dead body. Their places in society as a half-demon and a half-angel had always put them at odds. She had worried it may come to this one day. She looked in her hand to see the smoking gun that had ended her brother's life, and she wept openly. The real Deric suddenly appeared in Nicole's nightmare. He had trained his brain against the techniques of demons and Ettins alike. He woke Nicole, and she found herself back in the Ettins room. The Ettin was sitting with his eyes closed, controlling the minds of the others, who all simply lay on the floor, sleeping. The real Nicole appeared to Dacheldor, saving him from the loneliness and waking him from his nightmare. The real Dacheldor then entered Kara's nightmare and showed he had come to aid her, redeeming her trust and saving her from her fear. The real Deric entered Prime's nightmare. He stood against the angels, though he was an angel himself. Prime did not accept this at first, and fought with Deric, but he quickly came to understand what had happened, and awoke from the nightmare. Nicole entered Den's nightmare and, when he saw her, he felt something that proved to him it was an illusion, instantly waking him up. Prime entered Vorn's nightmare, killing the holy man in front of him, cutting him down, and they exited the nightmare together. Once all were free, the Ettin stood before them, starting to give a speech, but stopped suddenly. Behind him, Den had driven his knives into the Ettin's back, paralyzing him. The others walked up and did their worst to him, while he was unable to defend himself. Finally, Dacheldor ran him through and devoured his soul. This Ettin had been named Diligence, and had known the way to the kingdom of the Ettins. With his soul now devoured, Dacheldor knew all he had. He led them to the shift between dimensions, and they entered a version of the city run entirely by Ettins. It was a place of pure anarchy and chaos. Dacheldor also knew from Diligence's memories that he and the other Ettins they were searching for had all worked for the Illithell named Tezencrul. This was the same Illithell that Keeper Turbulence had worked for, and one of the two Illithell Prime had worked with to create the cosmos. Though he knew Prime's enemy was the other of the two, Uzulkri, who mastered time, Dacheldor could not help but wonder if they were planning to take on Tezencrul as well. The team tracked down the remaining 5 Ettins they were after, while working to avoid suspicion from the others. As they did, a single individual started following them. They were finally confronted by him, and it turned out he was actually a being who had won his Ettins gamble and was gathering a force of like-minded beings to overthrow the city. Even more interesting to Dacheldor, Nicole, and Deric, he was a Stryder. Dacheldor had believed all other full-blooded Stryders had died out ages ago, but here was one standing in front of him. The man, named Volshel, explained that long after the destruction of the original Stryder Empire, a colony ship which had set out to populate another planet was discovered with Stryders who had frozen themselves for the journey. These Stryders were woken by an alien race, who helped them find a planet similar to their homeworld, and, there, the Stryders flourished once more. At first, Dacheldor did not believe it, but he read Volshel's mind and could see the truth of it. He had never returned to his original universe because of the pain of losing his people, and now came to find out they had still been there all along. After everything he had seen, nothing could have prepared him for this. The others were more interested in Volshel's offer. He explained that many within the city had actually won the Ettins gamble and wanted to turn the kingdom of the Ettins into a heaven for people like them. The team agreed to help them to do exactly that by ridding the city of other Ettins. Volshel took the others to a secret meeting place of the beings who had won the Ettins gamble. There they worked out a plan to defeat all the other Ettins in a single move. Vorn had access to technology that his original people, the elves, had used to wipe out the goblinoid hordes on their homeworld. If it was tuned to a specific spiritual frequency, it could rip the souls out of anyone matching that frequency. He believed it could be done, but would need the help of the others to tune it specifically to only Ettins who had lost the gamble. He would also need a strong power source and high vantage point to use it. While Vorn worked with the freedom fighters to perfect this plan, Dacheldor and the others went back to hunting their targets. Dacheldor found Charity as head of an arena fighting tournament. He entered so he could fight with Charity directly without arousing suspicion, fought his way to the top, killed Charity, and consumed his soul. Meanwhile, Den located the Ettin called Chastity. He worked to coax Chastity into a trap that would ultimately lead to her death, but only after night of unbridled lovemaking. When Chastity died and Dacheldor absorbed her soul, Den took joy in pointing out that Dacheldor now knew what it felt like to be penetrated by him. Dacheldor shook this off as one of the many strange things being an immortal soul absorber had brought him. Temperance took note that 3 of his 6 comrades had ended up dead in the past few days. He took it upon himself to track down the killers and ended up discovering Dacheldor and the others, as well as the freedom fighters. He brought an army of Ettins to the doors of the secret meeting place, but Dacheldor and Prime met them outside. Together, they obliterated the army, and Dacheldor absorbed Temperance's soul. Now, with their presence known to the Ettins, they had to enact their plan quickly. Vorn completed the superweapon, and several locations were selected as optimal places for its use. When Dacheldor reviewed the list, he noted one building was actually owned by Kindness, another of his targets. They chose to go there, broke into the building, and made their way to the rooftop. There they were confronted by both Kindness and Patience. Unlike the others, Kindness and Patience were both Realm Lords and Akujin. They worked directly for Tezencrul, overseeing his plans for the city. Dacheldor and Prime took them on in what seemed like an even match, while the others went to work setting up the superweapon. Armies of Ettins made their way to the building, but Kara used her control of blood within the bodies of others to hold them back. Nicole and Deric took care of any and all automated defenses, while Vorn and Volshel powered up the weapon. Den defended Vorn and Volshel, spotting those few Ettins with enough stealth to get by Kara's sight. Dacheldor's weapon turned white and was covered in black electricity. His armor turned black, but was shrouded in a white aura. He skillfully melded Keeper and Akujin abilities, astonishing the 2 Ettins he battled. Prime's 2 swords glowed, one white, one black. His armor became a crossing of white and black stripes. His black body radiated a white aura. Dacheldor and Prime were the living embodiments of both sides of the Illithel's power. They were what Prime called a force of creation. The fallen Illithel, he said, had the power of destruction, and the protective Illithel had the power to maintain. But only by having both powers could one truly create. They moved together with a staggering teamwork so beautiful it brought tears to the eyes of their enemies. The Ettins almost longed to be devoured. The beauty of what they were witnessing was hypnotic. Still, they fought back. It was only when Vorn turned on the device that they lost. Their bodies suddenly lurched in pain. Dacheldor striking through the heart of Kindness, Prime impaling Patience. The souls of Kindness and Patience flew into Dacheldor and nearly overpowered him. He now had all 7 ancient souls and all 7 Ettin souls. He felt them combining with him, but not before a hunger for more power aided him. He lifted his arms to the sky as Vorn's superweapon pulled the souls from those Ettins who had lost the gamble out of their bodies. Dacheldor pulled their souls into himself as fuel for his transformation. Prime stepped back, allowing Dacheldor his space, but Dacheldor was not in full control of himself. He moved towards his allies, the memories of the countless Ettins raging within, intent to strike his allies down. Kara moved between him and the others. She saw now her greatest fear, of losing the loyalty of those she loved, but understood the situation. She stood up to it and confessed her feelings for Dacheldor. She had loved him for years. As he lifted his arm to strike, he fell to his knees, overcoming the raging minds within, then passed out. The others breathed a sigh of relief and, in that moment of calm, Vorn bit Volshel on the neck. Vorn was a powerful vampire lord. His bite took effect instantly. Volshel's body spasmed and transformed. He too became a vampire. The others were amazed at what had transpired. Vorn informed everyone that Volshel's role in all this would undoubtedly cause his people to make him their leader. Volshel was to keep the fact that he was now a vampire a secret until put into the ultimate position of power. Only then would he start slowly turning the others, until the kingdom of the Ettins became another city under Vorn's control. Volshel's trust in Vorn had led to his people's enslavement. His decision to use the power of the Mage Lord to destroy his foes was at a great cost. The others did not stand against Vorn. They needed to use the Shadowfold to get home. When Dacheldor woke, he was back in Castle Darkfire. Kara was by his bedside. Den, Nicole, and Deric watched over him as well. Vorn had returned to his rule of the Shadowfold. Prime awaited Dacheldor's awakening, but left him his space. Dacheldor apologized to Kara, but she said none was necessary. She now understood she had the power to decide what counted as betrayal. She thanked him for helping her overcome her fear, and the two kissed. It surprised even Dacheldor. Nicole, Deric, and Den celebrated Dacheldor being back to normal. As far as everyone could tell, he was exactly how he had been before devouring the Ettins. In truth, his mind was sounder than ever. The threat of the minds of the Ettins was gone, but, unknown to any but Dacheldor, he had undergone a tremendous change. Once he was left on his own, Dacheldor stood warily from his bed. Emerging from his back were 6 translucent black tentacles that it seemed only he could see. Prime entered and congratulated him. Apparently he could see them as well. Prime explained that Dacheldor had been asleep because he was gestating his new self. All of the souls he had ever taken, as well as his own, had all become a single new entity within his body. He was now that entity. The old Dacheldor was gone, though Dacheldor felt no difference and his memories seemed the same. Pointing a finger at Dacheldor's chest, Prime allowed him to see inside his own body. In his center was a perfect black sphere from which the 6 tentacles were emerging. Prime explained, the sphere and the tentacles were Dacheldor's true form now. He was no longer an ancient. He was not an Ettin. He was a baby Illithell. Prime tapped Dacheldor's arms and told him to remove his limit bracers. Deciding to trust Prime, Dacheldor did so. The 2 bands tore out of his skin and fell to the floor. The full power of his true self overcame him, but it did not rage out of control. He felt himself at one with this cosmos and every other. It was beyond even what merging with his ancient self had originally felt like. As he looked down at the bracers on the ground, which he would never need again, he finally understood the gift Prime had given him. He was free of anyone else's fate for him. He was free to decide his fate on his own terms. To all onlookers, Dacheldor looked no different than he had before. They could not see the black tentacles protruding from his back. His abilities were pretty much the same as they had been the day before, and his personality was basically unchanged. The only difference was within, and it made all the difference that mattered to him. Prime observed Dacheldor's power stabilize on its own. He cheered out loud.
I knew I was right.
He cursed his brethren for doubting his theories. He had created a new Illithell. In time, Prime explained, Dacheldor would grow to be more than his body. He would grow into his new self, the black tentacled being, and exist as that. His current body would simply become his primary body, and he would learn to exist in many bodies at once. That said, it would take many lifetimes for that to happen. Seeing Dacheldor as a fellow Illithell now, he expressed his desire to create more Illithell that share their philosophy. Prime believed if he could train enough of them, they could defeat any of his brethren that inadvertently got free. His would be the philosophy of the new Illithell, not that of his brethren or the Illithell before them. Dacheldor was unsure if he planned to aid Prime with this task or not, but did not have to decide at this time. Prime informed they had a more immediate need. Their next task would be to defeat Yin An Ying and take on Uzulkree. While Prime had been training Dacheldor, he had also been observing him. His goal had been to learn exactly how Dacheldor was able to absorb souls so well, and how he managed his simultaneous life as an ancient and host. This had taught Prime how to absorb souls the same way, and he now believed if they defeated Uzulkree, he could absorb his brother. With this, Dacheldor was definitely willing to help Prime. It would be his way to repay Prime for all he had done, and to verify the destruction of the last being who had controlled his life. They would face Yin An Ying and Uzulkree, and he would help Prime take Uzulkree's soul. Prime left Dacheldor to make preparations, leaving him to his own thoughts. Though his intent was to help Prime, he could not help but feel that this last battle was unnecessary. The desire to be free of control was no longer his concern. He was free, and all that had happened to him had been necessary to get him here. He could see the grand connections of all the events in his life, and all the lives of the others in the cosmos. Everything had been a grand tapestry. Dacheldor shook this feeling off. He would have to accept the futility of the battle later. He felt he owed this last great fight to Prime and his friends for all they had done for him. He readied himself for the coming conflict, then headed out to meet Prime. The Battle for Time. Dacheldor had not taken Vala with him to the kingdom of the Ettins because of the great risk she posed to him every time she was in danger. Now that the limit bracers were removed from him, Dacheldor suffered no further penalty. He gladly invited his apprentice to accompany him and Prime on their new endeavor. She, like the others, could not see the black tentacles that emerged from Dacheldor's back. To Dacheldor, however, they were a constant reminder of his transformation. They looked remarkably similar to the tentacles he had once had when he was called the Lord of the Shadows. But these tentacles did not rip the souls out of others. These were a manifestation of his own self and his own will. Kara and Den also agreed to go with Dacheldor, though Nicole and Deric stayed behind. They would assist with protecting Castle Darkfire when the machine at its core inevitably shut down. This would allow Bylon and Darkfire to join the group in the hunt for Yunnan Ying. Bylon and Prime reached out with their temporal senses as they traveled, attempting to locate Yunnan Ying. Once their presence was well enough known, they were surprised to find she was heading toward them. She had gathered all of her guardians into a massive army that was coming their way. This gave Prime an idea. He reached out to Nicole and Deric back at the castle and instructed them to turn off the machine at its core. The team questioned this, but Nicole and Deric did as they were instructed. Beams of light shot down from above, surrounding Dacheldor and the others and forming into beings as they landed. Every member of the Keepers of the Cosmos now stood around them, a massive army ready to strike. Prime, who had become invisible, whispered to Dacheldor to stall them. He was crafting a field around them that made it impossible to detect the newcomers from afar, and was hoping to lead Yunnan Ying and the Keepers right into one another. Dacheldor gladly took on the challenge. The Keepers announced Darkfire and the others were to be executed for their crimes, but Dacheldor interrupted their speech. He explained that the Keepers were punishing the wrong enemy. He said the real cause of all that had happened was an Illithell named Uzulkri and his Aquagen servant, Yunnan Ying. He said Uzulkri had manipulated the Time Lord Bylon and his brother Darkfire, as well as all of their lives in order to bring about his own plans. The Keepers called forth a member of their team who could detect lies. To their surprise, everything Dacheldor was saying was true. Dacheldor further elaborated that he and the others had broken free of this control, and were now trying to defeat Uzulkri and Yunnan Ying. This too was true. There was suspicion amongst the Keepers about Dacheldor hiding the whole truth, and after some further questions, one thought to ask what had happened to the original team that was sent down. Dacheldor simply answered that they were killed by the real threat. He then attempted to change the subject by bringing up something he knew would interest them. He informed them of the army on its way, and that their presence was being masked from that approaching army. The Lord of the Keepers took the lead at this point, asking how that was possible. He explained that he had seen such power before, but only an Illithell was possible of blocking such a large presence from an Aquagen. Prime whispered something into Dacheldor's ear, a way that he could allow others to see the tentacles on his back by concentrating on allowing them to be seen. Dacheldor smiled. "It is possible," he said, "because I am an Illithell." The black tentacles, filled with what appeared to be space and starlight, appeared on Dacheldor's back. The Keepers erupted into noise and confusion. Darkfire and the others gasped. Though they knew what Dacheldor had become, something about seeing the tentacles gave off the feeling of being in the presence of the divine. Dacheldor further elaborated. He explained that he had been trained by a rogue Illithell who had turned on his brethren. He knew full well that the Keepers knew this story, though they did not know any specifics, such as Prime's name. They had heard it during their battles with other Aquagen who had supposedly hunted him, but never found anyone who could substantiate it. Dacheldor explained that he was an ancient, born of this cosmos, who had evolved into an Illithell through his training with this Illithell. Once again, this proved to be true. The Keepers were unsure what to make of it. Was the rogue Illithell a threat or a potential ally? What about this new Illithell? The Lord of the Keepers shook his head. He informed Dacheldor that by admitting he was an Illithell to them, he had signed his own death warrant and that of his friends. Rogue or not, the Illithell he had trained under was an enemy of the Keepers. Prime materialized for all to see, only now his tentacles could be seen as well. They were massive, covering most of the battlefield, spreading in all directions around his body.
It's a pity to learn we cannot be allies,
his multi-layered voice echoed.
but I'm afraid it is you who has signed your death warrant.
Yellow light filled the sky. Prime had sent back word to Nicole and Deric to turn the machine back on. Now the Keepers could not leave this cosmos. As the light appeared, Prime dropped the field that was shielding them from sight, as well as another field he had erected to shield Yunnan Ying and her forces from sight. They had completely surrounded all of them. Yunnan Ying laughed as she saw the Keepers were trapped alongside the others. Prime laughed.
There is one thing that I know Uzulkri and I would both agree on. We can put our rivalry on hold if it means destroying the last of you Keepers.
Yunnan Ying and her forces charged in, holding the Keepers at bay. Dacheldor and Prime leapt into combat with the Lord of the Keepers and his strongest wardens. Darkfire lifted an arm and whole legions of Keepers were swallowed into nothingness. Bylon slowed time around him, striking dozens of Keepers at once with his strikes. Kara, Den, and Vala worked together to defend Darkfire from being surrounded. The Keepers were no match for the forces of 2 Illithell, 2 Time Lords, a Valant, and an army of Guardians. One by one they fell, until the last lay dying on the ground. Dacheldor stood over him and informed him that the Keepers were no longer needed. He would protect this cosmos from the Illithell going forward. Then he ended the Keeper's life with a quick thrust of the Demon Edge. The machine in Castle Darkfire turned off for good. No new Keepers arrived. There were no more Keepers to arrive. The entire Order had been wiped out. Their souls were returned to the source. Yunnan Ying stood in the center of the group with only a handful of Guardians left. She applauded them at effectively wiping out her army and the Keepers all at once. Then she made an offer. With the Keepers gone, Uzulkree no longer needed to hide. They could all join forces. Perhaps Uzulkree would even see things Prime's way. Prime shook his head. While he was overjoyed to see the Keepers eliminated, Uzulkree had to die for his plan to succeed. There would be no truce. Yunnan Ying sighed and said, "Have it your way." She lifted her arms and her last remaining Guardians fused into a single giant Guardian that stood higher than the eye could see. She crawled onto its back, controlling it, and attacked the others. Darkfire tried to pull it into oblivion, but Yunnan Ying was able to undo each of his attempts with her own temporal powers. Bylon slowed the behemoth's moves, but it took all of his strength. Together, they kept Yunnan Ying occupied enough so the others could deal solely with the Guardian. Dacheldor and Prime ran up the Guardian, knocking off parts only to have them grow back. They were pummeled by stone and flung large distances, only to fly back into the fray. Everything seemed at a standstill. Suddenly, the Guardian lurched sideways. On its back, Yunnan Ying was crying out in pain. Long knives in her spine had paralyzed her, causing her to lose her hold on the giant. Den laughed as he pushed the knives deeper. Vala leapt up as she fell, spinning and cutting Yunnan Ying. Kara used her power over blood to draw her directly toward them. In the end, neither Illithell nor Valant had caused the downfall of the behemoth. It had been their allies who had pulled Yunnan Ying from her perch. And with her down, Darkfire, Bylon, Dacheldor, and Prime destroyed the last of the Guardians. Yunnan Ying forced the knives out of her with a dark energy that also pushed the others away. She opened a vortex, entered it, and tried to close it behind her. Bylon used his powers over time to keep it open and urged the others to hurry. Everyone entered, including Bylon, and the vortex closed behind them. They found themselves in another temporal cavern, like Bylon's, and in its center was a pool of water in which Uzulkree could be seen in his prison realm. Yunnan Ying moved to the waters, touching them and letting them heal her. Prime strode to the waters as well and said,
"It's time."
As Prime touched the waters, they appeared to shatter like glass. Massive black tentacles poured out. A ghastly body of eyes and mouths followed. Prime had released Uzulkree from his prison. Prime also took on his true Illithell form, and the two became locked in an indescribable combat. While they battled, Yunnan Ying battled the rest of the team on the ground. She fought well, but was ultimately no match for the combined forces of Dacheldor, Darkfire, and Bylon. When she fell, Yunnan Ying's body released a shimmering golden orb. The others all knew what it was when they saw it. It was the full power of the Time Lord. Anyone who touched it and took it into them would become the new master of time for this cosmos. As they looked at it, Prime defeated Uzulkree and absorbed him into himself. He returned to his typical wraith-like form and walked over to the others with labored steps. He explained that fully consuming Uzulkree would take some time, possibly longer than even the length of time Dacheldor had lived thus far, but the efforts would be worth it. He would disappear for a while to consume his brother safely, without losing control of his own mind. In the meanwhile, he did not care who chose to become the new master of time. He would not, and would never, control that person. Prime faded from sight, leaving everyone to wonder if he was truly gone. They felt the influence of Uzulkree completely vanish, and all that remained was the glowing orb. Dacheldor walked over to it. The past Time Lord had controlled him more than anyone. Still, he turned to Bylon and asked, "With Uzulkree gone, would you use this power as justly as you possibly could?" Bylon promised he would. Dacheldor motioned to him to take the orb. As Bylon took it, Dacheldor whispered, "I forgive you." Bylon was filled with the full power of the Time Lord and more. He was not transformed into an Illithell, but he was definitely more than any mortal could fathom. He thanked the others for saving him from Uzulkree's grasp and helping him to achieve his dreams. Darkfire hugged his brother and warned never to interfere with his plans again. Bylon returned the others to Castle Darkfire, but remained behind himself. He would have to uncover all of the temporal hotspots if he was going to get the most out of his new role. With no keepers to watch him and no Illithell controlling time, he truly was the one calling the shots now. A new way of life. Darkfire and the others took on the task of repairing Castle Darkfire and the damage that had been done to the Empire. They knew that with Uzulkree Prime and the Keepers out of the picture, there was no one monitoring and controlling their actions. The future was theirs to create. Everything from this point forward would change. Dacheldor accepted that he would always be an aberration. Though he still felt a deep love for Doomsday, he knew he could be flung backward in time at any moment, and could not wait for her again and again. Even if he did see her again, he was an Illithell now, and she did not share the memories of their past. There was no telling if they would even end up together the next time around. He decided, from that day forward, to accept whatever timeline he was in at the moment. He was an Illithell at the start of its life. He would eventually learn to view time in a completely different way from the others of the cosmos. He could not hold himself accountable for promises to people he had yet to meet. From now on, he would accept the wonders presented right in front of him. He would enjoy the moment and let go of worries of the future. He would follow his intuition toward the things that he felt would make him most fulfilled. When he saw Kara next, he kissed her passionately. They may not be able to be together forever. Time may eventually take her from him, but for now, he would be happy with her, and she wanted to be happy with him. Den informed Dacheldor that Darkfire wanted to see him. Unsure of the urgency, he hurried to Darkfire's private chambers. There he saw 4 familiar faces who he never expected to see. 4 of the 6 founders of the Realm Lord School were in Darkfire's private chambers. They were questioning Darkfire about the disappearance of Genus, and Darkfire was telling them a half-truth. He informed them that he had been a secret apprentice under Genus who knew absolutely everything Genus had known. This was true if taking into account the previous timelines and the fact that Darkfire now owned Genus's soul. The founders explained that one of their members had mysteriously vanished years ago. The founder of smithing seemed to wink out of existence. The date they gave was the same date as Dacheldor's transformation into an aberration. Dacheldor knew what had happened. Since he had devoured that founder's soul in the previous timeline, that founder had ceased to exist when time reversed. This meant the 6 headmasters needed to run the school were down to 4. 2 would have to be replaced, and prior to this moment, only founders had filled the spaces. The founders further explained that they had halted replacing their missing member to look for him, but thought Genus may be to blame. They suspected him of some very nefarious practices, and had even placed bindings on him. They asked Darkfire and Dacheldor what they knew about this. Dacheldor did not feel like lying, so he simply told the founders he and Darkfire were the ones responsible for the disappearance of both Realm Lords. He further explained that their hunch about Genus was correct, and that was why he and Darkfire had to work together to destroy him. The founders then questioned Dacheldor about his origin, and he nonchalantly explained what an aberration was. He told them he had killed the other founder under Genus's orders in a past timeline, and because he had absorbed his soul, he had learned everything he knew. The founders were wary of Darkfire and Dacheldor, but saw an opportunity with them. Each had the capability to fill in for the missing founders in every conceivable way. There was a great temptation to hire them as headmasters to bring the school back into full operation. Darkfire decided to reveal that he was of Allant to sweeten the deal. He explained in full detail what Genus was trying to do and how Genus had been unable and unwilling to see the less invasive method Darkfire had discovered. He could teach the others if they wanted. The founders decided to take them both on as headmasters, but to restrict their ability to have any say in how things were run until they were sure they could trust them. This would not last long, as Dacheldor and Darkfire would soon come up with the idea for creating the center. They eagerly agreed, knowing together they could take all the control they needed. Dacheldor laughed to himself after the deal was made. During his previous times as a Realm Lord, he had avoided becoming a teacher. Now he was going to be a headmaster. It all seemed funny, yet, at the same time, it also felt right. Darkfire created a duplicate of himself to run Limbo in his absence, happy to go back into the role he had taken after Genus in the previous timeline. He was also glad to have Dacheldor as a fellow headmaster this time. With their combined knowledge of the past timelines, the events these Realm Lords would experience would be massively different from any that had happened before. He brokered a deal for Kara to come with them as well. Though she would not become an instructor, she would become a Realm Lord and remain by Dacheldor's side. The other generals of Limbo would be brought to the school one at a time, trained, and returned to Limbo. Even Den, Vala, Nicole, and Deric would come to learn to become Realm Lords. Everything Darkfire and Dacheldor had worked toward in their lives had finally come together. Their desires for Limbo were met. Their place among the Realm Lords was about to be re-established, and, most importantly, they were truly free. From that day onward, they were never enemies again. Book 4, Lexeldor. The way to accept fate and remain free is by choosing to follow your destiny on your own terms. Lexeldor. God of the Physical. While Dacheldor and Darkfire were earning the trust of the Realm Lords, Darimaul was moving up the ranks of the Limbo Imperial military. He eventually got assigned to the Special Investigations Department and was sent to explore the strangest occurrences in Limbo. He frequently found himself studying these phenomena alone, and did not always report back everything he found. First and foremost, Darimaul desired power for himself. On one of his solitary investigations, he stumbled upon a hidden lesser realm. Within, he met a being of power and knowledge beyond his understanding. It claimed to be the originator of the physical aspects of the cosmos, and called itself Tezzencruel. Darimaul was unaware of what an Illithell was, but he soon learned. He kept Tezzencruel's existence a secret and created a telepathic link to him. Though Tezzencruel remained imprisoned in the lesser realm, he could see through Darimaul's eyes and experience what he experienced. In exchange, he spoke in Darimaul's mind and provided him with knowledge and understanding rivaling that of Dacheldor and Darkfire. Darimaul came to understand what Dacheldor had become. He also learned about the Akugen, as he was beginning to become one himself. Lastly, he learned about a prophecy older than any other recorded in the cosmos. The imagery Darimaul saw was similar to the murals Dacheldor had seen when he first learned about the Illithell. He saw how the Illithell had created the Ancients and Ettins. He learned their connection. He saw their imprisonment and the imprisonment of the Illithell. Then he saw the prophecy of the Ancient with the Ettin inside him, freeing the Illithell. Along with these visions, Darimaul heard Tezzencruel's interpretation of the prophecy.
In the end days of the cosmos born of many Illithels, an evolved ancient with another evolved ancient living inside his arm will free the slumbering gods and bring about the destruction of the cosmos.
Darimaul could not help but wonder if this referenced him, with Baratonus in his arm. Tezzencruel laughed at Darimaul's assumption. He told him he definitely had a part to play, but there was another prophecy which few had seen. He believed both prophecies had to be fulfilled for the true end to be reached. The second prophecy was as follows.
The first of the ancients to take on a mortal host will find himself one day trapped in the most powerful immortal body ever known to his cosmos. With that body as a vessel, he will eat his own soul and become a fusion of man and ancient. The power gained by the ancient will become too much for him to sustain, and this will drive him to seek out his true destiny. He will eat his brothers to become the first Illithell born of mortal flesh. This abomination will have all the creative power of an Illithell, but the destructive mind of a man. Thus his power will bring about the destruction of his cosmos.
Darimaul was confused. This prophecy was definitely talking about Dacheldor, but the other did not seem to be. Tezzencruel assured him there was a way to make sure both prophecies were Dacheldor's to bear. He could free Darimaul from any tie to the end times, and also free him from his ties to Baratonus. Darimaul was enamored with the idea of being free of his possessed arm, and saw much power in working with Tezzencruel. He made a pact with him to follow his plan, and soon became a full Akugen as a result. He also soon learned that Ellie had worked for Tezzencruel long ago, as had Gas. It seemed Tezzencruel was working through many others who Darimaul and Dacheldor frequently interacted with, leading them both to an inevitable event not yet revealed to them. Finally, after Dacheldor and Darkfire recreated the center and were trusted by the Realm Lords, Darimaul realized where the event was destined to take place. Darkfire instructed Darimaul that he wanted him to undergo the Great Trials and become a Realm Lord. With Dacheldor as one of the headmasters, Darimaul saw how they would meet again once he went to the school for training. It occurred to him that everything seemed too perfect, but he moved forward anyway. He would not let Lord Tezzencruel down. He started the trials with plans to become a Realm Lord and face Dacheldor. He mastered the trials faster than any other student. He arrived in the Prime Realm and strode toward his inevitable destiny. Call of the Apprentices. Dacheldor appeared before Shockerock and faced off against him in combat. Once the battle had gone on long enough, Dacheldor revealed he had been testing Shockerock to make sure he was ready. He then requested he start the Great Trials, after which he would come to the Realm Lord school and train under him to become a Realm Lord. Shockerock did not understand Dacheldor's interest in him. He had no memory of the previous timelines and of how close they had been in them. He did, however, recognize who Dacheldor really was, and the bond the two had from before recorded history. He underwent the trials for what felt like lifetimes, then emerged in the Prime Realm and made his way to the Realm Lord school. Once there, he was assigned a roommate from the same original realm as him, as was the custom whenever possible. His roommate was Darimaul. Darimaul fancied himself the apprentice of Darkfire, while many called Shockerock the apprentice of Dacheldor. Darimaul delighted in bragging about how quickly he had completed the trials, while it had taken Shockerock longer than average. The other students of the same class as Darimaul and Shockerock looked up to Darimaul as a natural, while looking on Shockerock as only being there because of Dacheldor's request. Even so, Shockerock harbored no ill will toward Darimaul, and did his best to remain cordial. Vala, who had now aged her body to its early 20s, was one of the few who saw the value in Shockerock. She was working as Dacheldor's personal assistant, and was now a fully trained Realm Lord beyond the power of most others. She knew what it meant to be chosen as apprentice to Dacheldor. The longer she got to know Shockerock, the more she found she liked him. This caught Dacheldor's attention, and he was not sure how to react to it. In a previous timeline, Shockerock and Nicole had ended up together, birthing his grandson. Was it his right to try to force that birth again, or should he simply let this new romance play out? Dacheldor also found himself occupied with the romantic escapades of Darimaul. Though Dacheldor was happily involved with Kara, his former love, Doomsday, had recently arrived at the school. She showed great interest in Darimaul, who honestly reminded Dacheldor of himself during his original time training to become a Realm Lord. Darimaul was reciprocating her affection, and a romance was budding there. He knew he had no right to interfere with Doomsday and Darimaul seeing each other. He was in love with Kara, but he still loved Doomsday as well. His loyalty was now to Kara, and Doomsday did not know him as she had in the previous timelines. He had to let Doomsday go, but it was hard to see her with Darimaul. Dacheldor reminded himself that, though he was an Illithell now, a god to some, he was still not entitled to dictate the will of others. His past few years as a headmaster had led him to this understanding. To be what he had become was an honor requiring discipline and responsibility. This understanding came mostly due to training he was undergoing with Darkfire. Darkfire was trying to master a means of teaching others to become a Valant. To do so, he was teaching the other headmasters in their spare time. Though none had fully become a Valant, as Darkfire had, they were developing abilities specific to this new breed of Realm Lord, and Darkfire had hopes this would lead to a positive training curriculum. Dacheldor was ahead of the others in this training. Dacheldor was also spending time with Darkfire and Bylon by themselves. He was attempting to teach them the ways of a being of chaos, the ways of both the Aquagen and Keepers. This training was working well for them, especially Bylon. Dacheldor wondered if the temporal power Bylon had consumed during Uzulkri's defeat had turned him into something close to an Illithell himself. He wondered if he may be able to find a way to teach Bylon to become one. Secretly, the three were also conducting experiments to understand the specifics of what it meant to be an aberration. Bylon primarily led these experiments, but the other headmasters had an interest as well. They volunteered to be transformed if a stable method could be discovered. Darkfire liked this plan, as it could lead to all the headmasters existing across time. Such a force could restart the Realm Lord School and Center in any timeline. The other headmasters each had their own secret projects as well, all with the overall goal of increasing the potency of the Realm Lord training or the efficiency of the center. Their interest came mostly from the revelation by Darkfire and Dacheldor that deities, living weapons, and mage lords existed. Prior to their joining, the Realm Lords had been unaware of such beings. While each headmaster worked their secret projects and taught the highest level classes, the other instructors focused on training the new Realm Lords. By the end of his first year, Shockerock had finally proven himself to his classmates. Darimaul had continued to shine as head of the class. The two were grouped together as outstanding pupils, and it was no longer questioned why Darkfire and Dacheldor had selected them. Vala and Shockerock were exclusively dating, as were Darimaul and Doomsday, but Dacheldor and Kara were hitting some rough spots in their relationship. The primary area of concern for Kara was that Dacheldor was an aberration and she was not. He could exist across multiple timelines, smoothing over fights she would never remember they had. She just had to assume whatever she remembered was how their relationship was, and it made her question everything. As Darkfire and Bylon completed a prototype for a device to turn individuals into aberrations, Kara volunteered to use it. Dacheldor did not want her to, but she did anyway. She became the first test subject of the device, which worked perfectly. As memories of all the past timelines entered her mind, Kara found the opposite of what she had expected. She thought she would find moments of infidelity, where Dacheldor had returned to Doomsday, but no such times happened. What she discovered was that Dacheldor had never manipulated her, even when it would have been convenient or seemingly harmless. He respected and loved her more than she had realized, and she loved him more than ever for it. She embraced Dacheldor, telling him that they could stay together forever now. She truly felt this was what she wanted now that she knew the truth about him, but Dacheldor was not happy. He said she did not understand the sacrifice she had just made by becoming an aberration. He hated feeling responsible for that decision. Kara refused to accept Dacheldor's moping. She informed him that she would have wanted this even if it had driven them to break up. To be an aberration to her was something she had to become. It was beyond their relationship. Dacheldor accepted this, and the two mended their relationship. Soon they were happier than ever, and Dacheldor even found he no longer worried about Doomsday. Meanwhile, the other headmasters each used the device to become aberrations. Now, as Darkfire had foreseen, they could rebuild their school no matter what the future held. Flator's Revenge. Flator Bolavista II had always hated the organized Realm Lords and their school. He felt that individuals should find the path of the Realm Lords on their own or they did not deserve the great power. This view had caused him to avoid them, even though he was a Realm Lord, but it was not enough to drive him to destroy them. When Dacheldor was brought on as a headmaster of the school, Flator's hatred intensified. He remembered how Dacheldor had killed all of his allies and devoured their souls, forcing him to flee for his life. The Ettin formerly within Dacheldor haunted his nightmares ever since. He saw Siegfried's expression of horror in his last moments. Now, Flator wanted to destroy the Realm Lords and their new school. He wanted to take everything from Dacheldor and then annihilate him. He spent years planning and working on his revenge. In blood-red armor, he strode to the gates of a massive prison complex. It had been built by the Mage Lords long ago and could not be opened from the inside. Within were thousands of living weapons. Being so strong, their bodies were nearly indestructible. Trapping them inside had been the Mage Lords' last resort in a war that nearly had wiped them all out. Flator produced a magic key, the result of years of searching, and opened the gate. He walked in to find the living weapons, giants and monstrous individuals, fighting each other as a form of training. They stopped and saw the gate open. He called to them, asking who among them was leader, and the biggest of them stepped forward. Flator challenged him for supremacy, knowing that to defeat the leader was to become the leader. The leader agreed to the challenge. Flator disappeared and reappeared close to his enemy. He performed flying spin kicks and other maneuvers, but they seemed insubstantial in the combat. He struck with his sword and it shattered as it hit the body of the living weapon. The leader grabbed Flator by the throat and slammed him to the ground, cracking the concrete. Flator's armor glowed and red vines of blood shot out of it, wrapping around the giant of a man. The giant screamed as his body was shrunk to the size of a grain of sand and absorbed into a red stain on the armor's surface. Flator stood and looked at the others and said, "Who else challenges?" The army of living weapons kneeled to Flator, and he led them out of the prison. A deity who called himself Krylos, god of decimation, observed Flator's actions. He transported himself to the school of the Realm Lords and requested to speak with Headmaster Dacheldor. He and Dacheldor had been in talks to try to ally the deities and Realm Lords, and had grown to be friends in the process. Krylos knew much of Dacheldor's history, and could easily guess Flator's target. After Krylos relayed what he had seen, Dacheldor alerted the school and alarms filled the air. The Realm Lords prepared themselves and moved out into the open. As they did, they saw the rays of the morning sun lifting over the nearby hills. Coming over the hills along with them were Flator and the living weapons. The barrier around the center and the Realm Lord school was more powerful than even the barrier around Castle Darkfire. The living weapons lined it with seemingly no way to advance. The Realm Lords waited within the barrier, staring through it, into the eyes of their would-be attackers. Flator lifted his arm, and an explosive beam of light shot out of the sun behind him. It slammed into the barrier and completely obliterated it. The living weapons charged forward, clashing directly with the Realm Lords, battering and breaking them with deadly blows. Dacheldor and Krylos rushed Flator. The other headmasters cleared the way for them. Darkfire flew to the tallest tower where he could overlook the fight. He pulled living weapons into pockets of reality and transported them far away from the fight, lowering their numbers quickly. Kara commanded the other Realm Lords as they struck back against the living weapons. Krylos fired an immense blast of explosive energy at Flator. It completely enveloped him, obscuring him from view. As the explosion dissipated, Flator appeared unharmed. His blood-red armor seemed to have absorbed the blast entirely. Doomsday, who had been moving toward the front lines, halted as she sensed the power of Flator's armor. Her ability to see beyond sight told her all she needed to know about it. Dacheldor and Krylos rushed Flator again, attacking him in the sky. Flator swung his glowing white sword into Krylos, and it sent him plummeting back to the ground. Though Krylos was the god of decimation, Flator's sword was an Elfar blade. It rendered the bodies of deities completely numb as it struck. Krylos was not only down for the moment, he was down for the rest of the battle. With Flator distracted, Dacheldor struck him firmly in the chest with the Demon Edge, firing black electricity through the blade. But the armor absorbed the energy of the strike and the electricity. Red vines shot out of the armor like tentacles, flying around Dacheldor as if to enwrap him. Dacheldor felt himself flung through the air by some force. When he managed to regain his composure, he found that Doomsday was now hovering in his place. She had sensed this coming attack, flew at top speed, and pushed Dacheldor clear of it. The vines pulled Doomsday into Flator's armor, shrinking her to the size of a pea and squishing her into a small stain on the armor's chest plate. Dacheldor's eyes widened. He let out a horrific scream that did not resemble the sounds of any being known to the battlefield. As Flator looked at him, he thought for a moment he could see a being made of darkness and stars in front of him, with long black tentacles writhing around it. It was more frightening than anything he had ever seen, even the Ettin he had formerly faced off against. Though Dacheldor and Doomsday were not together anymore, his love for her was as strong as ever. Here, now, she had sacrificed herself for him. Even without their past known to her, she had still died because of him. Dacheldor's mind could barely stand it. He looked deep into Flator with spite and hatred. The black tentacles on Dacheldor's back became visible to everyone. Gravity in the area intensified. The light dimmed. The sky seemed to bleed inky blackness.
Now,
Tezzencruel said inside Darimaul's mind.
This is the moment we've been waiting for.
Darimaul did not hesitate. He recalled the plan he and Tezzencruel had been working on since his arrival at the school. He flew at top speed back into the main hall and to his room. Shockerock watched as Darimaul fled the battlefield and could not help but wonder what his friend was up to. He pursued in hopes of lending assistance. Meanwhile, high in the air, Dacheldor's blade slashed through the straps of Flator's armor, and it fell to the ground. His blade slammed into Flator's sword and snapped it in half. Flator flew backward, but Dacheldor caught him by the leg and pulled him toward him. He slid the demon edge slowly through his chest. A desire to consume Flator filled Dacheldor, and he realized it was his only chance of saving Doomsday. He wrapped his tentacles around Flator and pulled him closer, driving the demon edge further through him. Flator again saw a glimpse of the dark monster within Dacheldor and screamed out, "What the hell are you?" "You're God," Dacheldor said, wrenching the demon edge inside Flator and pulling his soul from his body. As Flator's knowledge and past became Dacheldor's, he knew exactly how the armor had been created and how it functioned. He landed hard on the ground next to the armor, placed a hand on it, and shattered it. Every being it had ever consumed was released and returned to full size. Most of the beings within were dead, though a few had survived. Dacheldor lifted Doomsday's mangled corpse. She seemed beyond saving. The remaining living weapons halted their attack and kneeled to Dacheldor. He had defeated their leader. The army was his to command now. The battle of the Realm Lords and living weapons ended, but Dacheldor did not care. He was focused entirely on Doomsday. He refused to let her die here. Disciples. Thousands of dismembered bodies littered the landscape. The once green fields were now red with blood. Nearly 1/3 of the Realm Lords who lived at the center had been wiped out in a battle that had lasted less than 30 minutes. But Dacheldor was only interested in one of them. Doomsday's lifeless body sat heavily in Dacheldor's arms. He stared at her, his eyes intense with purpose. His long, black, now visible tentacles stretched out behind him, nearly 3 times the length of his body. His mind raced to remember a conversation he once had with his former teacher, Prime the Fireside. He could remember speaking to Prime in a giant observatory just after his transformation into an Illithell. For the first time, Prime showed pride in his student, at least as much pride as a wraith-like being could show. The two were now members of the same species. Prime's experiment to make another Illithell was successful. Dacheldor could remember wondering why Prime had asked to speak to him alone. His training was officially over, and he had thought Prime would have preferred to be rid of him. Prime stood tall in his red samurai armor that concealed the fact that his body was nothing but living shadow. He turned to face Dacheldor, his yellow, stone-like eyes shining through the mask over his face.
Now that you are an Illithell, I have a lot I need to explain.
This had been the night Dacheldor learned the whole truth about Prime's plans, why Prime had chosen to turn him into an Illithell, and how Prime had been manipulating elements of his life for years. But that was not all he learned. Prime explained what it meant to be an Illithell. He explained an array of abilities that Dacheldor would gain as the Illithell soul inside him matured. Among these was the ability to create disciples.
This body is my primary body,
Prime explained.
That is why I call it Prime. Your current body is your primary body. As a fledgling Illithell, you can only exist in your primary body, but you will soon be able to take on other bodies as well. Those bodies are called disciples.
Prime explained that a true Illithell exists both outside of his primary body and inside it at once. The part of an Illithell that stays outside of his primary body is connected to the cosmos in a way that allows it to exist everywhere at once. If manifesting in the material world, this part of the Illithell will look like a collection of eyes, mouths, and tentacles, while the part of the Illithell inside a primary body will exist as that body. This connection to the outer cosmos allows the Illithell and his primary body to connect to other willing beings and transform them into his disciples. Once a being becomes a disciple, he or she shares the thoughts and emotions of the Illithell from that point forward. He or she also shares the Illithell's powers, and the Illithell shares the powers of his disciples. Thus, all disciples and the Illithel's primary body share each other's thoughts and abilities for all time. An Illithel must be cautious about choosing disciples, because once a disciple is chosen, the Illithel's mind can never be unlinked from the disciples. They will forever share in all things, and too many minds can create issues. Prime personally chose to only create 12 of his own disciples for just this reason. Now, standing in the center of thousands of corpses, holding Doomsday in his arms, Dacheldor wondered if he had evolved enough to take the next step as an Illithel. One of his black tentacles twisted and curved up over his head. Its tip pointed straight down at Doomsday's heart. "This has to work," he told himself. The tentacle struck, breaking through her ribcage, and then transformed into a black mist. The mist, which resembled the mist Dacheldor's body transformed into when he was injured, filled Doomsday's body. As it did, a new tentacle grew out of Dacheldor's back to replace the one that had disappeared. Doomsday's body twitched and convulsed. Though she had been dead moments ago, she was now being filled with a power mirroring Dacheldor's immortality curse. Internally, she saw something no one else saw. In this moment, call it a hallucination, she could see as if she were not blind. A white gate hovered in the sky a short distance away. Its doors were open, and a beautiful light shined from it. Doomsday felt only love and peace from beyond the gate, but she hesitated to move toward it. She stood on what appeared to be a long road that hovered in the sky. At one end of the road was the gate. At the other end was her body. Then something appeared next to her on the road. An inky black squid-like creature with multiple eyes and mouths that was larger than Doomsday could fathom appeared to her. It spoke in a voice that shook all reality.
"Stay and become my disciple."
"What?" Doomsday asked. But as she did, her mind was filled with an understanding of exactly what that meant. "Dacheldor, is that you?"
"Do not die, Doomsday. Return. Become my disciple."
She looked out at the gate, knowing full well what it signified. She looked back at the creature. "Is this your true form?"
"Stay and share my powers. Stay and become immortal."
She hesitated. Outside of the hallucination, Dacheldor held Doomsday close. "Come back to me, Doomsday," he said. "Don't die." Prime had explicitly said disciples shared the powers of the Illithel they were joined to. In Dacheldor's case, that included his immortality. "Come back to me," Dacheldor said again. Doomsday gasped as her eyes opened. In an instant, her thoughts became known to Dacheldor. This was not as it normally was for him, when he reached out to hear what others were thinking. Dacheldor felt as if he actually was Doomsday, thinking and feeling everything she thought and felt. Doomsday experienced the same thing, but with Dacheldor's thoughts. Through his eyes, she was even able to see. She screamed as her own memories of the past timelines filled her mind. Since Dacheldor was an aberration, she now was as well. She gasped as she became aware of their past across the various timelines. Dacheldor set Doomsday's feet down on the ground, and she stood, staring at him. Every thought, every memory, every emotion between them was shared. In an instant, Doomsday knew exactly how in love Dacheldor was with her, and he felt her love back. The emotion was more intense than any the two could ever feel alone. Doomsday turned away. Dacheldor's love for Kara was now her own. She understood how deeply he loved them both, and could not bear to hurt Kara. For now, at least, she would do her best to subdue her urges, and he would do the same. Darkfire was astonished to see Dacheldor had managed to bring her back to life, and asked how it was possible. As Dacheldor explained, Kara approached and overheard the truth. Doomsday was now and forever bound to Dacheldor as his disciple. Their minds and abilities were forever linked. Kara was outraged at what Dacheldor had done, even though Doomsday adamantly swore she would not get between Kara and Dacheldor. Kara screamed at her. "You always have been between us, whether you know it or not." She also screamed at Dacheldor, yelling about how often he had let other important people die for the greater good, but here, now, he had to sacrifice everything for Doomsday. "Hypocrite!" she shouted. An explosion rang out from inside the school, interrupting the conversation. None of them had realized moments before Darimaul had run inside with Shockerock close behind. Inside his room, Darimaul had flipped over his bed to reveal a complex circle and sigil etched into the wood beneath it. Laced with special artifacts and oils, he had been collecting and developing this sigil in secret throughout the past year. The last ingredient needed was to activate it while an Illithel was near with its tentacles revealed. Darimaul slammed his hand on the sigil and beheld Tezencrul in his true form. He stared into the mass of darkness, stars, eyes, mouths, and tentacles. He uttered the words, "I release you." Tezencrul emerged from the circle, freed from his prison, and entered Darimaul's body. Darimaul had agreed to become Tezencrul's disciple and to carry him in his body until a suitable primary body could be found. Darimaul gasped as the knowledge and abilities of a true Illithel became his. He now rivaled Dacheldor in power. Shockerock threw open the door to the room and found Darimaul kneeling in the center of the circle. Long, black tentacles now protruded from his back. He saw the look of betrayal on Shockerock's face, and it angered him. Lifting an arm, he shot an intense bolt of black electricity right through Shockerock, blowing the room up around them as he did. This was the explosion the others had heard. They ran toward the school to see what had happened. Dacheldor was the farthest ahead, sensing the presence of an Illithell within. Shockerock's body dropped in a charred husk. Dacheldor turned the corner in time to see Darimaul standing in the center of the debris, with the tentacles exposed. Darimaul laughed, then shot through the roof of the school and flew into the distance. Dacheldor knelt over Shockerock's corpse. The same desire grew in him that he had with Doomsday. He arched his tentacle over Shockerock and said, "Let's see if I can pull this off twice." The tentacle struck. Shockerock's mind filled with odd visions of places and people he had never seen. More than 2 billion years of Dacheldor's life danced before his eyes, becoming a shared memory. Shockerock was Dacheldor, and Dacheldor was Shockerock. Then there was something more. Doomsday's life, starting with her blind childhood, leading to her conquest of her home planet, and continuing up through her training as a Realm Lord and romance with Dacheldor, became a part of Shockerock's memories as well. The three were now connected in a way unlike any other. Every thought one made became the thoughts of the others. Shockerock saw his own life through the eyes of both Dacheldor and Doomsday, and did not recognize all of it. This was because both had memories of a past timeline that he did not. Viewing that alternate life brought on a seizure-like experience, followed by a steady flow of memories from this previous timeline. By the end of these memories, Shockerock had become an aberration. He remembered meeting Dacheldor for the first time and being tested in a similar fashion to how he had been tested in the current timeline. He remembered training, becoming a Realm Lord, and eventually specializing in the art of Realm Lord defense. He remembered taking his place as Dacheldor's second-in-command in their squad. He remembered fighting with Dacheldor over his arrogant self-righteousness, and sometimes helping him to see the errors of his ways. He remembered sharing relaxing moments with Dacheldor, drinking ale on faraway worlds, and getting into trouble. He remembered a war in which all of the Realm Lords perished, and Dacheldor had become a monster. As his body regenerated from a black mist, his eyes were wide open. He remembered everything about who he was and who he had been, who Dacheldor was and who he had been, and who Doomsday was and who she had been. Dacheldor and Doomsday shared this as well. The three now shared a unique bond that could never be broken. Shockerock stood as his body finally solidified. Dacheldor closed his eyes in a solemn fashion. He had never planned on turning Doomsday and Shockerock into aberrations, and had definitely not planned to make them his disciples. These two things could now never be undone. Battle of Fate. Dacheldor and Shockerock rocketed through the hole in the ceiling to chase Darimaul. Doomsday remained behind, in case Darimaul's plan was to return. All three experienced each other's actions as if one being. The living weapons saluted Dacheldor as he flew. They would be waiting to serve him upon his return. The Realm Lords around them hated them, but knew better than to attack. Dacheldor and Shockerock followed Darimaul to a clearing where he stood, seemingly waiting for them, with his obsidian sword ready. Shockerock's blade slammed into Darimaul's as he landed firmly on the ground. The two exchanged blows, each parrying the other with their perfectly matched swordsmanship. They struck again and again. Their blades hummed as they slid off one another. Dacheldor landed a short distance behind Shockerock and fired black electricity at Darimaul. The tentacles on his back moved to absorb the blast, keeping Dacheldor's strike from landing. At the same time, the attempt kept Tezzencruel busy defending, leaving Darimaul and Shockerock more evenly matched. Darimaul lifted his arm to fire electricity, but Shockerock easily evaded. He now had knowledge and abilities formerly belonging to Dacheldor, as well as abilities formerly belonging to himself from past timelines. He swung his blades, flames covered them, but Darimaul parried his attacks with the sword held firmly in his possessed arm. Shockerock began to notice a pattern to Darimaul's swings. Before each, he lifted his arm high. The next time he did this, Shockerock intercepted, slamming one of his blades into Darimaul's sword, keeping it aloft, and sliding the other between Darimaul's shoulder and bicep, lopping his arm clean off. The wound cauterized from Shockerock's fire. Darimaul's possessed right arm fell to the ground a few feet from where he was standing. It still clutched his obsidian longsword. Dacheldor's gaze turned to it. In all the years the arm had been attached to Darimaul, no one had ever been able to lop it off. Only a superior swordsman like Shockerock could land such a blow, and only a flaming sword could cauterize the wound in time to keep the arm from reattaching. It was as if Shockerock had been destined to lop off the cursed arm. Dacheldor could feel the soul of the arm pulsing, hungering to reattach to Darimaul. He wondered if he could devour the soul inside the arm, destroying it forever and ending any chance Darimaul had of using it to free other Illithell. He reached his own arm out toward it, but hesitated. Shockerock swung his swords at Darimaul, but the tentacles on his back surrounded him, like a protective barrier. In retrospect, Shockerock wondered if Darimaul may have purposely moved into the position that had caused his arm to be chopped off. He wondered if all Darimaul had really wanted was to be rid of it. Inside the barrier of tentacles, Darimaul held the burnt stub where his right arm used to be. Dacheldor's gaze became focused. He reached his left arm steadily toward Darimaul's severed limb and concentrated. Orange energy expanded around the arm as the soul inside was pulled from it into Dacheldor. The arm turned to ash and blew away in the wind. Dacheldor prepared himself for the memories of the arm to enter him, but they did not. He could feel the power of the soul he had devoured, but it was not absorbed into him. Instead, it latched onto his left arm, the same arm he had used to pull in the soul, and the entire arm started to burn. The armor surrounding Dacheldor's left arm exploded, revealing his entire arm was turning pitch black. He screamed and fell to his knees. The pain was excruciating. He could feel the soul taking over his fingers, then his hand, then his forearm. All the while, those parts of his arm turned black. It moved up toward his shoulder, and he placed his other hand on it. He concentrated all his energy on stopping the spread of this invading entity. Shockerock turned to Dacheldor. The tentacles surrounding Darimaul lifted, and he fired black electricity from his one remaining arm. Shockerock fell to his knees, paralyzed. Both he and Dacheldor were now immobilized. Darimaul strode over to Dacheldor with a wide smile and said, "Now both prophecies describe you, my former master." Through intense concentration, Dacheldor managed to stop the spread of the invading soul at his shoulder. His left arm took on a permanent black color. The soul he absorbed now took permanent residence there. Darimaul recited the two prophecies Tezencrul had shared with him. He delighted in revealing Dacheldor was once again the destined destroyer of the cosmos. This time, the prophecy was not some misinterpretation made by Bylon, or a manipulation by Uzulkri. This was the true prophecy of the Illithell, known once to the keepers of the cosmos. Dacheldor's destiny was unavoidable, and Darimaul's hand had delivered it to him. Shockerock was still paralyzed, watching and listening. Dacheldor felt a new kind of pain, as the arm pulled energy from him. His dark black tentacles faded from sight, as if the rage that had fueled them was being turned into food for the arm. Dacheldor's eyes widened as he realized what the arm was consuming. To become an Illithell, an ancient needed to fuse with an Ettin, then sacrifice the souls of countless mortals. That was how Dacheldor had done it. When Baratonis had been alive, before he had become a force possessing Darimaul's arm, he had been an ancient and an Ettin. All he needed to become an Illithell was the fuel of souls collected by a being like Dacheldor over the years, fuel Dacheldor had plenty of. The pain Dacheldor was now feeling was the soul inside the arm becoming an Illithell. Dacheldor was now the prophesied Illithell with another Illithell living in his arm.
"It's so obvious," Darimaul mused. "When I had possession of the arm, I could barely open the seal that held Tezencrul, a single Illithell. To free them all, the arm had to become an Illithell." This revealed to Dacheldor who Darimaul had freed. Tezencrul had mastered many beings who had crossed Dacheldor's path before, even many he had consumed. Though he was the creator of the physical aspects of the cosmos, Tezencrul ultimately was a destroyer. "You've doomed us all," Dacheldor shouted. "No," Darimaul said. "I've simply followed through with my true destiny, to make you destroyer of the cosmos, to watch you suffer as you realize you never had a chance to deny fate. I am now free. You will never be." The black tentacles on Darimaul's back faded from sight. As they did, his arm grew back, no longer possessed. His own. His eyes rolled back in ecstasy. Shockerock tried to move, but the electricity was still coursing through him. It was obvious to him Darimaul had set up both their paralyzed states so he could gloat. The instant he could move again, his aim was to remove Darimaul's head. Darimaul lifted his arm and his obsidian longsword flew into his grasp. He then explained there was one final piece to his plan that had yet to be completed. He called it his master stroke. He rocketed into the sky, seemingly returning for the Realm Lord School and leaving the two behind. Dacheldor felt a strange pulse and the arm stopped pulling in energy. His senses told him the soul inside was now an Illithell, like him, yet the soul was content to remain attached to him. He regained control of himself and could even control the movement of the arm. Aside from the arm's now black color, there was nothing to distinguish that anything about Dacheldor had changed. If its aim was to free all the Illithell and destroy the cosmos, it seemed content to wait to do so another day. Dacheldor's armor reformed around the arm. He now appeared the same as ever. No one outside of him, his disciples, and Darimaul would know about the arm unless he chose to show it to them. Dacheldor ran to Shockerock's side and waved his hands over him. The electricity coursing through him dissipated and Shockerock stood. The two knew stopping Darimaul was imperative, but by this time, Darimaul was already back at the school and had been there for some time. They were relying on Doomsday to stop him now.
Doomsday and Darkfire both faced Darimaul, but were tricked by his mastery of illusion. Though Doomsday saw through it, Darkfire did not and was driven to battle her, thinking she was Darimaul. It took everything Doomsday had to keep the Valant from destroying her. She was finally caught in an orb of his creation and teleported far away from the scene. Darimaul decimated a battalion of Realm Lords on the way to his goal and managed to elude Kara, Vala, and the Headmasters. He reached the laboratory where the machine to create aberrations was housed. Rewiring it and redesigning it through transmutation, he created a masterful time machine. He stepped in and reversed time. Time and space warped. Shockerock and Dacheldor saw time moving backward all around them, and were powerless to move. Time reversed faster and faster. Days reversed in seconds, then months reversed in moments. Finally, the reversal of time stopped, and the two stood in the same place on the planet they had previously, but now on bland, black rock. They wondered how far back they had traveled, realizing it was far enough back that the planet was just forming. Shockerock pointed up in the sky. Several large comets were headed toward the planet's surface. Dacheldor gasped as he realized what this meant. Shockerock's eyes widened as Dacheldor's thoughts became his. There was only one time in history where comets had fallen on the planet that would later house the center. Dacheldor knew the date of the comet strike well. When he and Darkfire had learned of it, they had marveled at how close the occurrence was to the date of his own birth. Dacheldor was dumbstruck. Darimaul had moved time far enough back that Dacheldor had never been born. Though he obviously still existed and, as an aberration, he always would, his entire history had been erased. No one aside from the few aberrations he knew would ever know who he had been. His impacts on reality were wiped out, and not being able to be born and grow again, he would never be able to duplicate this history. The beam formerly nicknamed Pride was now unknown throughout the cosmos. Tears fell from his eyes as he realized one more shocking element of the whole sadistic story. He fell on his knees and screamed into the sky. Shockerock knew exactly what was killing Dacheldor inside. In addition to all of Dacheldor's accomplishments being wiped away, his children were gone too. Since it would be impossible for him to step through his early life, it would also be impossible to simulate his early relationships. There was no way his children would ever be born. Dacheldor's life was completely destroyed. In his mind, he may as well have died. Identity lost. Where the center once stood, Darkfire, Kara, Vala, and the Headmasters circled Darimaul. He fought them off with powerful blasts of black electricity, subduing them one by one until it was just he and Darkfire. Motioning to the sky, he revealed the comets falling toward the planet were about to rain down on this exact spot. Darkfire had to choose between stopping Darimaul and saving his paralyzed allies, the very beings he would need to recreate the Realm Lord School. He turned to save them, and Darimaul vanished through a portal to another realm. Darkfire also opened a portal and used his telekinetic abilities to move his allies through it, then followed them himself. As this happened, the comet struck the planet, making return impossible for the time being. Darkfire took the others to the realm of Silver Edge. He had been studying this realm for some time and had something he wanted to verify now that he knew he was in the distant past. After releasing the others from their paralysis, he led them to a planet shrouded in darkness, nearly impossible to detect. Dacheldor and Shockerock also used a portal to evade the comet strike, but they were unaware of where Darkfire and the others were. They teleported to Doomsday's location and freed her from a stasis orb Darkfire had inadvertently placed her inside of. Then they opened another portal, this one to Bylon's temporal caverns. When they arrived, they were surprised to find Den there. He had been working with Bylon to learn abilities related to time, and had apparently become an aberration himself. He led them to Bylon, who was floating in a chamber full of blue energy. Dacheldor screamed at Bylon, outraged that he could let this happen. Bylon tried to explain that Tezencrul had apparently shielded Darimaul and this plan from his sight. Dacheldor did not believe it. He demanded Bylon find a way to turn things back to the way they were. But Bylon refused. Dacheldor revealed his black left arm to Bylon, but he still remained calm. Dacheldor shouted about losing his children and his identity, but Bylon seemed indifferent. Dacheldor drew the demon edge and stepped into the blue energy Bylon was floating in. Bylon laughed.
I really didn't want to have to embarrass you in front of Shockerock and Den.
The blue energy transformed into a stone cell. Bylon and Dacheldor remained inside, while Shockerock and Den stood outside as spectators. Bylon pummeled Dacheldor and threw him like a sack of potatoes. He slammed him into the stones, using moves like a wrestler, and continued to subdue any attempts Dacheldor made to use his arm. In the end, Dacheldor was left panting on the stone floor under Bylon. He pounded the floor 3 times with his hand, and the room turned back into energy.
Damn, Bylon!
Dacheldor said, as he tried to compose himself. You could have just said no! Bylon placed a hand on Dacheldor's shoulder and turned him to see an image in the blue energy. It was an exact replica of the fight he had just had with Darimaul. In the moment, it was frozen on the scene of his hesitation before reaching out for the severed arm.
What happened in that moment?
Bylon asked. Dacheldor looked away, not wanting to answer. Since becoming an Illithell, he had experienced times where he felt aware of the entirety of the cosmos. It was as if the cosmos spoke to his mind, or at least gave him feelings. In that moment, when he hesitated, it had been because deep inside he knew that if he went for the arm, it would mean accepting the fate of becoming the destroyer of the cosmos. He could not explain how he knew, but he did. He explained this to Bylon, accepting the decision as he spoke. Bylon asked him why he chose to reach for the arm, even knowing what he knew. Dacheldor answered, I decided to accept destiny on my own terms. I knew if I was the one who owned that destiny, it meant no one else would be able to destroy this cosmos. Becoming the destroyer is also becoming the protector. Bylon nodded. He explained that decision was the most important decision in Dacheldor's life. It proved Dacheldor finally understood the reality of the 3 primes of the physical, spiritual, and temporal. It proved to Bylon that Dacheldor was worthy of his trust. Dacheldor was still unsure. Though he had foreseen what it would make him, he had not realized he would bear an actual possessed arm. He worried this might mean it was not under his control after all, though, so far, he had faced no trouble moving the arm as his own.
If it comes to that, you take responsibility for making the arm listen to you, Bylon said. It is the same situation you faced on the field.
Dacheldor knew Bylon was right. He was mature enough now to accept this destiny and see it for its benefits and flaws equally. He was the best person to bear it. He suddenly understood that Darimaul had been wrong when he claimed he was free and Dacheldor was not. Dacheldor was not enslaved by his destiny. He could accept his fate and remain free by choosing to follow his destiny on his own terms. Even this masterstroke Darimaul had talked about, turning back time, may have erased Dacheldor's history, but that had been a history forced upon him by the manipulation of the Illithell. Now he was free to live his own life. Now he was the self-proclaimed protector of this cosmos. The only thing that still ached within Dacheldor was the idea that his children would be forever lost to him. Bylon promised if he could find a way to ensure their birth, he would. If he discovered a way to return their exact souls to duplicate bodies, or cause events to bring them about naturally, he would. He would make it his mission to find a means to that end. For now, Dacheldor would have to accept that as the best he could get. An Inconvenient Truth. Darkfire, Kara, Vala, and the Headmasters traveled across the hidden world to a facility which was itself practically undetectable. The facility was protected by powerful technology and magic, but Darkfire was able to grant access beyond the protections with a few waves of his hands. It appeared he knew exactly how to enter this place. Inside was a facility designed to create clones of physical bodies. These clones were so specific they could be tuned to duplicate the abilities and personalities of the original person being cloned, or to remove such things. They could even combine the genetics of others to create original beings. There were millions of tubes filled with clones of different people inside. Even Darkfire was surprised by the sight. He remembered this place from the memories of Genus, but Genus had not seen it until years later, when far fewer clones were being made, and his memories were of it far smaller. This was Silverstar's cloning facility. It was the place where the Overlord created all of his experiments. It was also where his children, Darkfire and others like him, were conceived. Darkfire knew that it was around this time that his father supposedly built the facility. He was hoping to find a young, easy-to-kill version of Silverstar so he could stop his brothers from ever being born. He was expecting a facility still being built, not a fully functioning clone factory complete with countless clones in process. The only explanation that made any sense was that someone else was the original owner of the facility. Silverstar had claimed he made it, and Genus had not seen it until after Silverstar owned it, but in reality Silverstar had inherited it somehow. Vala gasped as she came upon a sight she was not sure she could understand. In one of the tubes was a being that looked just like Darkfire. As Darkfire looked at it, he recognized his father, Silverstar. He was stunned at this revelation. His father was actually a clone as well. Not only was Silverstar yet to take ownership of the facility, Silverstar was made in the facility. But who was the true owner? Who created Silverstar and why? Darkfire had to discover the truth. A flash of blue light erupted through the facility, and Bylon, Den, Dacheldor, Doomsday, and Shockerock suddenly appeared among the others. Bylon was always able to track his brother's movements, and had decided to bring everyone together. When he saw the facility, it gave him a chill. Darkfire asked Bylon if he had something to do with this, but Bylon firmly stated he did not. He was actually confused to see this place. He would have expected to know about Silverstar's true past, but it seemed this place had been obscured to him until now. He sensed a barrier of temporal energy around the facility, as if pieces of it existed outside of the natural rhythm of time. A look of horror spread across Dacheldor's face, and then across Doomsday's and Shockerock's as his thoughts were shared. He recognized most of the beings in the tubes. Many were powerful foes he had killed, beings whose souls he had devoured. It seemed someone had set up the facility to replace them in the case that their souls could not be retrieved. Exact duplicates of those beings who had made great impacts in his life or in history, who would no longer exist thanks to his being an aberration. As Dacheldor shared this revelation, Bylon finally recognized who must have created the facility. The evidence was in the fact that certain beings were missing. Every being Dacheldor had absorbed prior to meeting Prime was present. Also, the way in which the facility was partly out of phase with time was similar to the effects of the temporal waters Prime used to force the limit bracers out of phase with time. This would also explain why it had been obscured to Bylon previously and, now that Prime had gone away, it was visible. Bylon even mused that to non-aberrations, only the parts of the facility in phase with time could be seen. They could all see the massive facility only because of what they were. Prime the Fireside had created the out-of-phase portions of this facility as a failsafe. When he and Bylon were against one another, he would have needed a means of keeping Dacheldor's transformation into an aberration a secret, even if time was dialed all the way back. These clones would have allowed Dacheldor to relive his past. This revelation shook Dacheldor. Before him was the greatest evidence of another being planning to manipulate his life, and yet it was also a means of reliving that life if he chose to. He wondered if the facility could somehow help him get his children back. Darkfire asked Bylon about Silverstar, who was not in the out-of-phase portions of the facility. It seems Silverstar being here was a product of the time, not part of the failsafe. Yet, if Prime owned the facility, did that mean he was the original creator of Silverstar? Bylon motioned to the computer systems, knowing full well his brother's memories from Genus would allow him to operate them. Darkfire spent hours searching through them until he found the truth. Prime truly was the original owner of the facility, long before any part had even been out of phase with time. He had created Silverstar from the genetics of a similar being that existed in this time, then provided Silverstar the facility and encouraged him to create his own clone children. It was Prime's urging that eventually created Darkfire, and, since Darkfire's mother would never have met his stepfather without this experience, Prime was also responsible for creating Bylon. Both were manipulated to take a place in Dacheldor's life to further forge him into the Illithell he would eventually become. Dacheldor was astounded. For so much of his existence, he had held a grudge against Bylon for manipulating his life. Here it turned out Bylon's life had also been manipulated because of Dacheldor. Prime had manipulated them all until Bylon fell under the influence of Uzulkri. After that, his facility became his failsafe for Dacheldor once he became an aberration. This revelation obviously disturbed Darkfire and Bylon, but Darkfire shook it off quickly. He had already come to grips with the fact that he was a clone of Silverstar. Now he just had to accept both he and Silverstar were clones of someone else. He pulled up the data on the computer and found the name of a being whose legend had been lost in time. Zur Mercade. Zur Mercade once looked exactly as Darkfire did, and his powers rivaled even those of a Volant. He had been Tezencrul's strongest Akujin, and Prime needed a being powerful enough to stop him. That was why he originally created a clone of him and named it Silverstar. But Zur Mercade was defeated before Silverstar was finished and released from stasis. He was not killed, but instead trapped inside the body of a giant statue. Through Tezencrul's influence, another Akujin named Gas gathered special components to transform the statue into a living being with an indestructible body. But the soul of Zur Mercade was not strong enough to fully control it. It seemed only a being as powerful as an Illithell could use the body to its full potential. Exploiting this weakness, Prime destroyed the statue, now referred to as the Mercadian Behemoth, with the help of Silverstar. As Darkfire looked at the dates of the record, he realized the date of the Mercadian Behemoth's creation was almost at hand. If history repeated, Gas would transform the statue soon, and this time, Prime was not here to stop it. Dacheldor's eyes widened as he realized the situation was even more dire than Darkfire realized. Tezencrul was hitching a ride inside Darimaul's body. Dacheldor had seen this when he looked at them, but Darimaul was not Tezencrul's primary body. If Tezencrul merged with Zur Mercade, his head Akujin, he could make the Mercadian Behemoth his primary body. Under the influence of an Illithell, it might be unstoppable. It was agreed that everyone's main priority was to keep Darimaul from reaching the Mercadian Behemoth and to find a way to destroy it. Bylon, Darkfire, and the Headmasters chose to remain at the facility to research how Prime had destroyed it the first time. Dacheldor and the others made it their priority to search for Darimaul, using whatever leads they could find. Though Kara wanted to discuss everything that had happened with Dacheldor, she knew now was not the time. She and Vala teamed up to travel to a place they had heard of in legends, where supposedly you could find any being throughout the cosmos. With all their efforts combined, they hoped they would succeed in keeping Tezencrul from reaching the Mercadian Behemoth before them. Ultimately, their attempts would be in vain. Pact of the Illithell. Under Tezencrul's lead, Darimaul made his way to a planet where the people lived in utter terror. It was not in the Hells, nor was it ruled over by any demon, but the Ettin who ruled it was every bit as horrifying. He called himself the Avatar of Humor, Gas, the same Ettin who had put a part of his soul into Dacheldor in prior timelines. He controlled the people of the planet, making them do all manner of sick things for his sadistic amusement. This was where he stayed any time the timeline reversed to before Dacheldor typically released the avatars. It was a hiding place, so others would not know he was really an aberration. Gas had worked for Tezencrul for a long time. His role in Dacheldor's life was pre-planned to make the escape of the avatars appear to be his fault, but in actuality, it was a way to turn Dacheldor into an Ettin. Tezencrul, like Prime, had wanted this to happen to Dacheldor. Both saw him as the prophesied destroyer of the cosmos, but their plans for him were different. Darimaul approached Gas and revealed he was carrying Tezencrul within him. He believed this would make Gas treat him as his master, but he was unaware Tezencrul was keeping things secret from him. Unlike Dacheldor, whose mind was completely linked to his disciples, Tezencrul knew a way to hide some of his thoughts from those he was linked to. Gas was ecstatic to see them, but for reasons of his own. He knew what Tezencrul had been planning for a long time. A long tentacle burst from Darimaul's back and entered Gas. As it did, all of Gas's memories entered Darimaul and became his own. All of Darimaul's memories became Gas's as well. Darimaul could not believe it. He would never have agreed to link minds with such a monster. Now he knew every moment of this Ettin's life, and would know his every thought. Gas would know the same about Darimaul. Tezencrul explained that he planned to have 4 disciples who would help awaken the Mercadian behemoth. Darimaul and Gas were the first of these disciples. Next, Darimaul would travel to an ancient ruin, where he would meet the 3rd disciple, and Gas would gather the special components needed to transform the Mercadian behemoth into a living being. The two had no choice but to comply, and went about their assigned tasks. When Darimaul arrived at the ruin, on a planet in an entirely different realm, he was caught off guard by an assassin that appeared as nothing more than a shadow. He managed to evade a fatal strike and grab hold of the shadow, then used his telepathic abilities to force the shadow to fully reveal itself. It transformed into a slender woman with dark skin, a black cloak, and gold armor. She wore makeup on her eyes and lips, making them appear a deep black. Tezencrul introduced the woman as Akasha, and demanded she become one of his disciples. Akasha hesitated, but Tezencrul said she must pay the debt she owed. She complied, spreading her arms open as the tentacle struck her chest. Darimaul instantly became aware of her past. Akasha's original homeland had been a desert oasis. Her mother was killed for committing heretical magic, and war had taken her father from her. By day, she struggled on the streets. By night, she cast spells in secret. Then one night, priests of her homeland caught her and cast her out into the desert to die. After days without shelter, beaten by the sun, she fell into a helpless heap in the sand. For the first time in her life, she prayed. But she did not pray to the Creator or his guardians. She prayed to anything that would lend her its strength, anything that could help her find revenge. It was then that Tezencrul appeared to her. At first, she thought he was a mirage, but the multi-eyed, multi-mal, tentacle-covered creature was real. She could feel him in her mind, though the connection was faint. From his prison, there was only so much he could do.
"Your magic is pathetic," he said. "Swear allegiance to me, and I will teach you true arcane power."
In her current state, Akasha saw no reason to refuse. She swore allegiance to Tezencrul, and the knowledge of the arcane flooded her. She felt as if she had unlocked a hidden library of endless knowledge within herself. She needed only ask how to perform a spell, and that spell was delivered to her. She returned to her people and tormented them with immense power. She murdered all of the priests and priestesses and the guards that protected them, the whole time moving unseen as a shadow. She spread plagues and curses to the villagers and arrived in their hour of need to pose as a priestess of her own faith, the faith of Tezencrul, providing them medicines and cures. She made them treat her like royalty and even married into the royal family, seducing her way to the highest of all positions, claiming complete rule of her people. Stealth, magic, faith, and seduction were her arsenal. Even after the age of her kingdom, when she found she no longer aged, she still relied on those 4 gifts more than any other. She also learned to absorb life in all its forms, and eventually devoured the energy of her entire world. Akasha traveled her realm, moving from one planet to another, devouring energy and knowledge while picking up a few followers along the way. To those who agreed to learn magic from her, she was worshipped as a goddess, and she loved every moment. Eventually, when she met the Mage Lord Jolkin and learned to master the arts of the Mage Lord, she spread the teachings to her cult and they killed Jolkin without her even having to raise a finger. More recently, Akasha made her way to the planet she now stood on, with intent to find a permanent residence for her cult. She chose an underground catacomb beneath a fallen ruin. There, her cult worshipped her and her true master, Tezencrul, while doing Tezenkrul's bidding. They had done this for several years before Darimaul and Tezencrul suddenly showed up at the castle grounds above them. Akasha kneeled to Darimaul, as Tezencrul's fullness was within her. Their minds were one now, and he understood her strength of loyalty to Tezencrul. She agreed to take her cult to the location of the Mercadian behemoth, recover it, and prepare for Gas's arrival. Darimaul was instructed to go to another far planet, in yet another realm, to employ the fourth of Tezencrul's planned disciples, a man named Inquisitor Sin. Inquisitor Sin was a monster of a man. He stood nearly twice Darimaul's height, wore a heavy gray duster, and had a massive red sword strapped to his back. On his sides hung 2 giant pistols, each nearly the length of his forearm. Over his face he wore a bird-like mask, and across his chest he wore a bandolier of syringes full of green liquid. A fanatical religion had ruled Sin's homeworld. The church adopted him as a young boy and raised him to follow the tenets of their god. Because of his naturally superior strength and size, he was chosen to become a witch hunter and a killer of heretics. As he aged, he became a master of interrogation and torture. His prisoners always talked and always revealed the locations of their covens. He was also an expert marksman, experienced with truth tonics and poisons, and an artist when using a blade. One day, after invading a coven and beheading the inhabitants, he and his allies happened upon a witch who recognized him. She claimed he was her son, and that the magic she had placed on him at birth had granted him his size and strength. He lopped off her head, but not in time to keep his allies from questioning. When he grew in popularity with the local nobles, some members of the church began to fear him. The rumors of his birth spread, and he eventually found himself imprisoned in the church. The Grand Inquisitors tortured him for years, flaying his skin, destroying any distinguishing features on his body. All the while he swore his innocence, but they tore into him until he could no longer remember what was true. He even forgot his own name, replacing it with the nickname they had given him, Inquisitor Sin. The last thing to leave him was his faith. The Grand Inquisitor tried to kill him again and again, but whatever magic had created him had also freed him from death. He wondered, what kind of god would make a monster like him, and he decided God was evil. He sought refuge from anywhere, anyone, and it was then that Tezencrul appeared to him. "I will send assistance and deliver you from your pain," Tezencrul said inside his mind. "Though your people do not yet realize it, your world is one of many. On another, I have an entire army who follow a priestess of my faith. Change your faith, worship me, and I will deliver you from harm." Inquisitor Sin was a changed man. He became an inquisitor for Tezencrul, and decided all the people of his planet were heretics. Akasha's cult freed Inquisitor Sin from his imprisonment, and he used their aid to take down the church. His rage was inhuman. It gave him strength. He gained so much strength he could move buildings with his bare hands. He was slow to move off his own world, but Tezencrul urged him to do so. Inquisitor Sin's destiny was not to stay with the cult, or on his homeworld. He was destined to assassinate Tezencrul's enemies across the cosmos. It took him time to get used to space travel technology, and it took him longer to settle on his current attire. Eventually, he became a bounty hunter of such renown that he could travel to almost any planet and someone would recognize his frightful getup. His travels took him to places so bizarre that each mission could fill a novel with its details. To fight many of his enemies, he had to learn to travel in both the material world and the spirit world. He traveled back and forth, learning to alter his own soul and body. He traveled through time. He traveled through realms. Eventually, Inquisitor Sin became a living weapon. It was in this form that he truly shined as Tezencrul's #1 assassin. In addition to hunting key targets, he battled Aquagen and Keepers, devouring their souls to feed his master. He became Tezencrul's ultimate hidden weapon, a destroyer of anyone who stood against his will. When Darimaul appeared to him, Inquisitor Sin recognized his master within him. He bowed and accepted his place as a disciple. The tentacle struck, and the minds of Darimaul, Gas, and Akasha were merged with Inquisitor Sin's. Darimaul, Akasha, and Inquisitor Sin also learned their lives across various timelines, due to their connection to Gas. They were all now aberrations, but it did little to change their outlook. Inquisitor Sin's lives were mostly always the same, and continued on in the same way as they had for years prior. Akasha witnessed a future death that she now planned to avoid. Darimaul realized previous meetings with Darkfire, but there was little else different that had happened to him in other timelines. It was then that Inquisitor Sin realized they were being watched. He lunged into an alleyway and yanked Shockerock out of sight. Shockerock had located Darimaul just after he had left Akasha and followed him to view his meeting with, and merger with, Inquisitor Sin. This meant Doomsday and Dacheldor were also aware. Together, Darimaul and Inquisitor Sin brutally beat Shockerock into submission. Once he could not stand, they tied him up and tossed him back into the alley. It was futile to try anything further, as taking him with them would reveal their plans to Dacheldor and Doomsday, and ditching him somewhere would not stop those two from finding and rescuing him. His immortality, through Dacheldor, also made it useless to try to kill him. They left him on the planet with plans to meet Gas and Akasha at the location of the Mercadian behemoth. Kara and Vala discovered the location of the Mercadian behemoth as a result of their search, and shared it with the others. They then headed to the location, but Akasha's cult intercepted them. Gas granted life to the creature, and it moved under the power of the being within it, Zermercade. It waded into battle with Kara and Vala, and broke their bodies again and again. Their immortality was the only thing to keep them from being completely obliterated. Dacheldor and Doomsday retrieved Shockerock, and then received notification from Darkfire and Bylon how Prime had destroyed the behemoth in other timelines. He had ripped the soul of Zermercade from it, with the aid of a clone of a similar soul. Together, Darkfire and Dacheldor believed they could reproduce this. They each opened portals to the Mercadian behemoth's location, and brought the others with them. When they arrived, Darimaul and Inquisitor Sin were already there. It was now Sin's turn to do his part of the plan. He took on Bylon head-to-head in a battle that kept them both out of the action. Akasha similarly kept Den from interfering. Gas challenged the Headmasters. Darkfire and Dacheldor used their powers together to pull out and destroy Zermercade's soul, but Tezencrul, speaking through Darimaul, simply laughed. He did not need to merge with Zermercade in order to claim ownership of the Mercadian behemoth's body. He emerged from Darimaul and poured into the giant form, taking it as his primary body. The Mercadian behemoth grew even more massive and terrifying, with tentacles bursting from its back. A deep aura of fear bled into everything, even the minds of Dacheldor and the others. Darimaul's eyes rolled in his head as he became a regular disciple, no longer housing Tezencrul. Shockerock drew his weapon and advanced on Darimaul. Darkfire and Dacheldor knew the same maneuver they had just used would not work on Tezencrul. They were going to need a new plan to beat this monster, or the cosmos was doomed. Destiny on my terms. The duel between Shockerock and Darimaul shattered the ground beneath them. Both were passionate about their stances and felt betrayed by the other. Both were disciples of an Illithell with unmatched skill in their fighting and magic styles. Shockerock fought on the side of loyalty and Darimaul on the side of freedom. Shockerock's blades radiated flames of light. Darimaul's obsidian sword was bathed in cold darkness. The two were polar opposites and yet equals, neither able to destroy the other, destined to clash in what could have been an endless bout. Dacheldor could not help but see a parallel between them and his fight with Tezencrul. In his past, Dacheldor had wanted nothing more than to destroy, but he had grown to love the cosmos and now sought to protect and create. Tezencrul was the creator of the physical cosmos, but now sought to destroy. Both were Illithell, with a stake in the fate of this cosmos. Bylon, Den, and the Headmasters were unable to assist. Their fight with Inquisitor Sin, Akasha, and Gas held them in a standstill. Akasha's cult held back Kara and Vala, who would have been incapacitated if not for Doomsday, who moved in to defend them with the same passion Dacheldor would have. This meant Darkfire was the only one left to assist Dacheldor, and he honestly could not have asked for a better person. Their Mercadian behemoth was too large for Dacheldor to get to without help, and Darkfire's warping of the realm was exactly what Dacheldor needed to get in close. He would teleport in, attack, and teleport out, all while the Mercadian behemoth moved to avoid holes opening in space and time. After a few minutes of this routine, Dacheldor became certain there was no way to damage the Mercadian behemoth with physical attacks. He attempted to invade it mentally, but Tezencrul's mind was too strong. He was almost out of ideas when he noticed that his left arm tingled every time he tried to connect with Tezencrul, physically or mentally. The being in the arm, once called Baritonis, had been an acquisition of Tezencrul. Dacheldor wondered if he could strengthen his connection to Tezencrul using the arm. He teleported into close range of the Mercadian behemoth, pressed his left arm into its chest, and reached out with his mind. Instantly, he found himself in the thoughts of Tezencrul. He could see how the ancient Illithel's mind worked, how he was able to hide his thoughts from his disciples, and even how he was able to hide his thoughts from himself. It appeared Tezencrul had purposely blocked some of his own past, a truth he had chosen to make himself forget until the time was right. Much of Tezencrul's plan leading to the destruction of the cosmos was based on faith in a set of steps he had laid out long ago. He had blocked off all memory of why he had created the steps and exactly what event they were supposed to lead to. He only knew that if he remained aware of what had to be done, he may not trust himself to do what was necessary. As Dacheldor saw the blocked memories, he reached out with his left arm and unlocked them. The memories and the events surrounding them flooded into Tezencrul's mind, becoming his once more, and Dacheldor's as well. Along with them, Dacheldor saw something he could only describe as the creation of all things. The source the Keepers of the Cosmos had worshipped was originally an Illithell. It was the first cosmos to ever come into existence, a sentient cosmos. Much like how the ancients experienced the lives of the beings within their realm, the source experienced the lives of every being inside its cosmos. Over time, these beings evolved until they were Illithell themselves. They broke apart the original cosmos, taking its energy as theirs, and each became their own new cosmos. The consciousness of the source did not die, it simply transformed. It no longer had a physical form, but existed as part of everything. It experienced the lives of every Illithel that came from it, even after each became a cosmos. Since they experienced the lives of every being in their cosmos, so did it. When those beings eventually grew strong enough and became Illithel themselves, it experienced life through them, even as they destroyed their cosmos so each could transform into their own cosmos. The Illithel who had become their home cosmos originally lived on through them, just as the source lived on through all of them. This created a hierarchy, or perhaps more of a fractal pattern, where the original Illithel existed in every Illithel, and the next generation existed in their offspring, and so on. Each iteration increasing the total number of cosmoses in existence. This pattern continued until the most recent set of offspring. This set sought a means of prolonging individual life. They were not happy to live just as living cosmos, but also wanted to live as individuals at the same time. They came up with an idea for creating a unique cosmos without an Illithel at its heart, by combining the powers of 3 Illithel, Tezencrul, Uzulkree, and Fireside. Other Illithel, who stood against these Illithel, blessed chosen protectors with the power to fight these Illithel and named them the Keepers of the Cosmos. These keepers made sure the Illithel were trapped on the cosmos of their own making, leading many to decide it was best to just destroy this cosmos so they could be free. Fireside disagreed, believing he could find a new answer to their problems by observing the Ancients. To stop his brothers from destroying the cosmos too soon, Fireside enlisted the aid of the Ancients to trap his brothers in prison realms. He continued observing the Ancients, who trapped themselves in their own realms as well. Then he saw exactly what he was looking for. The old Illithel wanted things to remain the same, become a living cosmos, as it is the natural progression. Fireside's brothers wanted things to change, do not become a living cosmos, and continue living as an individual. Fireside now saw a third option, an option to do both. He watched as the Ancients existed both as living realms and inside of a mortal host outside of their realms. He studied and believed this could be replicated by the Illithel. If they willingly chose to become a living cosmos, they could also come to exist in a host body outside of that cosmos. He knew he could prove this theory once he was able to transform an Ancient into an Illithel. He shared this story with his trapped brothers, but they did not trust him. He could tell none of them would side with him when they eventually got free. And his only chance at changing the future for all Illithel would be to create new Illithel to replace his brothers. The first of these new Illithels would be an Ancient, to prove his theory. But after that, he had a far easier idea of how to create more. One other Illithel was interested in the preservation of this cosmos and the evolution of its people. Tezencrul, full of regret, wished he had become a living cosmos, this very cosmos that he had helped create. Fireside offered him a most interesting deal. He explained his idea for an ultimate weapon, an arm to be attached to a host body. Only an Illithel living in the body of a man would be able to fully harness this arm. But if he was right about transforming an Ancient into an Illithel, he would have such a man. Once attached, the arm would become an Illithel itself, and it would become completely subservient to its owner. Its purpose would be to eat other Illithel and preserve their energy within it, effectively killing and combining Fireside's brothers into a reusable power source. Then, when suitable beings to become Illithel were found, the arm could be used to transform them into Illithel using that power. The owner of the arm would also need to be able to absorb and process spiritual energy and souls in order for the arm to work, but Fireside was certain the being he had in mind would be able to do this. Tezencrul was fascinated by the concept, but unsure how it helped him, or what his role was in the arm's creation. Fireside explained that, though the creation of the arm was easy, it would only have the power it needed if an elder Illithel like Tezencrul willingly dwelled inside it. This would require Tezencrul to sacrifice himself to the arm when the time was right, to willingly become a force of his brother's destruction. In exchange, Fireside promised that once every Illithel was absorbed into the arm, with the exception of himself and Uzulkree, he and Uzulkree would pull their energy out of the cosmos, and the energy of the arm would be pulled into the cosmos to replace it. As such, Tezencrul would fully become the cosmos, and Fireside and Uzulkree's energy would return to them. Of course, when Fireside later tried to get Uzulkree to agree to this, he declined, leading to his need to kill and absorb Uzulkree, so he could still uphold his end of the bargain in the future. Tezencrul saw the potential of the idea and made an agreement with Fireside. He would agree to the bargain, even helping him set things in motion to create the arm, but would blank his own memory of the real reason why. He did not want to give himself a chance to decide not to become a living cosmos. He did not want to risk fear getting in his way. Now, Tezencrul remembered this deal. His purpose behind everything had been to rejoin the cosmos after becoming Dacheldor's arm. Dacheldor knew Tezencrul's mind in this moment, his longing, his desire to put things right, and he saw something more. Within Tezencrul, the Source spoke to him. This was the same thing Dacheldor was experiencing when he felt the cosmos talk to him. He and Tezencrul were tapping into the first Illithel. He knew in that moment exactly how everything was destined to go. Tezzencruel would become his arm, ensuring a way to absorb the other Illithel without them affecting his mind. He would hunt Prime the Fireside's brothers and absorb them into the arm. When the time was right, he would return the arm and its power to the cosmos, restoring it. Then he and Prime would destroy the cosmos and use it to each become their own cosmos. Then, using what was known of the ancients and their realms, they would evolve into the first Illithel to exist as both a cosmos and an individual in a host body at the same time. Their Mercadian behemoth fell over. Tezzencruel entered Dacheldor's left arm and gave up his free will. Dacheldor's arm glowed a deep violet and howled like a vortex to oblivion. Now he was officially the prophesied destroyer. He could free and absorb any Illithel with a touch. He could grant the power of an Illithel he absorbed to another person permanently. He could use the combined power of those Illithel to destroy the cosmos, so each new Illithel could become a cosmos of his or her own. Yet he did not feel this was a destiny thrust upon him. He now saw from the memories that this was a plan for whichever person fit the needed description. At each point in his life, his choices had been why he was the one chosen. He had unwittingly chosen this destiny. Now that he was going to accept it, but on his own terms. He would decide who would become the future Illithel. It would not be up to Prime or anyone else. That was his reward in all this. He fell on his knees as one last surprise overtook him. The tentacles of Tezzencruel latched onto his back for a moment before returning to his arm. He, Shockerock, and Doomsday all screamed as the minds of 4 others filled theirs. Darimaul, Gas, Akasha, and Inquisitor Sin were now his disciples. Darimaul's fearful mind counterbalanced Shockerock's brave soul. Akasha's cunning manner counterbalanced Doomsday's trust and feeling. Inquisitor Sin's sense of duty counterbalanced Dacheldor's free spirit. Though each had their positive and negative aspects, they complemented each other well. In fact, all would have been in balance if not for the presence of one more soul, Gas. The wild mind of Gas, living only for his own pleasures, had Dacheldor clutching his head. The fighting around him stopped as Shockerock, Doomsday, Darimaul, Akasha, Gas, and Inquisitor Sin did the same. Kara asked what was happening to them, and Darkfire explained that he believed Dacheldor had absorbed Tezzencruel and now was taking on his disciples. Kara walked confidently to Dacheldor, sure of what she needed to do. "Take me as a disciple," she said. "I'll lead you back to yourself." Dacheldor gave her an unsure look, but was unable to vocalize his thoughts. "Trust me," she said. "I know what I'm asking." His tentacle raised, thrust, and Kara became linked to them all. Dacheldor's mind stabilized. Kara was so controlled in her own mind that she counterbalanced the insanity of Gas perfectly. For a moment, all 8 felt peace and a true sense of balance. All 8 understood one another so intimately there was no hate between them and no feeling of separation. All 8 were one. Dacheldor regained control of himself and used what he had learned inside Tezzencruel's mind. He blocked his mind from the other disciples and, as he did, they each became cut off from one another. He marveled at how interesting this was. If he wanted, he could make each as they were originally. Each would think and feel only as themselves, but he could still feel their minds within him. He would know all their thoughts and actions as if they were his own, and would feel their minds interacting with his as if part of him, even if they were unaware of it. He asked the others if they desired this. He asked them how connected they wanted to be. He could never be any less connected to them, but they could be as connected to him as he chose. In the end, they all chose the same thing. They asked to be allowed to connect when they wanted with who they wanted, and to cut that connection when they wanted. This would allow them each to exist as individuals while taking advantage of the connection at key times. Dacheldor allowed this, though he could not grant himself the same leisure. Knowing all of their minds would be his burden to bear. Keeping himself sure of where he ended and they began would be his challenge. He gladly accepted. Akasha commanded her cult to stand down, and took them with her back to the ruin. Inquisitor Sin returned to his work, simply treating Dacheldor as his master in the way that he used to treat Tezzencruel. Gas delighted in spending more time with Dacheldor, but their interaction severely tempered his sadistic nature, so he chose not to do anything vile to Dacheldor anymore. Darimaul chose to accompany Shockerock, who stayed by Dacheldor's side, having seen value in learning balance from him. Doomsday and Kara accepted each other and agreed to work through their mutual feelings for Dacheldor, which ended up more difficult for him than it was for them. Darkfire, Bylon, Den, Vala, and the Headmasters worked to find a way to permanently destroy and bury the body of the Mercadian behemoth, and then traveled with Dacheldor and the others back to the cloning facility. There, the Headmasters made out plans with Darkfire about restarting the Realm Lord School, this time including Vala as a potential headmaster in Dacheldor's place, as he was questioning his capability of filling that role with the new challenges he was facing. Darkfire also decided that he would go by a new name, Darkstar, since Darkfire would not yet have been born in this timeline. Dacheldor contemplated using the clones in the factory to recreate his old life. He could step through everything in the exact same way as before, across billions of years, and he believed this would give Bylon the ability to save his children. When talking to Bylon, it was even confirmed he could ensure the exact souls of his children were born to him if he did this. But Bylon offered him an alternative solution. "Make a clone," Bylon said. The machines in the facility were sophisticated enough to recreate a baby exactly like Dacheldor quickly. Since the date at hand was nearly his birth, he could bring the baby to the Stryder Empire and have it live his life. Using the clones, Bylon would ensure it went exactly as it always had, and that the clone would give birth to his children. Dacheldor's hands trembled as he considered this. He would basically be dooming this other being to the exact manipulation he had undergone. By deciding to do this, he would, in a sense, become responsible for choosing to manipulate another in exactly the same way. There was one more catch. Bylon explained that, for the children to be born exactly the same, the clone would have to be like an ancient. Even more specifically, it would have to be tied to the same ancient energy Dacheldor always had been, the energy that was now in Illithell. In other words, the clone would have to be a disciple. Dacheldor would have to link permanently to the clone, but never allow the clone to be aware of their mental connection, only allowing it to pull on his power when needed. He would also need to erase the clone's memories anytime time travel occurred. He would experience his own life over again, as if he was the clone, while also continuing his life as the primary body. The risk here, above all else, was disassociation. He would rapidly begin to see Dacheldor as his disciple rather than as himself. Dacheldor agreed to do this. A clone baby was made and turned into his disciple. Its mind was blocked from his. He would forever have to live with manipulating every aspect of this child's life. He would have to accept he was no better than those who had done the same to him. When he took the baby to the Stryder homeworld, he gave it to his old teacher. It was bittersweet seeing his favorite mentor, and he should have just controlled his teacher's mind to make him integrate the baby into the school, but he could not bring himself to do so. He explained the baby was lost and was meant to be here. He explained it was named Dacheldor. His old teacher was astonished. He had planned to name a baby soon to be born that exact name, but it had died in its mother's womb, seemingly disappearing. Though, in Stryder culture, they were never supposed to reveal the parentage of the children, he had planned this name because it was one the baby's father had always liked. He had planned to make an exception because the father had died shortly after the baby was conceived and had been his best friend. Dacheldor could not help but ask the father's name, his father's name. Lexeldor, the old teacher said. He had been one of the bravest soldiers the teacher had ever known. He had hoped to see the same in his son. "You actually look a lot like him," the old teacher said. A look of surprise came over his face. "Tell me, what is your name?" Dacheldor smiled at him and said, "You were always my favorite teacher, and so perceptive, but the timeline must not be skewed, so no one can know I was here." He flashed a few harmless memories in the mind of his old teacher of himself, Dacheldor, and their lessons in the early years. The old teacher understood. It appears Dacheldor is right here after all. He took the baby and promised to raise it as he always would have. When Dacheldor returned to the facility, he made an announcement. Darkfire would not be the only one changing his name. Dacheldor would now be the name of the clone, who would live the life he once had. To keep the same name as the clone would be too confusing for him, and to the cosmos. From this point forward, the Illithell formerly known as Dacheldor would refer to himself as Lexeldor. Transformation. Shortly after changing his name, Lexeldor's body started to change. The areas of his back, where his tentacles protruded from, became deep black, then blurred into a shadowy darkness that, when looked into, appeared to be like looking into a universe of galaxies, stars, and planets. Though the tentacles could be visible or invisible at will, these spots on his back were always visible. In time, the coloration spread to his entire back. This area of Lexeldor's body was identical to how Prime's whole body had looked. As the Illithell within the primary body grew, the body was destined to take on more and more of its appearance. Lexeldor could tell, as he saw what happened to his back, that eventually his entire body would look like a being of living shadow. This process would take millions of years, but to Lexeldor that was not a long time. Working with his disciples, Lexeldor sought the other imprisoned Illithell. He found this task harder than he expected, having to use clues from old artifacts and texts paired with sightings of beings who may be Akugen. It took him hundreds of years to find another Illithell's name, and even longer to learn where it lived. Meanwhile, Darkstar, Vala, and the Headmasters rebuilt the Realm Lord School and the Center in the Prime Realm. This was completed many millions of generations before it had been in any other timeline, and led to beings who had never had a chance to become Realm Lords showing up and learning the trade. The Realm Lords became powerful before their time, and Darkstar capitalized on it. Each Realm Lord was turned into an aberration as part of their initiation. This ensured their force would exist beyond any loops or changes to time. This also allowed them to alter events in history in their favor on many accounts. Darkstar brokered treaties with the Mage Lords and deities, assuring they would see the Realm Lords as allies in all future wars. He gained the respect of many living weapons, forming a loose alliance with them as well. The only being he did not succeed in turning to his side was a rogue magelord called Sarphasis, and his army of living weapons. Sarphasis saw himself as a rival to Darkstar, even managing to steal the plans to the machine to create aberrations and using it on himself and his army. He did not attack Darkstar outright, but believed they were locked in a race to see who could claim the majority of the cosmos as the quickest. Darkstar exerted a lot of effort to keep Sarphasis' empire from expanding too quickly. Bylon continued to train with Lexeldor in the ways of the Illithell. He got so good at the training, it assured Lexeldor who the first being he would turn into an Illithell would be. Now that he was forcing his clone to relive his old life, he was finally able to fully forgive Bylon. He understood the delicate balance between fate and free will in a unique new way. Shockerock and Vala explored their relationship, which was uncomfortable for Lexeldor at first. He experienced everything Shockerock did, so intimacy between his former apprentices felt strange. This was nowhere near as strange as his relationship with Kara and Doomsday, both of whose thoughts he knew intimately. Their relationship with him ranged from all agreeing to keep their feelings to themselves, to one of them having a relationship with Lexeldor at a time, to both of them having a relationship with Lexeldor at the same time, to both of them having a relationship with each other, and back to all agreeing to keep their feelings to themselves. Eventually, they all grew used to the situation, having occasional flings with one another, but mostly treating their relationships more professionally and moving on to find other mates. Akasha and her cult became prominent figures among the Mage Lords, and Inquisitor Sin aligned himself with the other living weapons. As such, they became Lexeldor's eyes and ears among these groups. Darimaul, Shockerock, Kara, and Doomsday remained with the Realm Lords. When not helping Lexeldor hunt for Illithell, they provided him with all the insight into the school and the center he needed. Gas, whose powers had always seemed a mystery, was in actuality a deity. He had become one sometime after his initial release from the lesser realm of undeniable truth. He was never able to gain favor with the other deities, but was excellent at keeping tabs on them. He became Lexeldor's eyes and ears with them. It was through the collection of all these contacts that Lexeldor found the first Illithell on his search. After finding its name and reviewing numerous sightings, the accounts of a young Reaper caught Lexeldor's attention. This Reaper, named Xenos, had unwittingly uncovered the Illithell's location and was offered a chance to become an Akujin, but turned it down. Lexeldor met with Xenos, and the two immediately got along. Together they ventured into an ancient catacomb, slaying monsters of grotesque, indescribable form, and seemed fairly even-powered. Lexeldor could not help but feel as if he knew this Reaper, and spoke often to him as a friend and colleague. The Reaper's responses only endeared him to him more. When the two found the lair of the Illithell, a window into its prison realm, Xenos asked Lexeldor if he could become his disciple. The decision seemed rash, impulsive for both involved, but Lexeldor could not help but feel as if it was meant to be. He struck Xenos with a tentacle, and their minds became one. As Xenos became an aberration, the truth of who he had been in past timelines came to him. Both he and Lexeldor saw the being he was meant to eventually grow into, the true Grim Reaper, Dark One. Lexeldor shed tears of joy to finally understand why he felt so strongly connected to Xenos. Dark One had been his mentor during the most crucial parts of his past. Now they would be connected forever. He extended Xenos the same courtesy as his other disciples. Xenos could connect to Lexeldor or the others at will, but would otherwise feel as if he was his own being. Xenos exercised this far differently from the others, often choosing to remain directly connected to Lexeldor so they could both explore the concept of true unity. Together they unlocked the prison of the Illithell. Lexeldor took on the Illithell while Xenos fought his Akujin minions. As Lexeldor's left arm touched the Illithell, its body seemed to explode, as its energy was pooled into the arm. The battle was over in a matter of minutes. Xenos returned to his role as a Reaper, with plans to become the Grim Reaper once again, but remained connected to Lexeldor. Though they often stayed far apart, they felt as if they were close together. Xenos returned any time Lexeldor was about to enter a fight, and spoke in his mind during periods of rest. Lexeldor entered Bylon's temporal caverns and placed his left arm on him. The two concentrated, momentarily feeling each other's energy, and the full power of the Illithell Lexeldor had absorbed exited his arm and filled Bylon. It took all of Bylon's understanding of the training he had undergone to keep from losing his mind, but, after an explosion of brilliant light, his body changed. Long golden tentacles stretched out from his back, colored by the power of time. Bylon was now an infant Illithell, like Lexeldor. Brothers and Rivals. When Lexeldor was not hunting Illithell, He assisted Darkstar in his efforts to align the Realm Lords, deities, mage lords, and living weapons. Because this required him to be seen by a great many people, and he did not want people outside of his trusted friends to know the truth about Dacheldor, he had to take on a new appearance. He chose to appear human, though with similar physical features to his original body, removing his horns from sight, changing his eyes and teeth, rounding his ears, and giving his skin pigment. This transformation was an illusion he cast on himself, and those who could see through such illusions saw him as he really was. To them, if they knew of Dacheldor, he would claim to be Dacheldor's father. Lexeldor gave up using the Demon Edge in favor of 2 massive swords instead, and changed the color of his armor to a brilliant silver. Each sword held the properties of the original Demon Edge, and together rivaled its power, but looked nothing like it. The armor's design was tweaked as well, to look different enough that others would not immediately see the resemblance to Dacheldor's eventual armor. In addition to helping Darkstar with the Alliance, he helped Darkstar hunt and destroy threats to the cosmos. It was not long before he was well known to all the groups involved in the Alliance as a powerful aid in times of need. Since he was not specifically part of the Realm Lord school, he was also viewed by many as a neutral party. For those who could see through his illusion, the shadow-like coloring on his back slowly crept over his shoulders and down his arms. The black coloring of his left arm became indistinguishable from the rest of his body once the coloring met it. His right arm became colored as well, and eventually his chest was consumed completely. It was as if, from the waist up and neck down, he was a being of living shadow. Darkstar was fascinated by Lexeldor's transformation, but nothing interested him more than the growing of the Realm Lord School, the Center, and the Alliance. He became so deeply engaged with it, he decided he did not want to take over Limbo in this timeline. He reached out to Bylon to discuss making a clone of himself in the cloning facility, like Lexeldor's, to relive his past in the same way. Bylon worked out a method that would cause Silverstar to create an exact replica of Darkstar and send it on the same course as the original Darkfire, but it required Darkstar to come into the facility and give some of his genetic material. While doing so, he would have to remove his immortality rings. Darkstar arrived, removed his rings, and stepped into the chamber to have his genetic material drawn. As he did, portals opened in the facility and Sarphossus' army of living weapons poured out. They attacked full force, holding Bylon back and killing Darkstar. Once they were certain he was dead, they left with plans to attack the Realm Lords. Bylon knelt over his brother's remains sobbing. He tried to place the rings back on his fingers, but they did not restore his life. Then Bylon had a strange idea. He placed the rings on his own fingers, lifted a tentacle, and thrust it through Darkstar's chest. The power of the rings merged with Bylon and filled Darkstar, granting them both true immortality. Darkstar awoke as his body healed, and his mind and Bylon's became one. Darkstar was now Bylon's first disciple. Reaching out to Lexeldor telepathically, they called him and Den to their location, then opened a portal to the throne room of Sarphossus. With all of his forces attacking the Realm Lords, Sarphossus was ill-prepared to face 2 Illithell, Den, and the resurrected Darkstar. A battle ensued that tore Sarphossus' castle to shreds and led to his ultimate defeat. As an immortal, Sarphossus could not be killed, but Lexeldor and Darkstar did much worse to him. They reached into his mind and utterly destroyed him from the inside, turning him into a blathering fool, barely capable of thought. In the end, he could not even say his own name right, calling himself Sassafras. The living weapons came to the aid of their master, returning from the battle with the Realm Lords. Lexeldor and Bylon tore them apart, while Darkstar pulled handfuls of them into pockets of reality. But Den was struck by a critical blow. When the battle was over, all of the living weapons were dead, or had sworn allegiance, but there was one thing left to do. Bylon knelt over Den's body and lifted a tentacle. Darkstar pleaded that there must be another way. Having Den's mind always with them would be unnaturally disturbing. Lexeldor promised he could teach Bylon how to let the others have their separate minds, as he did with his disciples. The tentacle struck, and Den became Bylon's second disciple. Darkstar and the others returned to the Realm Lord School and helped facilitate repairs. Lexeldor helped Bylon learn to grant each of his disciples their own degree of freedom. Den delighted in showing them the darkest parts of his mind. Once all were finished, the school and center stood even stronger than before, and Darkstar could not have been prouder. His connection to his brother gave him a sense of closure he could not explain, and he had grown to fully appreciate Den. Still, he was happy to be free to think on his own again. A clone of Darkstar, named Darkfire, made his way into the world, and that Darkfire would follow the path of the original exactly. In fact, to make sure of it, Bylon connected to that Darkfire as well, making him a disciple using the same restrictions Lexeldor had with Dacheldor. The Last Disciples. The shadow-like coloring expanded up Lexeldor's neck to the base of his skull and spread down from his waist until it was halfway down his legs. As it did, he felt his physical needs fading. The power from his core sustained him completely, relieving all need for anything else. He found himself feeling less like a man. The minds of his disciples no longer felt like separate entities to him. His personality was a fusion of them all as one. The only time he felt them differently was when they chose to connect to him. Otherwise, he was aware and living there every moment, but it was more like something happening in the background of his mind. He could process existence in an entirely new way, and even registered the flow of time differently. He no longer thought of himself as Dacheldor. Dacheldor was the name of the clone who was living out his old life. He was Lexeldor. He was more than his old self. Still, a part of him felt attached to the mortal world. He felt a need to document who he was, who his disciples were, and how he felt before it all slipped away. There was no telling if he would still desire this in a few years. He sought an individual who would make the perfect scribe, not someone with powers and superhuman abilities, just a man who was good at taking what was in his head and putting it on paper. He found such a man and offered him the opportunity to become one of his disciples. The man agreed and later took on the name Nexus. This name represented his role to Lexeldor. He was the central source that all of the information about the past of every disciple, and Lexeldor himself, would flow to. When Nexus slept, he dreamed their pasts, and when he woke, he wrote. It is from the notes of Nexus and various memoirs written by Dacheldor, the history of Dacheldor was fully conceived. Nexus journeyed to the worlds of the disciples' pasts. He met and interviewed interesting people. He became an adventurer in his own right. Eventually, Nexus even picked up the path of the Mage Lord, becoming another of Lexeldor's eyes and ears within their ranks. On his travels, Nexus met an interesting deity named Metzli. She was a nature goddess who healed the sick, but on nights of the full moon she turned into a vicious beast. Nexus became infatuated with her and offered to write her story. As she grew to know Nexus, Metzli became aware of what he was and asked to become a disciple as well. Though Lexeldor would not have considered the wild and sassy deity initially, Nexus's love for her was enough to sway him. She became Lexeldor's disciple and another pair of eyes and ears for him amongst the deities. During this time, Bylon took on more disciples as well. He also decided to create a clone of himself, named Benji, who would accompany the clone of Darkfire as his brother. Benji was also a disciple of Bylon under the same stipulation Lexeldor had placed on Dacheldor. Bylon and Lexeldor grew to love each other's company, as each became more accustomed to being an Illithell and less accustomed to being a man. They found each other to be the only beings capable of truly understanding them. Even the disciples, when not in true union with them, could not grasp what they were experiencing. Bylon helped Lexeldor seek more Illithell and greatly improved the speed at which he uncovered them. Lexeldor devoured dozens of them over a rather short time, holding on to their energy until he found worthy successors. Bylon and Lexeldor worked together to try to select who would become the future Illithell, and began training them in hopes that some would reach a point where the energy could be transferred to them successfully. When the shadow-like coloring expanded to fully cover Lexeldor's legs and feet, Bylon began seeing gold coloring overtake his back. He was undergoing the same changes. The shadow-like coloring also consumed the back of Lexeldor's head, leaving what appeared to be only a face, like a mask, remaining. Dacheldor, Benji, and Darkfire lived out their lives in the way they always had, eventually meeting in Limbo. By that time, Dacheldor had spent many years with Daisy, raising their son Deric, before going their own ways. He had also raised Nicole until she went off on her own. It was then that Lexeldor appeared to them both. Deric did not know what to make of Lexeldor at first, but he was quickly convinced to become a disciple. Lexeldor spun tales of the angel Deric had become in previous timelines and offered to give those memories and abilities back to him. Deric could not resist. Nicole also accepted becoming a disciple, but for her own reasons. She had always longed to truly understand her father. This was the chance she had been waiting for. As both became disciples, Lexeldor was filled with relief. His children were saved, and would always be with him. He now had 13 disciples: Akasha, Kara, Dacheldor, Darimaul, Deric, Doomsday, Gas, Inquisitor Sin, Metzli, Nexus, Nicole, Shockerock, and Xenos. He knew of only one more being he would want to turn into a disciple: Nicole and Shockerock's yet-to-be-born child, Seth. Nicole opposed this idea, while she agreed that she wanted to use Shockerock's genetics to recreate their future son. She did not want her son to become a disciple. She reasoned that taking on more than one generation as disciples from the same family would risk the desire to constantly do so throughout eternity. To Lexeldor's surprise, the other disciples all agreed. He decided these 13 would be the only disciples he would ever have. Nicole and Shockerock still planned to give birth to Seth, with Bylon's help, even though Shockerock was now in a very long relationship with Vala. When Seth grew to become a Realm Lord, as he had in other timelines, he would be turned into an aberration and regain his memories of his original timeline. As such, he would not be lost if time was ever changed, and this would be good enough. He would be free to become his own being. Lexeldor contemplated another possibility. If Seth was able to grow powerful enough, he may be able to turn him into an Illithell. This decision would have to wait for now. With everything lined up the way Lexeldor had planned, he finally felt peace at the thought of fully letting go of his old life. The next day, his face was no longer visible. He had completely become a being of living shadow. The New Empire. Darkfire's new Limbo Empire began the conquest of Limbo in nearly the same way it had in every other timeline. In this timeline, Kara was not one of the generals, but a different ambitious immortal was in her place. Also, Den was not a member of this empire, but his son, Ned, was. Dacheldor, secretly spying on Darkfire and his brother Benji, was promoted to head general and led many assaults. The three became fast friends, eventually renaming the empire the Limbo Imperial Military, once they took over the entire realm. Dacheldor gifted Darkfire 2 rings of immortality, secretly refashioned by Bylon, and placed in the location of the originals. While this was going on, Darkstar had his sights set on expanding the power of the Realm Lords. He built multiple new Realm Lord training centers, each with their own headmasters. These centers were located in different realms, opening the possibility of working with the Realm Lords to many locations. New training methods honed over the past few million years allowed Realm Lord training without the need for the centralized Prime Realm. Still, the Prime Realm was the best central location for all Realm Lord special projects, so a Grand Citadel was created in the Prime Realm as a seat of authority over all Realm Lord training centers. This citadel was governed by the original headmasters. Eventually, the living weapons, mage lords, and deities decided they wanted representation in the Realm Lord Citadel, and equal rights to training their people in the locations of Realm Lord schools. Seeing this as a step right before a complete merger of the four groups, Darkstar brokered the agreement. Within the Citadel, a council of 8 would rule over all decisions relating to the allied forces. It consisted of 2 Realm Lords, 2 Mage Lords, 2 living weapons, and 2 deities. Darkstar was one of the 2 representatives of the Realm Lords. The other was a man whose body resembled a metallic orb. He was said to be the greatest Realm Lord ever trained, but no one could prove or disprove that. Vorn was one of the representatives of the Mage Lords. The other was a man named Starlos. Bylon was one of the representatives of the living weapons. The other was a giant dragon named Typhon, though Bylon nicknamed him Ruggy. The 2 beings representing the deities were named Ra and Uranus. In the event that all votes came to a tie, Lexeldor was elected to be the deciding vote. Darkstar did not rule this council outright, but the amount of influence he held over it was enough to get nearly anything he wanted passed. While Dacheldor, Darkfire, and Benji conquered Limbo, they had no idea of the massive spread of Darkstar's influence across the other realms. They drank to their victories and prepared for their lives as leaders of the Limbo Imperial Military. In that moment, all their dreams seemed attainable. Return of Prime. When Fireside fully absorbed and integrated all of Uzulkree's energy, he awoke again in the body of Prime. His location was a hidden vault in Limbo, and his body was invisible to all. He strode out of the vault, making his way to Castle Darkfire, with the intention of reuniting with Dacheldor. He was surprised to find he no longer had access to enter the castle unseen. He had to make himself visible to a few of the guardsmen and request an audience with Dacheldor. They gladly took him to the location of the head general, who reacted to seeing Prime with confusion. He did not recognize this living shadow in samurai armor that claimed to know him. Prime was equally confused. Dacheldor did not appear to be an Illithell, but was instead a disciple of some other Illithell. He inquired as to what happened, but Dacheldor did not understand anything he was saying. Through Dacheldor's eyes, Lexeldor saw Prime. He dropped what he was doing and opened a portal to a park in a world not far from the castle. After stepping through, he reached out in the universe and allowed his presence to be easily felt. Prime sensed the location of the Illithell connected to Dacheldor and excused himself from the castle. He traveled to a nearby world and landed in the park to behold Lexeldor. When he did, he could see through all of Lexeldor's illusions. He saw the being of living shadows before him, with the arm of Tezencrul. He recognized him for who he was.
Look how far you've come.
Prime's multi-layered voice boomed with pride. He had not expected Lexeldor to find his way to Tezencrul and take on the arm without his help. He had also not expected his complete transformation so quickly.
You are no longer an infant. You are a full Illithell.
Lexeldor's armor appeared around him, and he drew his 2 massive swords. The power of his left arm vibrated. Prime laughed. It appeared Lexeldor was planning to fight him. He casually asked him why. "To figure out which one of us is in charge now," Lexeldor said. "Who gets to select the next generation of Illithell?" Prime drew his two curved swords, finding this idea very interesting. The two ran at one another. As they struck, an explosion of force radiated out from them, filling the park with dust. When the dust cleared, Lexeldor had one of his swords buried halfway through Prime's body, and Prime had his swords thrust through Lexeldor's chest. Prime's soul was pulled partway into Lexeldor's arm, and Lexeldor's soul was pulled partway into Prime. They could kill each other in this instant, possibly the only moment where such beings could die. They realized their true strength, then released each other. Yanking their weapons out of each other, they healed and laughed to one another. "A tie," Lexeldor remarked. "I had thought one of us would win."
"There is always a third option,"
Prime said.
"It appears we are evenly matched, so we'll have to decide who becomes an Illithell together."
As they spoke, they each realized they knew the true intentions of each other. Something had happened when they nearly drained each other's souls. They were now connected in a strange bond. It was not like the bonds of the disciples. They did not know each other's thoughts. They simply knew each other's intentions and could pass mental messages to each other. They could see what each other was planning to some extent, through visions. Lexeldor explained to Prime what had happened while he was gone. He took him to see Bylon, the only being Lexeldor had turned into an Illithell so far. Bylon shook Prime's hand, happy to welcome him back, and the three made a pact to be the leaders of the new pantheon they were building. Prime marveled at how Lexeldor and Bylon had made and manipulated their clones. The two reminded him so much of himself that it further verified to him his plan had been the right one all along. He even mused how now that Lexeldor's children were disciples and Darkfire and Benji were in charge of Limbo, there was no need to keep from interfering in the lives of these clones. They had served their original purposes. Lexeldor and Bylon agreed. What they needed now, Prime explained, was a way to discover the most talented beings in the cosmos, beings with the potential to become Illithell. Prime had just the idea of how to do that. Immortal House. Master Darkfire ruled over Limbo with Dacheldor as his head general. Few things had changed in Limbo from the previous timelines, but the two were slightly different than their counterparts had been. When Prime formally introduced himself to Dacheldor, greater change was inevitable. He did not reveal to the clone that he was an Illithell. He simply claimed to be a wraith with great magical power, who was looking to become the new apprentice of the mighty head general. After several displays of power and prognostications that helped Limbo, Dacheldor accepted Prime as his apprentice. From that position, he was able to influence Dacheldor and, through him, Darkfire. He planted the seeds for an idea to construct a location in Limbo where beings from every other realm could come. He even provided schematics on how to build portals to the other realms, so this place could allow access to the most powerful beings without them losing their abilities. The location was nicknamed the Immortal House. It was a tremendous space station nearing the size of Castle Darkfire, filled with portal devices, meeting rooms, and living quarters for species of all shapes, sizes, and physics. While inside, visitors were treated like ambassadors, but could also choose to undergo training for their bodies so they could eventually leave the Immortal House and survive in Limbo. Beings from within Limbo could travel to the Immortal House as well. It welcomed all the most powerful beings in the cosmos. The only rule everyone had to follow inside was to respect the Immortal House's owner, Master Darkfire. When they finished its construction, Darkfire and Dacheldor stayed within the Immortal House for many days, welcoming those who arrived. Prime was free to walk the station as he pleased and quickly got to know all of those who chose to remain. The most powerful of these early arrivers was Ellie, who Darimaul was already well acquainted with. She openly revealed her ability to transform her body into anyone or anything. She also whispered to Prime that she knew the truth about him, but would keep his secret. The most influential person to set foot in the Immortal House was a native of Limbo named Voldar. He was head of a resistance that had grown in opposition to Darkfire, and brashly chose to reveal himself within the confines of the Immortal House. There, in accordance with their rules, he was safe from persecution by Darkfire and could voice his grievances openly. He hoped that he could do more good there than on the battlefield. Lord Vorn also made himself known to the Immortal House, revealing the Shadowfold as he did. This bold move earned him respect in Prime's eyes, and made Lexeldor begin to seriously consider him as a possible future Illithell. While there, Vorn worked to forge an alliance with Dacheldor, knowing full well he would always be seen as a rival by Darkfire, but having the Empire on his side was to his benefit. Many beings from other realms arrived, some easily as powerful as Realm Lords. Several seemed to have great potential as possible Illithell. Others were too sinister even for the tastes of Lexeldor and Prime. The most mysterious of these arrivals was a being who called himself Lithandor the Time Streamer. Cloaks and robes concealed his body, and his ability to prognosticate the future told everyone he was a time traveler like Bylon. but Bylon had no knowledge of him. His arrival caused Bylon to reveal himself to the Immortal House. Previously, he had been known only to Benji, acting as his teacher in the same way Uzulkri once had for him. Bylon kept his appearance secret, however, so others would not see the resemblance between him and his supposed student. A vampire named Timur Domonahue arrived from a realm where the living dead outnumbered the actual living. Along with a reluctant necromancer named Douglas, he described the workings of the soul and spirit of beings, and how they could be reached in a mysterious place called the Soul Stream. This place was a form of purgatory where, even after part of someone's essence had moved on to an afterlife, new incarnation, or what have you, a reflection of them remained. If drawn forth and empowered, the soul could be restored and the person brought back, or a new soul could even be created to make a new version of an old being. The Soul Stream intrigued Dacheldor. He knew only of taking souls and making them part of himself, and the history of the ancients. The idea that uncollected souls could reincarnate or move on to an afterlife fascinated him. Lexeldor did not share his interest. He had first-hand experience with the Soul Stream through Shockerock's memories, as well as from his past as a Reaper. But he did begin to wonder if an Illithell could gain access to the Soul Stream and potentially recruit beings who had died long ago. Experiments were done by Darkfire, Dacheldor, and Prime to see if portals could be constructed to the Soul Stream. It seemed plausible, but early experiments were shaky. Two beings were pulled from the Soul Stream, a skeletal sorcerer named Selic Morgo, and a long-dead knight known only as Lord Uhtred. Their arrivals corresponded to the arrival from another realm of a deity called Trixie. She claimed that her arrival was unrelated, but she was known as a goddess of death and demanded the experiments be shut down. The people of Immortal House eventually split into several factions. As they gained the ability to survive in Limbo and move about freely, they left the space station and built these factions into their own forces in Limbo. It was at that time Darkfire realized the threat he may have inadvertently brought into his realm. One faction was led by Nekru, the immortal who had once worked alongside Dacheldor. It seemed the most influential faction until it was destroyed from the inside by Ellie, who was also a member. She then went on to create her own faction, leaving Nekru to return to Dacheldor and the Limbo Imperial military. Voldar created his own faction used to bolster the resistance against the Empire, but Darimaul infiltrated it. Through Darimaul, Lexeldor was able to track what was going on inside and, though the Empire did not know it, he made sure it did not become a prominent threat. Even so, Voldar and his soldiers caused major devastation to the Empire's economy across many sorties. Lithandor's faction was the largest. It included the previously deceased Selic Morgo and Lord Uhtred, as well as a number of beings from across several realms. They seemed not to interfere directly with the Empire, but their actions interfered with life in Limbo in general. Lord Vorn's faction simply was the Shadowfold, and he welcomed newcomers like Timur into his home. He used the knowledge of these newcomers to spread the Shadowfold into other realms and grow his areas of influence. He was careful never to infringe upon the Empire directly with his actions. Lexeldor and Prime did not care about the influences of these factions upon Limbo. The survival of the Limbo Imperial military was not their concern. Lexeldor saw fit to remain unseen through all of it, until Lithandor's faction revealed something about itself that piqued his interest. They were working to set free an Illithell. Lexeldor finally made his presence known in Limbo, entering the Immortal House as if he was a traveler from elsewhere. He brokered alliances with all the factions, even creating his own faction that included beings he thought might be potential Illithell one day. He did not reveal the truth of what he was. In secret, his goal was to thwart Lithandor's plan and absorb the Illithell they were setting free the instant they did. When it happened, the Illithell was unleashed inside Voldar's fortress. Lexeldor invaded, making it appear as an attack against Voldar, but destroyed and captured the essence of the Illithell in the process. The cost for this was his alliances, as the others suddenly saw him as a manipulator, not a savior. Lord Vorn attacked Voldar as well, seeing the opportunity to turn many of his soldiers into powerful vampires in his ranks. Moving on him in unison with Lexeldor made this all the more devastating. He was not the only one to do this. The Limbo Imperial military struck back at the rebellion the instant this was happening. Overnight, Voldar's forces were reduced to almost nothing, and his own son was killed in the process. Darimaul, taking pity on his enemy, used arcane magic to bring his son back to life, but it caused him to become a child of darkness, an eater of souls and spiritual energy. Voldar never forgave Darimaul for turning his son into a monster. While Voldar worked to find a new home for him and his now ravenous son, Darimaul made a pact with Ellie to join her faction. She was well aware that Darimaul was partially spying on her for Lexeldor, but she did not care. She was most interested in capturing Lexeldor's attention. Ellie eventually made a deal with Lexeldor to attack Lithandor's faction together. She was very persuasive, but Lexeldor was reluctant to get involved. She then revealed some key information about who Lithandor really was, the son of Sarphasis. After discussing the matter with Darkstar, Lexeldor agreed to work alongside Ellie to destroy this faction. Lithandor did not go without a fight. It took all of the other remaining factions to take his faction down, but in the end, he could not hold against their combined power. The spoils of his faction's destruction were spread equally amongst the Empire, the Shadowfold, Ellie's faction, and Lexeldor's faction. These 4 factions, which would later come to be known as the factions of the Empire, the Shadow, the Chaos, and the Order, would survive for many years. Ellie's faction, the Chaos, and Lexeldor's faction, the Order, eventually became a single faction called the Order and Chaos. By the end of the Immortal House's era, Lexeldor, Prime, and Bylon had selected 6 individuals to turn into Illithell. Who these 6 were has never been recorded, but it is known that they sat in secret council with Lexeldor, Prime, and Bylon, and all 9 saw themselves as equals. People who had heard of them called them the Order of 9, or the Council of 9. They decided the true fate of the cosmos behind closed doors. The face of their decisions was Lexeldor, and he gave his proclamations from within the faction of the Order and Chaos. No one outside of the faction knew the kind of power he and the others held. Ellie was the only member to constantly question their decisions, but often she reluctantly played her role anyway. When she did not, she was rarely called on it. Into the Soul Stream. Lithandor's faction had been well versed in the Soul Stream, and had advanced the technology originally built by Darkfire, Dacheldor, and Prime. When they were defeated, Lexeldor confiscated any technology relating to the Soul Stream and brought it back to his faction. It mostly sat unused for years, while he, Bylon, and Prime trained and turned the other members of the Order of 9 into Illithell. It was Ellie who investigated it, intrigued by the Soul Stream's potential, and discovered something no one had realized before. When Lithandor had released an Illithell in Voldar's fortress, he had used the Soul Stream. He had discovered a way to use the Soul Stream's connection to the entire cosmos to find the hidden prisons of the Illithell. When she revealed this to the other members of the Order of 9, it was unanimously decided to take the technology out of storage and begin work on it again. If Lexeldor could be sent to the Soul Stream, using such technology, he could locate and devour all the remaining Illithell. It would end what had seemed like an endless hunt. As they worked on the technology, spies for the Empire reported back that the faction was working on a portal to the Soul Stream. Dacheldor, who already did not trust Lexeldor, worried this may be used to destroy the Empire. With Darkfire's guidance, he began a crusade to discover Lexeldor's weakness and the truth about him, though Lexeldor evaded him at seemingly every turn. Voldar also had spies within Lexeldor's faction. Using their access to his facilities, he managed to sneak in and steal some of the equipment for himself. Though he was never able to create a portal of his own, he did construct 2 powerful artifacts from the tech. First, he built a time chamber. Inside it, time could be slowed down. Slowing time helped him to construct the second artifact, a powerful weapon infused with energy from the Soul Stream. It was called the Lance of Souls. In addition to being an overall powerful weapon, the Lance of Souls had the ability to imprison an enemy inside a casing that appeared like stone or wood. If the lance pierced the heart of an enemy, it would do this, freezing the enemy in time on a physical, spiritual, and mental level. It was encasing them in the energy of the Soul Stream, but to outsiders it just seemed to make them into a statue. This casing was beyond the bounds of time, acting as an aberration would act. As such, any imprisoned being would remain so as long as the Soul Stream itself still existed, even across timelines. Voldar used this weapon against his immortal enemies. With it, he could defeat previously undefeatable beings. He used it in his quest to avenge his lost faction. A new rebellion rose around Voldar, who planned to take the lance to Castle Darkfire and stick it through the heart of the head general and master there. Needing to deal with this rebellion, Dacheldor did not infiltrate and stop Lexeldor from completing his work. Instead, Dacheldor traveled to Voldar's newest fortress, where the two eventually dueled in one-on-one combat. In the end, Dacheldor stood victorious, taking the lance as his trophy. Without Voldar to lead it, the rebellion scattered into multiple smaller cells. The Empire worked to track down these cells one by one. With Lord Vorn's help, they located nearly all of them, defeating the threat and increasing the size of Vorn's legions. Meanwhile, Lexeldor and the other members of the Order of 9 completed their experiment and built a working portal into the Soul Stream. Lexeldor, Prime, and Bylon entered and found themselves in a world of worlds. Time did not move in the physical world while they were here. It appeared as if they had entered the portal and returned a moment later, but to them it was as if they had spent eons there. In the Soul Stream, they could experience the full life of anyone, the full experience of anything, from any point in any timeline. They found all of the remaining Illithell, the former brothers of Prime. Lexeldor felt as if he saw a large cage surrounding them, much like the murals he had seen before. He placed his left hand on the cage and it swung open. He stepped inside and pulled every last Illithell into his arm. When he emerged, the three could barely believe it was over. Lexeldor now had the energy from the last of Prime's brothers within his arm. All that was left to do was find worthy new Illithell to take their place. As they looked around, they realized they were in the perfect place to do so. Reaching through all history, they chose beings who had lived or died, who matched the types of beings they wanted as Illithell. They resurrected them within the Soul Stream, taught them the ways of the Illithell, and transformed them into Illithell. And then, they taught them how to become at once a living cosmos and, through a host, an individual. This last lesson would only be necessary when the cosmos was destroyed. These millions of Illithell were not brought into the Order of Nine and did not serve them. Prime, Bylon, and Lexeldor all agreed that these Illithell should be free beings, able to go anywhere in the cosmos and do whatever they pleased. Their plan had never been to make servants. It had always been to make family. They released the Illithell into the cosmos as they returned through their portal. Within Limbo, the sounds of the Soul Stream belching forth millions of god beings made a wailing like a hurricane heard across the whole realm. Dacheldor was certain Lexeldor was behind whatever had happened, and he planned to put a stop to it. Once all the Illithell were given passage to the realms of their choosing, the Order of Nine deliberated again to talk about their final goals. Lexeldor's left arm now only contained one soul, Tezencrul's, and Prime planned to make good on his promise to him. Prime would pull his energy and the energy of Uzulkree out of the cosmos, replacing it with Tezencrul, thus making Tezencrul and the cosmos one. There was only one problem with this plan. In order to place Tezencrul's energy into the cosmos, Lexeldor's left arm would have to be removed. Doing so required a source of energy so great it could only be harvested from the Vortex in the Prime Realm. It would also have to be funneled into the Soul Stream, where it would finally enter Lexeldor's arm and allow it to be removed. Everything would have to be done precisely in order for it to work, and the risk to both the Prime Realm and Soul Stream would be severe. There was no way the Realm Lords, deities, mage lords, or living weapons would agree to it. It would likely mean an all-out war just to pull the energy from the Vortex. The Order of Nine were not concerned about the safety of the Vortex or the Soul Stream. Their concern was simply the opposition they would face. This was because there was one more catch to the plan, and it was a big one. Once the arm was removed from Lexeldor, the energy of the Vortex and Soul Stream would build up in his body and create a wave of complete devastation. It would crack the very cosmos, ushering in its destruction. Prime knew he could take the arm, pull out his energy and Uzulkree's, and merge Tezencrul's with the cosmos before that happened. But that would basically be all the time they had. After that, the cosmos would fracture, and the Illithell would take the broken pieces, scatter away from the dying shell, and each become their own living cosmoses. The ultimate completion of the master plan. The living beings in the cosmos would be obliterated, their energy becoming part of these Illithells as they each turned into a new cosmos. Inside each new cosmos, these victims would be reborn as new beings, able to continue the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. To the Illithell, death was only transformation from one form to another. They did not see any negativity to the destruction of the cosmos. Once each new cosmos was formed, the Illithell would find host bodies in one of the other already existing cosmoses. In that body, they would live as an individual while simultaneously existing as a living cosmos elsewhere. The Nine planned to meet in the same cosmos once this happened, continuing their bond to one another. Lexeldor agreed to have the arm removed. He fully embraced his destiny as the destroyer of the cosmos. The time was now. The End War. The influence of the Order of Nine was astounding. Each had ties to the strongest armies in the cosmos and coordinated efforts to keep them distracted while their plan was underway. Bylon even rallied the living weapons to aid in gathering the energy of the Vortex, telling them it was for a different reason. Darkstar made sure the Realm Lords remained unaware of the fluctuations in the Vortex's energy. The plan would have never been discovered if not for the efforts of Darkfire and Dacheldor. Putting full trust in his head general's hunches, Darkfire gave Dacheldor an army to invade the faction of the Order in Chaos. When he arrived, the Nine were not present, and the Empire's forces had decimated the people left guarding the faction. Dacheldor discovered the portal to the Soul Stream and enough evidence to prove Lexeldor and the others were behind major distractions throughout the cosmos. He planned to leave with that information alone, but a member of the faction returned from the field before he did. The sounds of his soldiers' screams filled the halls, as a being of inconceivable darkness tore through them, then finally took shape in front of him. It was Ellie. Ellie could have fought Dacheldor or tried to shut him up, but she had something more entertaining in mind. She knew she should not reveal the hidden truth to him, but it was too exciting to see how he would react. She informed Dacheldor that she knew the truth of who he was, and of how he had been manipulated his whole life. Dacheldor did not believe her as she described Lexeldor's true past, and the forming of a clone to relive his life. He had always felt the weight of manipulation, but to be a clone living out another man's history was too crazy to accept. Ellie asked him to reach out with his mind and try to link to Lexeldor. She knew that, though Lexeldor had blocked his mind, he was just like the other disciples. If he chose to link to Lexeldor, the unification would happen instantly. Dacheldor tested this, and for a moment he joined minds with Lexeldor. He saw the truth of what he was and how he had been handled. He saw how all of his life had been a lie. He saw what Lexeldor was planning to do. He instinctually pulled back, removing his link to Lexeldor and returning to normal, but the damage was done. He now knew he was a clone. All of his choices in life had been predetermined. He was nothing. Ellie laughed as Dacheldor dropped to his knees in utter horror. Even the mighty immortal was helpless in the face of this realization. She left him in this state as she slaughtered the rest of the men, and then returned to her duties outside the faction halls. Dacheldor returned to Castle Darkfire a broken man. He informed Darkfire of the truth and of Lexeldor's plans, but would not aid in the fighting. He locked himself in one of the towers of Castle Darkfire and completely shut out everyone. Darkfire rushed with a full army to the Immortal House, where he opened communications with all the realms. He relayed the message that a group called the Order of Nine was attempting to destroy the cosmos, and their leader was Lexeldor. He also implicated Bylon and Prime, but they were the only other members he was sure of. Any influence the Order of Nine had over the deities, magelords, and realm lords was lost. They turned their attention to the Prime Realm and engaged the living weapons at the Vortex in combat. A massive war erupted, in which the Order of Nine was forced to directly intervene, revealing themselves as Illithell. While everyone else focused on the fighting at the Vortex, Darkfire took his armies to the faction of the Order and Chaos to destroy their portal to the Soul Stream. When they arrived, they found Lexeldor and Prime waiting for them. Long black tentacles stretched from their backs as they no longer felt the need to hide their true natures. Lexeldor hacked through the Limbo Imperial soldiers with massive cleaver-like swords. Electricity erupted around him, throwing waves of attackers through stone walls. He had to completely let go of his attachment to the Empire, and to anything else in this cosmos. Everything would end soon anyway. Prime slashed through lines of enemies, causing blood to spray out of them. As it did, he transmuted the blood into acidic and explosive compounds that covered and blasted the nearby allies of the soldiers, in some cases blowing them to bits and repeating the process. Darkfire had never seen such a bloodbath. In the midst of the fighting, Bylon arrived and agreed to hold back the forces of the Empire for Lexeldor and Prime. The two entered the portal to the Soul Stream, and Bylon stood watch. His axe tore asunder any who tried to get near the portal. Darkfire walked up to Bylon and demanded he let them by. He knew Bylon was his brother's teacher. He assured Bylon that Benji would not follow a madman. Bylon informed Darkfire that Benji was already aware of the truth Darkfire was not. It was a truth like the one Dacheldor had recently learned. He, Benji, and Dacheldor were all clones. As Bylon explained all of what happened, Darkfire stepped back among his armies and felt himself become dizzy. He understood the weight of what Dacheldor was going through. He recognized he was not sure what side of this war he should be on. A voice called to Darkfire from the entryway, demanding he snap out of it. Darkfire and the others looked to see Dacheldor, who had finally emerged from his solitude. He had decided though he did not have control over who he had been, he had control over who he would become. He was planning to stop Lexeldor. This was enough for Darkfire. He ordered his soldiers to charge Bylon all at once. Though they could not get past him, they kept him too busy to keep Dacheldor from entering the portal. A moment later, Dacheldor was in the Soul Stream, witnessing Lexeldor and Prime's final act. The energy of the Vortex and Soul Stream coursed through Lexeldor. Prime grabbed Lexeldor's left arm and gave it a firm tug. It tore away from his body completely, and Prime cradled it in his arms. He then disappeared from sight, leaving only Lexeldor to behold. Lexeldor's left arm grew back, but this one was his own. He was finally rid of Tezencrul. He was finally whole again. Dacheldor called out to him, drawing the demon edge. Lexeldor laughed. He knew all of Dacheldor's thoughts. He saw what a monster Dacheldor saw him as. He felt it was fitting to spend his final moments in this cosmos battling himself. Dacheldor charged at Lexeldor. Lexeldor drew his two massive blades. The two clashed in an epic duel, but Lexeldor was impossible for Dacheldor to hit. The energy of the Vortex and Soul Stream inside of Lexeldor clashed, threatening to explode forth and destroy the cosmos. Lexeldor used all his might to keep this from happening. He had to afford Prime enough time to pull his and Uzulkri's energy out of the cosmos and replace it with Tezenkrul's. He could not let the cosmos be destroyed until that happened. Prime worked unseen to do that exact thing, using the Soul Stream as the perfect place to perform the operation. He drew out his power and Uzulkri's, and felt the very cosmos quake. He then allowed the arm to evaporate and its energy to fill the cosmos. As it did, everything stabilized again. Tezenkrul became the cosmos. It became him. And in so doing, the chain of Illithell becoming their own cosmoses was restored. Prime and Lexeldor both felt a rush of relief from the Source itself. No matter what happened beyond this day, the will of the Source had been completed. From now on, all Illithell would once again become the various cosmoses that make up reality, and the newest of those Illithell would have the added benefit of being able to simultaneously live in a host body. Lexeldor bested Dacheldor, knocking him away. Prime appeared and informed him of what he already knew. It was done. Dacheldor could sense the thoughts of the two, though he did not dare link to Lexeldor directly. He saw what was going to happen and what had happened. He saw a solution in his mind. Currently, the cosmos was restored, and, if the energy inside Lexeldor could be held off permanently, the cosmos could go on as it should have all along. Everything Lexeldor and Prime had accomplished so far was in the best interests of everyone. It was only this last moment, the destruction of the cosmos, that needed to be stopped. Dacheldor pulled an item from his back that he had brought as a last resort, the Lance of Souls. He charged Lexeldor, aiming for his heart. He pushed everything he had into the attack, hoping to get one solid hit. Lexeldor saw Dacheldor coming. He felt Dacheldor's thoughts as if they were his own. He saw what he was planning to do. Prime felt Lexeldor's intention. He did not intercede. The lance struck Lexeldor's heart. A substance covered and transformed Lexeldor's body, making him appear as a statue. As it did, his body froze, his mind froze, his soul froze. The energy about to lash out and destroy the cosmos froze. In the center of the soul stream stood a statue, the being Lexeldor, frozen for all time until the soul stream's energy finally ran out. And, on that day, when the cosmos has reached the oldest it can be, and Tezenkrul's energy has created new Illithell offspring of his own, the statue will unfreeze and Lexeldor will be freed. An instant later, his energy will spill out and destroy everything. Prime was stunned by what had unfolded. He patted Dacheldor on the shoulder and said,
I should have known there would be a third answer. There always is.
Dacheldor questioned if the remaining members of the Order of Nine would continue to strive to destroy the cosmos, but Prime informed him they would not. They had achieved their goal, and, when the cosmos ended, they would become what they were meant to become. It did not matter to them when that happened. He also promised that they would not try to free Lexeldor. In the last moment, when Dacheldor's plan fully formed, Lexeldor had understood it and seen the previously unrealized option. A way to preserve the cosmos until its true end. He had chosen to allow the strike to land. He had chosen to be frozen as a statue. Prime would not let the others undo his decision. Prime then escorted Dacheldor out of the Soul Stream, where they informed Bylon and Darkfire of what had happened. The fighting ended. The Empire returned to Castle Darkfire to rebuild. The Order of Nine disappeared, seemingly never heard of again. The faction of the Order in Chaos fell. All of Lexeldor's disciples lost their connection to him and to each other. That night, Nexus would write the last entry he ever would about Lexeldor. He knew more than anyone else that Lexeldor was truly frozen. From Lexeldor's point of view, it would seem as if he would be stabbed by the Lance of Souls one moment and then immediately wake up at the dawn of the end of the cosmos to destroy it. Dacheldor, on the other hand, had many years ahead. Lexeldor's plan no longer guided him. He was his own individual now, and he was seen by those who knew what happened as the savior of the cosmos.